My name is Chen Zixuan. When I opened my eyes, I was back in 1978, standing in the Baishan town office. The man in front of me, Shun Ziyuan, the local director, was scolding me, but I couldn't hear him clearly. My mind was spinning. A strange voice echoed inside my head, saying I had absorbed the soul of a sinner from 10 lifetimes and gained 100 million merit points. It offered me 3 choices: become an immortal commander, return to my original world, or receive a random reward. For a moment, time itself stopped. Everything froze, even the bird outside the window. Then memories flooded my mind. I realized where and when I was. This was the time right after the college entrance exam had been restored. I had ranked first in the county, but because of my bad family background, I was denied admission. Shin Ziyuan had been the one to reject my file. In my past life, that injustice had twisted me. I had used my cunning to destroy him, framing him for a scandal he didn't commit. His whole family died because of me. Later, I found out he had secretly tried to help me, but by then it was too late. Outwardly, I became a respected businessman and philanthropist, but inside, I was rotten, driven by greed and revenge. When I died, my life replayed before my eyes, full of guilt and regret. Now I had been given another chance. I didn't want heaven or my old world. I just wanted to live again and make things right. So I chose the third option, a random reward. Instantly, golden light filled my body. I felt my bones strengthen, my organs cleanse, and my spirit awaken. A cultivation method appeared in my mind, filling me with warmth and peace. For the first time, I truly felt alive. When the world resumed, Shun Ziyuan's angry voice returned. But this time, I wasn't angry. I saw the pity behind his scolding and understood his fear. I bowed deeply to him, silently apologizing for the sins of my past life. That was where my new beginning truly started. After leaving the town office, I felt the cold winter air hit my face. Director Shun had tried to comfort me, thinking I might act rashly after being rejected from college because of my family background. He didn't know that I already understood how things would change. By the end of the year, family background would no longer matter. His words were kind, though unnecessary. I thanked him and left peacefully, something that surprised even him. In my past life, I had hated that man, but now I could only feel calm gratitude. Walking through the streets of Baishan town, I looked around at the familiar old houses. Everything looked exactly as I remembered. The snow on the rooftops, the smell of burning firewood. It all carried me back to my youth. I followed the road toward Shitugu village, the small place where I had grown up. My parents had died years ago, and I had been living alone since I was 15. Life had always been hard, but I had learned to survive. I was always hungry for knowledge. When the educated youth came to the countryside to teach, I studied every night under the dim lamp, finishing all my schooling on my own. Books were my greatest treasure. I believed learning was the only way to change fate. As I walked lost in thought, a familiar voice called my name. It was Qi Yingxue, a village girl my age. Her face was thin and darkened by wind and dust, but her eyes were bright and kind. She had lost both her parents young and worked hard to raise her little sister. In my past life, she had never married and had lived a lonely, bitter life. She was one of the few people who had truly cared for me, often sharing food with me when I had nothing. When I saw her running toward me, smiling despite her hardship, I felt something warm inside. I realized I couldn't repeat my old mistakes. I told her I would stay and take care of her and her sister, not chase after a dream built on pain and regret. Holding her rough hand, I felt her trembling with both surprise and happiness. As we walked back to the village hand in hand, people stared and whispered, but I didn't care. For the first time in many lifetimes, my heart felt light. I had made my choice, to live honestly, protect the people I loved, and start again. Hearing the villagers gossip about me, I didn't feel angry, only calm. Yingxue looked worried when she heard that I wouldn't be going to college, but I told her honestly that I was done chasing fame. My goal now was simple: to make money and give her and her sister a good life. When her younger sister, Yinglian, joined us, I promised I would take care of them both. She didn't trust me at first, and I couldn't blame her. I had been useless for most of my past life. So, in front of everyone, I swore that if I ever let them go hungry, I deserved to be struck by lightning. The crowd laughed and whispered, but I didn't care. I was determined to live differently this time. When they left, I walked home through the familiar narrow paths of Shitugu village. My small courtyard house stood quietly under the jujube tree my ancestors had planted long ago. It looked old and simple, yet I felt an odd sense of peace being there again. Sitting inside, I focused my mind and felt the gentle flow of energy inside me. The uncultivated health technique was working on its own, cleansing my body and strengthening me with every breath. With a single thought, I was pulled into the mysterious small world I had received as a reward. The space was about 10 acres large, with fertile soil, a bubbling spring, and a still pond at its center. Time there flowed 10 times faster than outside, and I could control everything with my thoughts. It wasn't vast, but to me, it was a miracle, a place to grow food, raise animals, and build a new life. After washing away years of grime in the spring, I felt reborn. My body was lean and strong, my skin smooth, my mind clear. Then I noticed a faint bead-shaped mark glowing on my chest. When I touched it, memories of the devouring jade bead filled my mind, a divine relic capable of consuming even the laws of heaven. It had brought me here, saved me, and given me this second chance. Returning to the real world, I tested my new powers. I could move objects with my mind and even sense things buried underground. Beneath the jujube tree, I discovered a hidden iron box filled with 50 heavy gold bars, my ancestors' secret treasure. Smiling, I put them away safely. I didn't need to sell them. With my new ability, I could find wealth anywhere. Taking a rope and hatchet, I headed toward the mountains. This time, I wasn't going to chase dreams or revenge. I was going to build a life worth living. After leaving the village, I headed into the snowy mountains alone. The path was steep and dangerous, but my body felt light and powerful. Each step crunched through the snow as I moved quickly, knowing the villagers would soon be talking about me. I wanted to prove that I could protect Denyo and Ernyo, that I wasn't the weak scholar they used to laugh at. The deeper I went, the colder and quieter it became. No one else dared to come this far in winter. Most villagers searched only the outer slopes for herbs, but I wanted to go beyond where others stopped. The recycling station paid good money for wild herbs, and even a few pounds could make a big difference for a poor family. I ran for hours without stopping, reaching the cliff peak by noon. It was a place people usually needed days to reach, but my new strength carried me faster than ever before. Inside my personal space, I washed, cooked, and rested briefly before returning to the icy forest. Then I saw a steep drop and sensed something below, untouched land hidden by snow. I tied a rope to a tree and climbed down. Beneath the cliff, I found a valley filled with wild herbs buried under the snow: Gastrodia, astragalus, Polygonum multiflorum, more than I had ever seen. My luck had turned. Then I found a ginseng root glowing faintly with energy. My senses told me it was over 100 years old, worth a fortune. When I touched it, the mark on my chest, the devouring jade bead, reacted strangely, whispering in my mind. I hid the ginseng away before it could absorb it. By nightfall, I had gathered nearly 300 pounds of herbs, several wild rabbits and pheasants, and even captured 5 wild boars using my spatial power. Exhausted but thrilled, I started back. At dawn, I found the villagers waiting at the mountain's foot. They had been searching for me all night. Denyo's face was pale with worry, and seeing her nearly made my chest ache. When they saw the firewood and heavy sack on my back, everyone was shocked at my strength. I told them I had found many herbs and got lost for a while. As we returned home, I promised Denyo I'd sell the herbs, buy food, and take care of her and her sister from now on. For the first time in this life, I truly felt like a man who could protect his family. Early in the morning, the Revolutionary Committee director, Shun Ziyuan, arrived at work. Holding some documents, he got into a car to head to the county office. On the way, he saw Chen Zishuan carrying a large sack. He asked the driver to stop and called out, "Zishuan, where are you going?" Chen Zishuan turned around, walked over, and greeted him. "Director Shen, you're heading out?" "I went up the mountain to gather some herbs, and I'm taking them to the recycling station to trade." Hearing this, Shen Ziyuan looked him over and nodded. "Good, that's the right attitude. We should always look forward. Go ahead, and if you need anything, come find me at the office." "All right, Director Shun, take care." Just as Shun Ziyuan was about to tell the driver to move on, he suddenly remembered something. He got out of the car and asked quietly, Zishuan, can you find ginseng? Shun Zishuan was surprised by the question and replied softly, it's hard to say about older ones, but younger ones can definitely be found in the mountains. Shin Ziyuan's eyes lit up. 50 years old would be enough. If you can really find one, come to me directly. I need it for something important. You'll get a good price, better than the recycling station. All right, I'll head back to the mountain today and make sure to find one for you. Shin Ziyuan patted his shoulder. Good, but be careful. Safety first. Then he got back into the car and left. Watching the car drive away, Chun Zishuan smiled. He already had some in his special space. He wasn't sure exactly how old they were, but definitely more than 50 years. Compared to the century-old ones he had seen, he could easily tell the difference. Let's call it a gift for the other version of you, he murmured, then turned and walked toward the recycling station. When he arrived, he saw workers collecting mountain goods and herbs from the villagers. When it was his turn, the worker opened his sack and was surprised. Wow, that's quite a lot. Young man, did you gather all this yourself? Some nearby villagers turned to look. They often went into the mountains and could tell at a glance that these herbs were freshly picked and in excellent condition. Chun Zishuan nodded. I was just lucky. I got lost in the mountains and stumbled upon a patch of herbs. Huh, that's some luck you've got, one villager said with a smile. Then, kindly, another added, the mountains can be dangerous, young man. You were lucky this time, but don't take such risks again. Chun Zishuan quickly nodded. Yes, I remember. If the villagers hadn't gone up the mountain to find me this time, I wouldn't have found the way back. Next time, I'll call someone to go with me. That's the right thing to do. The staff sorted and weighed the herbs, then wrote him a receipt based on the purchase price. All right, take this to that room to get your money. Thank you. Just doing my job. Go ahead, the staff member said with a smile. Everything went smoothly afterward. He got the money, exchanged some for food and cloth coupons, and the prices were quite good. He didn't care much about that, though. He went to the supply store, bought some fabric, grain, and snacks, and then bought 2 pounds of meat at the butcher's stall. Seeing some pig's feet that didn't require coupons, he bought 4 of those too. He thought for a moment. There were still many things missing, but since he had no more coupons, he could only buy these for now. Carrying everything, he started walking back to the village. He imagined how happy Dainyu and Erniu would be when they saw the fabric. Baiqiao Town wasn't far from the village, just a few miles away. Oh, Xiaoxian, did you sell the herbs? That's a lot of food. You'll be fine for a while. Wow, you even bought fabric. You're really doing well now. Chen Zishuan smiled and replied, yes, Dainyu and Erniu haven't had new clothes for years. The new year is coming, so I want them to have something new to wear. He greeted the villagers along the way and entered his home. The sisters Qi Yingxue and Qi Yinglian came out to welcome him. Brother Xiaoxian, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Let me put these things down first, he said, carrying the food into the kitchen. He took out a piece of pork belly and 4 pig's feet from the bag. Qi Yinglian couldn't help swallowing a little. She hadn't expected her brother-in-law to really buy meat. Qi Yingxue looked a bit worried. Let's save the meat for the new year. It's expensive now. Qi Yinglian looked a little disappointed, but nodded in agreement. Chen Zishuan smiled and took out 2 packs of pastries. Dainyu, Erniu, we don't have to be so frugal anymore. I bought these for you, just some snacks to enjoy. Wow, that's a lot. Qi Yinglian smelled the sweet scent and looked delighted, though she was too shy to take one. Chen Zishuan picked up a piece. Dainyu, open your mouth. Qi Yingxue blushed, but did as he said. After she took a bite, he asked, is it good? Yes, it's delicious. Qi Yinglian felt a little disappointed and stood there with her head down when she suddenly smelled something delicious. When she looked up, she saw her future brother-in-law smiling as he offered her a piece of pastry. Her face lit up with a happy smile, and she obediently opened her mouth to take a bite. Seeing her so cheerful, Chun Zishuan smiled and gently patted her head. Hey, now your hair's all messy. Haha, then your sister can fix it for you later. Look what I've got here, he said, taking out a roll of fabric. Wow, fabric. Qi Yingxue said excitedly, touching the soft material. The new pattern made her even happier. When she unrolled it, she saw that the colors were meant for women's clothes. She looked up at her husband, feeling a warm sense of affection. Chen Zishuan smiled and said, I bought it especially for you and Yinglian. Qi Yinglian hadn't expected to receive anything, and her eyes softened as she looked at him. Qi Yingxue folded the fabric carefully. I'll go exchange it later. We don't need such fine cloth. You're the man of the house. You should dress better. Chen Zixuan took her hand and led her to sit down. Shue, let me tell you something. I found ginseng in the mountains today. I've already contacted a buyer. I'll go dig it up this afternoon, and from now on, we won't have to worry about money. Qi Yingxue looked at him in shock. Really, Zixuan? Actual ginseng? Absolutely. I didn't dig it up yet because I didn't have the right tools, but I'll go back today better prepared. Wait here, Zixuan, she said, then ran out quickly. Qi Yinglian walked over and sat down, looking at him with admiration. Brother-in-law, you really found ginseng? Hearing her call him, that made Chen Zixuan smile. He nodded. Of course. I wouldn't lie to your sister. From now on, you'll both live comfortably and happily. Qi Yinglian jumped up with joy. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Haha, of course. Your brother-in-law is quite capable. Qi Yingxue ran all the way home, went into her late father's room, and found a wooden box. She gently brushed off the dust, picked it up, and hurried back. When Chen Zixuan saw her running back, out of breath, he quickly took the box from her hands. Slow down, you're always in such a rush. I'm fine, Zixuan. Take a look, can you use this? Chen Zixuan looked at the wooden box in his hands and opened it after setting it aside. Inside was a sharp dagger and a full set of tools for gathering ginseng. There were deerbone picks, red strings, copper coins. Everything was neatly arranged. He knew these were left by Daniu's father. Even though he didn't really need them, he didn't refuse. Daniu, you came just in time. I was wondering where I could find tools. Qi Yingxue smiled happily. I'm glad I could help. Chen Zixuan packed the tools away and said with a grin, let's do some meat today and have a good meal. All right, sounds great. Qi Yingxue cheerfully pulled her younger sister toward the kitchen to cook. Watching them go, Chen Zixuan smiled and turned his thoughts to check the space. He saw the wild boar family lying weakly on the ground and slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot to prepare food for them. They had been inside for a night, which was equal to 5 days without eating. It was no wonder they were weak. He looked at the herbs he had collected yesterday, over 200 pounds, and with a thought, he drained the blood from 2 large boars, cleaned them simply, and placed them in the stasis area. Then he castrated a young male boar, fed them some herbs, and decided to raise the 3 piglets, 1 male and 2 females, until they were grown. He didn't have extra food for now, but since wild boars eat almost anything, he planned to find more food for them when he went into the mountains later that afternoon. At noon, the 3 of them sat around the table. When Chen Zixuan saw the sisters hesitating to eat, he smiled and placed some meat into their bowls. Daniu, Erniu, eat more meat. You're both too thin. You need to build your strength. You should eat too, Brother Xian. Brother-in-law, it smells so good. I can't even remember the last time I had meat, Qi Yinglian said, her mouth full. Chen Zixuan laughed and gave her more. From now on, you'll have meat every day and new clothes too. I'll make sure you're healthy and happy. I don't want to get chubby though. That wouldn't look good, she said with a giggle. Qi Yingxue felt warmth fill the house again. It had been so long since she'd seen everyone smiling like this. After the meal, Chen Zixuan left the house once more under their watchful eyes. This time, he planned to dig up some fruit trees to plant. He had seen quite a few on his way back earlier. With the time difference in his space, just one of each kind would be enough for them to enjoy. Some kind villagers saw him heading up the mountain again and reminded him to be careful. Once he reached the mountain, he hurried deeper inside. This time, he brought a shovel. Wild persimmon trees were everywhere, so he chose one, dug it up, and transplanted it into his special space. He also selected about 10 kinds of wild plants, wild grapes, wild pear trees, and others, and moved them into the space before stopping. On the way, he collected a beehive and stored it there too. He planned to buy a few more fruit tree saplings later if he found any. He also gathered many wild fruits and vegetables to feed the 3 little wild boars in his space. Then he took out his hatchet and began chopping firewood, wanting to store more for later use. In the office of the Deputy Director of the Revolutionary Committee of Taiping County, Shun Ziyuan spoke with a flattering smile. Director Chun, this time our town's Chen Zixuan got first place in the whole county. His family background wasn't good before, but after re-education, They've been very cooperative with the government. Here's his file. Please take a look. Director Chen Yuanhang nodded. I understand. The policy is clear. The county meeting also emphasized that political review must not be relaxed. You're an experienced comrade. You know how this works. As he spoke, he opened the file and began to think. His own son, Chen Zi, had also taken the exam this year, but the boy didn't study seriously and failed. Now, this situation seemed like an opportunity, just one character difference in their names, and it wouldn't be hard to handle. Shen Ziyuan kept nodding, reaching out to take the file back. Chen Yuanhang waved his hand. Leave it here. You can go back to your work. Seeing this, Shen Ziyuan forced a smile, nodded repeatedly, and left the office. Out in the hallway, he sighed helplessly. As dusk approached, Chen Zishuan felt it was time to head down the mountain. He packed up his things and started walking home. Before reaching the foot of the mountain, he took out a wooden frame and released 2 large wild boars, one male and one female. He tied them securely with ropes and led them down the path. The moment he entered the village, everyone was astonished. This is amazing. Come and see. Xian caught 2 huge wild boars. They're enormous. Xian, how did you manage that? All the villagers of Shitugu came running out in excitement. Zhang Ligua stared at the 2 wild boars in shock. Xian, where did you get these? Captain, I was just lucky. I went to cut firewood and saw 2 wild boars stuck in between the rocks. I thought it was a great chance, so I rushed over and took them down, then made a frame to pull them out. Wow, that's some luck. Yeah, those tusks on the male boar could pierce right through someone. If anyone else had met it alone, they might not have made it back. Xian is clever. Everyone knows he's quick-witted. I think those boars fell right into his plan. Haha, that's true. Chen Zishuan smiled and said, Captain, let's share the meat from the male boar. As for the female one, I'll keep it for when Dainyu and I get married in a few days. We'll cook it for the celebration. Qi Yingshue's face turned red when she heard that, but she was mostly happy. Her future husband was capable, and the villagers would surely respect him more. Xian, you're generous. That male boar must weigh nearly 300 pounds. Yeah, sounds about right. Each family can get about 2 pounds of meat. There were over 100 households in the village. After removing the bones and insides, the boar would still yield more than 200 pounds of meat. Even though male boar meat had a strong smell, times were tough, and everyone needed food. Meat was meat. No one cared whether it came from a male or female boar. The village leader, Wang Jianjun, came over with the accountant. He had already heard about the meat sharing. Looking at the 2 wild boars, he smiled and said, Xian, you've really surprised us. In just a day, you've changed so much we can hardly recognize you. Exactly, Zhang Ligua added with a laugh. He never used to do much work, but now he's showing real strength. Everyone helped pull the boars back to the house. Chen Zishuan kept the female boar and sent the other one to be shared among the villagers. Qi Yingxue and her sister were overjoyed to see such a big boar. Chen Zishuan looked at them and said with a smile, We'll have more meat for dinner tonight. He asked them to start cooking while he began cutting up the boar. After dinner, he took out a ginseng root wrapped in cloth. Dainyu, when I get back from town tomorrow, we'll go get the marriage papers. Qi Yingxue nodded happily. Her sister realized that once the wedding happened, she would be living elsewhere, and a wave of sadness came over her. Qi Yinglian lowered her head quietly, saying nothing. When Chen Zishuan saw her like that, he smiled and gently patted her head. Niu, when the time comes, you can move here. You'll just need to take care of the house, and I'll handle everything else. In the office of the director of the Baiqiao Town Revolutionary Committee, Shen Ziyuan sat in his chair, reading a document from his superiors, his brows tightly furrowed. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, he said casually, Come in. Chen Zishuan pushed the door open. Seeing that Shun was alone, he closed the door and walked over. Director Shun. Ah, Zishuan, you're here. Have a seat. Shen Ziyuan's impression of him had greatly improved, and his tone was now much friendlier. After sitting down, Chen Zishuan took out a long object wrapped in cloth from his bag. The moment Shen Ziyuan saw it, he stood up in surprise and pointed at it. You found it. Got lucky. I found it yesterday. I didn't dare keep it, so I brought it over first thing this morning. Shen hadn't expected it to arrive so soon after their talk yesterday. He was impressed by the young man's efficiency. He carefully unwrapped it, revealing a whole ginseng root. complete with fine roots and an excellent appearance. Good, good. This ginseng must be at least 60 years old. Chen Zixuan smiled. I didn't expect you to be an expert, Director Shun. Shen Ziyuan happily took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one. Chen Zixuan accepted politely, lighting Shen's first before lighting his own. I once saw one like this at a leader's place, but it wasn't nearly as perfect as this. After taking a puff, Shen said directly, the recycling station would pay at most 200 yuan for one this old. But since yours is in such good condition, I'll give you 400 yuan in cash. I can also give you some ration coupons. How does that sound? Chen Zixuan didn't care much about the price and agreed readily. That's fine. I'll go with your offer. I'm getting married soon, so any coupons you can spare would be great. I need to buy a few things these days. So, this young man had given up on going to college? Thinking of what had happened yesterday, Shen glanced at the ginseng on the table, then carefully wrapped it up again. He went to the door, looked outside, and then came back in. Chen Zixuan noticed his cautious behavior, but didn't ask right away, waiting to see what he would say next. Shen Ziyuan spoke softly. Zixuan, I went to the county again yesterday, but there's still no reply from above. Director Chen from the Revolutionary Committee kept your file. Maybe there's still a chance, so let's wait a bit longer. Hearing this, Chen Zixuan gave a cold smile in his heart. How could there be any chance? In his previous life, he hadn't been able to go to college, but the spot had been taken by Chen Zi, the other man's son. Their names were almost the same, and they were about the same age. Of course, the other man wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. He had only learned the truth 20 years later. When he found out, he didn't let it go. Even though Chen Zi had already risen to a high position, he still managed to bring him down in the end. He knew everything about the Chen family. It seemed that in this world, the same thing was about to happen again. Thank you, Director Shen, for all your effort. But with the situation as it is, I don't dare to hope for much. Shen Ziyuan sighed and nodded. It's good that you can think this way. How about this? I'll go get the money and coupons now. You can come back in an hour with your things. All right, I'll take a walk around town then. Chen Zixuan didn't say what he really wanted to. Since he was selling something, he had to make it look proper. After leaving the compound, he wandered around the town. Hearing the sound of firecrackers and seeing families happily celebrating their children getting into college, he felt like an outsider watching from afar. There was no emotion in his heart. In my last life, when I found out, your parents were already gone. This time, you won't be so lucky. A family should stay together. That's only fair. After walking around for a while, he returned to the compound. Shen Ziyuan greeted him with a smile and handed him a stack of coupons. Zixuan, I couldn't gather all the 3-turn-1 sound items, but these industrial coupons should be enough for you to get a sewing machine and a radio. There are also fabric and cotton coupons here. Chen Zixuan was a bit surprised. These coupons were worth more than 100 yuan. At that time, you needed industrial coupons to buy large items. Even if you had money, you couldn't buy them without the right coupons. Of course, you could go to the black market, but that came with risks. Director Shun, let me return some money to you. This is too much. Haha, no need to return anything. Consider the extra as my wedding gift to you. Go to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and find Director Zhang. Tell him I sent you. If there's any change about your schooling, I'll let you know. Chen Zixuan nodded. All right, thank you, Director Shun. Shen Ziyuan patted him on the shoulder and handed him a certificate. All right, you can go now. Be careful on your way. The certificate explained where the money and vouchers came from. He hadn't expected the other man to think of everything so thoroughly. Chen Zixuan walked out of the commune office, took a deep breath, and headed toward the Supply and Marketing Cooperative nearby, looking relaxed. In a small town like this, if you wanted to buy a sewing machine without knowing the right people, you usually had to wait. Supplies were limited, and most of them were reserved for those with connections. When Chen Zixuan arrived at the cooperative, he went to the counter and asked the clerk, who was chatting and eating sunflower seeds. Hello, is Director Wang here? Director Shun from the Revolutionary Committee sent me. The people who had been chatting immediately became enthusiastic when they heard that. He's here, I'll go call him for you. Thank you, I appreciate it. No problem. While waiting, Chen Zixuan looked around at the goods, planning what else he might buy. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing glasses came over with a friendly smile. Hello, comrade. I'm Wang Xingli. Director Shen already called me. Tell me what you need, and I'll arrange it. Hello, Director Wang. I'm Chen Zixuan. Sorry to trouble you. I need a sewing machine, a radio, a case of Shifeng liquor, and 3 packs of Dechimin cigarettes. It really helps to have the right connections. Before long, everything was ready. After paying, Wang Shengli even arranged for one of their carts to deliver the goods to his village. When the villagers of Shitugu saw the delivery, they quickly gathered around. Xiaoxian, that's a sewing machine. And a radio. Look at all that fabric and cotton. A group of women started chatting excitedly. Chen Zixuan quickly said, Aunties, sisters-in-law, let me take these home first. I don't want to delay the cooperative workers. After saying that, he led the men back home. The village women were all amazed. Xiaoxian must be doing really well now. Yes, all this must have cost a lot. It's only been a few days, and he's changed so much. The Qi sisters, Qi Yingxue and Qi Yinglian, were also stunned as they looked at the pile of goods being unloaded. Qi Yinglian looked at the sewing machine with excitement. Sister, we finally have a sewing machine. Chen Zixuan took out an unopened pack of cigarettes and handed it to the men who had helped deliver the goods. The other person happily accepted after a bit of polite refusal. He had thought it was just a small errand, but he didn't expect the host to be so generous. Those were some fine cigarettes. Chen Zixuan entered the house and saw the two of them looking at other things. Smiling, he walked over. These fabrics are for making new clothes and quilts for you. There's also a radio, so you can listen to it when you have free time at home. At that moment, Qi Yingxue felt she was the happiest woman in the world. The man she had waited for so long, her dear Xiaoxian, had truly changed. Over the next 2 days, some women from the village came to help make quilts and clothes, chatting about everyday things. Qi Yingxue and Qi Yinglian both blushed as they listened. Although Chen Zixuan wanted to buy a few more things, he decided it was already enough. Any more would seem too showy. Once everything at home was settled, the two of them went to the village office to get a certificate, then to the commune to register their marriage. Getting married was still very simple back then. They paid the fee, took a photo, and the staff wrote out the marriage certificate by hand, pasted the photo on it, and stamped it. The whole process was quick, but something unexpected happened during the photo session. Qi Yingxue told Chen Zixuan to wait and ran out. About 10 minutes later, a beautiful woman with fair skin and bright eyes walked in. When Chen Zixuan saw her, he was stunned. Then, noticing her outfit, he stammered, You're the big girl? Qi Yingxue shyly nodded. Yes, my father made me use a special lotion since I was little. He said I could only stop using it when I got married. Chen Zixuan gently pinched her cheek in disbelief. Uncle Qi must have been worried that you were too pretty and might get bullied. Don't worry, big girl. Now that you have me, no one will dare to harm you. She smiled softly. With you here, I'm not afraid. The two of them left the commune office holding their marriage certificate. Chen Zixuan couldn't stop smiling as he looked at his beautiful wife. He hadn't married her for her looks, but for her pure and sincere heart. Still, what man wouldn't be happy to have such a lovely wife? Holding her hand, Chen Zixuan said cheerfully, Wife, let's go home. At the entrance of the village, a group of children looked up and saw them from afar. They quickly ran back, shouting, The bride and groom are back. At this moment, several large pots were already set up at Chen Zixuan's home, and the delicious smell of meat filled the air. The neighbors had brought over their tables and benches. Some villagers carried dishes, while others brought their homemade liquor. Everyone chatted and laughed as they waited for the bride and groom to return so the feast could begin. Hearing the children's shouts, the young men in charge of lighting the firecrackers got ready. Pop, pop. Chen Zixuan gently covered Qi Yingshue's ears, and after the firecrackers finished, they entered the courtyard together. When people saw Qi Yingxue, their eyes widened in surprise. The younger ones even stood there with their mouths open. Stone, hit me, am I seeing things? Stone didn't hesitate and gave him a quick slap. Ouch, that hurt. You really hit me? I'll get you for that. The women quickly gathered around. Wow, Daniel looks so beautiful now. Yes, what happened? Daniel, how did you suddenly become so pretty? Qi Yingxue blushed at the compliments. Chen Zixuan smiled proudly. Of course my wife is beautiful. All right, don't crowd around. Dinner's ready. Let's start eating. He gently led Daniel inside after sending the women away. Both of them were orphans with no family, so they decided to skip the usual wedding rituals. As bowls of meat dishes were brought to the tables, Everyone stopped talking and began eating, holding big steamed buns and plates of food. Chen Zishuan took out some Shifeng liquor to serve the village elders and officials at the main table. Xian, you've done a great job today. We all toast to you. Grandpa, uncles, thank you for helping me these past few days. Haha, it's nothing. Seeing young people like you doing well makes us happy. Chen Zishuan went from table to table offering drinks. No one forced him to drink too much. They just let him take small sips. The young men of the village surrounded him, full of envy. Zishuan, how did I never notice Dania was this beautiful? Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance. Stone, stop dreaming. Even if she had to choose, it wouldn't be you. Hey, you looking for a fight? Chen Zishuan laughed as he watched them joke and tease each other. He could tell that those people were just joking and didn't really mean anything by it. Of course, even if someone did have bad intentions, he wasn't afraid. At worst, a few people might just disappear. In the end, the banquet went very well, and nothing unpleasant happened. After the meal, the village women and young people helped clean up, leaving the yard spotless. Chen Zishuan looked at the leftover meat and steamed buns in the kitchen and nodded with satisfaction. That night, only the three of them were at home. Qi Yinglian sat cross-legged on the heated bed, eating and smiling foolishly. Chen Zishuan teased, I'm marrying your sister, but it feels like you're the one getting married. Qi Yinglian blushed and glared at him. I'm just happy for my sister. Haha, then eat more. I'm sure Erin Yo will be as beautiful as your sister in the future. Qi Yingxue gently placed some meat in her younger sister's bowl. The villagers are really nice. No one took anything they shouldn't. Chen Zishuan nodded. Yes, from now on, let's live a steady life. If the village needs help, we'll do what we can. I'll listen to you. Hee, from now on, you two don't need to work outside. I'll take care of chopping wood, carrying water, and earning money. Qi Yingxue hesitated and said softly, I can do it too. You'll get too tired, and you've never done this kind of work before. Chen Zishuan gently pinched her cheek. Haha, I can learn. If you don't listen, I'll have to remind you. You're so annoying. Erin Yo is still here. Qi Yinglian widened her eyes and quickly lowered her head to eat, pretending she hadn't seen anything. After dinner, Qi Yingxue brought a basin of water. Brother Xian, soak your feet. I can do it myself. No way, you're the head of the family. This is my job. After he finished soaking his feet, Chen Zishuan stopped her as she was about to leave. Wife, this is for you. Buy whatever you need. He handed her the remaining 200 yuan and some ration tickets. Seeing there was still so much money, Qi Yingxue smiled happily and took it. All right, I'll keep it safe. You're not shy about it at all. Qi Yingxue looked a little embarrassed and handed the money back. You're the head of the family. You should keep it. Chen Zishuan quickly hugged her and gave her a gentle kiss. Silly wife, I was just teasing you. From now on, you'll be in charge of our money. After cheering her up, he went to bed and waited for her to return. Hearing the sound of running water from the next room, he began to look forward to the evening. He lit a cigarette and hummed a little tune. Ah, this feels so good, he said to himself. Qi Yingxue walked in shyly, turned off the light, and quickly got under the blanket. That night was filled with warmth and happiness. That night, Chen Zishuan once again felt the joy of having a strong and healthy body. Their time together ended with laughter and gentle teasing. The next morning, Chen Zishuan woke up feeling refreshed. He stretched in the yard, filled the water tank, and began to wash up. The water at home had already been replaced with spring water from his secret space. After tidying up, he went back inside and saw Qi Yingxue getting dressed. Smiling, he hugged her from behind. There's nothing urgent today. You should rest more. I'll take care of breakfast. Qi Yingxue leaned happily against him. That won't do. The villagers will laugh at us. Chen Zishuan sighed. Who cares what others think? Your health matters most. She giggled. I'm fine, don't worry. Watching her walk out with light steps, he couldn't help but smile, which made her roll her eyes playfully. Putting on his coat, Chen Zishuan said, All right, you all stay home and rest. I'm going to the mountains for a bit. Be careful, she reminded him. Don't worry, he replied, picking up a hatchet and heading out. Along the way, he met several women from the village who teased him good-naturedly. Oh, Xiaoxian, you're up early today. Hee, Xiaoxian, do you need me to teach you a thing or two? Chen Zishuan grinned and joked back, Sister-in-law, where's my brother? Why are you looking for him? I just want to tell him I'll be borrowing you for a few days. Get lost, you cheeky boy. Hey, you said you'd teach me. How can you do that if you don't come along? Haha, Xiaoxian, you're still as shameless as ever. Laughing, he left the village and started walking up the mountain. By now, he had already planned out the layout of his secret space. He set aside 3 acres of land to grow grain, mainly to feed the animals he planned to raise later. He also used 1 acre to plant ginseng. After scattering the seeds, he left them alone, knowing that the space would bring regular rain. In that space, 100 years inside would pass for every 10 years outside. So after 10 years, the surviving ginseng would be 100 years old. He planned 2 acres for fruit trees, though only half an acre was planted for now. He would add more varieties later. 1 acre was kept in a time-stop state for storage. The rest of the land was left for raising animals. He planned to go deep into the mountains again after the new year to gather more food. While walking in the mountains, he caught a few wild rabbits and pheasants and brought them into his space. Rabbits breed quickly, so before long, there would be dozens or even hundreds of them. He wandered in the mountains until nearly noon, then carried over 100 pounds of firewood and brought back 2 rabbits and a pheasant to the village. The villagers praised him again. They still couldn't understand how the once frail scholar had suddenly become so capable. Big girl, second girl, I'm back, he called out. Qi Yingxue quickly came forward to help. Chen Zixuan smiled and handed her the rabbits and pheasant. Cook these later. I'll take care of the firewood myself. Qi Yinglian looked at the wild game he brought back, her eyes full of admiration for her brother-in-law. After neatly stacking the firewood in the shed, Chen Zixuan returned to the house. Qi Yinglian poured him a cup of water and handed it to him politely. Brother-in-law, have some water. Chen Zixuan smiled, took a sip, and said casually, Second girl, now that our life is better, you should go back to school. After Uncle Qi passed away 2 years ago, the younger sister had stopped studying, and the 2 sisters had been relying on each other. She was only 16, so it wasn't too late. Qi Yinglian shook her head. No, I'm not smart. I don't want to study. I'll just stay with my sister and help take care of you. Chen Zixuan gently pulled her to sit beside him. Learning more is always good. If you don't understand something, I can help you. One day, we can even go to college together. Tears welled up in Qi Yinglian's eyes as she looked at him sadly. Do you not want me anymore? Don't cry. Of course not. Going to school is a good thing. How could I not want you? He said, quickly wiping away her tears. Kaixu heard his words and felt touched inside. She walked into the room and said, Brother Xian, if Nyonyo doesn't want to go, then let her stay. We can rest assured at home. Chen Zixuan nodded when he heard this. Okay, I'll follow your wishes. As long as everyone is happy, that's enough? Qi Yinglian finally showed a smile. All right, I'll go cook. After saying that, she happily went out. Kaixu smiled and said, Brother Xian, take a break. We'll go cook. Chen Zixuan shook his head and didn't think more about it. He sat inside the house, pondering the devouring jade pearl on his chest. That 100-year-old ginseng was quite rare, but in this era, it wasn't impossible to find. Maybe I should let it swallow it and try. Listening to the laughter from the next room, he didn't rush to act. In the afternoon, Chen Zixuan went to the mountains again. This time, he found a place and entered his space directly. Looking at the tattoo on his chest, he moved his mind. The 100-year-old ginseng appeared in his hand. Eat, gain benefits. A voice echoed in his mind again. Chen Zixuan didn't know how to operate it, so he thought for a moment and tried to speak, swallow. The tattoo on his chest flickered, and then the ginseng in his hand disappeared. A happy look appeared on Chen Zixuan's face, and he waited patiently. Swallow a ginseng with 135 years of medicinal age. Gain 10 merit points, and choose 1 reward. Option 1. 100,000 yuan in this world. 2. Master-level Tiger Fist. 3. Master-level calligraphy and painting. Hearing the words in his mind, a flicker of excitement crossed his eyes. So that's how it is. Chen Zixuan began to think about which one to choose. He immediately crossed out the money, thinking with such powerful abilities, he wouldn't lack money in the future. Plus, he still had 50 large yellow croakers. Moreover, now that he had more money, he didn't dare to spend it recklessly. Without a clear source, being reported could ruin him. Between the tiger fist and calligraphy and painting, after some thought, he said, I choose option 2. His physique was already extraordinary, and if he gained martial arts skills, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. As for the calligraphy and painting skills, he liked them too, but they weren't urgently needed. A golden light ignored space barriers and shone directly on him. The moves of the tiger fist began to play in his mind, and the energy flow of the health-preserving technique also sped up several times. The golden light seemed to contain a higher level of energy, making the energy inside him much stronger, dozens of times greater. Before, it was like fine hair. Even after many days of self-practice, only a small increase was achieved. Now, with the enhancement of this golden light, it flows quickly inside like a stream. His fists, arms, waist muscles, thighs, and bones are being transformed by the energy, and his martial skills are starting to form muscle memory. If he practices the normal tiger fist, his fists would be calloused, and his palms could split rocks. Now, after the energy transformation, his palms remain soft and white, but their skin has become much harder. After more than half an hour of this infusion, Chen Zixuan couldn't help but practice in the space, the powerful sound of breaking the air echoing around him. Chen Zixuan took a bath in the space, then left and took a deep breath, feeling the energy inside him. It's too strong. If I rely on normal practice and follow the usual methods, I probably won't reach this level in 10 years. Looking at the mountain in front of him, his smile grew brighter. He moved his mind and took out a small bag of herbs, only a few jin, a Chinese weight unit, and carried it down the mountain. He hasn't been in the mountains long, and if he took too many herbs back, the villagers would definitely be suspicious. A few jin of herbs are just right. As the new year approaches, the town and nearby villages are becoming more lively, not only because the new year is coming, but also because those who got into university have received their admission notices. On New Year's Eve, Chen Zixuan poured himself a glass of wine and also poured drinks for Daniel and Ernio. Come on, it's the new year. Let's drink together. Qi Yinglian happily raised her glass. Hee, brother-in-law, I toast you. Haha, good, cheers. The three clinked glasses. In the past half-month, the family hasn't gone without meat. Qi Yinglian's face has visibly improved, and she has gained several pounds. Chen Zixuan was happy to see her change. Qi Yingxue might have extraordinary talent. Her skin is especially good, and her figure is the most memorable. Brother Xian, let's go pay respects to our ancestors tomorrow. Okay, we'll go together in the morning. Different regions have different customs. Here, on the first day of the Lunar New Year, they first pay respects to their ancestors. Those with good conditions also bring offerings. After talking at night, the two of them finished their conversation. Qi Yingxue felt a little guilty and said, Brother Xian, am I too useless? Who says that? You're doing pretty well. I can't even satisfy you. Chen Zixuan also felt helpless. His current body was too strong, and the other person couldn't handle his strength. He smiled and comforted her. It's okay. It's like farming. The more you work at it, the better it gets. Just keep going. Really? I mean it. I won't lie to you. Tomorrow, we have to wake up early, so let's go to sleep. Qi Yingxue finally felt happy and leaned into his arms, looking sweet and content. Before dawn, the three of them left with the cooked dumplings and some offerings for the ritual. Other villagers also went out one after another. They all remained silent during the walk. Chen Zixuan carefully arranged the offerings and looked at the dirt mound in front of him with complicated feelings. Although the world was different now, everything felt the same. He had forgotten how many years it had been since he last paid respects. Maybe there was some resentment because of family issues that prevented him from going to college, and his life afterward was full of darkness. Perhaps he was afraid of his parents' blame, feeling guilty for the wrongs he had done. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but kneel in front of the grave, tears falling down. Father, mother, I am unfilial. I am only now coming to see you. I have turned over a new leaf and will not walk the old path again. I am now married to Daniel, and today I bring my wife to see you. Qi Yingxue also cried heavily. She didn't think much about the words, just believed that her brother Xian was now responsible. She also knelt down and said, Father, mother, don't worry. I will take good care of brother Xian from now on. He's very capable now. Chen Zixuan bowed his head heavily several times. Then he went to pay respects to Qi Yingxue's parents. He didn't remember much about his mother-in-law, but he had a deep impression of his father-in-law. Although he often scolded him for not being good enough, He took care of him in daily life. He would often call him over to eat after catching prey. But at that time, he was only busy eating and talking nonsense, acting as if everything was natural. After the ritual, the three of them silently returned home. Chen Zixuan patted Qi Yinglian's head and smiled. Second Yo, are you hungry? Let's eat. Annoying, you're messing up my hair. Haha, it's because you're still young. When you grow up, I won't do it anymore. I'm not little anymore. I'm already 17. In the village, Erhua is married at this age. Yes, our second girl is a big young lady now. But if she gets married in the future, I will make sure she's careful. She can't marry just anyone. Kai Yinglian blushed and turned to the kitchen, saying, I won't get married. Kai Shuai looked at her sister leaving and smiled. Brother Xian, wash your hands, and then we can cook the dumplings. Okay? Be careful not to burn yourself. Got it. Chen Zixuan took out some firecrackers, hung them on the jujube tree in the yard, then went to wash his hands. When the dumplings were ready, he lit the firecrackers outside. Pop, bang, bang, the fireworks sounded. The village echoed with firecracker sounds and children's laughter. Children are the happiest during the new year. They get lucky money and can pick up unlit firecrackers. Chen Zixuan took out a red envelope. Second girl, here's a red envelope for you. Wow. I still have one? Kai Yinglian happily took the envelope. Of course. As long as you're not married, you're still a young girl. Kai Yinglian opened the red envelope and saw there was 10 yuan inside. She was very happy. So much. I won't get married in the future. Every year, I'll ask you for a red envelope. Haha, that's not good. If you don't get married, you won't be a young girl anymore. I'll just stick with you guys anyway. Kai Shuai also couldn't stop laughing. In the morning, Chen Zixuan visited some elderly relatives in the village. After a round, it was almost noon. After lunch, he didn't go anywhere in the afternoon. He stayed at home, listening to the radio and drinking tea. This new year was very happy and joyful. In a small courtyard in the capital city, Ziyuan, we haven't seen each other for years. How are you now? Shin Ziyuan nodded happily. Leader, I'm still the same. I haven't dared to visit easily these years. This time, I brought you a 60-year-old wild ginseng. I know your old illness always flares up in winter, so I brought it for you. That's thoughtful of you. The man nodded. He had also been affected in recent years and had only just resumed work after a year. Former comrades have gone their separate ways. The recent years have made him nostalgic for the past. The Revolutionary Committee will soon be abolished. Some places are already making changes and addressing past issues. You've stayed true to your principles all these years, which is rare. Now, just wait peacefully. Upon hearing this, Shen Ziyuan nodded quickly. I understand. I haven't forgotten your advice all these years, but there are some things I can't control. Yes, it's true. Not just you. But at least we've gotten through it. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Nothing you don't already know. Haha, I know your talent for pretending to be naive. Shen Ziyuan smiled and said, this ginseng was found by Chen Zixuan from our town. He was the top scorer in our county's college entrance exam this year, but because of its poor quality, the county didn't approve it. I think he's a good young man. The man nodded. It seems some of the comrades still follow old ideas and don't fully obey the higher-ups' orders. I understand. I'll look into it later. Chen Zixuan stayed at home with his wife for a few days before deciding to go deep into the mountains. Since learning about the power of the devouring jade pearl, he had been eager to explore. Qi Yingxue was worried. Brother Xian, is it okay if you don't go? We have money now, and the mountains are too dangerous. Hearing her, he smiled. Silly wife, how long can that little money last? Then he reassured her. Don't worry, I'm confident. The outskirts of the mountain have been explored by others. Only inside can we find good things. It's cold now, but there are no poisonous insects, so it's safe. Qi Yinglian also looked worried as she watched him. Seeing their concern, Chen Zixuan smiled and said, Wife, second Neo, do you really think the wild boar from last time was caught in the mountain crevice by me? Isn't it? Of course not. I didn't do much work before, but now I have strength. Because I met a master when I was young, who taught me martial arts and told me not to do heavy work before I turned 18 to strengthen my body. This story was hard to believe in later generations, but in this era, no one doubted it. The two people stared wide-eyed in surprise, looking at him with amazement. Qi Yinglian asked with admiration, Brother-in-law, are you really good at martial arts? Just like in the stories. Haha, I do know martial arts, but many things in the stories are not true. Still, I can handle a wild boar without any problem. Qi Yingxue chose to believe her husband. Otherwise, why would he suddenly become so skilled? Yes, Brother Xian, I trust you. But please don't take any risks. We'll wait for you at home. Chen Zixuan gently pinched her cute face. Don't worry, I won't take risks for your sake. I plan to go into the mountains and come back in no more than half a month. All right, we won't go anywhere these days. We'll stay at home. Okay, I'll leave early tomorrow morning, before dawn. Thinking that she might not see her husband for half a month, Qi Yingxue felt especially passionate that night. Chen Zixuan woke up early, not disturbing the girls. After entering the mountains, he ran quickly inward. He was very familiar with the path ahead, planning to run straight to the broken cliff peak and explore slowly from there. After several hours of running, he reached his destination. This time, he was faster than before and felt much better than last time. He knew he had become stronger again. He looked around and saw some footprints from human activity, indicating nearby villagers had been there. He didn't rush to continue. Instead, he entered his space, handled a wild rabbit, and started roasting it inside. After eating and resting for a while, he reappeared in the mountains. He chose a direction and ran deeper, sensing the surroundings as he went. After going about 100 miles further, he heard the sound of water ahead. Where there is water, there are prey. He no longer collected wild rabbits and pheasants, as there were plenty in his space. He regularly killed some for food. As he got closer, the sound of water grew louder, and he saw a large waterfall from afar. A silver rainbow hung over the waterfall, and a large amount of fresh water poured down, creating a fairy tale-like scene. Chen Zixuan was momentarily stunned by the beauty. He stepped out of the forest, gazing at the breathtaking view, wishing he had a camera to capture it all. By the lake, many animals gathered: sheep, spotted deer, wild boars, squirrels, and other mountain creatures. When these animals saw someone approaching, they were frightened and ran away into the distance. Chen Zixuan looked at the small animals and smiled. It was a good chance to add to his collection. Seeing a group of spotted deer drinking water in the distance, he carefully moved closer. When he was about 10 meters away, he suddenly charged forward with force. The deer scattered and ran away. Chen Zixuan used his mind to quietly take 5 of them, then stopped chasing. He looked at another herd of sheep nearby. He repeated his trick and caught a few more. Feeling satisfied, he found a stone to sit on. Turning his head, he saw a young deer with big, curious eyes watching him. Chen Zixuan examined it carefully and smiled. "Hey, silly little deer," he said. He was about to go over, but the deer ran into the woods. Chen Zixuan continued walking that way. This kind of deer is very curious about everything. If you hit it, as long as it's not hurt badly, it will come back later to check. It doesn't seem to understand why it was hit just now. It hid behind a big tree and waited patiently. Soon, the deer that had run away returned, looking around with big, innocent eyes, as if confused about where the person had gone. Chen Zixuan moved his mind again and quietly put it into his space. He had plenty of food stored there, enough for the animals inside. In a few days, the food in the space would also be ready to harvest. He processed a wild sheep with his space tools, found some dry wood, and started roasting it by the lake. He wasn't interested in the wild boars in the distance. There was a good water source here, and maybe a tiger would come by. He decided to wait and see. Tiger bones are valuable. Even if he couldn't use them himself, bringing back a tiger skin would be nice. As the smell of roasted meat spread, a few curious squirrels came over. But they didn't dare get too close, watching from afar. Chen Zixuan took some wild fruits from his space and threw them over. The squirrels were frightened and ran away, but after a while, seeing no danger, they jumped back and ran to grab the fruits. "Wow, it smells so good. We won't go hungry for lamb now," he said. There were 4 sheep in his space, enough for breeding. When he returned, he planned to kill a spotted deer to help Big Girl and Second Girl. Deer meat is very nourishing. While eating roasted lamb, he stayed alert, watching the surroundings carefully. Eating a few pounds of lamb didn't attract any large predators. Maybe they'll come at night? Thinking this, he looked around and headed toward the waterfall, wanting to see it up close. Seeing nature's incredible work, he couldn't help but admire it. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Chen Zixuan quickly turned to look. The sound was nearby, and then a few more shots followed, seeming to get closer. He hurriedly entered his space. Inside the space, he could observe everything around him in all directions. However, the flow inside the space was 10 times faster than outside. He waited for several hours inside, and finally, something happened outside. He saw 3 men running toward the lake. They were wearing animal hide coats, but all of them held semi-automatic guns, which made Chen Zixuan curious. Hunters in the mountains usually use shotguns or long guns, but everyone carrying semi-automatics was unusual. The 3 men sat down on the ground, placing their bags beside them. Inside, there were moving objects. Chen Zixuan clearly heard sounds coming from inside. Is it a monkey? He kept watching. If we catch that white tiger this time, we'll make a fortune. Forget it. We lost 2 brothers over that white tiger. Do you think it will come back? We should gather a few more people, set a trap, and I believe we can catch it. The middle-aged man called. The leader smoked his pipe and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. The trees hide the enemy in the forest, but here, with our 3 guns, once it comes, it can't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, a tiger's roar was heard. The 3 quickly looked for places to hide. Sure enough, it's here, the leader said confidently. We heard its mate, so it won't let us go easily. Chen Zixuan also became interested. A white tiger? If he could get a white tiger pelt, that would be very impressive. But although the title, the leader, was common among mountain folk, their equipment made him feel something was off. Mountain villagers usually go into the mountains in groups to gather herbs. There are usually 10 or 20 people, or at least 6 or 7 if fewer. They are led by an experienced mountain person called the leader. When there are many people, there might be a second in command. But the roughness on these 3 people looks more like bandit behavior hiding in the mountains. A few years ago, the army had almost wiped them out, but some still escaped into the deep mountains and operated near the border. Old villagers once told me that some mountain people die in the mountains, not always from wild animals, but sometimes from bandits who kill for money or hide their tracks. I didn't expect to encounter them here. Although I am still guessing, I trust my eyes. A white shadow flashed quickly through the forest. Chen Zixuan saw clearly. It was a fierce white tiger. They just kept staring at each other. The white tiger was not stupid. It knew it couldn't fight in an open space, so it kept moving through the forest. Chen Zixuan roasted all the sheep he had killed earlier over the fire. An hour outside had already turned into 10 hours. He didn't know how long he could hold on, so he prepared more food, so they wouldn't have to keep starting fires to cook. It was late at night outside, and the white tiger still hadn't attacked. The 3 were very tense and exhausted. They chewed on dried food, and one cursed. "This beast is trying to wear us out. Take turns sleeping. If it wants to wait us out, we'll stay here. We have enough food for 3 days. I don't believe it can last that long. Okay, you guys sleep first. I'll keep watch." The white tiger's roars kept echoing from the forest. Chen Zixuan ate the roasted sheep and listened to the distant and near roars, feeling admiration for these people. It's so cold, lying on stones is uncomfortable. Suddenly, wild boar sounds came from the forest, followed by more than 10 boars rushing out. The 3 saw the wild boars charging at them, and their faces changed drastically. They quickly fired their guns. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots echoed far into the quiet forest. Chen Zixuan was happy. Hey, this white tiger is so clever. These 3 probably won't last until tonight. The gunfire and blood smell would definitely attract other fierce animals. By then, even if these people had 3 heads and 6 arms, they couldn't stop the attack of wild beasts. Although the 3 managed to kill the wild boars, their faces looked very pale. The strong smell of blood and gunfire was overwhelming. The middle-aged man stood up. "We can't stay here anymore, or more wild animals might be attracted." The other 2 people understood this too, but now that they were entering the forest, they knew they might be attacked by a tiger at any moment. "Watch out, this white tiger is very clever. We're not safe even in the woods," one said. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. "Not safe or not, we have to go in. Staying here means death." They nodded, accepting the harsh reality. Suddenly, a loud roar of a bear echoed through the trees. Their faces changed again. "Oh, we've woken the bear. Let's go." Chen Zixuan watched as they headed into the forest on the other side. He stroked his chin, deciding to stay and observe a little longer. He didn't think the 3 of them could escape this hunt. Just as they entered the forest, a pack of wolves hidden nearby pounced toward them. Bad wolves, bang, bang, bang. If it weren't for these three people, the wolves, the white tiger, and the bear would probably have fought each other already. But the gunshots and the smell of blood attracted many fierce animals nearby. Suddenly, there was a loud scream. One person was bitten on the arm by a wild wolf. The other two quickly fired their guns to help. However, in this dark night, relying only on the reflected light from the snow on the ground, they couldn't keep up with the fast-moving wolves. Soon, all three of them fell into pools of blood. Chen Zixuan felt a warm sensation in his chest. He knew that the devouring jade pearl was trying to swallow again. Could it be that it was even trying to eat people? Then he remembered that when he was reborn, the pearl had swallowed the souls of 10 evil people. He realized it was after these 3 spirits. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He stepped out of his space and quickly rushed toward the wolves. Seeing more prey coming, the Wolf King howled loudly. Chen Zixuan, unarmed, faced the attacking wolves. He bent down and punched one, knocking it away. He looked at the wolves rushing toward him and was not afraid. The sound of thudding came from all around as he fought. He didn't aim to kill them all, but the wolves that were hit and knocked back struggled to get up and slowly retreated. Suddenly, he seemed to see a black hole, pulling the spirits of the 3 bodies into it. The wolf pack received orders and turned around to run, quickly disappearing from sight. Chen Zixuan saw the wolves run away and turned to look at a white figure not far away. It was the white tiger from before. He ignored the voice in his mind and walked toward the white tiger. The white tiger seemed to feel threatened and quickly ran away. Chen Zixuan was surprised and watched the disappearing tiger, then shook his head helplessly. "You're fast." He then looked at the 3 bodies and took the valuable items from them. Opening a few bags, he saw a few sad-looking golden monkeys staring at him. Chen Zixuan smiled and said, "You're free now. Be careful in the future and don't get caught again." After saying that, he turned and walked toward the lake, ignoring the bodies. The golden monkeys, now free, cheered happily and quickly climbed trees, running into the distance. Devoured 3 evil spirits, gained 1 point of merit, and can choose 1 reward. Option 1, 500 yuan in this world. Option 2, a top-quality tea tree seedling. Hearing there were 2 rewards this time made him more interested in devouring jade beads. "I choose option 2. A tea seedling appeared in the space, and he mentally controlled it to be planted in the ground. Not bad. I won't have to worry about tea in the future. In his past life, he loved drinking tea. Except for the tea from the mother tree, he had tried almost all kinds. At this moment, a clumsy bear-like creature came out of the forest. Just after receiving the reward, he saw a clumsy bear-like creature staggering over. Seeing a human in front of it, it immediately became alert, stood upright, pounded its chest a few times, and roared as it charged forward. "Hey, I didn't plan to fight you, but you came to me." Chen Zixuan looked at the charging bear and kicked it away with a swift kick. The bear was kicked flying. Chen Zixuan thought for a moment. The bear's paws before winter were the fattiest, but now they were almost gone. "But since you're here, I can't let you go." The bear shook its head and got up again, confused about how this tiny human was so strong, and charged at him once more. Chen Zixuan moved his mind and directly stored it into his space, then dealt with it inside. This was much more convenient than fighting himself. The valuable parts of the bear were its skin, paws, and gallbladder. The bear's gallbladder is divided into gold, iron, and vegetable gallbladders. The gold gallbladder is the most precious, shining with a natural golden color and a luster like amber. Iron gallbladders are second in quality, also called ink gallbladders. The lowest grade is vegetable gallbladders, but even those can sell for a few hundred yuan now. The bear he hunted had the lowest grade gallbladder. He took out 2 fist-sized ones and stored them in his space for later processing. Next came the bear paws. The right front paw was considered the best. In this era, there were still famous chefs in the capital who could cook this dish. In later times, people would have to go abroad to taste it. Bear meat was somewhat like beef, but its fat was delicious and not greasy. Once the strong smell was removed, it became quite popular. Using his special space, he cleaned the meat and carefully removed the bear's skin, which was large enough to make a fur coat. Chen Zixuan sorted everything neatly. The surroundings were now very quiet. The earlier battle had scared away many small animals. He then walked to the wild boar carcasses, storing the female and young ones in his space. After finishing, he headed deeper into the forest. The smell of blood was too strong here. Although he was brave and skilled, there was no need to stay longer. Besides, he still couldn't forget about the white tiger's skin. Following the traces left by others, he moved into the woods. A few hundred meters ahead, he found a body. Its face was unrecognizable, and the tattoo on its chest showed no reaction. He collected the rifle and ammunition into his space and continued forward, soon finding another body. Chomp chomp, huh? Why is there a reaction this time? You have absorbed a trace of an evil soul. You gain 1 merit point. Choose 1 reward. 1. 600 local currency units. 2. Firearm mastery. I choose number 2. He didn't hesitate. A flood of knowledge rushed into his mind. This time, no golden light appeared, perhaps because of the environment. A few minutes later, the reward was complete. Chen Zixuan took out a semi-automatic gun, skillfully disassembled and reassembled it. Not bad. 5 semi-automatics and plenty of ammo. With my new skills, I can go anywhere. He felt a surge of confidence. Before, no matter how strong he was still human. A bullet to a vital spot would end him. Now, his safety had greatly improved. Then curiosity struck him again. Earlier, absorbing 3 evil souls gave him 1 merit point. But this time, just 1 person gave him 1 merit point, and the rewards were even better. Could it be based on the evil deeds committed? He thought it was very possible. He joked, if I were reborn in ancient times, I might become an executioner, and there would be plenty of evil spirits around. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance now. Even those soldiers who carried out executions weren't always fixed personnel. He held his gun and continued walking deeper along the trail. After more than half an hour, he saw a cave. Inside the cave, a white tiger seemed to sense something and quickly rushed out. When it saw the human outside, it growled softly, lowering its body slightly, ready to attack at any moment. 2 more tiger roars came from inside, and then 2 tigers appeared, one injured, bleeding, but still alert and watching him carefully. Chen Zixuan looked at the injured one, thinking it was probably shot by those people. The white tiger stepped forward, protecting the 2 mother tigers behind it. Hey, you still know how to protect your wife. Chen Zixuan looked at them and waved his hand. Forget it. Seeing how much you love each other, I'll show some kindness today. You'd better find a new place to stay. Maybe someone will come to catch you again someday. After saying that, he turned and walked away, exposing his back to the fierce animals, something very risky. But he did it anyway. The white tiger roared at a mother tiger that was about to pounce, and the mother tiger instantly became gentle, like a kitten, rubbing against it. Chen Zixuan disappeared from their sight, and only then did the 3 tigers return to the cave. Hey, they didn't attack unexpectedly. It seems this white tiger is quite smart. He shook his head regretfully. Seeing the white tiger protect the 2 mother tigers reminded him of his own big girl and second girl at home. If they hadn't attacked unexpectedly, he would have let them go. Chen Zixuan put away his gun and thought about returning to his space. He was feeling a bit tired and decided to rest well before continuing. Qi Yingxue sat inside sewing clothes. Although she was smiling, she kept glancing outside the window from time to time. Qi Yinglian sat nearby, bored, munching sunflower seeds. Sister, why hasn't brother-in-law come back yet? I said he'd be gone for half a month. It's still early. Yeah, just a few days apart. I feel a bit uncomfortable without him. Qi Yingxue smiled, put down her sewing, and took her hand. You used to always find fault with your brother-in-law. Kai Yinglian smiled playfully and said, he wasn't my brother-in-law before, and back then he didn't do anything. You often took care of him, so of course I felt sorry for you. Ha ha, you're so clever, she said, then patted her sister's head. Do you really not want to study? Kai Yinglian shook her head. Sister, I get headaches when I read. Even though brother-in-law got into university, they won't let me go. I don't want to study anymore. I just want to stay with you. Hearing her sister's words, she whispered, Xianji really wanted to go to university before. He always had a book in his hand. Even though he doesn't say it now, I think he still wants to go. Kai Yinglian looked up at her sister and asked, so what should we do? Kai Yingxue shook her head. We are just ordinary people. We don't have other options. We just want him to be happy. As for everything else, we should listen to your brother-in-law. Yes, I will also take good care of brother-in-law. After saying this, Kai Yinglian showed a mischievous smile. Sister, you're always begging for mercy. Is it because? Kai Yingsu blushed deeply and pounced on her sister, starting to tickle her. Ah, you little brat, eavesdropping. Watch out. I'll get you. Ah, I won't dare anymore. It's ticklish. Sorry, sister. I didn't mean to listen. You still say that. Suddenly, the room filled with playful fighting and laughter. Chen Zishuan carefully stored a ginseng into his space, a happy look on his face. Not bad. It's only been a few days, and I've already gathered over 10 ginseng plants. Although he didn't find any 100-year-old ginseng this time, a few decades old is still good. Plus, he transplanted them into his space. In a few years, he would harvest a batch of 100-year-old ginseng. After consuming some, he would definitely gain many good things. Chen Zishuan calculated the time and realized it had been 10 days. It's time to go back, or else Daniel and the others will worry. He chose a direction and headed back. This time, he ventured deep into the mountains, which was quite far. Of course, he gained a lot. Besides the ginseng, he collected over 1,000 jin of medicinal herbs. Later, he could sell some for a few hundred yuan. He only encountered one bear, and after that, he didn't see any more animals. He collected some other animals too, but because of limited space, he only took one male and one female of each. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly at a mountain cliff. He reached out and touched his chest, feeling the warmth. Chen Zishuan began to examine the mountain wall in front of him. The wall was smooth, with only some protruding rocks at the top. He walked around, but after half a day of searching, he found nothing. Could it be above? In his perception, it was just stone, with no issues inside. The devouring jade pearl was heating up, which meant it had encountered something it wanted to absorb. Otherwise, it wouldn't react. He stepped back about 10 meters and looked at the mountain peak. About 20 meters high, there was a small, unremarkable platform with a large stone on it. If not for the pearl heating up and alerting him to the treasure, he might have overlooked it. Looks like it's here. After observing the environment above, he felt confident. He grabbed the protrusion on the side of the mountain and started climbing up. 20 meters was nothing for him. Soon, he reached the small platform. He sensed a cave inside. He looked around but didn't see any humans. Still, he didn't rush to put the large stone into his space. Instead, he pushed it aside with effort. A narrow gap appeared, just enough for him to enter. He stepped inside. A bit of sunlight shone in. The cave was about 50 square meters, with a few large wooden chests and bags of moldy, rotten grain. Chen Zishuan carefully walked around and found no danger. The items inside the chests made him very excited. He opened one large wooden chest and saw porcelain items inside. Then he opened the others. There were paintings wrapped in cowhide paper and entire boxes of jade objects. Chen Zishuan looked at the jade objects, and a voice echoed in his mind again. Could it be that jade also helps it? Thinking this, he no longer hesitated. They were just external objects. Suddenly, an octagonal-shaped jade pendant disappeared, but the other jade items remained untouched. Devouring absorbed a faint spiritual energy artifact, doubling the size of the small broken world. Chen Zishuan looked at his small world. The surrounding mist dispersed and extended outward a bit. A smile appeared on his face. So that's how it works. Now, he had about 20 acres of land, with more places to use. Chen Zishuan checked several large wooden chests. They contained only ancient jade artifacts, nothing else. He directly stored them in his space. He then moved the giant stone back to its original position. Wow, these mountains are truly full of treasures. The antiques are from the Ming and Qing dynasties. He guesses they were placed there during the late Qing or the Republic of China period. Although it's so high up and he doesn't know how they got there, the items are definitely genuine. On the way back, he feels relaxed. He collects medicinal herbs and occasionally finds delicious wild mushrooms. After several days of traveling, they are almost there. Chen Zishuan takes out a bag from his space and puts in bear skin, bear gallbladder, and bear meat. He doesn't plan to tell the girl about his secret. He intends to keep this secret with him forever. Carrying 2 big bags and holding 2 wild chickens, he walks down the mountain. It's already dark. Besides the village dogs playing around, he hasn't seen anyone. He knocks on the door outside the yard. Hey, it's me. Suddenly, there is a happy noise from inside. and soon two people come out running. Chen Zishuan sees they are dressed lightly and quickly says, "Let's go inside." He reinserts the door latch and carries the bags into the house. Qi Yingxue looks at her man happily. "Brother Xian, you're finally back." Chen Zishuan smiles and glances at Qi Yinglian nearby. Seeing her in a thin dress with a curvy figure, he's surprised. He didn't expect his slim sister-in-law to be so attractive. He then laughs and says, "I brought something really good this time." "Brother-in-law, what good thing?" Qi Yinglian asks excitedly, not noticing she's a bit exposed. Chen Zishuan opens the bag and takes out the bear skin. Both women cover their mouths in shock. Qi Yingxue exclaims, "Bear skin." Chen Zishuan nods with a smile. "And the bear gallbladder. It's a delicacy, but it can sell for a few hundred yuan. I'll process it tomorrow. I also brought back bear paws and bear meat." Qi Yinglian is so shocked, she doesn't know what to say. She never expected her brother-in-law to be so impressive. She's heard a lot about the strength of bears before. "This bear is full of fat. Tomorrow, I'll roast it for you. The taste will be amazing." After being surprised, Qi Yingxue looks a bit sad and says, "Brother Xian, please don't take such risks in the future." Seeing her almost crying, Chen Zishuan puts down the things and hugs her. "All right, I'll listen to my wife. Too shy. I'm going back inside," Qiang Lian playfully said, then turned and ran back into the house. Qiang Shui blushed and said, "Annoying, second girl is still here. Haha, okay, my bad. You go inside quickly. I'll put these in the storage room and come back right away. All right, I'll wait for you." Chen Zishuan reached out and patted her on the buttocks, making Qiang Shui feel shy. After putting things away, he couldn't wait to go inside. It had been more than 10 days since they last saw each other, and she missed him very much. That night was also filled with rolling thunder. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Zishuan started processing bear bile. He rinsed the bear bile in hot water, then used a bamboo leaf clip to hang it on the beam in the storage room to dry. He used the bamboo clip because the bile inside the bear's gallbladder would swell, and clipping it would help absorb the internal bile quickly. This process takes at least 10 days to half a month. Qiang Lian watched her brother-in-law handle the bile. "Brother-in-law, you really know a lot. Hee, I've just heard people talk about it before. It's my first time doing this. In a few days, I can sell it for money." Qiang Lian had heard her brother-in-law say it could sell for several hundred yuan. That much money is the income of many people for 10 or more years. Her admiration grew even more. Chen Zishuan felt the admiration from his little sister-in-law and was pleased. He smiled and said, "The bear skin also needs processing. You can keep it or make a coat out of it. If someone wants to buy it later, we can sell it." "Yes, the bear fur is so tough. I just touched it and pricked my hand. I think I shouldn't wear it. Better to sell it later. Haha. Okay, I'll listen to you. If someone wants to buy it, we'll sell it." Qiang Lian smiled sweetly. The two went back inside. Chen Zishuan saw Qiang Shui working on the bear skin and walked over, saying, "Let me do it. It's easy to hurt you. Second girl just said she got pricked earlier. Hee, she's always so impatient. I've heard my dad say how to handle it. I'll do it myself." Chen Zishuan responded with a smile and sat down to watch. Qiang Lian obediently poured him a glass of water. "Brother-in-law, have you encountered anything else these days?" "Oh, quite a lot. I even met a white tiger, completely white fur, with a clear king character on its forehead." "Wow, are there really white tigers?" "Of course. After I saw one, I chased after it. I was thinking of getting a white tiger pelt, but when I reached its cave, I found 2 female tigers, one of which was injured. Seeing how protective they were of each other, I decided not to hurt them." Qi Yinglian listened with surprise as her brother-in-law told her about the mountain animals. Qi Yingxue looked thoughtful when she heard about the white tiger, her face showing she was pondering something. Chen Zishuan watched his younger sister-in-law light up with excitement and smiled. "This mountain is full of treasures. If I weren't carrying these bear meats, I could have gathered hundreds of jin of herbs." Qi Yinglian eagerly counted on her fingers. "Hundreds of jin of herbs? That's a lot of money." "Haha, no worries. I'll go again after a while and bring back more herbs." Qi Yingxue pouted, looking like she was about to cry. Chen Zishuan quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "I was just saying. I won't go if I don't want to. Brother Xian, I know you're capable, but anything dangerous can happen in the mountains. The more skilled you are, the more I worry about you." Chen Zishuan knew she was genuinely worried. Thinking about it, It's true. People who drown are often those who can swim. If he's not careful one day, he might run into bandits who shoot him from afar, and he might not even realize how he died. With that in mind, he nodded. Don't worry, girl. I won't do anything reckless. I'll just go around the edges, catch some wild rabbits, and pick herbs. Qi Yingxue happily kissed his face. Then, remembering her sister, looked shy and said nothing. You're still smiling. Chen Zixuan looked at his shy wife and said, All right, no more smiling. I'll go gather firewood. We'll roast the bear meat for lunch. Oh, great. Brother-in-law, I'll help you. Qi Yinglian happily followed him out. Chen Zixuan prepared a bunch of bamboo skewers, cut the bear meat into small pieces, and threaded them onto the skewers. Qi Yinglian mimicked him and helped nearby. Once everything was skewered, he made a small barrier with bricks, placed hot charcoal inside, and started grilling the meat. The oil dripped onto the fire, sizzling loudly. The delicious aroma spread out. Chen Zixuan was sprinkling salt on the food, saying, Haha, it will be ready soon. Qi Yingxue smelled the delicious aroma and came over eagerly, looking at the grilled meat on the fire. Inside a dormitory building in Taiping County, at the home of Chun Yuanhang, deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee, Chen Zi looked at the admission notice with excitement on his face. Dad, are you sure it's okay for me to take him there? Chen Yuanhang sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and smiled. I'll give you a certificate when the time comes. Changing names isn't unusual, but don't go around talking about it. Great. After Chen Zi felt excited, a hint of determination appeared on his face. So, should we warn this kid somehow? Chen Yuanhang scolded him with a bit of annoyance. Warn him? No way. What time is it? Don't cause trouble. I already asked about this person. He just got married and clearly gave up on school. Hearing his father's scolding, he shrank back a little, scared. I know. I'm just worried something might happen. Humph. If you don't cause trouble, nothing will happen. Be good this time and go straight to the capital to study in a few days. Chen Zi happily replied, Okay, I got it. Then looked at the admission notice again and again. Chen Zixuan stayed at home for a few days, occasionally going up the mountain to walk around, gradually bringing things back from the space. The villagers now greeted him very warmly because he was capable. He kept catching wild game every few days. Some young people saw him bringing back more catches and gathered around him. Xiaoxian, you caught something again. How do you do it? Yeah, most people can only catch a few things in a month, but you almost catch every day. Do you have a special skill? Chen Zixuan took out a cigarette, lit it, and smiled. Of course I have a special skill. It's setting traps. Otherwise, how could a rabbit run so fast? I couldn't catch it otherwise. Hey, I knew it. I didn't expect you to have such skills. Xiaoxian, I know about setting traps, but I've never caught anything before. Chen Zixuan took a puff of his cigarette and looked at him. It's like fishing. You need to prepare the bait in advance. A few years ago, I would go for walks and sometimes leave some bait. Over time, rabbits and wild chickens stopped seeing it as dangerous and become less cautious. Everyone looked at him with admiration. Anyway, they thought it made sense. Just like people, they would go to safe places often. Hey, so you've been keeping it up all along. Well, we really can't use that method now. Chen Zixuan casually lied to them and then took his things home. Qi Yingxue happily took the wild chicken and a small bag of herbs. Brother-in-law, you caught something again. You're really good. Haha, of course. I'm going to check on the bear gallbladder. Once it's ready, I'll take it to town to exchange for money. Qi Yingxue smiled and said, I just looked. It's fine now. Really? Okay, since it's still early, I'll go to town. All right. Take your time on the way. We'll wait for you to have dinner. Chen Zixuan packed the processed bear gall into a bag and headed straight to town. Shen Ziyuan returned from the old leader's place. He was working honestly every day, but also heard the news that the files had been sent up. He felt pretty good about it, thinking that this young person's talent hadn't been wasted. As it was almost time to get off work, he took his bag and left the commune compound. From afar, he saw Chen Zixuan heading toward the recycling station and called out, Zixuan. Seeing this, Chen Zixuan smiled and ran over. Director Shen, you're off work? Shen Ziyuan smiled and said, Yes, Zixuan. I heard your files have been sent up. The notice should arrive soon. Chen Zixuan was surprised, knowing he probably wouldn't receive it, but he still thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Director Shen. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. Haha, I didn't do much. It's really your own effort. My own effort? Shen Ziyuan didn't hide it and explained. Earlier, an old leader of mine wasn't feeling well. I needed the ginseng you wanted, so I mentioned it casually. Shen Zishuan didn't expect him to help like that, but then he thought he might have already been replaced. Maybe the other person had already gone to school. He had already planned to let the other person enjoy their success first. But now, with this happening, his plan was thrown off. Seeing him silent and thinking, Shun Ziyuan softly asked, "What? Do you think I've been meddling too much?" Chen Zishuan quickly waved his hand to dismiss the misunderstanding. "Director Shun, you've misunderstood. I thought of something and don't know if I should say it." Ji Yuan Shin saw that he looked serious and directly said, "Let's go to the office to talk." The two went straight to the commune courtyard. Back in the office, Shin Ji Yuan lit a cigarette and waited for his next words. Chen Zishuan felt that since the other person was helping him, he should return the favor. Since it was also about punishing the Qin family, if the other person could take the opportunity to go further, it wouldn't be a waste of their help. Chen Zishuan looked at the other seriously and said, "Director Shin, thank you again for your help. Actually, after the last time, I lost interest in going to university. Now that I am married, I care even less." Shin Ji Yuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed in the young man, but he didn't speak immediately. "But since you've done so much for me, I feel guilty. What I want to talk about today is a bit risky, but I think you are an honest person, so I dare to speak directly." Hearing this, Shin Ji Yuan sat up straight. He understood the meaning behind the words. This was not simple. He said, "No matter what, I won't blame you." Chen Zishuan nodded and said directly, "Director Shun, I heard that Deputy Director Chen from the county has a son whose name is almost the same as mine." Chen Zi. Hearing this, Shun Ji Yuan's eyes flickered. His mind quickly turned, recalling the previous file deliveries and the meetings afterward. He had held this position for many years and was not easily caught making mistakes. His ability to read people was quite good. He hadn't noticed it before, but now, thinking back, he realized Deputy Director Chen's expression was indeed a bit off. Chen Zishuan observed his expression and felt confident. He continued, "I also heard that over the years, Deputy Director Chen has used his power to abuse his position." Shun Ji Yuan's expression grew more serious, and he started writing in his notebook. His mind raced. His former boss had said that an investigation into past matters was underway. If these rumors were true, he had to report them to his superior. Finally, he asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Chen Zishuan nodded. "I heard this when I was passing by the youth station. They didn't dare to say it openly. It was last year before I returned to the city. The two of them had been drinking heavily, and I remembered it clearly." Shun Ziyuan slammed his hand on the desk and said seriously, "Zishuan, don't tell anyone about this. Just pretend nothing happened. I know you're an honest man. That's why I came to you. Otherwise, as an ordinary person, I wouldn't dare to say anything. All right, you can go back now. If something comes up, I'll contact you." "Okay, I'll be going then." Chen Zishuan walked a few steps, then turned back and whispered, "Director Shun, please don't mention my name." Shin Ziyuan didn't think much of it. After all, the person involved was the county's second-in-command. If word got out, a young man like Chen wouldn't be able to handle the pressure. Even he himself had to be careful and would need to consult his old superior before taking any action. Otherwise, it would be too much for him to bear alone. As Chen Zishuan left the office compound, his mind was still on the matter. Over the years, Qin Yuanhang had gathered a huge amount of wealth, and Zishuan even knew about 3 hidden storage places. He had no intention of letting those go. What had already been found in his house was enough to get him in serious trouble. Thinking about this, he arrived at the recycling station. The worker there recognized him and greeted him with a smile. "Comrade, here to trade herbs again." Chen Zishuan took out a small bag and handed it over with a grin. "Not regular herbs this time. Take a look at this." The worker opened the bag and was surprised. "Wow, bear bile." He looked at the young man carefully and asked, "Did you hunt it yourself?" Chen Zishuan smiled and nodded. "Just got lucky." The worker gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive. It's been years since anyone hunted a bear. This is a good one. According to this year's price, these 2 can get you 300 yuan. How does that sound?" The price was a bit low, but he didn't want to keep it. He nodded. "All right, that's fine. Okay, I'll write you a receipt." After exchanging the bile for money at the finance office, Chen Zishuan went to the store to buy some daily goods and snacks for his wife and sister-in-law. then headed back to the village. Hey, Zishuan, buying gifts for your wife again. Daniu is really lucky to have you. Sister-in-law, everyone knows how kind Daniu has always been to me. If I don't treat her well now, what kind of man would I be? That's right. You're a good man, Zishuan. Smiling and greeting people along the way, Chen Zishuan finally returned home. Kaingsu happily took the item. Dinner is ready. Let's eat first. Here, this is for you, she said, handing over 300 yuan. Kaingsu, who loved money, took the money. I'll save it. Chen Zishuan watched his wife happily counting the money and smiled too. At night, Chen Zishuan watched his wife sleep soundly. Carefully, he got up and dressed. He had prepared a lot for tonight's plan, especially dealing with the big girl. After dressing, he quietly left the house, making sure the door was locked. Once outside the village, he started walking quickly. The distance to the county town was over 30 miles. At his speed, it wouldn't take long. It was late at night now, and the road was very quiet. When he reached the county town, he followed his memory to a small courtyard. Chen Zishuan listened carefully to the sounds around him. Using his legs, he climbed over the wall directly. Although it was a county town, the house wasn't very nice. The yard looked a bit deserted. He checked each room and found no signs of people living there. Then he went to a water tank near a side building, moved it aside with some effort, revealing a stone slab underneath. He squatted down and lifted it, then jumped down into the cellar. He took out a flashlight and looked at the dozen or so large wooden boxes inside. Each was over a meter wide and took up half the cellar. Chen Zishuan sensed the items inside, stored them in his space, erased his traces, and put everything back. Then he climbed out again. Fortunately, the county town wasn't very big. Otherwise, the 3 small courtyards spread in different directions would have taken a lot more time. The second small courtyard was also very smooth to access, with even more items than the first. The last hidden storage was guarded by 2 dogs. As soon as he entered, they barked loudly. Chen Zishuan used his mind to put the dogs into his space and hid in a corner. Inside, the people heard nothing and cursed. What are you shouting about? If you keep barking, you'll be killed and eaten tomorrow. Chen Zishuan waited a moment, then heard snoring from inside and relaxed. He wasn't worried about the people inside. At worst, he would knock them out. His main concern was avoiding early detection and alerting Qin Yuanhang. After waiting a bit longer and confirming everything was safe, he carefully searched and found the cellar entrance in the firewood shed. I stored the clutter into the space and then entered the cellar. In the cellar, which was over 100 square meters, there were many large wooden boxes, several times more than in the previous 2 places. No wonder they assigned someone to guard it. Ignoring the heat from the tattoo on my chest, I moved my mind and stored the items away. I checked around, then restored everything to its original look. I looked at the 2 dogs in the space. I used my mind to knock them out briefly and then let them go. With my eyesight, the barn hadn't been used for a long time, so I wasn't worried about anyone checking it tomorrow. I returned home safely, and since it was late, I didn't check my loot. I went straight to bed and fell asleep. Chen Zishuan finished breakfast and sat inside, drinking tea. He entered the space in his mind and started counting his gains from yesterday. This made him realize what it means to be rich. There were 120 large wooden boxes in total. 106 of them contained antique calligraphy and paintings, and many bottles and jars were casually stacked nearby, all antiques. After counting, he found there were 3,852 antiques of various sizes, including 400 treasures and over 2,000 slightly lesser items. Even the worst ones, if kept for a few decades, could be worth over $1 million each. In his previous life, he worked hard his whole life, but these antiques were worth more. He chuckled at the irony. No wonder so many people want to be officials. The remaining 20 boxes included 5 boxes of large yellow croakers, each with 500 fish, 7 boxes of small yellow croakers, each with 2,000 fish. There were 2 boxes of medicinal herbs, including 10 ginseng plants over 100 years old. The last box was filled with bundles of small, adorable items, taking up most of the box. Chen Zishuan lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. It looks like I can retire early. How to spend this much money is no problem. Qi Yinglian looked at him with big, curious eyes and asked, "Brother-in-law, what are you thinking?" Chen Zishuan turned to look at her, smiling, and shook his head. "Nothing, just listening to the radio." After smoking, he pondered. Since his spot was replaced, even if Shun Ziyuan reported it, he probably wouldn't catch up before school started. And this could be considered a scandal. Maybe the higher-ups would cover it up. There would definitely be some explanation for him. If he refused to go to university later, that wouldn't be acceptable. This would be seen as dissatisfaction with the authorities. Forget it, go with the flow. If I really need to go, I'll take the big girl and the second girl to live in the city. Later, I'll buy a house near the school. Once he made up his mind, his face looked more relaxed. Inside the small courtyard in the capital city, Qilian Zhan listened to Shun Ziyuan's report, and his expression grew more unhappy. This is outrageous. Shun Ziyuan quickly tried to comfort him. Leader, please take care of your health. I also heard the news, but I didn't dare investigate. We can't be sure if it's true or not. If it's so detailed, it can't be false. I'll call right now. If the investigation is true, I will definitely deal with him. Qilian Zhan was already in charge of this area. Now, the whole country was undergoing reforms, but some high-ranking officials couldn't be moved quickly. He knew Qin Yuanhang. He used to be a subordinate of a senior leader. Now that a good opportunity has come, he naturally wants to make good use of it. Chen Zishuan poured himself a glass of wine and smiled. Big girl, in the future, we'll buy a house in the city and move out. Qi Yingxue asked curiously, are city houses very expensive? Yeah, about 1,000 yuan or so. Wow. Qi Yinglian was also surprised. Qi Yingxue quickly shook her head. Forget it. We can't afford it. There's nothing much here anyway. Chen Zishuan took a sip of wine and smiled at the two of them. I can make money. Maybe I'll find a few ginseng plants again. Brother Xian, you're joking. Ginseng is hard to find. Not for me. I just need to go in, and I'll find some. Qi Yingxue looked at him worriedly. Are you planning to go into the mountains again? Seeing this, Chen Zishuan quickly waved his hand. Just the outskirts. I can be back the same day. Qi Yingxue sighed in relief and said softly, Brother Xian, I'm just worried you'll get into danger. I know. Don't worry. I listen to you the most. Hee, brother-in-law. Listen carefully, Qi Yinglian teased with a smile. The three of them also laughed. With this harvest, Chen Zishuan didn't mind whether he went into the mountains tomorrow or not. He planned to go in again and try to find another ginseng. That night, he carefully trained the big girl in bed. Brother Xian, I was wrong. I won't stop you anymore. Please forgive me. You didn't do anything wrong. Keep stopping me if you want to. After breakfast, Chen Zishuan strolled into the mountains. He found a hidden corner and entered a space. Looking at the pile of boxes in front of him, he felt very happy. Eat. Chen Zishuan began to think, should I go for a big one this time? He looked at the 1,000-year-old ginseng plants in front of him. After some thought, he decided not to do that and took out 2 ginsengs. Chen Zishuan waited with anticipation. Consuming one ginseng with 115 years of medicinal age and one with 102 years gains 18 merit points and can choose one reward. Option 1, 180,000 yuan in the world currency. Option 2, the eyes of good and evil. Option 3, a death warrior ×1. He was surprised by the reward this time. Can they even reward characters? After thinking, Chen Zishuan chose option 2. The ability to distinguish good from evil is definitely more important than a death warrior. An energy surged into his mind, and a hot flow appeared above his eyebrows, as if something was growing there. He felt a bit scared. Hope it doesn't grow 3 eyes. After more than an hour, the energy disappeared. Chen Zishuan couldn't help but touch his forehead, feeling relieved. Then a message flooded into his mind, explaining the function of the eyes of good and evil. People who haven't committed evil acts emit white light from their heads. The more evil acts they commit, the more black light appears. Chen Zishuan lit a cigarette, thinking this ability was pretty good. The devouring jade pearl only consumes evil spirits. If he encounters villains in the future, he might become a hero. Maybe I should consume a few more ginsengs to try. He shook his head, worried that only the first reward was good. Ginsengs are not plentiful, and wasting them would be a pity. Just as he was about to leave the space, he suddenly saw Erhua, the wife of the village's dog-faced man, sneaking into the woods. He became interested. Erhua is the same age as Qi Yinglian and recently married. Chen Zishuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that she just got married and is already cheating on her husband? Thinking this, his curiosity burned fiercely. Hua looked around, then pulled down her pants and squatted down to relieve herself. Chen Zishuan slapped his forehead. Hey, I guess I'm still too dark-minded. He also found it amusing. After Hua finished and left, he waited a while before leaving the space. He took out a bundle of firewood and carried it back home. On the way down the mountain, he met Hua also carrying firewood, and he greeted her with a smile. Hey, Dog Egg, why didn't you come with you? Hua was startled and looked back, recognizing him. She rolled her eyes and said, You scared me. Then she said, Dog Egg isn't feeling well today. He's resting at home. Chen Zishuan looked at the white glow above her head and smiled. I see. Okay, let's go back together. Hua looked at him and asked, Why didn't I see you just now? I went inside to look around, but I didn't catch any prey. I just chopped some firewood. The two casually chatted as they entered the village. Along the way, they saw villagers with white glows above their heads, and Chen Zishuan felt even more satisfied with the eyes of good and evil. He noticed an old villager named Min, whose head was covered with a dense black glow, like ink. Chen Zishuan tried to remember information about Min, but couldn't recall his full name. Min moved to the village a few years ago. Usually, he was always smiling and cheerful, and he never seemed to be in a hurry. People called him Min because of that. They arrived home and put the firewood away. Qi Yingxue stepped forward and patted his coat. Brother Xian, you must be tired. I've already brewed some tea for you. Being married is the best. Chen Zishuan pinched her pretty face, and then they went inside. After drinking some tea, he asked, Denyo, do you know about the old villager Min? Qi Yingxue looked at him and said, Yes, I do. He rarely speaks, maybe a few words a year. When my dad was alive, he said Min was not an ordinary person. But I don't know what exactly makes him special. What else did Uncle Qi say? Qi Yingxue thought for a moment and replied, Nothing much, just that we should stay away from him because he has some evil aura. Chen Zishuan was surprised. Evil aura? Qi Yinglian, standing nearby, nodded and said, Yes, I remember my dad saying he smells like a dead person. Brother Xian, why are you asking about him today? Is something wrong? Oh, nothing. I just saw him when I returned to the village. I haven't seen him for a few days, so I asked casually. Qi Yingxue didn't doubt him and said casually, Oh, he often disappears for a few days. He stays inside his house all day, and no one knows what he's doing. Chen Zishuan's mind was quickly turning. Could it be the earth expert? In his past life, he had heard of these people. They made a living digging in the dirt. Because antiques weren't worth much before, this trade was quiet for a few years. Later, as antique prices rose, these people started working again. Chen Zishuan thought for a while, and then asked curiously, Denyo, he doesn't come out for a few days, so Uncle Captain and the others haven't looked for him? No, since he doesn't work, he doesn't earn points. He's from the village, but he left and only came back a few years ago. Uncle Captain is the same age as him, and they played together when they were kids. I see. Chen Zishuan didn't realize that this quiet man used to be from the village. If he hadn't gained the eye of good and evil, today, he might have been fooled by the other person outside. He always thought he had good eyesight, but it seems he was just overconfident. After lunch, Chen Zishuan took some tools and worked outside on a pile of wood. Qi Yinglian sat nearby, squatting. Brother-in-law, you're good at carpentry. I used to watch people do it, but I never tried myself. Just messing around. Hee, so what do you want to make? A lounge chair. It would be so comfortable to lie on. In the next few days, he didn't go anywhere, just stayed busy in the yard. He checked all the villagers, and besides the quiet man, everyone else had a white glow on them. When the quiet man passed by, he would secretly observe him but didn't investigate his home. Since he hadn't caused trouble for himself and hadn't done anything bad in the village, he didn't bother to get involved. Qi Yinglian watched him make the lounge chair and kept giggling. Haha, it's so ugly. Chen Zishuan didn't mind at all. Looking at his work, he nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry about how it looks, as long as it works. He sat down on it and shook it. It was okay. Qi Yinglian smiled and pulled him up. Let me try. Wow, it's really quite comfortable. Chen Zishuan smiled, took out some sandpaper, and said, All right, I'll smooth it out so you don't get splinters. Qi Yingxue sat on the bed knitting a sweater, looking out the window at them, and also smiled. Life now was something she never dared to dream of before. She was just happy to be able to live like this, and that was enough for her. Captain Zhang Ligua of the second team walked over with his hands behind his back and called out from outside the yard, "Xiao Xian, Director Shin from the town, just called. You need to go see him. It might be about school matters." Hearing this, Chen Zishuan put down his things and went out. "Uncle, I understand. I'll go right now." "Good. Talk to Director Shin nicely. He may sound harsh sometimes, but he's a good person," Zhang Liguo warned, worried about his young age and careless words. "Okay, I understand." Qi Yingxue put down her things and came out. "Brother Xian, you should go quickly. Maybe there's a chance now." Seeing her smile, Chen Zishuan teased, "Are you worried I might really go to school and leave you?" Qi Yingxue shook her head with a smile. "No, I know you won't abandon us. Haha, you're so clever. All right, I'll go check now." He washed his hands and headed out. Qi Yinglian watched him leave and asked, "Sister, do you really think it's about school?" "Probably. Otherwise, with such a high-ranking official, calling Brother Xian over wouldn't mean anything else." "That's true. Nowadays, ordinary people like us rarely get to meet such officials." Chen Zishuan arrived at the commune and knocked on the office door. When Shun Ziyuan saw him, he smiled, closed the door, and pulled him to sit on the nearby sofa. "Zishuan, this time, it's all thanks to you. Chen Yuanhang has been caught. His whole family was there, and they didn't escape. They found a lot of stolen goods at his house. I won't go into details, but you've made a big contribution." Chen Zishuan quickly waved his hands. "It has nothing to do with me. You're the one who discovered everything." Hearing this, Shin Ziyuan also smiled. "Don't worry, his whole family was caught. You don't need to fear retaliation." Chen Zishuan still shook his head. "Director Shun, I just want to live peacefully. This credit doesn't matter much to me, but it might help your career, so please don't mention me." Seeing his serious expression, Shun Ziyuan understood he had made up his mind and nodded. "All right, I'll keep your secret." After finishing the matter, he smiled and said, "This time, Chen Zi impersonated someone else." The authorities were very angry and held a meeting to clarify that eligibility issues are not obstacles to going to school. No organization or individual is allowed to interfere. Chen Zishuan listened, and although he didn't care much, he felt happy. The college entrance exam was a chance for many people to change their lives. Unexpectedly, this situation was resolved early, which effectively changed some people's futures. As for whether the world's development might go off course in the future, he didn't mind. Having memories from the future was just a bonus for him, not very important. Shin Ziyuan took out a letter and handed it to him. "Open and see." Chen Zishuan looked at the admission notice from the capital university, and a wave of genuine happiness filled his heart. He couldn't hide his excited smile. This happiness surprised him. He knew this was his deep desire. He thought that after rebirth, he had let go of it, but it seemed not. Shen Ziyuan saw his excited and joyful expression and smiled. "Zishuan, although the process was complicated, the result is good. Go home and discuss it with your wife." Chen Zishuan wiped away tears from his eyes and nodded strongly. "Thank you, Director Shun. I'll go back now." "Go ahead." Shen Ziyuan watched him leave and also smiled. Sisters Qi Yingxue and Qi Yinglian stood at the village entrance watching. They were also a bit restless at home. "Big sister, look. Brother-in-law is back." "Brother-in-law." Qi Yinglian jumped and waved her hand. Seeing them waiting at the village entrance, Chen Zishuan felt a warm rush in his heart. With them here, he felt content. Qi Yingxue stepped forward and asked, "Xianji, how did it go?" Chen Zishuan nodded at them. "Yes, I got the notice. It's as real as gold. Director Shin personally gave it to me." Qi Yinglian was more excited than her sister upon hearing this. She hugged him and jumped. "Great. Brother-in-law, you can go to university." Chen Zishuan happily embraced both of them. "Yes, let's go home. Let's go home." Qi Yinglian happily held his arm and walked back. Qi Yingxue also followed with a smile. Everyone in the village saw this and chuckled happily. "Wow, second girl has already linked arms with her brother-in-law. Hee, Xiao Xian is so lucky." Qi Yinglian was not shy either, and she proudly tilted her head. "My brother-in-law received his university acceptance letter. He's going to study soon." Everyone heard this and immediately gathered around. "Xiao Xian, is it true? That's amazing. Our village has a top scholar. Xiao Xian is truly a talented star." People said many things. Although he had been accepted before, he couldn't go, so no one mentioned it anymore. Now that they heard he could go to school again, they all happily praised him. In their eyes, going to university meant becoming an important official in the future. If someone from the village became a big official, everyone would be proud and stand tall. Village leader Wang Jianjun and a few other team leaders also came over. Xiao Xian, are you really going? Chen Zixuan smiled and nodded. Uncle, yes. Director Shun gave me the notice. Wang Jianjun also happily said, that's great. When will you leave? Well, I'll go back and make arrangements. Maybe in a few days. Since it was late anyway, they didn't mind waiting a few more days. After chatting with everyone for a while, the three of them went home. Qi Yingxue looked at the notice with a happy face. University in the capital. Brother Xian, you're going to study in the capital. Seeing her so happy, Chen Zixuan gently stroked her hair and joked, so happy. Are you afraid I might run away? Qi Yingxue shook her head with a smile. No. Even if you really run away, I'll wait here forever. Chen Zixuan looked at her and remembered that in her previous life, she never married and always waited in the village for him. He couldn't help but hug her tightly. No matter where I go, I'll take you with me. Qi Yingxue, hearing her man's promise, leaned happily into his arms and held him tightly. Qi Yinglian watched them show affection, looking a bit anxious and asked, what about me? Chen Zixuan looked at her and also smiled. Haha, I definitely won't forget you. We'll go to the capital together. Brother-in-law, you're the best. Qi Yinglian suddenly smiled brightly and rushed to hug both of them. Qi Yingxue looked at her sister happily and affectionately touched her face. You're already so grown up, but still like a child. Haha, brother-in-law said, if you're not married, then you're just a kid. After feeling happy, Qi Yingxue gently looked at her man and whispered, Brother Xian, as long as you have this heart, that's enough. My second sister and I are waiting at home for you. You shouldn't be distracted. She knew life in the capital city would need a lot of money. Although her family had some, it might not be enough for life there. But she didn't say these words, afraid her man might take risks going into the mountains again. Qi Yinglian also calmed down. She understood her sister's meaning. Though a bit disappointed, she still showed a sweet smile. Yes, my sister and I are waiting at home for you. Chen Zixuan knew his wife was worried about money again and smiled helplessly. You too. He didn't finish his sentence, released them, and turned to go inside. Qi Yingxue thought her husband was angry and suddenly felt guilty, tears starting to fall again. Big sister, Qi Yinglian was also a bit unsure. Chen Zixuan quickly came back. Seeing his wife crying again, he hurried to comfort her. Daughter, why are you crying? Brother Xian, I'm sorry. Please don't be mad. I'm not mad. I just want to get something, he said. Qi Yingxue wiped her tears. Are you really not mad? Chen Zixuan helplessly pinched her cheek. Really not. In the future, don't cry easily, or I'll have to discipline you again. Don't discipline me. I won't cry, Qi Yingxue softly said, shy. Chen Zixuan was amused. Then he took something out of his pocket. Look, what is this? The two sisters, Qi Yingxue and Qi Yinglian, looked at the two gold bars, and their eyes widened. Brother Xian, where did these come from? Hide them quickly. If someone finds out, it'll be trouble, Chen Zixuan proudly said. Of course, they were passed down from our ancestors. I tell you, each one can sell for thousands of yuan. This money is enough to buy a house. We won't have to worry about life in the future. Qi Yinglian curiously picked up one of the gold bars, seeing it for the first time. Qi Yingxue, hearing how valuable they were, opened her mouth in shock, not knowing what to say. Chen Zixuan sat them down nearby and whispered, I didn't tell you before because I was worried. If I had, you might not want to go to the capital with me because of money. Kaingsu patted her chest and held a gold bar, feeling excited. She naturally didn't want to be separated from her man. Then she asked worriedly, Brother Xian, are you really sure everything will be fine? Chen Zixuan quickly comforted her. Don't worry, this stuff sells well. Someone will buy it on the black market. I'll go there tonight, and then we'll go to the capital together. All right, we'll listen to you. Kaingsu felt relieved. Her man could even kill a bear, so going to the black market should be safe. Qi Yinglian, hearing they could go to the capital, was so excited she couldn't hold back. Great. I want to see the palace and the Great Wall. Chen Zixuan also smiled. Haha. Okay, we'll have a good look around then. After calming them down, he also let out a sigh of relief. He wouldn't go to the black market himself. With so much money in his space, he could take some easily. That way, they could feel at ease. News about Chen Zixuan going to college spread quickly through the village, and people came to visit in waves in the afternoon. Kai Su and her sister offered snacks and candies to the visitors. Chen Zixuan smiled politely, listening to their compliments, feeling a bit awkward. It wasn't until evening that things finally quieted down. That night, he had a good talk with Kai Su. After watching her fall asleep, he put on his clothes and carefully left the house. Brother-in-law, you must stay safe. I'm waiting for you. Just as Chen Zixuan was about to leave, he heard his sister-in-law's words. He turned back and saw her coming out in a simple dress. Thinking about what had happened earlier, he felt a little embarrassed. But he was used to being thick-skinned, so he smiled and nodded. Don't worry. It's cold outside. Go back inside and rest. Yeah, I'm not cold. If you don't come back, I won't sleep, Kai Yinglian said stubbornly, looking at him. Chen Zixuan stepped forward and gently pinched her nose. I can't do anything about you. I'm leaving. Kai Yinglian watched him go out, then stood at the door for a while before returning inside. After leaving the house, he took only a few steps when he saw a shadow carefully looking around before heading out of the village. Chen Zixuan hid behind a pile of firewood, secretly watching. Because he was a bit far away, he couldn't recognize who it was at first. He had originally planned to find a place to sleep in his space and then go home, but now he was suddenly interested. He followed carefully, keeping about 30 meters apart from the shadow. When he reached an open area, under the faint moonlight, he recognized who the other person was. So it's old Meng. Going out so late, could he be heading to the black market? Chen Zixuan watched as the other person carried a bag and walked along the road, thinking that was probably the case. All right, I'll follow and see. He had never been to the black market before, so he decided to follow and observe. Inside the space, he changed into different clothes and covered his head, only revealing his eyes. When he entered the town, he saw others also heading to the black market. He no longer hid and followed old Meng at a moderate distance, wanting to see what he was selling. They entered a small alley guarded by a few people at the entrance. Are you buying or selling? Go inside. Are you buying or selling? Chen Zixuan overheard the conversation ahead and learned some rules of the place. Buying items didn't require an entrance fee, only selling did. Following others' example, he said, buy, and was allowed in. The alley was very dark, with 2 rows of people squatting on each side, each with a kerosene lamp in front of them. They displayed some items they wanted to sell, illuminated enough for others to see. If someone approached to negotiate, they would turn off the lamp, so others interested in buying wouldn't bother them. Chen Zixuan saw old Meng squatting in a corner from afar. He didn't rush over. Since it was his first time at the black market, he decided to look around first. Most of the stalls sold grains, some sold tobacco and alcohol, and there were a few antique booths. In front of old Meng, there was also an ancient jade. This confirmed his suspicion. Digging up graves and causing trouble was definitely a bad deed. No wonder the person's face was almost as black as ink. After walking around, he gained a basic understanding of the black market. Most items weren't very new. After all, it was just a small town. The city's black market probably had more variety, but there were many people doing bad things. Although he thought about punishing the wicked, he had no reason to do so. He couldn't just kill every evil person he saw like some crazy person. He didn't come for nothing. Just now, he bought a few fruit seedlings from a stall. Carrying his purchase, he left the alley and strolled toward the outskirts of the town. He kept walking out of the town, but no one followed him, which made him a little disappointed. Isn't there supposed to be some kind of black market fight or something inside? No one came at all. Chen Zixuan returned to the village feeling disappointed and planted the saplings in his space along the way. Qi Yinglian heard the noise and happily came out. Brother-in-law, you finally came back. Chen Zixuan smiled and said, your brother-in-law is quite capable now. Rest assured, go to bed. Yes, brother-in-law is the best. Hee, I'll go back to my room. Qi Yinglian happily turned around and walked back. Just before entering the house, she teased, next time, you should be nicer to my sister. I'll beg you. Chen Zixuan watched her run back inside and smiled. That girl. The next day, Qi Yingxue looked at the thick stacks of money, her eyes almost turning into coins. Seeing her adorable expression, Chen Zixuan teased, keep looking, and you'll eat your stomach. Hee, brother Xian. With so much money, how can we spend it all? Haha. If you can't spend it all, just take your time. When we get to the imperial capital, we'll find a small apartment near the school. After class, I'll come home to be with you. Qi Yingxue imagined their future life and nodded happily. Okay, what should we do here? That's easy. When I finish my annual leave, we'll go back to the village and stay until after the new year before returning. All right, I trust you. Chen Zishuan also asked Uncle Ma to take him to the county town by horse-drawn carriage to buy 3 train tickets to the imperial capital. Fortunately, it's not far, just over a day's journey. Otherwise, sitting in a chair for days would be very uncomfortable. Back in the village, looking at the bear meat at home, big girl, maybe we should share some with the neighbors and villagers. Carrying so much stuff is inconvenient. Although Qi Yingxue was a bit reluctant, it was indeed inconvenient to carry everything. All right then, it can also help everyone watch over the house. The neighbors, the village captain, the team leader, and other village officials each took a few jin of meat. People then learned that he had actually hunted a bear. Xian is so amazing, truly talented in both arts and martial skills. Yes, no wonder he bought so many things when he got married. That bear gallbladder is worth a lot. Everyone praised him with envy. Chen Zishuan also told the villagers the story about convincing his wife. When they heard he had been taught martial arts by a master, they all believed it wholeheartedly. So that's how it is. I told you, Xiao Xian is such a hard-working person. He shouldn't have done nothing before. Chen Zishuan returned home with a big smile. Qi Yingxue was packing clothes and bedding quickly, but he stopped her. Girl, let's buy more when we get to the city. There are many pretty clothes there. Keep the bedding. We'll need it when we come back. It's too much trouble to carry everything back and forth. These are all new. It's a waste to leave them here. Listen to me. You and Ernyo only need to bring some close-fitting clothes. We can buy the rest when we arrive. Although Qi Yingxue felt a bit sad, she obediently put the things down. That's right, Chen Zishuan said with a smile, sitting nearby and making himself a cup of tea. He wasn't unfamiliar with the imperial capital, but he had never been there in this era. After resting at home for another day, he locked the door, carried 2 bags, and left the village with Denyo and Ernyo, seeing off by the villagers. Sitting in the carriage, the 3 looked at the villagers standing at the village entrance, feeling a little empty inside. Chen Zishuan smiled and said, "We'll come back after the new year." Qi Yingxue responded softly, leaning happily into his arms. The carriage entered Taiping County. Qi Yinglian looked around excitedly. She had never been to the county town before, only to the small town once when she was a child. This is the city. Such tall buildings. Chen Zishuan watched his wife and sister-in-law look around with curiosity, feeling a bit guilty. Since rebirth, he hadn't taken his wife to explore the city. He clenched her hand tightly without saying anything, promising himself to take them shopping properly once they reached the imperial capital. Qi Yingxue felt her man's love and smiled sweetly at him. Chen Zishuan took out a pack of cigarettes. Uncle Ma, I really appreciate your help. I'll smoke this when I get back. No need. I'm happy to give you this talented star. I feel lucky too. Oh, don't praise me too much. Be careful on your way back, he said, tucking the cigarette into the other's pocket. Old Ma smiled and said, You're always so polite. All right, I'll head back now. Chen Zishuan watched him drive away, then carried the bags and took the 2 women inside. Qi Yingxue felt a little nervous. She had never taken a train before and was closely following her husband. Xie Yinglian kept her big eyes wide open, looking around with curiosity at everything she saw. The 3 of them checked their tickets and got on the train. Chen Zishuan put his bag away and told the 2 women to sit inside, while he sat on the outside. Brother-in-law, there are so many people, Xie Yinglian said happily, looking at the crowded carriage. Yes, this train will pass through several cities. Some people are going to the capital like us, some will get off halfway, and others will get on along the way. How long will it take us to reach the capital? Tomorrow, we'll arrive. As the train started moving, the 2 sisters looked out the window at the passing scenery. Chen Zishuan casually glanced at the passengers in the carriage. He noticed a few people with dark hair and small eyes, observing others carefully. He guessed they were all experienced travelers. Turning to Smile, he asked, Are you hungry, girls? No, we're not, they replied. Chen Zishuan took some sunflower seeds from his bag and placed them on the small table. Xie Yinglian grabbed a handful and asked happily, Brother-in-law, if we can't find a place to stay, where will we live? No worries. If we can't find a place, we'll stay at a guest house. Once I finish registering, I'll ask the teacher. They should know. A girl sitting across from them looked at them and asked, "Are you also going to university?" Chen Zixuan nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'm going to study. This is my wife and sister." The girl was happy to hear they were going to university and introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Lu Haiyan. I'm going to Daida University. Where are you going?" "My brother-in-law also studies at Daida University." "What a coincidence," Chiang Lian said happily. "Really? That's great. I'm in the foreign languages department." "What's your major?" "I'm Chen Zixuan, majoring in economics." He knew they were all there to register, probably because they had missed the chance earlier, so he didn't ask why they were registering so late. Lu Haiyan was very talkative and looked innocent and beautiful. As fellow pretty girls, the three quickly started chatting. Chen Zixuan smiled and leaned back in his seat, listening to their conversation. They say 3 women make a show, and it's true. After the ticket check, the train staff began to patrol the carriages. The pickpockets started to become active, walking back and forth, eyeing potential targets. Chen Zixuan sat by the corridor and took a quick look before closing his eyes to rest. Lu Haiyan whispered, "Yingxue, if you go to the capital, how will you live?" Qing Yingxue smiled and said, "Brother Xian is very capable. He went to the mountains to find some herbs, and the school even paid him. If we save carefully, it should be enough." This was their agreed story. Lu Haiyan nodded. "That's good, but renting a place is quite expensive. I heard it costs several hundred yuan a month." Qing Yingxue asked with a smile, "Why are you going alone?" Lu Haiyan looked a bit sad. "My family is gone. If it weren't for Taiping County, I wouldn't even be able to go to college." Taiping County? Qing Yingxue was surprised and looked at her husband. Yes, there was a case where a student was impersonated for the exam. The authorities were furious and issued a document saying no one could block the student from going to college. "That's why I have a chance now. Otherwise, I'd have to marry someone." Chen Zixuan listened to their conversation, closed his eyes, and said nothing. Qing Yingxue smiled and said, "You're so pretty. Marrying anyone doesn't matter. It's good that you can go to school now. After graduation, you can become an official. You'll definitely find a good family to marry into." Lu Haiyan nodded happily. "Yes, I just don't know the name of that student. If I did, I'd really thank him." Qing Yinglian looked at her brother-in-law, feeling that he might be connected to this somehow. Just her intuition. Then she thought again and felt it wasn't right. Her brother-in-law, besides going into the mountains, only stayed with them and didn't do anything else. "Roast chicken. Anyone want some roast chicken?" "Big brother, do you want some?" A man carried a roast chicken and asked as he walked, followed by 3 young men. Chen Zixuan glanced at him. He had seen this scene on TV, didn't expect it to really happen. Seeing his little sister-in-law looking interested, he quietly whispered, "Ignore them." Qing Yinglian didn't ask why and obediently turned her head away. Lu Haiyan looked at the man across, and then at the people selling roast chicken nearby. One young man, unaware of the situation, sniffed the fragrant smell of the chicken and swallowed hard. "How much for this?" The man quickly stepped forward and said, "Young brother, you have good taste. Try it first and see if you like it." The young man, seeing the other's enthusiasm, pinched off a small piece and put it in his mouth. Delicious. I'll take this one, 5 yuan. That's too expensive. Everywhere else is 3 yuan. Little brother, 5 yuan per bite isn't just for a chicken." The man smiled as he looked at him. The young man was surprised and stood up quickly. 3 young men stepped forward and surrounded him. One pulled out a small knife. "Kid, you're not planning to eat and not pay, are you?" Seeing the knife, he knew he was in trouble and obediently handed over 5 yuan. Qi Yinglian whispered, "Brother-in-law, this person is so mean. 5 yuan for such a small thing." The others took the money and walked away proudly. Seeing a few young women and a young man, they immediately approached. "Little brother, buy a roasted chicken for a few girls to try." "Humph, we can't afford that," Qi Yinglian said sweetly. The man chuckled and said, "Oh, a little girl, you're quite bold. Little brother, step aside. I want to talk to the young lady." He reached out to pull her. Chen Zixuan shook his head and grabbed the man's hand with a little force. Hey, let go. It's broken. It's broken." The men behind the man saw the situation and pulled out small knives, ready to step in. Chen Zixuan kicked the man in the chest. With a loud thud, the man flew backward, along with the 3 young men behind him, rolling several meters away like rolling gourds. The surrounding passengers were all shocked. They saw what these people had just done, but dared not speak out. Now someone had fought back. After the shock, they clapped and cheered. Well done, young man, you're impressive. Such talent at your age. One kick and they flew away. That's real skill. Qi Yingxue was seeing her man fight for the first time, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother-in-law, you're so awesome. Beat them up, Qi Yinglian clapped happily. Liu Haiyan also looked at the young man in surprise, feeling that they were about the same age, but so powerful. The group struggled to get up. The man pointed at him. Good kid, you tried to sneak attack. Today, you'll see some color. Come on. The three young men, holding small knives, rushed forward. Many people stared with wide eyes. Chen Zixuan did not disappoint them. Seeing the three people rushing toward him, he jumped in place and kicked out 3 times in quick succession. The 3 were immediately knocked back and flew away. People around clapped their hands, amazed by his impressive skills. Chen Zixuan stepped forward and punched the leading man. The man's legs left the ground, clutching his stomach and kneeling on the ground. He felt as if his intestines had been hit and broken, and the pain made it hard for him to speak. The young man who had been tricked quickly ran to call the police. Soon, 2 police officers arrived, looked at the people lying on the ground, and then at Chen Zixuan. The older officer smiled and said, "Young man, your skills are good. Next time, it's better to call us first, or if they have guns, it could be dangerous." Chen Zixuan nodded with a smile. "Got it, I'll remember." Then, with help from the passengers, they took the 4 people to an empty room and closed the door. Chen Zixuan also gave a statement and then returned to his seat. Qi Yinglian excitedly said, "Brother-in-law, you're amazing. How did you kick those 3 people away just now? I saw a flash, and they flew out." "Hee, they're too weak. I was just scaring them," Chen Zixuan replied. Liu Haiyan didn't think it was wrong that Chen Zixuan didn't help the young man earlier. As a beautiful woman living alone for many years, she understood the saying that less trouble is better. She smiled and said, "Zixuan, do you practice martial arts? You're so powerful, even better than the martial arts masters in stories." "Of course. My brother-in-law trained with a master, and last year he reached a high level of skill. He even killed a bear in the mountains." Qi Yinglian couldn't wait to show off. Liu Haiyan was also surprised. "A bear?" "Yes. And he also met a white tiger. He let it go because he saw it protecting his wife. Otherwise, he would have a white tiger for a rug," Qi Yingxue said with a smile, watching her sister talk. The people around listened carefully, gasping from time to time. Chen Zixuan noticed that the pickpockets on the train looked at him with fear, which made him feel pleased. He closed his eyes and sensed the space. He saw over 100 wild rabbits, but only 2 pairs remained. The rest had been dealt with. There were also dozens of wild chickens, and he had taken care of some of them as well. Watching that silly roe deer relax in space, I directly handled it with my mind. Since it can't reproduce or be useful, there's no point in keeping it. Qi Yingxue hesitated to spend money, so she took out some prepared dry food and ate a simple meal on her seat. Although simple, it was also filling. The roasted bear meat wrapped in bread tasted quite good. Qi Yingxue handed a bread roll to Liu Haiyan sitting opposite her. "No need, I brought my own food. It's okay. This meat is from the bear brother Xian caught. It tastes pretty good." Liu Haiyan gratefully accepted it. "Thanks, Yingxue." Chen Zixuan didn't mind at all. He ate 2 bread rolls in a row, then took out a teacup, added some tea leaves, and asked for hot water from the water supply staff. Now, there are staff on the train responsible for pouring water. Anyone needing water just has to call them. Of course, if they have a bad temper, they just pretend not to hear. "Brother-in-law, I need to go to the bathroom. Let's go." "I'll go with you." The 2 headed toward the restroom. Chen Zixuan waited outside, lighting a cigarette. The train was a mix of different people, so he tried to avoid trouble. Liu Haiyan looked at him with envy. "Yingxue, you're so lucky to meet such a good man. I'm really jealous." Qi Yingxue also showed a happy smile. Yes, Xian is very good. Seeing her so happy, her heart was filled with envy. She already knew they were also orphans. Thinking about her own experience, she sighed. Different fates for different people. The journey continued without further incident. After Chen Zixuan showed his martial skills, if anyone tried to cause trouble again, he would truly admire their stubbornness. By noon the next day, the train finally arrived at the imperial capital station. The 4 of them got off the train. Qi Yingxue nervously held Chen Zixuan's hand. Feeling her nervousness, he smiled and said, "Big girl, there are rickshaws in the imperial capital. Let's take a ride to the school first, and I'll ask about the house. Okay, I trust you." Chen Zixuan led the three of them out of the station, waving to call 2 rickshaws. Now, the men riding the rickshaws are all government employees, living quite comfortably. "Guys, sit tight. We're leaving," the driver ahead shouted, then rode onto the main road. Chiang Shui sat with him, while Chiang Lian and Lu Haiyan sat in the same car. After more than an hour, they arrived at the place. Everyone looked around the university with curiosity. There was a security guard standing at the gate. Chen Zixuan smiled and said, "Let's go inside and take a look. Brother Xian, can we go in?" Chiang Shui looked nervously at the security guard at the gate. Chiang Lian also nervously moved closer to him. "Don't worry, don't be afraid. Just follow me." Chen Zixuan carried a bag and walked toward the gate. The security guard just glanced at them and then ignored them. Chiang Lian saw how big the school was, with gardens and a plaza, and looked at it with envy. "It's so big here. If I had to find a classroom, I'd be exhausted." Hearing her sister-in-law's words, he also smiled and said, This school was built during the late Qing dynasty. Over the years, it has been expanded and renovated many times, so it became this big. Brother-in-law, you really know a lot." Lu Haiyan also looked at him in surprise. Throughout the trip, she felt like nothing could trouble this man. Chen Zixuan pointed to the building ahead and said, "You all go register first, then I'll ask the teachers about the housing." The 4 of them followed the signs to the admissions office. "Big sister and second sister, wait here for a while. We'll go inside to handle the paperwork." They went inside, explained their purpose, and handed over their admission notices. The teacher at the admissions office looked at Chen Zixuan's notice and glanced at him a few times. Previously, Chen Zixuan had been received by the same teacher when registering, so now that he saw the main person, he looked at him more carefully. Finally seeing the main person, the previous matters almost made the usually gentle principal lose his temper. Hearing this, Chen Zixuan politely said, "Sorry for the trouble." Lu Haiyan looked at him with suspicion, then at the address on the notice, seeming to understand. The teacher at the admissions office explained the situation at the school, then handed out student IDs, meal cards, and monthly allowances. Based on their background, they could receive between 18 and 22 yuan each month. If they saved carefully, it would be enough for a month's living expenses. Some more careful people could even save a few dozen yuan in a year to help their families. Chen Zixuan watched Lu Haiyan leave and smiled as he asked, "Teacher Zhang, I brought my wife here. I want to ask if there are any houses for rent or sale nearby." "Yes, there is a residential area next door. You can see some elderly people playing chess outside. Just ask them, and you'll find something." "Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I'll go look for a house now. If you plan to stay out every day, you need an access permit. You should apply for it through the school. We only have 1 day off each week, on Sunday, so you can come and go freely then. At other times, it's not allowed." Chen Zixuan scratched his head. "Teacher Zhang, where do I apply for that? My wife is new here too, and I don't want to leave her alone." Seeing his nervousness, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. Just talk to your advisor when the time comes. The school isn't that strict." "That's good. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I'll go look for a house now." "All right, go ahead. Don't forget the opening ceremony on Monday." "Okay, I remember." After leaving the office, he and Qi Yingshue's sister went out of the school, walking along the outside fence. "Brother-in-law, are there any houses here?" "Yes, the admissions office staff just told us." "Let's go ask." A few minutes later, they saw a small neighborhood with houses arranged in courtyards. At the entrance, some elderly people were chatting and playing chess. Chen Zixuan smiled and said, "It's over there." The elderly people playing chess saw the 3 young people approaching. A woman asked, "Young man, are you looking for someone?" "Hello, ma'am. I'm a student at the University of the Capital. This is my wife and sister. Are there any houses for rent or sale here? We're looking for a place to stay." Hearing they were students from a nearby university, the women's suspicion quickly disappeared. The woman smiled and said, "There are houses for rent, but no one is selling right now. Buying isn't allowed at the moment." Chen Zixuan didn't mind. Even if there were houses for sale, he wouldn't dare tell a stranger. "Rent is fine. I want to rent a standalone house. Do you know where I can find one?" Hearing this, the woman spoke to an old man playing chess. "Old Wang, your kid went out of town, right? Would you rent out your empty yard?" Yes, rent it out. 5 yuan a month. Chen Zixuan didn't think it was expensive and nodded in agreement. If the house is suitable, the price is easy to settle. Old Wang threw down his chess piece and said, "Let's go. I'll show you around. The furniture is all there, and I clean regularly." The three followed him to the house, which was not far from the school, separated by a neighbor's yard. Qi Yingxue looked around and was very happy with the place. The room was spacious and very clean. Chen Zixuan was also quite satisfied. The small yard wasn't big, but it had 4 main rooms and some additional rooms. In the middle of the yard, there was a pomegranate tree and a stone table. "Grandpa Wang, we want to rent this house." Old Wang was happy to hear that. Although he didn't need the money, the house was empty most of the time. "Sure, that's great. Since you're a university student next door, just pay 1 month at a time. My house is the 3rd one inside." Chen Zixuan thanked him. "Thank you, sir. I brought some money with me. Paying monthly is a hassle, so I'll pay for a whole year." He took out 60 yuan and handed it over. Old Wang didn't expect the young man to be so wealthy. The rent here is more expensive than in other places, about 10 or so yuan more for a year. They filled out some paperwork. "All right, there's some coal in the storage room. I'll give it to you now. You'll need to buy more later." "Thanks, Grandpa Wang. I'll take care of it later." After seeing him off, the three returned to the yard. Chen Zixuan smiled and said, "I'll start the fire now. Later, I'll buy bedding and food. Tomorrow, we'll go to the market to buy clothes. Hey, I and Ernyo will tidy up the house," Qi Yingxue said happily, pulling her sister inside. They looked at the storage room, where a small pile of coal was enough for 3 days. They moved some to start the fire. Qi Yinglian also liked the place and happily ran into the house. "Big sister, I want to sleep in this room. You and brother-in-law can sleep in the other one, just like before." Qi Yingxue smiled and went inside, asking, "I just saw that the extra room is nice too. It has all the furniture. Hee hee, I just feel more at ease with you all here." "Good, as long as you're happy." Chen Zixuan lit the fire, told them he was going out, and then strolled to the street. Not far from here was a supply and marketing cooperative, since there were several universities nearby and quite a few people living here. After about 10 minutes, they arrived. He took out money and tickets to buy several beds, food, and daily necessities. There were too many things, so he hired a cart to deliver them back. Kaixu saw that he bought so many things and didn't mind spending money. She happily changed into the new bedding. "Brother-in-law, this place is great, but it's a bit troublesome to keep warm." Chen Zixuan smiled and said, "That's how it is in the city. When we buy our own house someday, I will design it well so that you'll stay warm and cozy." "Yes," kindly and happily responded. In the kitchen, they used gas to cook and patiently learned how to operate it. That evening, they started the fire and enjoyed a happy meal together. The next day, after breakfast, the three of them began their sightseeing trip. First, they went to the city shops. Kaixu looked at the beautiful clothes and colorful fabrics, and she liked them very much. "Wow, that coat is so pretty." Kaixu pointed to a women's wool coat. Chen Zixuan looked and nodded. "Yes, pick 2 coats that suit their figures." The shop assistant saw that the young man was wealthy and enthusiastically brought out 2 coats. Kaixu and her sister found their thick cotton coats outside uncomfortable to wear. Chen Zixuan turned and asked, "Comrade, is there a place to change clothes here?" "Yes, over there. You can try them on," the assistant replied. Chen Zixuan then selected a few more clothes and leather shoes. "Brother Xian, that's too many." "It's not too many. Let's try them on first. You'll look very beautiful." Chen Zixuan comforted the two and took them to the fitting room, waiting outside. After a while, Kaixu and her sister came out feeling a bit nervous, dressed in such nice clothes, and their hands and feet felt a little stiff. Chen Zixuan looked at his wife and was pleasantly surprised. "Beautiful, really beautiful." Kaixu didn't know where to put her hands, but hearing her husband's compliment made her happy. However, seeing so many people looking at them, she shyly lowered her head. "Brother Xian, there are so many people watching." "Haha, don't be afraid. After all, my wife looks so good." They wore wool coats and new leather shoes. With their tall figures, they looked even more elegant. Chen Zixuan waved his hand, ready to go back and pay the bill. Qi Yingxue tugged at him. "Brother Xian, I'm still not used to it. Let's change when we get home." Seeing her awkwardness and knowing she needed some time to adjust, he smiled and nodded. "All right, change first. Once you're used to it, It'll be fine. Qi Yingxue was happy that her man agreed. She happily pulled her sister to go change clothes. Qi Yinglian wasn't disappointed. She had bought the clothes, and they would be hers from now on. After they finished changing, they returned to the counter. Chen Zixuan paid the bill quickly, then picked out some items for women, spending money freely. The customers around watched this young man spend so generously and looked at each other in surprise. They wondered if he was some young master from a wealthy family. Chen Zixuan wasn't worried about questions. He knew the money came from his herbal collection in the mountains. He kept the receipts from his previous exchanges, which covered the cost of hundreds of yuan worth of items. He also had a bearskin at home. Carrying bags full of goods, they returned to the small courtyard. All right, put the stuff down. I'll take you to eat. Today, we're going to try Beijing roast duck. Great. Brother-in-law, let's go quickly, Qi Yinglian said happily, urging them. She was very curious about city life and wanted to try everything. The three of them took a tricycle directly to the roast duck restaurant at the front gate. It was their first time eating out, and they felt a bit nervous. Seeing so many people inside, they huddled closer to their man. Chen Zixuan smiled and said, "Business is good here, and the food must be delicious. Let's go over there." A middle-aged woman with a sharp face looked at the two young women, especially since they were so beautiful, and felt jealous. She said with some disdain, "A roast duck costs 10 yuan. Not everyone can afford it." Qi Yingxue and her sister felt even more nervous after hearing this. It wasn't that they didn't have money, but seeing how well-dressed the woman was, they felt a bit insecure. Chen Zixuan frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the owner of this restaurant or someone important?" "I'm just giving a reminder," she replied. "Do I need your reminder? Tell me which department you belong to. I will ask the leader. What kind of person with such poor manners has the right to serve the people? I tell you, we are all farmers. Who gave you the courage to look down on farmers?" Chen Zixuan spoke quickly and confidently, pointing at the middle-aged woman. The people around also heard what the middle-aged woman said, and they were annoyed. Now, hearing the young man's reply, they cheered him on. "Well said. What kind of quality is that? I think this woman has a problem. She should be investigated." "Exactly. I was just having a meal and ran into such a disgusting person." The restaurant manager also came over. After understanding the situation, he hurried forward. "Sorry, comrade. Please calm down. We're just here to eat. There's no need to make a fuss. Humph, you're the manager here. Don't you know your responsibilities? Can this be brushed off?" Chen Zixuan didn't show any respect. He pointed at the woman. "You must apologize to my wife and sister now, or don't blame me for making this a big deal." Seeing how assertive the young man was, the people weren't afraid. They became interested and waited to see if the woman would apologize. Qi Yingxue felt very touched. She whispered, "Brother Xian, maybe we should forget it. Don't worry, I have everything under control. If she dares not to apologize, even if we have to go to the authorities, this won't be the end." The woman was now a little scared. The recent movement had just passed, and higher authorities were investigating some previous issues. If this really caused trouble, thinking of that, her face turned pale. I didn't mean anything bad. I apologize." "Sorry." Qi Yingxue looked at the sharp-tongued woman, who was being scolded by her man, and suddenly felt a strong sense of safety. The previous tension eased a lot. She knew she didn't have to be afraid because her man was there. Chen Zixuan looked at his woman's admiring eyes and turned to say, "Bring 2 roasted ducks and 2 side dishes." After that, he pulled his wife and sister-in-law to an empty table. As for the woman, she didn't even bother to look at him. The restaurant manager, embarrassed, didn't dare to get angry. If this really turned into a big fuss, he would also be criticized. He even ordered extra small dishes to be sent over. The woman couldn't stay any longer. She lowered her head and left the restaurant. Today, she felt she had made a big mistake. As for revenge, she didn't dare to think about it. In recent years, many important people have come back. Many young men and women from wealthy families used to live in the countryside. Who knows if today's visitors are the same? Also, Chen Zixuan's calm demeanor made her feel uncertain. After this experience, Qi Yingxue and her sister became braver and acted more naturally, no longer so cautious. Qi Yinglian was eating roast duck, and her eyes lit up. "Brother-in-law, this is so delicious. If you like it, I'll bring you here every week when I have a day off, until you're full." "Yes, I feel like I could eat this every day." Chen Zixuan also smiled. After eating for a while, the other person wouldn't say that anymore. Qi Yingxue held a pancake, added some roast duck slices and vegetables. Brother Xian, here you go. Chen Zixuan took it and quickly put it in his mouth, praising, my wife's wraps are so tasty. Hee, I'll help you wrap it next time. You should eat too. The three of them had a hearty lunch, and in the afternoon, they went to the palace. Tickets now cost only 2 cents each. Chen Zixuan bought the tickets and led the two inside. Qi Yingxue looked at the buildings inside and couldn't help but say, it's so big. With such a large place, how does the emperor live here? Silly wife, the palace houses tens of thousands of people. It's too small to fit everyone elsewhere. So many people? Chen Zixuan explained with a smile. This palace was built starting in the Ming Yongle era, taking 14 years to complete. Over nearly 600 years, it has hosted 24 emperors from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Nearby tourists listened to his explanation and couldn't help but slow down and follow along. An older tourist asked with a smile, young man, are you a staff member here? Seeing that everyone around was a tourist, Chen Zixuan explained with a smile, I'm here today with my wife and sister for fun. I'm not staff, just a visitor like everyone else. Oh, I thought you worked here, since you know so much. Haha, I've just read about it in books. It's not a big secret. Qi Yingxue felt even more proud, straightening her posture. The rustic girl's demeanor was gradually fading. Qi Yinglian looked at her brother-in-law with admiration and asked, brother-in-law, what else is here? Tell me more. Chen Zixuan smiled as he continued to introduce himself, not paying attention to the visitors nearby. In ancient times, emperors valued the number 9 most highly. So when this place was built, there were 9,999 rooms. However, ancient measurements were different from today. Using modern calculations, archaeologists found there are actually 8,704 rooms. He led the two people through the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Palace of Compassion and Tranquility, the Palace of Mental Cultivation, and the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. Chen Zixuan kept explaining along the way. Many areas are currently under repair, but more parts are open to visitors than in later times. Many of the consort's residences are accessible. Qi Yinglian looked at the increasingly deserted surroundings and felt it was no longer interesting. Brother-in-law, there's nothing more to see. Let's go back. Seeing that his wife was also a bit tired, Chen Zixuan nodded with a smile. All right, let's go home. In the following days, he took the two of them to visit other scenic spots in the imperial city. Seeing that they had adapted to the place and no longer looked nervous like when they first arrived, he felt happy. He even specially took them to get new hairstyles and buy new clothes. Wherever they went, they looked bright and beautiful, impossible to tell they had just come from a village. The happy times ended, and it was time for school to start. Because of previous events, the opening ceremony was also delayed. Chen Zixuan, with short hair, dressed in a new Zhongshan suit and black shoes, carrying a bag, entered the school. Chen Zixuan found his classroom, which already had many students sitting inside. He found a seat and sat down. His arrival drew many students' attention. Standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, with short, neat hair and a tidy Zhongshan suit, he looked quite striking. Most people still had long hair, and men often parted their hair, thinking that flowing hair looked more handsome. Seeing this new student style, many were impressed. Soon, the teacher entered the classroom. Hello, everyone. I am your counselor, Chen Shuang. If you have any questions about your studies or life, you can come to me. Some new students are here, so I will call the roll. When I call your name, please answer. Chen Zixuan. After signing in, Chen Shuheng continued. Classes officially start tomorrow morning. Today, there will be a school opening ceremony at 10 a.m. in the auditorium. Everyone, don't be late. He reminded everyone and then left the classroom. Chen Zixuan also took his bag and went out, walking all the way to the office and knocking on the door. Inside, a few teachers were sitting, observing the students who entered, giving them a quick look. Chen Zixuan approached Chen Shuheng and said, Teacher Chen. Yes, you are student Chen Zixuan. Is there something you need? Teacher Chen, I just got married. I came today with my wife. We rent a house outside the school. I want to apply for a pass to go home after class every day. Hearing this, Chen Shuheng smiled and said, I see you're still young, and I didn't expect you to be married. That's easy. Just give me your marriage certificate, and I'll help you apply. Chen Zixuan quickly took out his marriage certificate and handed it over. Thank you, Teacher Chun. It's nothing. Chen Shuheng looked at it and nodded. All right, after the meeting, come to me to pick it up. Okay, I'll go now. Chen Zixuan left the office, looked at the time, and thought it was still early. He wandered around the campus. Although classes hadn't started yet, many students were holding books and studying diligently. The school had a very strong cultural atmosphere. He stopped in front of a lake, sat on a bench, and looked at the distant scenery. Is this what university life is like? The opening ceremony was very grand and successful, with officials attending, showing how much they valued the event. The students listened to the leaders' speeches and burst into enthusiastic applause. Everyone was very excited because this was their chance to change their fate. Chen Zixuan couldn't help but be swept up in the lively atmosphere, clapping his hands repeatedly. After the ceremony, he followed other students out of the venue. Lu Haiyan kept waving her hand at him. Chen Zixuan smiled and walked over. Lu Haiyan saw him and couldn't help but brighten up. Zixuan, how have you been these days? I haven't seen you around. Oh, I've been walking around with Ying Xue and the others these days. How about you? Are you getting used to everything? That's good. My classmates and roommates are very friendly. By the way, which dormitory do you live in? Chen Zixuan was surprised. He had received his dorm key earlier, but had never been there. Oh, I stay in Building 3, Floor 2. Really? I'm in Building 2, so we're close. Chen Zixuan smiled. I applied for a pass with my mentor. I'll only be in the dorm during the day to rest. After class, I'll go back. Lu Haiyan nodded in agreement. That's good. You really are a responsible husband. I'll go see my mentor now. We'll talk later. Lu Haiyan watched him leave, feeling a bit disappointed, then turned and headed to the cafeteria. Chen Zixuan smoothly got his access pass. After thanking the security guard, he headed out of the school. The security guard at the gate stopped him. Please show your access pass. After checking, he was allowed to go through. Qi Yinglian was waiting at the gate and saw him return. She happily went to greet him. Brother-in-law, you're back. Lunch is ready. Hee. I had a late meeting today. Next time, don't wait outside. I know my way around. It's okay. Let's go back and eat. Qi Yingxue happily took his bag and hung it up. Did everything go smoothly? Yes. Classes start tomorrow, but they begin at 7 a.m. I won't be eating at home. School ends at 5 p.m., and since there's nothing else, I'll go straight home. No problem. I can wake up early to cook. Chen Zixuan washed his hands and smiled. It depends. Anyway, the school provides meals every day. After eating, he went to the study. He sat in the room and brewed a cup of tea for himself. This study was set up by the previous owner and was decorated quite nicely. After taking a sip of tea, he took out a ginseng root. Since swallowing 2 roots last time, he hadn't consumed any more. Let's see how this one goes. Swallowed a 101-year-old medicinal ginseng, gained 8 merit points, and received a choice of 1 reward. Option 1, 100,000 in local currency. Option 2, mastery of driving. Option 3, complete knowledge of university subjects. Chen Zixuan was not disappointed with this reward. I choose option 3. After that, his days mainly consisted of going to school and returning home. Although he had finished all his university courses, he never skipped classes or slacked off. He borrowed many books from the library and absorbed knowledge eagerly every day. Since he had this chance, he wanted to enjoy it fully. After class, Wang Chong looked back at him and whispered, Zixuan, the dance club is performing at the venue tonight. Do you want to come and watch? Chen Zixuan smiled and shook his head. No, I'm not really interested in that. Hey, I'm telling you, there are some pretty classmates, and they're wearing special costumes. If you don't go, don't say I didn't tell you. Thanks, but I need to go home and spend time with my wife. All right, I forget you're married. Just ignore what I said. Wang Chong joked with a smile and started packing his things. Chen Zixuan carried his bag and left the classroom. The security guard saw him come out and didn't stop him. They had become familiar with each other over the past few days. Also, today was Saturday, and some local students would be going home. Chen Zixuan nodded politely to the guard and walked out. Outside, he saw a group of young people in green clothes sitting on bicycles, smoking and chatting. He knew they were from the big estate, here either to find a partner or to meet friends. It was better to keep a distance from them. When Qi Yinglian saw him return, she happily took his bag. Brother-in-law, you have another day off tomorrow, right? Yes. Do you want to go somewhere? I can take you, Chen Zixuan said with a smile as he took off his coat and poured a glass of water. Qi Yingxue came out of the house, looking helplessly at her sister. All you want to do is go out and play. Not really. I'm just always with you, Qi Yinglian said, linking her arm with her sister and acting cute. Chen Zixuan took his wife and sister-in-law for a walk to the nearby park. Qi Yingxue and Qi Yinglian wore new clothes, and with their beautiful looks, they attracted many glances wherever they went. The ice on the river was still thick. Many young people were skating on it, chasing and playing around. Brother-in-law, can we go ice skating? Of course. Let's go somewhere less crowded, so we don't bump into anyone, he replied. A group of young people sat by the river, smoking and watching the girls skating, talking nonsense. Hey, look. Others turned their heads impatiently, unable to look away. Wow, that guy actually has two beautiful girls with him. Let's go, we're a bit short on money. Maybe we can borrow some from him. The young man leading the group stood up and, with a wave of his hand, confidently approached them. Qi Yingxue and her sister looked at the group surrounding them. They weren't afraid, just confused. Chen Zixuan stood in front of them, calmly watching the others. Hey, buddy, I'm a bit short on cash. Mind lending me some? He said, pulling out a small knife and trimming his nails. The others looked at Qi Yingxue and her sister with sneaky smiles, some whistling. Beautiful ladies, want to come play with us? Chen Zixuan's face turned cold. He turned and said, You guys wait over there for a moment. Qi Yingxue nodded and pulled her sister to leave. Suddenly, a few young men surrounded them. Haha, don't rush to leave. Before he finished, everyone saw a flash, and the young man speaking was suddenly thrown away. Chen Zixuan was angry. Though he held back a little, he knew he couldn't avoid hurting them. He moved very fast, almost in the blink of an eye, knocking the group, blocking the girls away. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he kicked the leader of the group 5 or 6 meters away. Like a tiger attacking a flock of sheep, he struck left and right. The sound of slaps and screams kept ringing. People in the park, whether skating or walking, watched in shock as one person after another was thrown into the air. In less than a minute, more than 10 young men couldn't stand up. Some of their arms or legs were bent in strange ways. The onlookers gasped in horror. This person is so fierce. Qi Yingxue was worried. Brother Xian, are you okay? Chen Zixuan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Then he walked toward the young men who had been whistling and talking nonsense. In everyone's stunned eyes, he stepped on the mouths of those young men. Since you can't speak properly, there's no point keeping you. The other young men started crying in fear. The young man leading the group looked very scared, with blood dripping from his mouth and feeling like his chest was broken. Chen Zixuan looked at him coldly and said, If I see you again, I will break both your legs. You can't walk now, so crawl away and disappear from my sight. Yes, sir. We'll crawl away right now. Seeing the group of a dozen people crawling out of the park, the nearby people quickly looked away, afraid to watch. Brother-in-law, you were really scary just now, Qi Yinglian whispered as she held his arm. Chen Zixuan patted her head and said, It's because they dared to bother you. Anyone who disrespects you, I will fight them. He wasn't worried about them reporting to the police. Usually, small troublemakers wouldn't dare to report such incidents, as it would be embarrassing for them. Getting beaten up was already shameful enough. They wouldn't want to make it worse. Qi Yingxue looked at her man and smiled. Brother Xian, maybe we should go home. People are always watching us here. Yes, brother-in-law. Let's go home. It's pretty cold here, and our house is more comfortable. Qi Yinglian quickly agreed. Chen Zixuan knew they were afraid of more trouble and joked. Who made you both so pretty? Someone might hear us. Qi Yingxue happily pulled him as they walked away. Right now, she couldn't wait to get back home. She felt completely conquered by her man again. Seeing his wife shy, he also smiled. The people in the park, seeing the killing god leave, also relaxed. That was so scary. That was terrifying. Yeah, I feel my legs are weak. I need to rest on the shore. Me too. I'll go rest for a bit. Everyone was still shaken by how ruthless that young man was. In the park, there were often fights with dozens or even hundreds of people. People weren't afraid of those scenes and watched from afar. But this time, they were truly scared. In a pavilion far away, a dozen young men and women sat, excitedly watching the people leave. Wow, that's like in a novel, fighting fiercely for a loved one. So cool. If only I had that kind of skill. That guy is so handsome. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. The three of them went home. Qi Yingxue looked at her man with shining eyes and said, Brother Xian, I'll go to the study to make you some tea. Chen Zixuan saw his wife's eyes and immediately understood. He smiled and said, All right, Ernyo, you listen to the radio. I need to talk to your sister. Oh, you don't need to worry about me, Qi Yinglian replied with a smile, then went back inside. Qi Yingxue saw her husband come in and couldn't hold back any longer. She threw herself into his arms. Chen Zixuan gently lifted her chin with a smile and then kissed her. In the hospital ward, a young man with a long scar on his face looked at his brother lying in bed. He asked in a serious voice, Erzi, who did this? Big brother, I don't know either. The guy is about my age, with two very beautiful women. We just exchanged a few words, and he suddenly attacked hard. He even kicked out several of his teeth, he said, showing fear in his eyes. Don't worry, I will find him and get revenge for you. Big brother, that guy is really strong. We are like little chicks in front of him. Humph, with your courage, what are you even doing out here? You should focus on healing, he said and left the ward. The scar-faced man's eyes turned cold with a sinister look. After leaving the hospital, he ordered his men, go find that person. Yes, big brother. We will find him for sure. Good. Don't let me down. After giving the orders, the scar-faced man sat on his tricycle and returned to his small courtyard. Inside, about a dozen young men greeted him when he arrived. Big brother, how is the situation? I've already sent people to look. Recently, the authorities have been cracking down on the black market. Be alert. If anyone causes trouble, deal with them firmly. If anyone exposes others, don't show mercy, he warned. Qi Yingxue looked healthy and her eyes were bright and shiny. She leaned into her husband's arms, listening to his strong heartbeat. Chen Zixuan took a deep breath and quietly asked, Big Nyo, do you and Ernyo get bored at home every day? Not really. We listen to the radio, chat, and time passes quickly. That's good. If you want to do something later, just tell me. I plan to go to the store this afternoon to ask the manager if I can exchange a bear pelt for a TV. That would be more fun than just listening to the radio. Kaingsu heard this and looked up at him. Is that possible? Just try it. Maybe someone will like a bear skin in the capital. Okay, I trust you. Kaingsu sensed a change in him and quickly waved her hand. Brother Xian, I can't do this anymore. I need to go arrange lunch. Chen Zixuan grabbed her gently with a mischievous smile. Trying to run now? Too late. Oh. In the afternoon, he left the house carrying a big bag. Old Wang and a few other elders were playing chess. Xian, are you going out? Seeing the elders, Chen Zixuan had an idea. This area is mostly occupied by retired professors, nearby university teachers, some academicians, and cultural people. They have saved quite a bit of money and receive a good pension every month. They are all potential buyers. Thinking of this, he greeted them enthusiastically. Grandpa Wang, yes. I was up on the mountain earlier and caught some things. I want to ask at the store if I can exchange them for something. Hearing this, the group playing chess became interested. They put down their pieces and looked at the bag in his hand. Old Wang looked at him curiously. You hunt too? Chen Zixuan explained with a smile. Yes, our village is next to the mountains. We see a lot, so we get used to it. What do you have here? If we can use it, you won't need to go to the store. Well, I'm worried you might not like it, he said, opening the bag and taking out the items. Everyone saw that it was a complete bear skin, and they were all shocked. Old Wang looked at him in surprise. Is this yours? Chen nodded. Yes, I caught it after the new year. The bear's gallbladder was sold directly to the recycling station in our town. Xian, I really didn't expect this from you. What do you want to exchange it for? Yes. Xian, tell us. What do you want to trade? This bear skin is a good item. A few other elders nearby also looked excited and gathered around. Chen Zixuan smiled at them. I want to exchange it for a TV. Just one TV? Well, I don't know the prices here. I'm not sure if it's enough, Chen Zixuan replied with a smile. Buying a TV requires an industrial coupon. He has plenty of money and other tickets, but he really doesn't have this coupon. If he goes to buy directly, he will need to exchange tickets or go to the black market. Anyway, he doesn't need the bear skin anymore, so he might as well trade it for something else. No one would suspect him. Not everyone likes bear skins, but since the other person can hunt bears, they might have other treasures from the mountains. Zixuan, Do you have anything else? Like ginseng? Yes, Zishuan. They say there are many treasures in these mountains. If you have something else, we can trade. Old Wang also nodded. Yes, Zishuan. If you find a bear skin you like, you could get over 1,000 yuan for it. Trading just for a TV is a bit unfair. If you don't know the market, you'll definitely get cheated at the store. Zishuan nodded repeatedly. Thanks for the reminder. I really didn't know. I have found ginseng before, even sold a 60-year-old one. Wow. Zishuan, you're impressive. Do you have more? Just 10 or 20 years old is fine. Yes, we don't need very old ones. Those are too expensive for us. Zishuan shook his head. I can look for someone I go back to my hometown during the holidays. I don't have any right now. Although everyone was a bit disappointed, they weren't in a hurry. It's okay. When the new year comes, if you find some, bring it back. I promise the price won't cheat you. Old Wang saw they finished talking and smiled. Zishuan, I really like this bear skin. How about I trade you a 12-inch black and white TV? I'll give you money for the rest, or if you need anything else. Hey, Grandpa Wang, just do as you say. Help me buy a washing machine too. It's more convenient for home use. Okay, but that's not enough. I'll also waive your rent in the future and give you 500 yuan. Zishuan didn't expect his landlord to be so generous. He nodded happily. Thank you very much. Haha, we each get what we need. All right, go back now. I'll bring the stuff to find you later. Okay, I'll go back now. Zishuan carried his bag and went home again. Kaing-su and the others were taking a nap, so they didn't disturb them and went straight to the study. He brewed a cup of tea, took out a cigarette, and lit one. Ginseng naturally exists, but there are none with very low age, and he is not in a hurry to sell it. In a year, the ginseng in the space will be over 10 years old, so selling a few plants won't matter much then. Old Wang is very quick. After about an hour, he arrives with 2 young men. Zishuan, the items have arrived. I asked someone to help you pack them. Ah, thank you very much, Grandpa Wang. Sisters Qi and Shue also woke up. Hearing the noise outside, they came out. They greeted the landlord and looked around curiously. Now, the TV needs an antenna, and it must be supported by a long pole. The taller the pole, the better the signal. The pole also needs to be rotated to catch the signal. After working for an hour, they set up the TV. When the picture appeared, Qi Yingxue and her sister looked very happy. Then, they learned how to use the washing machine. Once everything was done, Old Wang sent the 2 young men away. Chen Zishuan invited him to the study. Grandpa Wang, this bear skin is yours. Haha, okay. This is the money we agreed on. I wrote you a lease-free agreement. Take a look. Grandpa Wang, I trust you. You do good work, so I don't need to check. Old Wang was pleased to hear this. He smiled and nodded. Good, I'll go now. Call me if you need anything. Ah, I'll see you off. Chen Zishuan saw him out, closed the door, and went back inside. Brother Xian, what's going on? I just met Grandpa Wang at the intersection. He really likes this bear skin. It's not worth trading for a TV and a washing machine. Plus, he gave me 500 yuan, saying the rent is also waived. Qi Yingxue looked surprised. That much? Chen Zishuan explained with a smile. Yes, things are expensive in the capital. The recycling station here offers very low prices. Qi Yinglian looked excited. Brother-in-law, sister, if we bring good things the villagers find and sell them here, we could get rich. Chen Zishuan didn't expect his little sister-in-law to have such a business mind. He patted her little head. You're clever, Ernyo. If you find valuable items, bring them here to sell. In the afternoon, the 3 sat inside watching TV. There aren't many channels available, but Qi Yingxue and her sister watched with great interest. Chen Zishuan sat nearby, drinking tea and glancing at the crops in the space. They were growing very well. The top-quality tea seedlings were still too small. He stored the harvested tea leaves in the space, waiting until they grew a bit more before processing. If the tea turned out to be very delicious, he didn't want to risk not being able to keep up with the demand. After dinner, he sat in his study, smoking a cigarette. Now there are still 700-year ginseng plants. Should I take them all slowly, or do a big harvest now? He usually tried not to think about the ginseng too much, or he would be tempted to sacrifice them. Taking a deep breath of smoke, he made a decision. Keep one for emergencies, and harvest the rest now, so I won't always worry about them. He activated his mind and entered the space. Looking at the 600-year ginseng plants in front of him, he suddenly felt a bit reluctant. Maybe I should keep one more for emergencies. Yes, sacrifice 5 of them. He put one back. This time, he was determined. Devour a 120-year-old medicinal ginseng, gaining 115 years of medicinal age. Gain 40 points of merit. You can choose one reward. Hearing that 5 plants only gave 40 merit points, he realized that the merit value from ginseng decreased the more he took. But 40 points was still a good amount. He looked forward to seeing what reward he would get. Option 1. 400,000 in world currency. Option 2. Upgrade. Evil Eye. Option 3. Tough as steel, ordinary weapons, and blades can't hurt. Chen Zixuan was pleased when he heard the rewards. As expected, he wasn't disappointed. He crossed out the currency and started thinking about the second and third options. The upgrade of the eye technique didn't specify what changes would happen afterward. The tough as steel ability was very tempting. It meant that ordinary weapons and blades couldn't hurt him unless he was attacked repeatedly. He was torn between the unknown upgrade and increased safety. If he chose the third, as long as he didn't cause trouble, his life wouldn't be in danger. But the benefits of upgrading the eye technique were clear. The current, Evil Eye, could distinguish good from evil, helping him avoid many troubles. If it gained new functions, there might be unexpected surprises. Anyway, right now, I just go to school and back, not doing much, and there's no danger. Since that's the case, I'll choose option 2. A surge of energy flowed into his mind, and a cool sensation wrapped around his eyes and the space above his eyebrows, feeling very comfortable. This time, the transformation took a bit longer than before, lasting over an hour before the energy disappeared. Chen Zixuan received some feedback and instantly understood what was different about this upgrade. His eyes showed interest. The guilt and evil track pupils not only distinguish good from evil, but also show the path of good or bad luck. When he chooses a direction, his eye technique automatically responds. If the color is dark, it indicates bad things. The darker the color, the higher the danger. Black means certain death. Red indicates good luck. The deeper the red, the greater the benefit. Deep purple suggests great fortune. If he follows that direction, he will definitely gain a lot. If there is no color indication, it means safety. There is also a distance limit. Currently, it can monitor within a 5-mile radius. See, I chose correctly this time. Chen Zixuan was happy. From now on, whenever he enters the mountains, he just needs to pick the lucky direction. His efficiency will improve 100-fold. Back in his study, he took a sip of tea and then returned to the main house. He pulled his wife to discuss life. Scar-faced man sat inside drinking wine, surrounded by a few key members. Big brother, based on what our brother found out, that kid is a student at the Imperial Capital University. This makes things a bit tricky. The others nodded in agreement. This is the first batch of university students, and the authorities pay close attention. If anything happens to them, there will be a thorough investigation. They operate in the black market, and over the years, they've managed to stay safe because someone is backing them. But this matter is too big. The people behind them might not be able to handle it. They might have to take drastic measures to avoid exposure. A young man with glasses raised his wine cup and took a sip. He wore a Zhongshan suit, with a pen clipped to his chest, looking like a scholar. His appearance seemed a bit out of place here. Scar-faced man looked at him and asked, "Poison Wolf, do you have any ideas?" The young man put down his cup, wearing a calm smile. He looked at the others around the table. "If we can't act lightly, then let the authorities handle it." Scar-faced man shook his head immediately. "No, that's not good. If it gets out, people will laugh at us. Our own brother got a few ribs broken, and now we want to report it to the authorities?" The others nodded in agreement. They value face above all else, more than life itself. The young man known as the Poison Wolf smiled calmly and said, "What I mean is, if that kid gets into trouble, the authorities will handle it. We just need to watch and enjoy the show." Scar-faced man's eyes lit up. "You mean framing him?" "Exactly. From this, we can see that the other person is impulsive and ruthless. To deal with someone like that, we need to strike hard and not reveal ourselves if we can help it. Otherwise, with his strength, we might have to stay alert even when we sleep." Everyone thought this made sense and agreed that he was their wise strategist. "All right, let's do as you say. Where should we start?" Poison Wolf took a sip of wine, then looked at the only woman in the room. "This will depend on Sister May's girls." "May's girls?" "Yes. Confident people are often brave and have a hero spirit. When the time comes, we just need a hero to save the day, and someone will prove. He didn't finish his sentence, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Seeing his expression, everyone felt tense. Scar-faced man happily patted the table and then turned to Sister May. You need to pay attention to this. Find someone who is discreet and won't reveal everything at once. Don't worry, I've got it covered. The next morning, Chen Zixuan packed his things, grabbed his bag, and left the house. Nothing unusual happened in front of him. He knew this route was safe. He walked to school with a smile. The school gate was lively as well. Students returning home on the weekend were rushing back in the morning. Some students arrived in jeeps. After getting out, they felt the envy of those around them and felt proud, walking confidently into the school. Chen Zixuan watched all this calmly. He entered the school quietly, first went to the cafeteria for a meal, then started his day of studying. He was like an invisible person, absorbing all kinds of knowledge at school. Although he already knew most university material, the library's collection was the richest in the country. Seeing those books, he instantly became energized. In a corner, a few young people crouched. When one saw him enter, he excitedly said, "That's him." "Are you sure, Brother Zhu? I've broken my arm. I can't mistake him." Scarface listens to his subordinate's report. "Big brother, we confirmed again today that the guy is a student at the Imperial Capital University." Scarface nods as he listens. "Good. Follow the plan from now on. He will definitely come out after school on Saturday. Don't mess up then." Chen Zixuan sees the professor leave after class. He packs up his things and heads out. Wang Chong catches up from behind. "Zixuan, want to eat together at noon? Today Chun Hai invited some girls from the foreign languages department. Let's have a drink." Chen Zixuan looks at him with a tired expression. "What's there to drink at noon? I'll just eat at the cafeteria. You guys go ahead." "Hey, you're so boring, like a monk in deep meditation all the time. When I feel proud, I'll join your activities. I'm leaving now." He walks toward the main cafeteria. Wang Chong scratches his head. "Join when you're proud? What does that mean?" He can't figure it out and walks to another cafeteria, feeling uninterested. Chen Zixuan and Wang Chong share a dorm. He usually rests there at noon, but sometimes he doesn't go back and just walks in the park or reads books at the library. In the dorm, besides Wang Chong from his department, there's Chun Hai from the foreign languages department and Wang Hao from the literature department. Chen Zixuan refused because of another reason, the dark flicker in that direction earlier. It meant there might be trouble if he went there. Places with beautiful women often have problems, so he prefers to refuse directly to avoid ruining his mood. Wang Chong goes to the other cafeteria, which has better food but costs more. Some students with good conditions eat there every day. Chen Hai sees him arrive and waves. "Why are you alone? Where's Zixuan? He's like a monk. You know how he is. I just called him, and he said he'd join when he's proud." I didn't understand what he meant at first. Lu Haiyan hears Chen Zixuan didn't come and feels a bit disappointed. When she hears the rest, she chuckles softly. Others look at her, confused. Chen Hai asks curiously, "Lu Haiyan, why are you laughing? Did you see something funny?" Wang Chong was briefly captivated by her smile and sat nearby, watching her. Lu Haiyan saw him looking and felt a little shy, so she explained, "It's just that I heard what Zixuan said earlier. Do you all not understand what it means?" Wang Chong became interested and asked, "Hey, Lu Haiyan, do you know Zixuan? Then tell us, what does it mean?" Lu Haiyan saw they really couldn't figure it out and smiled as she said, "Enjoy life to the fullest." As Li Bai rode and bring in the wine. Chun Hai slapped his forehead and said, "Why didn't I think of that just now?" At this moment, a few young men carried some bottles of beer over and said, "Hey, isn't that Lu Haiyan from the foreign language department? Nice to meet you today. Would you like to join us for a drink?" Wang Chong saw who was coming and said irritably, "What are you talking about? Who are you? Just sit and have a drink." Chen Hai and a few other guys also stood up. Zixuan was sitting in the cafeteria eating. Although he wasn't short of money, he didn't order many dishes, just one vegetable and one meat dish. Even so, compared to others, that was quite luxurious. Most people ordered only a vegetable dish, and some didn't even want to spend on vegetables, just grabbing a bowl of rice or a few steamed buns and leaving. There weren't many seats in the cafeteria, so those without seats stood around the tables to eat. If this were in later times, many would have complained about the unfairness. Why are others sitting while they stand? Such an equality would be hard to accept. But now, no one was upset. Everyone's face was filled with happiness and joy. Zishuan once again felt the beauty he had missed before. He appreciated the chance to live again even more. After eating, he didn't go back to his dorm but went to the park, walking by the lake, enjoying the scenery from a distance. He took out his water bottle and sipped slowly. Inside was freshly poured tea. Hey, going back to the dorm would probably mean trouble waiting for me. It's better to stay here where it's peaceful, he thought. While drinking his tea, he happily admired the view. He felt that the sinful eye skill was incredibly useful. Although he hadn't confirmed it yet, he chose to believe in it. The reward from devouring jade beads had never disappointed him. Suddenly, he stopped walking, because a flash of red appeared in front of him. Only he could see this color. He turned his head to look at the lake nearby. Could luck be in the water? He couldn't help but look around carefully. The ice on the lake is still quite solid, but if he dares to go in, he will definitely be caught and sent back by the teacher. He walks along the edge of the lake, observing the situation carefully. The color appears and disappears as he moves. Feeling more confident, he walks around to the opposite side of the lake. The whole lake is quite large. It takes him over half an hour to reach the other side. Chen Zishuan stands by the lake, looking at the ice about 30 meters away. A voice echoes in his mind again. He looks around to make sure no one is nearby. A dagger appears in his hand, and with a quick step, he slips out onto the ice. As he gets closer, he uses force to stab the dagger into the ice, fixing his position. He then mentally commands the items at the bottom of the lake to be stored in his space. Using the dagger as a pivot, he pushes off with force and quickly returns to the lakeside. In just a few seconds, he successfully stores the treasure. Chen Zishuan looks around again, making sure no one is noticed, then smiles and walks casually back to the classroom. This is not the time for inspection, so he heads straight to the classroom. He sees Wang Chong with a pale face, sitting at his desk and reading a book. Chen Zishuan pretends not to see him and sits in a corner, taking out a book from his bag. His consciousness enters the space. This time, he has gained a bead with a hole in the middle, probably used as a bracelet or necklace in the past. He looks at the bead, pondering what it might be. The bead is made of imperial green jade, about 1 centimeter in diameter. He hasn't figured out what it is yet. Forget it. As long as it can devour, it's a good thing. Thinking this, he feels even more satisfied with the sin and karma eye. Wang Chong notices he's ignoring him and lowers his book to his chin, whispering, "You missed out." The beauty from the foreign language department went too. Her smile was so lovely. Hearing this, Chen Zishuan casually replies, "Oh, I have a girlfriend, don't try to shake my resolve." "Wow, you really are pure in every way," Wang Chong says with a look of disbelief. Chen Zishuan, pretending to be curious, points at him and asks, "Huh, what's that?" Wang Chong quickly covers his mouth with his book. "Oh, I just had a toothache." "Got it. Hurry up and go to the infirmary to get some medicine." Tooth pain isn't a disease, but when it's severe, it can be life-threatening. When Wang Chong heard this, he looked helpless and leaned on the table, covering half his face with a book. He felt very frustrated no matter how he thought about it. Chen Zishuan also found it funny. He pretended not to know and started reading his book. Finally, the class ended, and he quickly packed his things and left the classroom. He was now eager to go home, swallow the pearl, and see what it really was. Chen Zishuan returned home and saw that dinner was not ready yet. He smiled and said, "Big girl, don't worry. I'll go to the study first to read a bit." "Okay, brother Xian. I'll call you when it's ready." Chen Zishuan went to the study, closed the door, and entered the space directly. Looking at the pearl in his hand, he was curious. Hearing the urgent voice in his mind, he no longer hesitated. The pearl suddenly disappeared, and soon a feedback sound rang in his mind. Swallowing a large pearl infused with dragon energy grants 50 merit points. You can choose one reward. Wow, it's actually a ceremonial pearl worn by emperors. Ceremonial pearls became popular during the Qing dynasty, influenced by Tibetan Buddhism. A ceremonial pearl is made of 108 beads. Every 27 small beads are separated by a large bead, totaling 4 large beads, also called Buddha heads. This time, he obtained one of the 4 large beads, but he didn't know which emperor had worn it. Chen Zishuan felt a bit excited. 50 merit points is 10 more than the 5-year-old ginseng he swallowed earlier. Option 1. Protective Amulet times 1. 2. Light Skill Snow Step. 3. Deadly Warrior times 2. Hearing about the rewards this time, he was a bit puzzled. There was no money reward this time, but this protective amulet was unfamiliar to him. Seeing only one, he didn't want it. If there were two, he could give one to Big Girl and Second Girl. The Deadly Warrior reward gave 2, but he thought that compared to the light skill was more important. I choose option 2. An energy surged into his body, and his health cultivation technique immediately started running rapidly, absorbing the incoming energy. The energy inside his body visibly grew stronger. If before it was like a small stream, now it was like a big river. A large amount of martial arts knowledge flooded into his mind. Chen Zixuan could feel that his legs, spine, and waist muscles were changing. They became stronger and more resilient. Half an hour later, Chen Zixuan moved his legs slightly and couldn't help but practice light skills in the space. Feeling the wind brushing past his ears and the scenery constantly retreating, he felt excited. With this light skill, his speed increased several times. Although it used more internal energy, thanks to the time flow in the space, he could switch back and forth easily. After getting used to his new abilities, he was very satisfied. Chen Zixuan heard sounds outside and quickly exited the space. Qi Yinglian happily called out, "Brother-in-law, dinner is ready. Okay, I'll be there soon." Chen Zixuan tidied his clothes and went outside. Perhaps due to the enhancement, his appetite was bigger than usual. Qi Yingxue looked at her man and was surprised. "Brother Xian, is that enough? Or do you want more?" He had a big pork knuckle, but Qi Yingxue and her sister only ate a little. He finished the rest and also ate 3 large bowls of rice. "That's enough. The food my wife makes gets better and better. I couldn't hold back. Hee, as long as you like it. I'll cook again tomorrow." Chen Zixuan smiled, patting his stomach. "All right, I'll go have some tea to help digestion. Go ahead. Later, I'll bring water for you to soak your feet," Qi Yingxue said gently, looking at her man. Chen Zixuan sat happily in the study, leaning back in his chair. This devouring jade pearl really is a good thing. In the university dorm, Chen Hai was lying on his bed, while Wang Chong was applying ointment to him. Wang Hao chuckled nearby. "Ha! You guys can cause such a fuss just over a meal. And you didn't even ask what they do?" Chen Hai looked at him with dissatisfaction. "Don't you have any sympathy? Who knows those troublemakers are from the martial arts club?" "Exactly. They went straight to drink with Lu Haiyan and the others. Even a man shouldn't tolerate that," Wang Chong agreed. Yeah, you're right. Ha, he laughed again. Chen Hai shook his head helplessly. "Sigh. I really messed up this time. Not only did I get beaten, but I also lost face in front of Lu Haiyan. Next time I ask her out, she probably won't come." Wang Hao put down his book, smiling at them. "Xiangzi, didn't you say Lu Haiyan knows Zixuan? Just ask him for help." "Oh, right." Wang Chong said something, then shook his head. "It's tough. What kind of personality does Zixuan have? Although I haven't interacted much, he seems very reserved and pure. Trying to find him is pointless." Chen Hai sighed when he heard this. Wang Chong said angrily, "Why are you sighing? You're a professional, not seeing him every day. I finally meet someone I get along with, and now it's over." The next day, Chen Zixuan arrived at the classroom and took out his book as usual. Wang Chong looked at him with a flattering smile. "Zixuan is here. Have you eaten breakfast? If not, I can buy some for you." Chen Zixuan glanced at him and continued to read. Showing off without reason, either scheming or stealing. "Hey, why do you say scheming or stealing? I'm just caring about you. I'm not interested in men." A girl nearby couldn't hold back and quickly covered her mouth. Wang Chong looked at the girl with a mischievous smile. "Oh, the class monitor is here too. Didn't see you just now. No wonder." Chen Ling put away her smile and nodded seriously. "Yes, Wang Chong, the teacher is coming soon. Be serious." Wang Chong made a funny salute, then grinned and said, "Zixuan, let's talk after class." Chen Zixuan didn't lift his head and just responded, then continued reading. Class monitor Chen Ling looked at him and thought this boy was very interesting. He always seemed calm and unconcerned, as if nothing bothered him. He rarely joined discussions and never participated in protests. He just quietly read every day, but sometimes his words were surprisingly fresh. Nowadays, universities still have students from the 75th and 76th classes of workers, peasants, and soldiers. Freshmen from the 77th class often argued with them. In the past, university admissions were based on recommendations, often from connections or outstanding workers recommended by their units. Why should they go to the countryside? Now that college entrance exams are back, they earned their places through their own efforts. The resentment towards those with connections was obvious. After class, Wang Chong took out a bag of candied fruit. Zixuan, I usually don't eat these. My sister-in-law would definitely like them. Chen Zixuan looked at the candied fruit and then at his mouth. It seems your toothache is serious again. It's swollen, so you can't eat sweets. I won't be polite then. After saying that, he casually put the bag of candied fruit into his bag. Wang Chong was momentarily speechless, scratching his head. Don't you have anything else to say? What to say? He then slapped his forehead and said, Yes, you should go to the medical room to get some medicine. If that doesn't work, just pull out the bad tooth. It must be very uncomfortable. Chen Ling listened carefully to their conversation, especially when Chen Zixuan pretended not to understand and quickly hid the item, covering his mouth so he wouldn't laugh out loud. Wang Chong saw this and thought, if I don't say something now, this kid will run away again. So he quickly got to the point and asked, Haha, Zixuan, do you know Lu Haiyan? Yes, I've met her a few times before. Just a few times? Wang Chong looked suspicious. If they had only met a few times, why would Lu Haiyan be so friendly when talking to him? Yeah, I met her on the train, and we've only seen each other once or twice at school. Wang Chong scratched his head, feeling that maybe he was too hasty to bring the gift. Seeing Wang Chong's expression, Chen Zixuan chuckled inwardly and deliberately took out some candied fruit. Would you like to take some home? Wang Chong quickly waved his hands. He definitely couldn't do that. You're saying you gave it to my sister-in-law? You can't take it back now. Just put it away. Chen Zixuan also found it funny. Even though he's 2 years older than him and calls her sister-in-law, it made him a little embarrassed. All right, then I'll thank your sister-in-law for you. No need to be polite. Since we're friends, maybe you should return the favor? Wang Chong still wanted to try, just in case it worked. Chen Zixuan almost hurt his back turning around so quickly. He looked at him and nodded. Flattery won't get you anywhere. Haha, I knew you're a good brother. Tonight, I'll treat you to a meal in the cafeteria. How about joining me? Tonight? Chen Zixuan shook his head. I have to spend the evening with my wife. Hey, one less day doesn't matter. Besides, how long does a meal take? All right, I'll tell my wife after school and come back later. Deal? That's settled. Wang Chong looked happy and ran off quickly. Chen Zixuan watched him rush and smiled a little. Chen Ling, standing nearby, looked at him and asked, So, you've been bought so easily. Hee. It's just that we're in our energetic youth. Sometimes, you need to give them a way to vent. What does it matter here? Seeing that she didn't understand, Chen Zixuan casually said, Kids don't understand. Chen Ling clenched her small fist and made a fierce gesture at him, then angrily looked down at her book. After school in the afternoon, she packed her things, grabbed her bag, and headed out. Wang Chong quickly packed his things and caught up with her. Zixuan, at 5:30, I'll go ahead and make arrangements. Don't forget, don't worry. Chen Zixuan waved his hand and carried his bag as he walked out. At the gate, the security guard saw him and smiled. You're pretty punctual every day. Chen Zixuan took out a cigarette and offered one. Hey, if I don't come early, my wife will come looking for me. The guard was quite talkative. Haha, you're a real man. Bringing your wife to school is a first for me. Unlike some people, their wives come over and they don't even recognize them. Really? Yeah, there's someone standing over there too. Hearing this, Chen Zixuan looked outside and saw a woman with a little girl standing by the roadside. The girl looked a bit scared, clutching the woman's leg tightly. What should we do? We can't just ignore them, right? The guard shook his head. Someone is talking to them now, but it will have to be dealt with eventually. Chen Zixuan had seen many reports from this time period. Many young people went to the countryside to marry, but after the college entrance exam was restored or they had a chance to return to the city, some people left their wives and children without hesitation. He took a puff of his cigarette. All right, I'll go back first. I need to come back later. I've made plans to eat dinner with my classmates tonight. Okay, go ahead. After Chen Zixuan left, he glanced at the woman and child across the street, but didn't say anything. He just walked along the road toward home. Shi Yingxue saw him return and happily took his bag. Brother Xian, I've made tea for you. Thanks, wife. Today my roommate asked me to eat out, so I can't stay with you tonight. That's fine. Your classmates invited you. You can't always refuse. As a man, you need to have social occasions too. Chen Zixuan took a sip of tea and took out a bag of candied fruit, handing it over. I didn't want to join at first, but Wang Chong took a bag of candied fruit and said it was for you. He's a bit short-sighted. He's interested in Lu Haiyan, so he asked me to go along and keep him company. Kaingsi took the preserved fruit and heard this. She also smiled. Haha, I see. Haiyan has had a tough time. You should help her keep an eye out so she doesn't get tricked. It's all up to them. Besides, she's very popular and many people like her. I believe Lu Haiyan knows what's going on in her heart. Yes, that's true. She's pretty, so she probably has many admirers. Lu Haiyan and her 3 roommates went to the cafeteria together. Chen Hai and the others were already waiting. When they saw them, they quickly waved. Over here, Lu Haiyan's 3 roommates all looked nice. When they arrived, many people in the cafeteria started to look at them. Wang Chong also eagerly helped by moving chairs and getting utensils. Hey, isn't Xian here too? Where is he? He's coming soon. He needs to go home and report to his wife. Wang Chong joked with a smile. Just as he finished, someone arrived, and he quickly called out, "Speak of the devil." Chen Zixuan walked over with a smile. Sorry, I'm late. Chen Hai teased him with a laugh. Haha, the monk has finally come out of seclusion. That's not easy. Lu Haiyan stood up happily. Xian, are Ying Xue and Xiaolian doing okay? They're fine, he replied with a smile, then looked around and said, I feel like something's going to happen here today. Wang Chong casually said, What's going to happen? Do you have some kind of special power to predict? Graceful ladies and gentlemen, with a few beautiful classmates here, maybe you'll have to be a hero protecting flowers soon. Lu Haiyan's roommates couldn't help but laugh. Although his words sounded a bit flirtatious, they knew he was complimenting their looks. No woman dislikes hearing that. Chen Zixuan, who was handsome and confident, still made them feel good even though he was married. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. Zixuan, you're right. I should do the same. Chen Hai and Wang Chong felt a bit awkward. Yesterday, they had tried to be heroes protecting flowers but got beaten up. If they did it again, they might lose face. Cough cough, let's not talk about that. Come on, let's eat. Eat more dishes, Chen Hai quickly said. Wang Chong poured beer and drinks for everyone. Let's have a toast together. Chen Zixuan smiled, raised his glass, and clinked it with theirs, then drank a whole glass of beer. A few strong-looking boys came inside. They clearly came prepared and headed straight for their table. Chen Hai and Wang Chong looked at each other and secretly cursed. The young man in front, smiling happily, said, Lu Haiyan, what a coincidence. We meet again. Then he looked at 3 beautiful girls nearby and greeted warmly. Are these your classmates? I'm Dai Tao from the martial arts club. Feel free to find me if you need help. He ignored Chen Zixuan and the others, probably because they had a fight yesterday and didn't want trouble today. Chen Hai saw he was ignored. Though he couldn't fight well, he wouldn't back down. Dai Tao, why are you so persistent? Can't you see we're eating? Dai Tao looked at him and Wang Chong with disdain. What? You want to loosen up your muscles today? He clenched his fist and made sharp cracking sounds. Wang Hao stood up and warned, If you keep bothering us, don't blame us for telling the school. If you get punished or expelled, that's on you. Dai Tao wasn't afraid at all, acting confident and fearless. Hey, we're just saying hello to classmates. Is that a problem? The others behind him also smiled and looked at them. Lu Haiyan was a bit angry about what happened yesterday. I don't know you. Please don't disturb us while we eat. Wang Chong proudly said. Did you hear that? If you bother our female classmates again, don't blame us for telling the school. What can the school do? We haven't done anything, they replied. Dai Tao pretended not to care, but was secretly angry. Being publicly embarrassed like this was hard to swallow. He looked at them and challenged, If you're real men, come practice with us at the martial arts club. You wouldn't be hiding behind women, would you? Wang Chong's face turned red with anger. Chen Zixuan looked at them and asked others with a smile, Can anyone challenge others to a fight at the martial arts club? Dai Tao confidently said, Why not? Whether we accept the challenge depends on if you're a man. If you don't want to fight, we don't mind. Just shout coward when we meet. Haha. Yeah, coward sounds pretty good. Others from the martial arts club laughed and mocked. Chen Zixuan smiled and looked at a few people. Can students who don't join any club or are in other clubs also send challenge letters. For example, the dance club. If they dance ballet and you don't participate, does that make you a coward? Everyone was stunned. People around started laughing. That's right. Are they cowards? Doing ballet, huh? That's so funny. I can't believe he thought of that. Yeah, a few strong guys dancing ballet on stage. Just thinking about it is amusing. Lu Haiyan and the others also couldn't stop laughing. Chen Hai gave a thumbs up. Wang Chong pointed at them proudly. If you accept the challenge, I'll go call the dance club students now. Don't be scared when the time comes. The martial arts club members looked at each other. Dai Tao sneered. Oomph, you guys just talk big. If you're scared, you're just scared. You're all cowards. Chen Hai looked proud. Hey, do you guys dance ballet? If you dare, we'll accept the challenge. So what if we lose? Real men shouldn't lose face. Chen Zixuan took a sip of his drink. We can also do the swan dance. That's pretty good too. Note, the swan dance isn't from this era. It's just a story. Don't take it too seriously. Please pay more attention to the updates. Thanks to the author. Class monitor Chen Ling couldn't hold back her laughter. She had just come to eat and noticed what was happening, so she quietly came over to watch the fun. When she heard this, she also couldn't help but laugh. She thought her classmate was really mischievous, implying that a few grown men dancing the swan dance was something he could come up with. Members of the martial arts club saw everyone around them looking at them with mocking expressions, and their faces turned red. The martial arts club members, proud of their skills, were usually very arrogant. Some people had long disliked them, and now they had a chance to mock them, so they wouldn't miss it. Dai Tao pointed at him angrily. Kid, if you have the guts, stop talking and practice with us. Chen Zixuan put down his drink, smiling. You say practice, then let's practice. If I don't, I'll just be a simple-minded fool like you. Ha, exactly. The martial arts club must have lost their minds. I don't even know how they got into college. If they keep bullying us like this, we'll fight back the same way. Yes. Tomorrow I'll get in touch with the dance club. You'll see what happens then. At this moment, a few more boys entered from outside. The leader was nearly 6 feet tall, and it was Wushu Club President, Shi Jia. He immediately asked, who dares to bully our Wushu Club members? Everyone around saw him and instantly fell silent. Shi Jia looked very intimidating and was very skilled in martial arts. Chen Zixuan looked at the newcomers and didn't care at all. He said, What? Is the University of the Imperial Capital your Wushu Club's private playground? Are all students just objects for you to bully? If someone is unhappy, they just bully others. Why not suggest to the school to change the name to Wushu University? Hearing this, the people around became very angry. That's right. We'll go to the school. Your Wushu Club is too bossy. Even when eating, they get priority. Yes. We should tell the school and kick them out. Kick them out. Chen Ling looked at her classmates with surprise. She didn't expect that just a few words could stir up everyone's feelings so quickly. This time, things might get really complicated for the Wushu Club. Shi Jia's face changed. Although he was tall and strong, he wasn't stupid. He knew this was a bad situation, and there was no way to control it now. He quickly explained, Don't misunderstand. We're all students here. How could we bully others casually? We came today because we heard someone was bullying our club members. This is a dining hall. Who was shouting as soon as they entered. Now you realize you've made everyone angry. If you want to fix it, you should ask your classmates if they're willing. After speaking, Chen Zixuan pointed at Wang Chong's mouth and said, This is also your work, right? Then he lifted Chen Hai's shirt, revealing the bruises on his body. This is just what I know. In less than a month since school started, I don't know how many people you've bullied. Everyone should report it to the school. Let's see how they handle it. Some people around felt the same way. I have a bruise on my leg too. I was just blocking the way when the Wushu Club kicked me. Our dorm also has similar stories. I'm going to call for help right now. Listening to everyone, Chen Zixuan smiled quietly. Most of these people had come from previous activities. Whenever there was injustice, as long as someone led the way, everyone would shout and rush forward. Chen Hai and his roommates looked at each other in amazement. It seemed like something big was about to happen. Everyone got excited because this was a chance for revenge. Wang Chong jumped up and shouted, Let's go find the school. We won't let these troublemakers get away. Since there was so much noise, someone had already gone to call the teachers. The teachers and security guards quickly came in. Everyone stay calm. What happened here? Take your time to tell me. The martial arts club is being too mean. Yes, they are too bossy. If we don't agree with them, they threaten us and challenge us to fights. My leg is still bruised because I didn't give way to the martial arts club members. Shanhai also didn't mind being laughed at. He lifted his shirt and shouted, "Teacher, they started it. It was because we were eating, and they harassed a female classmate just for saying something." "Yes, they hit me too," Wang Chong added, pointing to his chin. The teachers looked at each other with serious faces. The members of the martial arts club were now very scared. They looked pale and begged Chen Zixuan with pleading eyes. They almost kneeled and admitted their mistake. They wondered what kind of person they had encountered. Why did the other side seem even more terrible than them? But their words were very sharp, and they quickly stirred up the crowd. The teachers quickly understood what had happened. They looked sternly at the martial arts club members and said, "This is a university. You are out of control." Then they told the students around, "Don't worry. I will report this honestly to the school. I'm sure they will handle it soon. Keep eating and feel free to report any problems in the future. Don't cause more trouble." After calming everyone down, the teachers and security guards took the 10 or so martial arts club members away. "Oh yeah, we won." Everyone cheered as if they had just won a battle. Chen Zixuan didn't say anything after that. He sat quietly with a smile on his face. Wang Hao gave him a thumbs up. "You're really awesome. Ha, that was hilarious." "Zixuan, what were you thinking, making them do ballet? Ha ha, I can't stop laughing." Chen Zixuan waved casually and said, "Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Ha ha ha." A few girls burst into laughter like geese. Chen Ling patted him and said, "You're so naughty. I saw Shijie, that big fool, almost crying just now. Ha ha, that was so funny." Chen Zixuan turned around and saw it was her, and also smiled and greeted. "What a coincidence, the class monitor is here too." Wang Chong grinned and stood up, saying, "Class monitor, do you want to eat together?" "Sure," Chen Ling replied and sat down directly. Wang Chong scratched his head, just being polite. He didn't expect her to sit down right away. "All right, I'll pour a drink for the class monitor," Chen Ling cheerfully said. "Just a soft drink is fine." After that, the meal went smoothly and no one disturbed them again. Chen Zixuan acted a bit silly and said little during the meal. By the end of the meal, everyone's relationship had become closer. The next few days were very peaceful until Saturday, when the school announced the disciplinary actions for the martial arts club members. Wang Chong received a warning and had to do a self-reflection, but he thought it was too light. It should have been a dismissal. Chen Zixuan ignored him. Although they were annoying, they didn't commit crimes serious enough to be expelled. Expelling them would be like sentencing them to death. At this time, the martial arts club gathered dozens of people, all looking worried and silent. Sure, Jia looked grimly at the others across from him. "I don't know what you're thinking. You caused this trouble yourself. I went to the stage, and it was set up, but it turned into a criticism platform. I didn't do anything, and now I've got a reprimand. President, we're even more wronged. We went with you this time, and we didn't even get to speak. We almost got attacked by angry classmates. When I go home this week, my dad will find out about the punishment and will skin me alive." Dai Tao also looked upset. "I didn't know that kid was so slick." Just a few words, and he stirred everyone up. Shijie looked at him with annoyance. "This mess is your fault. We need to fix this, or we'll have to bow our heads and accept it in the future. President, there's no way to fix it. We can't really go and dance ballet, can we?" Some people who weren't there were shocked when they heard this. Haha, this is so funny. Who came up with such a bad idea? Oh no, I can't stop laughing. My stomach hurts. At this moment, Shijie couldn't hold back anymore and almost cried from laughing. Although it was the opponent's idea, just thinking about it made him want to laugh. After laughing, he pointed at Dai Tao and said, "Then jump. This time, we got into trouble because of you. If we get punished and I don't personally teach him a lesson, I might as well quit being the leader of the martial arts club." Dai Tao was instantly stunned, shaking his head like a rattle drum. "No, I won't jump. Whoever wants to go, let them go." Shijie waved his hand, and more than 10 disciplined club members mischievously surrounded him. Seeing their unfriendly looks, Dai Tao quickly begged, "Brothers, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Humph, if you don't jump, from now on, you'll be our target every day. Hee hee, you caused me to get scolded at home. I'll start by looking for something on you. Guys, if I really jump, how can I still be a person afterward?" Dai Tao shouted in regret to the sky. After school, Chen Zixuan packed his things, grabbed his bag, and headed out. Wang Chong hurriedly called out, Zishuan, tomorrow is a day off. Do you want to go for a walk? I've already made plans with Lu Haiyan and her roommate. Chen Zishuan waved his hand. You guys go ahead. I already have plans. Then he walked out. Probably just hanging out with his wife again, Wang Chong muttered, tidied up his things, and also headed out. As Chen Zishuan stepped out of the school gate, a thick black shadow flashed before his eyes, and his steps slowed down. He casually glanced at the crowd outside, noticing a few young men with darkened heads watching him intentionally or unintentionally. He memorized their appearances and quickly thought about who might be targeting him. Recently, only the park incident and the martial arts club matter had happened. Carrying his bag, Chen Zishuan took a different route home, which appeared safe. The people watching from afar saw him change direction and hurried to call others. Although curious about how these people planned to deal with him, he didn't take any reckless risks. First, it was broad daylight. If he revealed his secret, he might be dissected for research. Second, the danger level was very high. It was a dead-end situation, easy to fall into a trap. He entered an alley, confirmed no one was around, and mentally entered his space. Sitting inside, he observed the outside situation. He wanted to see who was trying to target him. A few minutes later, two young men secretly looked inside. One cursed. This time, the plan was useless. Follow him. Make sure you know all his routes. Next time, he won't be so lucky to escape. They said this and started to chase, but after leaving the alley, they didn't see anyone and didn't know what to do. Bad luck. Let's go back and report. Although Chen Zishuan wanted to follow, his wife was waiting at home. If he didn't tell her, she would worry. Forget it. If he's targeting me, he will come again. Thinking this, he left the space and headed home. After dinner that night, Qi Yinglian went to watch TV again. Qi Yingxue smiled and said, This girl has become a TV addict. Chen Zishuan smiled and made up an excuse. Big girl, sometimes I might come home late at night. If I don't get back by 6, don't wait for me to eat. My teacher said there are academic discussions, but the times are uncertain. Maybe one day, so if I come back late, don't worry. I'll remember. He wouldn't let those who wanted to harm him go easily. And he could also take the chance to absorb some evil spirits from bad people. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Scar-faced man heard his subordinate's report and snorted coldly. He's lucky this time. Next time, arrange more people. I don't believe he can always escape. Poison Wolf sat nearby, thinking, then asked directly, Are you sure he didn't notice you? Absolutely not. As soon as he left the school, he went straight in another direction. We didn't dare follow closely. When we caught up, he was already gone. Yes, and the people living in that area are not simple. We don't dare go in to look. If we get questioned, it will be trouble. Poison Wolf nodded. Yes, you're right. Even if it takes longer, we must not be exposed. After speaking, he looked at Scar-faced man. Big brother, people are watching from behind every day. Tomorrow is a rest day. Maybe there will be other chances. All right, then keep watching every day. I believe there will be an opportunity. Chen Zishuan went to the nearby market, bought some vegetables, and also took out over 20 pieces of marinated meat, wild rabbits, and wild chickens from the space, then went straight home. Qi Yingxue saw so many wild rabbits and chickens and was surprised. Brother Xian, why are there so many? I happened to meet a mountain villager coming into town. He looked good, so I bought some. It can be stored easily, and I can eat it slowly. This should last for a while. Kaingsu said as she hung them in the kitchen. Chen Zishuan watched her tidy up, then turned and went to the study. He took out some tea leaves, brewed a cup for himself, and leaned back in his chair, thinking, Hey, it seems I can't miss the reward for the loyal followers next time. Right now, he felt lonely and powerless. He took a sip of tea and picked up a book to read. Wang Chong and his friends gathered and headed out of the school. They were chatting and laughing along the way. Dai Tao looked angry and determined, like a brave warrior about to face a challenge, walking toward them. A group of people watched as they approached. Chen Hai mocked. Oh, isn't that the martial arts club? What do you want to teach us today? Wang Chong also smiled playfully. Hee hee. Yeah, are you guys issuing another challenge? Dai Tao puffed out his chest. Yes, our martial arts club challenges you 3 and another classmate from that day. Haha. A challenge, huh? Fine. Tomorrow I'll have the dance club compete with you in ballet. Wang Chong kept joking, not taking it seriously. He thought that since they had just been punished, they wouldn't dare cause trouble. Not just him, everyone else thought the same. Some students nearby noticed the situation and moved closer. Suddenly, amid the teasing, a voice rang out, and everything around fell silent. Dai Tao pointed at them angrily. If you want to dance, go ahead. If you refuse to fight, don't blame us for looking down on you. Real men spit out their words like nails. Wang Hao swore loudly. Everyone was stunned. Chen Hai pointed at him, amazed. You really want to dance? Seeing their shock, Dai Tao felt even better. He puffed out his chest. Yes, real men have nothing to fear. I accept the dance club's challenge. You accept the martial arts club's challenge. It's fair. Wang Chong looked at him seriously, then patted his thigh. All right. Since you're so serious, we won't back down. It's just a little beating. See you tomorrow night. News about the martial arts club performing the swan dance spread quickly across the campus. In less than an hour, everyone knew the news. Even some teachers heard about it, and many people burst out laughing on the spot. Lu Haiyan hadn't reacted yet, and looked at a few people. Are you all so accepting? They might punish you even more after what happened. Wang Hao was a bit scared. Really, I didn't expect the martial arts club to be so fierce. They'd rather dance than let us go. Such deep resentment. Chen Hai nodded in agreement. Wang Chong opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He scratched his head. Forget it. I'll ask Zishuan tomorrow. He probably has a way. Yes. We'll talk about tomorrow. Today, we agreed to climb the Great Wall. Let's go. Chen Hai urged everyone to leave. Seeing that they were so brave, Lu Haiyan and the others also smiled and followed. But they were really looking forward to what would happen tomorrow. Chen Zishuan just sat down in the classroom when he heard the shocking news. Class monitor Chen Ling looked at him with a smile. Let's see what you do this time. I heard Shi Jie made a promise to fight you himself, to see if you're tough or not. Chen Zishuan stroked his chin and nodded. It seems his martial skills are almost perfect. What do you mean? Chen Ling looked at him confused. The classmates around also listened with interest. Chen Zishuan looked at everyone's curious eyes and said seriously, people who have no shame are invincible. Everyone was stunned, then burst out laughing. Wang Chong heard the laughter from outside and came in, curious. What are you laughing at? A boy explained. Zishuan said the martial arts club skills are almost perfect. Almost perfect? Wang Chong was surprised. He hadn't even mastered it yet, and they were already so good. If they were perfect, what would happen? Zishuan, is that true? Looks like we can't avoid a fight now. Everyone started laughing again. Chen Ling smiled warmly. Zishuan said that if you practice martial arts to the highest level, you'll be safe. Wang Chong got excited and ran over. Is that true, Zishuan? Teach me quickly. I'll make sure they can't find their way. Chen Zishuan shook his head and picked up a book. You also have the potential to be invincible. Huh? I do? Chen Ling couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing his excited expression, she directly gave the answer. People who have no shame are unbeatable. Haha. Everyone burst into laughter again. Wang Chong realized he had been tricked and sat down on a chair with a bad look on his face. You're so inconsiderate. Tonight, they will challenge us. If we don't think of a plan, we'll just have to accept a beating. Chen Zishuan, reading a book, said calmly, getting beaten is after they dance. You should go find more members of the dance club and challenge them one by one. Let them dance for a few days. Maybe they'll get tired and give up on their own. Zishuan, you're so mean. Chen Ling couldn't help but laugh, tears almost coming out. Wang Chong thought it made sense and grinned mischievously. Maybe you have a plan. After class, I'll contact someone. After school in the evening, everyone went to the venue to watch the fun. No one wanted to miss this grand event. Even some teachers came to join the excitement. Chen Zishuan also went to the venue with interest, not in a hurry to go home. The girls in the dance club looked at the burly boys from the other side, all laughing uncontrollably. Wang Chong shouted, Dai Tao, go change your clothes. This outfit won't do, haha. Yeah, hurry up and change. Otherwise, it doesn't count. Chen Hai and others agreed eagerly. Dai Tao showed a smile that was worse than crying. Can I just not change? Wang Chong looked proud and said, Of course you can. We're not going to challenge them anyway. Shi Jie, watching his club members, felt a bit sorry. If they changed clothes, how could they keep their dignity? Forget it, Dai Tao. Let them be proud. Let's go. Hearing the club president's words, Dai Tao also felt a surge of courage. If he didn't teach them a lesson this time, it would be hard to find another chance later. He clenched his teeth. I'll change. Some people couldn't help but swear. Wang Chang also gave a thumbs up. You have the potential to be unbeatable too. Dai Tao was stunned, proud, and puffed out his chest. Humph, it's too late to flatter me now. After I finish the competition, I'll make sure to give you a good lesson. The club president, Shi Jia, was curious and asked, what do you mean by unbeatable potential? Wang Chang looked at him curiously and cleared his throat. Listen carefully. People who knew started to hold back their laughter, while those who didn't just held their breath, waiting for the answer. People without shame are unbeatable. Haha. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Haha. This is so funny. People without shame are unbeatable. Shi Jia was stunned and immediately became angry. You little brat, you're messing with me. Just wait, I'll deal with you. He was about to go and hit him. The others in the martial arts club quickly stepped in to hold him back. President, don't be impulsive. He's just joking. Let's discipline him. Being held back by the group, Shi Jia gradually calmed down. He gave Wang Chang a big thumbs up. Good job, I almost fell for your trick. Don't worry, when we have the match, I'll take good care of you. Wang Chang looked at his big fist and felt a bit scared. He whispered, Zixuan, you have to help me. I think he's about to really hurt me. Chen Zixuan looked at him helplessly. Are you scared? Only those who accept the dance club challenge can ask to fight you. If he doesn't dance, what are you afraid of? Oh, that's true. Then I'm not afraid anymore. Wang Hao looked at him with a blank expression, feeling a bit tired. Shi Jia didn't make a move, but Dai Tao was enough to give them a hard time. I really don't know what's going on in that guy's head. When people saw Dai Tao in a dance costume, they burst out laughing. Haha, this is so funny. First time seeing such a strong ballet dancer. This is really interesting. Dai Tao's face turned red. He watched the girl dancing on the stage and then let go, starting to dance along. The venue filled with warm applause and cheers. Chen Zixuan saw that it was safe here today, so he decided to leave after a while. Anyway, this feud was too big. When the real competition came, he would just step in himself. As he left the school, he saw someone watching him, and this time, all 3 roads home were pitch dark. Wow, that's ruthless. He looked at the sky, which was completely dark now. He kept walking along the road toward home. His mind was racing, and his body was tense. He didn't think anyone would shoot at them here. Where's this? This is the top university. If someone fires a gun at the students here, it would be a huge incident. A few lookouts in the distance saw him and showed happy expressions. They quickly followed from afar. Chen Zixuan entered a small path. He heard a woo-woo sound nearby. He turned his head and saw 2 young men covering a woman's mouth and pulling her toward an empty lot. One of the young men saw him and drew a small knife. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Because it was dark, he couldn't see the woman's face clearly. She was desperately shaking her head. Chen Zixuan saw the dark figures above them and immediately understood what they were planning. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. The 3 of them were stunned. Isn't this supposed to be a hero saving a damsel? Chen Zixuan quickly disappeared from sight. From afar, the watchers came over but could no longer see him. What's going on? That kid just ran away. They all looked confused. Aren't you supposed to be skilled in martial arts? Why did you run away when trouble started? Chen Zixuan sneered. He was hiding in a corner, watching them. Such a cruel trap. If he didn't have his skills, he might have fallen for it. If that woman bit him and accused him later, and the others were trying to help her, he wouldn't be able to clear his name, even if he jumped into a river. Seeing the group leave, he quickly followed carefully. He had just changed into different clothes in his space. He was wearing a hood with only his eyes showing. The weather wasn't as cold as before, but it was still chilly at night. This outfit wouldn't attract much attention. He noticed that on every way home, there was a woman and some men. After they met up, they all rode bicycles in the same direction. He used light skills to follow, walking normally on the surface but taking big steps, several meters each time, at a fast pace. Though not as fast as teleportation, it was enough to keep up. He followed for over half an hour until they entered a courtyard. Chen Zixuan knew this was the hideout of the mastermind. He looked around, saw no one outside, and quietly climbed over the wall. He peeked inside and saw no one in the yard. Everyone was inside the house. He slipped in directly. The yard was quite large, bigger than his place by more than half. Seeing the door was locked from the inside, he was relieved. Brother, this kid saw someone being kidnapped and ran away. Yes, I followed the normal procedure, using a dagger to scare him a little. I was ready to be beaten, but he turned around and ran away. Scarface was also a bit stunned at this moment. Poison Wolf thought the same and wondered, strange, it shouldn't be. With his skills, why would he tolerate being threatened? Could he have mistaken the person? Poison Wolf shook his head. Impossible. We've confirmed it. Unless, Scarface quickly asked, unless what? Poison Wolf narrowed his eyes. Unless the other person has a big secret, something not related to us, and he won't interfere. A big secret? Poison Wolf's eyes lit up, as if he had guessed the reason. Looking at the others, he said, someone so young with such skills, and accompanied by a beautiful woman. This person must have. Suddenly, applause sounded. Everyone inside the room stood up and turned to look at the door. Chen Zixuan entered with a smile, clapping. After looking around at the people inside, 25 men and women, none of whom seemed kind, they nodded in satisfaction. Scarface asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Some people had already pulled out daggers, staring fiercely at the newcomer. Chen Zixuan took off his mask. "Aren't you supposed to be against me? So I came by myself. It's you." A subordinate shouted. "Boss, it's him who hurt second brother." Hearing this, Scarface drew a pistol from his waist and pointed it at him. "You little brat, no matter how you found this place, I heard you're very skilled. I wonder if your gun is as good as your fists." Chen Zixuan understood what was happening. With a thought, everyone inside the room disappeared instantly. In the space, these people couldn't move at all, and they were terrified. Chen Zixuan entered the space, looked at them, and smiled. "Haha, now tell me, who are you?" Scarface found he could speak again. He raised his hand to shoot, but realized he had nothing in his hand. His face turned pale. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Chen Zixuan snapped his fingers. With a whoosh, one of the subordinates' legs was cut off cleanly. But that subordinate looked happy, even though he couldn't move or bleed. No blood came out. Scarface was scared, really scared this time. The Poison Wolf's eyes widened in fear, and his mind raced quickly. He knew he couldn't fight this person, and he wondered where they were. They couldn't speak or move freely here. He hurried to think of a way to escape. Chen Zixuan asked, "Who are you?" I said, "I work in the black market. I have money. If you let me go, I'll give you everything I have." "Who is your second brother?" The scar-faced man dared not hide anything. "He's my brother. You broke a few of his ribs. You did a good job. If you let me go, I'll break his legs." Chen Zixuan understood. This was revenge for those people in the park. Since they were involved in the black market, they probably had a lot of money. He waved his hand, blocking all their senses, and questioned each person. Suddenly, the Poison Wolf found he could speak. He quickly said, "Sir, I can be useful. I can run errands for you. I know everything about the capital city. Oh, and I also know where my boss hid his treasure." He realized this person was definitely a legendary expert. If he could serve such a person, maybe he could learn a trick or two. Thinking this, he looked at the man opposite with more respect. Chen Zixuan glanced at him. He saw he was just a clever, not worth much. He remained calm and said, "Tell me about your situation and where the treasure is. I want to hear if it's different from what others have said." "I'll tell you. My older brother controls 2 black markets, but the main part is handled by someone behind the scenes. His money and goods are hidden in." Chen Zixuan nodded. His information was similar to others, but he knew more details. He sealed the Poison Wolf's senses again and looked at the scar-faced man. "Say where your treasure is. If you make one mistake, I'll cut off a part of your body." The scar-faced man's heart sank. He knew he couldn't escape. "No matter what, I'm going to die anyway. Come on, do your worst." "Haha, all right. I'll let you experience a slow death." Chen Zixuan finished speaking, waving his hand. A gust of wind-like blade shot out, and blood mist erupted from the scar-faced man's body. In this space, he was like a god, able to control everything here. Seeing Scarface still silent, he used the wind blade to cut him step by step. He had no guilt about hurting bad people. Just now, others had told him many crimes, and these people would never be free from their sins, even if they died 10 times. I'll tell you everything. Please just let me go." Scarface finally understood what it was like to wish for death. In the past, he only tortured others, but now, experiencing this pain himself, he realized it was more than a person could bear. Chen Zixuan listened as he revealed each secret and he smiled. Sure enough, a clever fox has 3 burrows. Even his strategist didn't know about the secret treasure place. Once he knew what he wanted, he waved his hand and gave these people a quick end. Yum yum. 25 evil spirits were into a black hole. Absorbed 25 evil spirits. Gained 5 virtue points. Choose 1 reward. 1. 2,000 yuan in world money. 2. 5 human masks. 3. Mastery in painting. Hearing about the reward, he didn't hesitate. I choose 2. Suddenly, several human masks appeared in his hand, and he quickly understood how to use them. It was very easy, like applying a face mask. Put it on the face, and it would change your appearance. No one could see through it. Not bad. Chen Zixuan smiled, then activated his mind and left the space. He returned to Scarface's house and entered the bedroom. Under the bed, there was a wooden box with some gold bars and cash, which he stored directly into his space. He then cleaned up his traces and went to the next room. Inside, there were several boxes of liquor and foreign wines. Hey, still quite a few weapons. He used his mind to store everything into his space. Another room had many household appliances, including a few TVs, refrigerators, and washing machines. He didn't take anything else. He wasn't planning to sell on the black market. Having so much was useless. He then checked each room one by one. This was Scarface's main base, where valuable items were kept. Chen Zixuan picked out some things, but there were still many left. He cleaned up his traces again, then climbed out. He took a bucket of red paint, wrote a word on the door, then took a bicycle and headed to other locations. Today, he planned to check several other locations. Otherwise, news about Scarface's hideout being discovered would quickly spread in the black market. Maybe someone already knew where he was hiding things. He spent over an hour searching all the places, and when he left, he wrote words with red paint. Chen Zixuan's last stop was outside a small courtyard, which was the residence of Scarface's younger brother. He didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. 2 days ago, Ertzi was discharged from the hospital and had been resting at home, boredly smoking. Suddenly, he looked up at the blue sky and white clouds, which made him stunned, and then he lost consciousness. When Chen Zixuan returned home, it was already past 8 o'clock. Shi Yingxue saw him come back and asked with a smile, "Brother Xian, have you eaten?" "Big girl, I've already eaten. You must be tired. I'll go prepare some foot wash for you," she said, heading to get water. Shi Yinglian stepped forward, took his clothes, and hung them up. "Brother-in-law, why so late?" "Hey, I consider myself lucky to be back early. The work over there isn't finished yet. I just finished my task and came back first," he said casually. Shi Yingxue brought in water to soak his feet. While soaking, Chen Zixuan focused his mind on his space, sorting through his recent gains. He found 50 large yellow croakers, 100 small yellow croakers, and over 80,000 yuan in cash. To his surprise, he also found more than 20,000 US dollars. There were various bills, industrial coupons, and plenty of other valuables. He didn't touch the food, but he did take some meat, along with cigarettes, alcohol, tea, candies, fabrics, and clothes, lots of miscellaneous items. Someone's been murdered. Outside Scarface's courtyard, a terrified shout rang out. In the quiet night, it was especially clear. Nearby residents hurried out, dressed hurriedly. What happened? Someone's been killed. Then everyone saw the writing on the door, bright red. The word, death, was very eye-catching. An older man stepped closer, annoyed, and said, "It's just paint. No need to make a fuss. Paint? That doesn't seem right. Writing that word definitely has a problem. We should find the security officer." When the security officer arrived, he examined the scene, looked over the situation, and jumped over the wall to investigate inside. Seeing a large amount of supplies, he was also surprised. This scene was happening at 3 other locations as well. As soon as I arrived at the classroom in the morning, Wang Chong came up to me. "Zixuan, when did you leave yesterday? You didn't see how interesting it was." Chen Zixuan glanced at him, sat down at his desk, and said while picking up a book, "What's so fun about it?" Clearly, they let loose. "You might get beaten up." Wang Chong looked at him with a flattering smile. "Hee hee, you must have a plan, right? A grown man going to dance ballet? Not afraid of being laughed at. That shows how much they want to fight you. Good luck." "Not at all." "What do you mean, you all? It should be we. They even issued a challenge to you." Chen Zixuan looked indifferent. "He said it, and I'll do it? Why should I listen to him?" Besides, I never agreed from the start. Wang Chong was stunned. After thinking for a while, he realized it was true and smiled bitterly. So you've been standing strong all along. Chunling watched them with a bright smile. She knew her classmates were full of tricks, so she wouldn't get caught up in their schemes. And now, it was just as she expected. Seeing Wang Chong's foolish expression, Chen Zixuan couldn't help but laugh inside and picked up his book again. Wang Chong looked hopeless and slumped on his desk. After lunch, Chen Zixuan wandered over to the martial arts club. Shi Jie patted Dai Tao's arm. Don't worry, everyone here remembers the contributions you've made to the club. Yes, yes. Dai Tao, sacrificing yourself for us. That fearless spirit really impresses me. The members of the martial arts club were joking and laughing around Dai Tao. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and everyone turned to look. Seeing who it was, Dai Tao's face twisted with anger. Kid, you actually came here on your own today. Chen Zixuan smiled casually and looked around. Inside, there were punching bags and wooden dummies. The space was over 100 square meters and was quite tidy. Shi Jie saw him and was filled with hatred. It was all because of this kid that they got into trouble. Hearing the club president's words, someone immediately ran over and closed the door. Everyone inside looked at him with bad intentions. Shi Jie clenched his fists, making crisp cracking sounds. Kid, we just finished eating. Let's get some exercise. Haha. President, why don't I go first? He's so thin and weak. I wonder if he can handle one punch from me. I think he definitely can. Not just one punch, I could do 100. Yes, yes, this kid looks like a master. Don't stop me. I want to try him out. Chen Zixuan looked at them and found it amusing. I didn't expect everyone to welcome me so warmly. Haha, of course. Our martial arts club is the most enthusiastic. Chen Zixuan nodded and walked quickly to a wooden. Under everyone's curious eyes, he threw a punch swiftly. A dull sound echoed, but the wooden didn't move at all. Haha, I thought he was going to. Before finishing, the shattered into pieces and scattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Chen Zixuan showed his still smooth and white fist. I hope no one else finds out about what I came here for. The contest is over. After saying that, he turned and walked out with his hands behind his back. The two club members blocking the door hurriedly moved aside, not daring to stop him. After a while, only the sound of breathing could be heard inside. Is he even human? One punch and the broke apart. How much strength does that take? Even if he has that strength, his hand would be hurt. But his fist didn't even get a scratch. Shi Jie looked serious. He had been practicing martial arts since he was a child and always thought he had no rivals among his peers. But today's event completely changed his view. Not only him, even his grandfather, a martial arts master, couldn't do this. He looked at the scattered wooden, especially the broken part, and his expression changed sharply. He thought he shattered it with one punch. Has he already mastered hidden energy? Everyone heard this and became curious. President, what is hidden energy? Yeah, tell us more. Shi Jie stood up and explained. There are 3 levels in martial arts, Ming Jin and Hua Jin. Dai Tao asked quickly, President, which level are you at? Shi Jie shook his head. I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child. I'm still far from reaching the first level. According to my grandfather, in the martial arts world today, Ming Jin is already rare, and in Jin is non-existent. Wang Chong, Chen Hai, and Wang Hao sat in their dormitory, feeling worried. This whole thing is a mess. Forget it, it's just a little scolding. What's the big deal? Wang Chong said casually. Hey, you say that easily. You'll see how much it hurts when it happens to you. Chen Hai replied irritably. Wang Hao didn't care either. There's nothing we can do. Zixuan is so clever and distant from this. We're the ones suffering. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Wang Chong got up to open it. Outside were Dai Tao and a few members of the martial arts club. He looked nervous. Chen Hai and Wang Hao saw them and felt helpless. All right, we'll accept the challenge. But do we have to chase them to the dorm? Chen Hai said weakly. Dai Tao and his friends immediately smiled apologetically. Haha, you misunderstood. It was all a mistake. There's no challenge or anything. We came here to apologize sincerely. They even showed some gifts hidden behind their backs. The 3 of them were stunned. Even students from other dorms looked surprised. Has the sun risen from the west today? Wang Chong asked in surprise. Are you serious? Yes, we are serious. We know these gifts are nothing special. Tonight, We will set up a table in the small cafeteria to apologize to you. Rest assured, if you need anything in the future, just ask. Dai Tao put down the gifts. It's settled then. Be sure to come at 5:30 tonight. Wang Hao watched them leave, feeling confused. What's going on? I don't know, Wang Chong replied. He looked at the gifts, lots of snacks, drinks, and other treats. He scratched his head. Who cares? Might as well eat. Come on, don't be shy. Chen Hai saw that Wang Chong was so carefree and felt helpless. You should find out more before eating. What if they have bad plans again? Hey, we'll find out tonight. No more scolding, and there's food too. That's great, Wang Chong said dismissively. The two of them agreed. In the afternoon, Zixuan was sitting in the classroom reading a book. Wang Chong happily entered the classroom. Zixuan, guess what happened at lunch today? Without looking up, Zixuan said. What? Wang Dai Tao actually went to the dorm to apologize with gifts, and tonight they're inviting us to dinner. When Xinling heard this, she looked at him in surprise and asked, Is that true? Wang Chong looked proud and said, Of course it's true. Many people saw it. I think they just thought dancing was embarrassing, so they begged for mercy. Xinling felt something was wrong. She had already been embarrassed last night, so why care about doing it again? But she couldn't quite figure out what had really happened. She looked at Chun Zixuan, who was calmly reading a book, not surprised at all, and she also looked at him with suspicion. She wondered if it had something to do with him. Wang Chong didn't think too much and said, Zixuan, remember, dinner is at 5:30 in the small cafeteria. Don't forget. Chun Zixuan shook his head and said, I won't go. You guys enjoy your food. Come on, don't skip it. It's a waste if you don't eat. Wang Chong kept urging, but seeing that he wouldn't go, he felt a bit helpless. Fine, fine. If you don't go, we will. Let's see what they're up to. Inside the police headquarters meeting room. Director, according to the investigation, those 4 locations are warehouses run by black market members. SCAR has control of 2 black markets. We've caught some peripheral members, and they've all given statements. But now, 18 internal members, including SCAR, have disappeared without a trace. An arrest warrant has been issued, and we expect to have results soon. The middle-aged man at the head nodded and said, It seems our crackdown on the black market isn't enough. This incident might be the work of enemies or rivals. We must take this chance to catch them all. That evening, Shi Jie was disappointed because only Wang Chong and 2 others were there. He had hoped to get closer to Chun Zixuan, maybe learn something useful. Dai Tao stood up and asked, Hey, why are only you 3 here? Zixuan didn't come? Wang Chong and the others looked surprised. When did they become so close? Oh, he had some things to do, so he didn't come. Is that so? Well, sit down and eat with us, Dai Tao said warmly. Since he wasn't here, he decided to find out some information from his roommate. Most of the conversation during the meal was about Chun Zixuan. Even Wang Chong, who was slow to react, could tell something was off. And Chun Hai and Wang Hao definitely noticed. The next day, Chun Zixuan was surrounded by 3 people as soon as he arrived at school. Seeing them, he asked curiously, Why are you guys not in class? What are you doing here? Wang Chong looked at him with a mischievous smile and said, Zixuan, are you hiding something from us? That's right. Last night, the martial arts club kept calling you Brother Xian, so close and friendly. You must be hiding something from us. Chen Hai agreed. Wang Hao stroked his chin and nodded. You look thin and delicate, with soft skin and no calluses on your hands. It's clear you're not a martial artist. But since the martial arts club respects you so much, you must know a master of kung fu, right? The other 2 nodded in agreement. Chun Zixuan felt a little amused and nodded back. Since you've guessed it, there's no point asking. Class is starting soon, so let's go. He waved and went into the classroom building. Wang Chong happily said, Haha, I knew it. I knew Zixuan wouldn't ignore us. He's really a good brother. The other 2 also looked happy. Since they knew the answer, they each went to their own classes. Life continued peacefully, with days spent going to school and coming back home, living a simple routine. Soon, it was July 1978. The school was on summer break. Because their class started half a year late, most students chose to stay at school to continue studying. Many also did this to save on travel tickets home. Chun Zixuan was rowing a boat across the lake. The boat wasn't something you could just paddle freely. You had to buy a ticket. Eat. A jade pendant was stored in his space, and he heard a voice in his mind, feeling happy. He didn't rush to swallow it, but kept rowing on the lake. Fortunately, the water wasn't very deep, more than 3 meters, and he wouldn't be able to collect anything. There were many items like gold and silver ingots, antique porcelain, and jade. After about an hour, he reached the shore. Chen Zixuan didn't plan to go to the library to read and just wandered back home. He had gained quite a lot this time, with 3 items he could swallow. He was curious to see what benefits they would bring. Kaingsa saw him come back so early and asked with a smile, "Why are you back so soon?" Since it's holiday, I just read some books myself. I came back early today to rest. Let me make some tea for you." "No need. I can go by myself. You and Ernyo can watch TV." Chen Zixuan smiled and went to the study, brewed himself a cup of tea, and sat in a chair, looking at the 3 items on the table. A jade pendant, a piece of wood, and a bracelet. The voice in his mind sounded again. He put away the jade pendant and bracelet, planning to swallow the piece of wood first to see what it was. Swallowing the soul-nurturing wood with faint spiritual energy increases the size of the small world. Immediately, the small world expanded a little more. Chen Zixuan sensed that it had grown about 10 acres, the same as last time. He took a sip of tea, surprised that such a soul-nurturing wood really exists in reality. But then again, it makes sense. If it can swallow souls, then items that nurture souls wouldn't be surprising. He took out the other 2 items, unsure if they also contained spiritual energy. The jade pendant and bracelet disappeared from the table. Swallowing 1 jade pendant and 1 bracelet with dragon energy grants 80 merit points. You can choose 1 reward. Option 1, 100 taels of gold. Option 2, dragon vein seeking technique. Option 3, 3 loyal guards. Another item used by an emperor, not bad. The dragon vein seeking technique sounds like it's for finding dragon veins, which isn't useful to him. He's not interested in tomb raiding or anything like that. He hadn't claimed the loyal guards before, so he couldn't miss this chance. I choose option 3. Suddenly, 3 young men appeared inside the space, 2 men and 1 woman. They looked very ordinary, so much so that no one would notice them in a crowd. Their information flooded into his mind at the same time. In their memories, they were all his loyal servants, completely devoted to their master. Chen Zixuan looked at the household registration on the table and smiled. He didn't expect his preparations to be so thorough. With a thought, he entered the space. The 3 quickly bowed. "Greetings, master." Chen Zixuan waved his hand. "I don't have many rules. Just call me Brother Xian or boss. For now, rest here." The 3 respectfully bowed again. Chen Zixuan left the space, thinking about how to arrange these 3 people. It's easy to arrange Ma Yan. Let her stay at home to do laundry and cook, and she can also protect Nyo and Ernyo. Zhang Shan and Niu Chong will hide in the shadows. In the future, if anything happens, they will have someone reliable nearby. These 3 people have trained their martial arts to a master level and are skilled in stealth techniques. If they target someone, there is no chance of survival. He stood up and went outside. "Big girl, I'm going for a walk outside." "Okay, I understand." At the entrance of the alley, a group of old men were playing chess and chatting under a big tree. One of them saw him come out and asked with a smile, "Xiao Xian, it's summer vacation now. Are you going back to the village to visit?" Chen Zixuan understood what he meant. He was thinking about the ginseng. He replied with a smile, "Grandpa Zhang, I won't go back during summer vacation. I'll go at the end of the year. There's no one at home, and I don't want to cause trouble for my neighbors." Next to him, Chen Shuhe pushed his glasses and asked, "Xiao Xian, are you very familiar with the mountain environment?" Chen Zixuan didn't understand what he meant and replied with a smile, "It's okay. The most dangerous thing in the mountain isn't the fierce animals, but the unseen poisonous insects. Those are the real threat. In winter, it's better because the insects hibernate, but in summer, the deep mountains are full of them. So, when you go into the mountain, you must roll up your pants." Chen Zixuan briefly explained the dangers of the mountain to everyone. They all nodded in understanding. Chen Shuhe smiled and looked at him. "Xiao Xian, the archaeology department at your school has an expedition to Wulong Mountain. If you're interested, I can help you get in touch and be a guide. It will last about a month and a half, and you'll get paid every day." Chen Zixuan thought this was a good opportunity. He didn't care much about the salary. He wanted to take this chance to find some treasures and gather more valuable items. "Grandpa Chen, when do we leave?" Seeing his interest, Chen Shuhe smiled and said, We leave in 3 days. The higher-ups have approved it. Soldiers will accompany us for protection. But since there are students involved, they're worried about accidents. Having a guide with us will help keep everyone safe. I'll go back and talk to my wife. After all, going out for so long without reporting might cause trouble. Everyone smiled at his words. Haha, Xiao Xian is quite afraid of his wife. With such a beautiful wife, you'd better spoil her a little. Chen Zishuan smiled, but didn't mind their teasing. Chen Shuhe waved his hand. No problem. Just confirm with me, and it's valid for 3 days. Got it. Thank you, Uncle Chen. You all chat. I will go ahead. Chen Zishuan walks toward the park to release the secret guards. Professor Wang Kaishan from the archaeology department is studying a relic with some students and teachers. Professor Wang, why do ancient nobles like building tombs deep in the mountains? This is the way of feudal dynasties. Ordinary people's lives and deaths didn't matter to those in power. Building a tomb could take years or decades, costing many lives. Hearing this, Wang Kaishan smiles and says, ancient people cared a lot about feng shui. They wanted to be buried in good places to protect their descendants and hoped to become immortals or gods. He then looks seriously at everyone and says, we need to go deep into the mountains this time. It's very dangerous. You must not run around and follow orders carefully, or you could be in danger. Don't worry, Professor Wang. We have soldiers to protect us, so it will be fine. Tian Zihao, you're usually unreliable. Be careful this time. If something happens, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. Hey, we haven't even left yet, and you're already cursing me. Song Ting, are you serious? I'm thinking of everyone. If you ruin this plan, Li Guangming, a teacher from the archaeology department, interrupts sharply. Stop arguing. This is very important. If you keep this attitude, you might as well not join the expedition. Hearing this, everyone falls silent. Getting to explore the mountains with the archaeology team is a great chance for practice. If they get left behind, it would be really upsetting. Wang Kaishan smiles and says, all right, everyone get ready. We leave in 3 days. The school will send a military vehicle to pick us up. Li Guangming watches the students leave and shakes his head. If it weren't for the fact that our archaeology department has no other students, I wouldn't want them to go. Hee, take it easy. The archaeology department is quite small. Only 2 students this year, plus 4 from previous years, making 6 in total. There's no choice but to take everyone along. They can't just stay at home and do nothing. The sisters Qi Yingxue look at the girl Chen Zishuan brought back, looking confused. Brother Xian, who is she? Chen Zishuan quickly makes up a touching story, instantly making the 2 girls feel sympathetic. Big girl, from now on, let Ma Yin cook, do laundry, and tidy up the house. You can pay her 30 yuan each month. Okay, I understand. We can clean together sometimes. Ma Yin also gratefully said, thank you, miss, for taking me in. Don't worry, I am very capable. I have also practiced martial arts, so I can protect you in the future. The 2 felt a bit uncomfortable with this way of addressing each other. Qi Yinglian heard that Ma Yin knew martial arts and quickly asked, wow, Sister Yin also practices martial arts? Is she good? Chen Zishuan smiled, and, seeing his sister-in-law pulling Ma Yin to ask questions, took Qi Yingxue to the study. Brother Xian, Ma Yin is so pitiful. Since there's space at home, let her stay. I will treat her like family. Yes, big girl is the kindest. I have something to ask for your opinion. Qi Yingxue looked at him curiously. What is it, Brother Xian? Our archaeology students need to go into the mountains with the archaeological team. We need a guide who knows the mountain well. I just met Grandpa Chun at the entrance. He asked if I was going. Although soldiers will protect us, I worry that students might get into danger if they don't know the mountain well. It will take more than a month. When Qi Yingxue heard this, she smiled and said, Brother Xian, this is a good thing. Participating in school activities is good for you. You don't need to worry about us. She thought that since it was a school matter, it would be beneficial to join. Plus, her husband was capable and had soldiers with him, so there would be no danger. Chen Zishuan saw her agree so easily and kissed her. My wife is the best. Brother Xian, someone might see us. Haha. You are my wife. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Zishuan teased his wife and then went to the entrance to find Chen Shua. All right, tomorrow morning, go to the archaeology department and find Professor Wang Kaishan. He will tell you the exact time. Okay, I understand. Grandpa Chun, if we find herbs or anything in the mountains, do I get to keep them? Of course, whoever finds something in the mountains keeps it. Don't worry, no one can take it from you. All right, I got it. I'll go back now. Chen Zishuan and the others greeted everyone and then went straight home. That night, Qi Yinglian finally learned about this and pouted. Brother-in-law, you'll be gone for more than a month. Yes, this time I went deep into Wulong Mountain. Although I traveled by car on the way there, once inside, we could only walk. Most of us are scholars, so we walk slowly. It takes a long time for the round trip. I see. You must be careful and stay safe. Chen Zishuan nodded with a smile. Don't worry. The soldiers all carry guns, so it's very safe. The next day, he went directly to report to the archaeology team. Professor Wang Kaishan learned that he was a first-year student and asked about his knowledge of the mountain. After hearing that he knew quite a bit about the area, he seemed to trust him. All right, Chen Zishuan, we will leave early the day after tomorrow. Come to school at 7 a.m. Okay, Professor Wang. By the way, even though it's hot now, you should wear long sleeves because it gets cold at night in the mountains. Bring warm clothes. Chen Zishuan listed what he needed to bring, to make sure they wouldn't forget anything and have trouble later. Li Guangming listened carefully and took notes. There were some things he hadn't thought of before. Chen Zishuan didn't have much to prepare. 2 days later, early in the morning, he reminded Ma Yan to take good care of Daniel and the others. He carried a bag and left the house. He arrived at the school. There was already a green truck waiting in the square. 6 students and Professor Li Guangming from the archaeology department had arrived. Chen Zishuan didn't expect them to be early. He apologized. Sorry, Professor Li, we're late. Li Guangming smiled and replied, we're just on time. We arrived early. Tian Zihao muttered quietly, so young. I wonder if they have enough experience. Are they really guides for us? Who knows? We'll just follow the teacher's instructions, someone said. Hearing the discussion behind him, Li Guangming put away his smile. All right, Chen Zishuan, since you're here, get on the truck. We still need to meet up with the archaeology team at Wulong Mountain. Chen Zishuan got on the truck, put his bag on the seat, and sat down. Song Ting looked at him curiously. Do you often go into the mountains? Not bad. My hometown is at the foot of the mountain. I grew up around mountains, so I know a bit about them. Tian Zihao saw that the teacher wasn't with them and raised his voice. You look younger than us. Are you just pretending to get in with connections? Why do you speak so rudely? What do you mean by mixing credentials? Do you think the school would joke about our lives? Song Ting replied bluntly. No, it's just that you're everywhere. He is indeed young, so I can ask him some questions. Chen Zishuan looked at the white light above his head, knowing he was just a person with a sharp tongue. People like him are everywhere. There's no need to get angry. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the car to rest. Tian Zihao saw that he was ignoring him and also pouted, then turned to chat with others. Wulong Mountain is outside the Imperial City. It's not very far, but it still took over 2 hours to reach the foot of the mountain. At this time, the archaeological team had just arrived. Li Guangming hurried forward. Professor Zhang, Professor Li, this is our school student, Chen Zishuan. He knows the mountain well, so we brought him as a guide. The 2 elders looked at him and nodded with smiles. Hello, Chen. Since we have students with us this time, the others are fine. We are not unfamiliar with the mountains, but these students are not. You should pay more attention to them. Okay, Professor Zhang. I will watch over them. Chen Zishuan understood what the other meant. He just needed to keep an eye on these archaeology students. He had no objection and was happy to relax. The archaeological team had 10 people, with 4 soldiers accompanying them. Plus, there were 8 people from their side, making a total of 22, a fairly large group. The team carried their belongings, food, water, tents, and some equipment they might need. At the school, Li Guangming divided the supplies, making sure everyone had tents, food, and water. No one was empty-handed. Chen Zishuan carried his bag and a tent, holding a wooden stick, walking in the middle of the group. As they entered the mountains, there was almost no danger on the outskirts, and everyone chatted casually. Guide Chen, do you often go into the mountains? Have you ever seen wild boars? Tian Zihao asked casually. The others looked at the guide and smiled. Chen Zishuan nodded. Wild boars are very common. Once we go deeper, you'll see them too. Hey, you've really encountered them? I heard their tusks are dangerous. Did they chase you? Only adult male wild boars have tusks. Other wild boars don't. If you meet one in the wild, you can either climb a big tree or fight it. When Tianzai heard this, he became excited. Oh, really? So, what did you do? Chen Zishuan looked at him and said casually. Of course, I did the latter. Wow. Is that true? Yes. I saw you look weak and thin. Could you fight a wild boar? Did you bring a gun into the mountains? Song Ting also looked at him skeptically. Guide Chen, have you really killed a wild boar? Chen Zishuan nodded. Of course, I killed a male and a female. The villagers all shared the meat. That's not a lie. Tianzai didn't believe him at all and thought he was just bragging. He argued, whatever you say, that's what it is. We can always go to your village to check. Chen Zishuan happily kept walking. Whether they believed him or not didn't matter to him. He just thought it was a joke. At noon, everyone reached an open space. All right, sit down and eat something. Rest a bit before we leave again. When they heard they could finally rest, the archaeology team immediately sat down on the ground. Although they had stopped to rest earlier, carrying so much stuff made everyone sweaty. Tianzai took off his jacket and fanned himself. Phew, it's so hot. Someone started a fire to boil water. Everyone took out their dry food and ate while resting. Chen Zishuan looked around. On the way, the Zue Yi Gui Tong didn't show any signs of danger or good luck. He took out a pancake made by Denyo and sat on a stone to eat slowly. Professor Zhang and the others sat together, chatting casually. At our current pace, it will take about 7 days to reach Laohu Ridge. Yes, this speed is fine. The situation in the mountains ahead is unknown, so Leader Wang, you'll have to work hard. Professor Li, don't worry. This is our duty. We will ensure your safety. Tianzai, with sharp ears, heard the name of the destination and whispered, Laohu Ridge? Are there tigers there? Song Ting shook her head. We're still in Wulong Mountain. Could there be dragons inside? That's true. Everyone laughed. After eating, they rested for a while, put out the fire, and Chen Zishuan covered it with dirt. He checked carefully and made sure it was safe before catching up with the team. Not long after they started walking, they saw a faint red glow. Chen Zishuan took a few more steps forward and saw a ginseng plant there. He was happy. Li Guangming saw him walk to the side and called out, Guide Chen, what's the matter? Everyone looked at him. Chen Zishuan took out a small iron shovel and said, Teacher Li, I found a ginseng plant. Give me 1 minute. Everyone became interested and gathered around. Professor Zhang watched as he quickly dug out the ginseng and was surprised. Guide Chen, I heard from the villagers that digging ginseng requires careful steps. You just did it so quickly. Are you sure there's no problem? Yes, I've heard that too. It's the first time I see someone dig ginseng like this, Professor Li said with a smile, pointing at him. Chen Zishuan smiled and held a big clump of soil. Hey, we're in a hurry, so if I dig slowly, it would waste time. So I just walk and peel away the soil as I go. Professor Zhang also laughed. Haha, it seems you really know the mountains. Old Chen told me that the herbs you find are your own. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but now I see your luck is really good. Well, I used to find herbs and hunt animals in the mountains to make a living. Once I entered the big mountain, I couldn't help but want to find something. Professor Zhang chuckled. All right, you can look for whatever you want, as long as it doesn't delay our trip. Everyone continued their journey. The archaeology team members gathered around him, watching Chen Zishuan peel away the soil from the ginseng as they walked. Tianzai looked at him with envy and asked, Guide Chen, how old do you think this ginseng is? Chen Zishuan estimated, about 15 years old. Wow, so long, and no one has found it before. How did you spot it so easily? Picking herbs often gives you a feeling, Chen Zishuan casually lied. The ginseng roots were everywhere, and if he didn't have sensing ability, a shovel could have broken the roots. Using his sensing skill, he quickly cleaned the ginseng. Everyone looked at it with admiration. After more than 10 years, he could sell it for a few hundred yuan. Chen Zishuan wrapped it in cloth and put it into his bag, actually storing it in his space. Tianzai looked a bit jealous. You mountain folks make money so easily. This one ginseng is worth a whole year's salary for others. Yeah, I heard that if you find 100-year-old ginseng, it can sell for tens of thousands. There's so much. How can we possibly use it all? Chen Zishuan looked at them with a helpless expression. You think 100-year-old ginseng is like cabbage, something you see everywhere? That kind of ginseng only grows in remote, uninhabited places. Maybe there's even a spiritual beast guarding it. It's not something you can find easily. Spiritual beast? What's that? Yeah, tell us more, Guide Chen. This ginseng becomes spiritual after growing for 100 years. People who eat it benefit a lot. Animals that eat it also gain benefits, so naturally, snakes or other animals might guard it. Chen Zixuan explained as they walked. A few people looked surprised and kept gasping in awe. Suddenly, a snake darted out from a tree. Chen Zixuan quickly hid it away with a stick. Song Ting's face turned pale with fright. That scared me to death. It's okay. We probably disturbed it, Chen Zixuan reassured them. They continued walking forward. Before it got dark, everyone finally found a good spot to set up camp. Although they rested a few times during the afternoon, they were still very tired. Chen Zixuan started setting up the tent. He didn't know the others well and didn't want to share a tent with many people, so he set up his own. The others either shared tents with 1 or 2 people, or 3 if they knew each other well, so they could chat and relax. Everyone worked together, and soon the camp was ready. Chen Zixuan watched as everyone started a fire and cooked food. He approached Li Guangming. Teacher Li, I'll look around nearby for wild rabbits or pheasants. If I get lucky, I can catch a few for everyone to have a meal. Oh, Guide Chen, just don't go too far. Whether you catch anything or not, safety is the most important. Don't worry, Teacher Li. I won't go far. I'll set some traps nearby. Even if I don't catch anything today, maybe I'll have some luck tomorrow morning. Tian Zihao sat nearby, pouting. I don't believe he can catch anything. Hey, who cares? If he catches something, great. We'll have meat tonight, others said casually with a smile. Song Ting watched Chen Zixuan go into the woods and said to a girl nearby, I think he might be pretty capable. I don't see anything special. He's just walking the same way we did. That's true, but don't forget, we also dug up a ginseng along the way. That's true. I really hope he catches some prey so we can have meat for dinner tonight. Chen Zixuan walked a bit further inside. Since he didn't see any warning signs, he looked for a spot where animals passed by and started setting traps. After working for about half an hour, he made several traps. Seeing no one nearby, he used his mind to summon 3 wild rabbits and 2 wild chickens into his hands. He carried them back to the camp. Everyone was surprised to see him return with game. Professor Zhang and the others didn't expect this young man to catch so much in such a short time. Guide Chen, we're really amazed, they said. Yes, how did you manage to catch so many so quickly, they asked. Chen Zixuan smiled and said, I found a rabbit burrow. I didn't bother the small rabbits, but the wild chickens seemed to be well fed. When they saw me, they didn't fly away immediately, so I caught them easily. Haha, impressive, they replied. I'll clean and prepare the game. It's not a lot, but everyone can share some, Chen Zixuan said, then went to the creek to process the animals. Tian Zihao was so surprised he couldn't speak. He's just a young man, but he's so talented. Entering the mountains felt like going home. First finding ginseng, then walking around and catching prey to bring back. After preparing the game, he skinned and cut it up, then roasted it over the campfire, adding some seasonings as he cooked. Soon, a tempting aroma filled the camp. That smells so good. At this point, even the dry food in their hands didn't taste as good. After about half an hour, Chen Zixuan checked the food and decided it was ready. He took a roasted wild rabbit to the 2 archaeology professors. Since they were the most senior and respected, he naturally wanted to give them the first share. Professor Zhang smiled happily and said, It looks like we're in for a good journey ahead. Yes, and thank you, Guide Chen, Professor Li added with a smile. They had initially seen this young man as just a student, but after seeing him find ginseng and catch game so skillfully, they started to respect him more. You're doing so much for archaeology. That's real hard work. What I do is nothing, just some outdoor survival skills, Chen Zixuan said modestly. He didn't say much more. He shared the game with everyone, giving each person a taste. One night, without words. The next morning, some people started cooking while others began packing up the tents. Chen Zixuan packed up the tent and headed to the spot where he set the trap last night. Hey, not bad, another catch, he said. He saw 2 wild rabbits caught in the trap, still alive. They looked scared and tried to run, but couldn't escape. Chen Zixuan carefully took them out and put them in a bag. Then he went to check other places. After walking around and collecting more, he returned to the camp carrying a bag. Song Ting saw the bag was moving and asked surprised, Guide Chen, did you catch more prey? Yes, from yesterday's trap. They're still alive. We don't have time to cook now, so we'll roast them at noon. Wow, you're amazing. You caught so many, she said. Li Guangming looked at the bag and gave a thumbs up. Great job. You caught 5 at once. Looks like we'll have a good meal today. He admired Chen Zixuan's skills in both catching animals and cooking. After eating, everyone continued their journey. On the way, Chen Zixuan dug up a 20-year-old ginseng. Everyone was very impressed. Tian Zihao no longer doubted him. After all, he was just that good. 5 days had passed since they entered the mountains. Although they were close to their destination, the dangers in the mountains increased. Captain Wang led the way, with 2 soldiers behind him, alert and watching carefully. Song Ting asked nervously, Guide Chun, are the wolves still following us? Seeing everyone was tense, Chen Zixuan smiled and reassured them, Don't worry. Captain Wang and the others have guns. These wolves are afraid of the strong. Hearing this, everyone relaxed a little. They trusted the young guide because he was calm and knew how to survive in the mountains. Tian Zihao pretended to be calm and said, I think we're safe. With guns, we can kill as many wolves as come. Maybe we'll even get to taste wolf meat. Suddenly, a wolf howled. Tian Zihao was so scared, he almost fell over. Everyone around him started laughing. Haha, weren't you so confident just now? Yeah. The tense mood eased a lot. Tao Hao confidently argued. The path was uneven just now. I didn't notice. That's why I fell behind. Look at you all, scared. We're scared? Ha. He already said it. Haha. Everyone continued walking and joking around. Chen Zixuan looked ahead at the dark woods, knowing trouble was coming soon. They couldn't choose their route, so they just followed the path. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, a group of people was walking. They carried long guns and semi-automatic rifles. What's this? Building a tomb so far away? I wonder if the map is accurate. We might be wasting our time. Humph. Are you questioning my decision? A middle-aged man turned to look at him after hearing the comment. The man quickly smiled flatteringly. Master Lu, I have a bad mouth. I didn't mean anything serious, just some complaints. The middle-aged man looked at him, then kept walking forward. Everyone, work harder. We want to reach our destination before dark. If we succeed this time, we can enjoy good days for years. Following Master Lu, we'll enjoy good days, brothers. Isn't that right? Yes, wherever Master Lu points, we go. Others nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, feeling proud of his position in the group. But inside, he was already planning to get rid of the person who had just complained. He was not very capable, and anyone who disturbed the team would be eliminated. That night, the group found a place to camp. They noticed signs that someone had been there before, and quite a few people. Leader Wang checked the area carefully and said seriously, Professor Zhang, Professor Li, there are about 12 to 15 people here. They left within the last 3 days. The atmosphere grew tense. Old Li, it looks like these people are heading in the same direction as us. Yes, we need to move faster. Chen Zixuan looked around, saw bullet holes in the trees, and checked the surroundings before returning. Old Zhang, Old Li, there are many bullet holes and bloodstains over there. These people used semi-automatic rifles. They probably had a conflict with wild animals. Leader Wang listened and went over to check. After examining, he nodded to everyone. Everyone realized this was a serious problem. During dinner that night, everyone spoke very little. They all understood what this meant. The other side has many people and guns, so if someone isn't careful, there could be injuries or casualties. Sergeant Wang entered the tent and said, Professor Zhang, Professor Li, I have reported the situation. The higher-ups have responded and will send soldiers by helicopter to arrive near the destination first. For safety, we should slow down our pace behind. Once the people ahead are dealt with, we can proceed. Hearing this, the 2 men relaxed and smiled again. Good, now I feel at ease. If these tomb robbers damage the ancient tomb, it would be a big loss for archaeology. Song Ting was eating roasted wild chicken and asked Chen Zixuan, Guide Chun, why do these people seem faster than us? Yes, this tomb is so hidden, yet they found it too. Chen Zixuan took a sip of tea from his bottle and smiled at them. Haven't you heard? Skilled people can be found among ordinary folks. Skilled people among ordinary folks? They all shook their heads. Tian Zihao quickly said, Oh, you mean there are many experts in the common people? Chen Zixuan nodded. Exactly. Over thousands of years, many talented people have appeared. As dynasties changed, some of them ended up living in the countryside or hiding in deep mountains and forests. Some traditions were lost, while others were passed down from generation to generation. So, there are many capable and extraordinary people among ordinary folks. Some people didn't believe this. As intellectuals, they trusted science more, but of course, some believed this idea. Song Ting tentatively asked, "Are you saying these people are capable? At least one of them is skilled. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found the tomb. But how did they find it?" Everyone was curious. Thinking of the content from the Tomb Raider notes, Chen Zixuan felt amused and decided to tease them. "Since you study archaeology, do you know the main factions of tomb robbers?" Factions of tomb robbers? They all looked confused. Chen Zixuan saw this and asked curiously, "You don't know?" Song Ting shook her head. "Never heard of it." Tian Zihao perked up and urged, "Guide Chun, tell us more quickly." Li Guangming walked over and sat nearby, also wanting to hear what he had to say. "All right, I'll tell you. I saw this in an unknown ancient book. Later, for some reason, the book was burned. Are you all familiar with the Tomb Raider school founded by Cao Cao?" Tian Zihao quickly nodded. "Of course. Do you mean that the Tomb Raider school is a type of tomb raiding group?" Chen Zixuan nodded. "Yes, Cao Cao had two main schools. One is the Tomb Raider school, whose members use feng shui and astrology to locate tombs. They work in groups of 3 to 5, wearing tomb-finding charms, and they believe in leaving some room for flexibility." Tomb-finding charms? Everyone was surprised. They didn't interrupt and waited for more. "Yes, the tomb-finding charm is made from pangolin claws. Legend says it can ward off evil spirits. They study the land and mountains very deeply. It is said they derived a secret manual from the Book of Changes, called the 16 Characters of Yinyang Feng Shui Secrets." Everyone's eyes widened at the name. It sounded very impressive. Another school is the Falu Zhonglong General. This group is also very mysterious. They can locate tombs by observing the stars, and they have a special skill called Falu Finger. Using stars to find tombs? Everyone was shocked. It sounded like a myth or legend. They had never heard of such methods before and couldn't believe there were such magical ways to find tombs. Song Ting couldn't help asking, "Is it really that powerful?" Chen Zixuan explained with a smile. "Actually, it's not hard to understand. In ancient times, important people chose auspicious places to bury their dead. Yes, we know that. Professor Wang said it was to protect future generations and to seek immortality." "Exactly. So, how did they find these good burial sites?" "Of course, through feng shui and land assessment. That's how ancient people did it." Since generations have used this method to choose tombs, why haven't clever people figured out the pattern and combined these techniques? Why not use star signs to find the grand tombs? Isn't that strange?" Hearing this, it made sense. Yes, since people have been using feng shui for generations, tomb raiders could also use feng shui to find tombs. So, superstitions and old beliefs might not be so useless after all. Chen Zixuan smiled and nodded. "Yes, some things are very helpful for your archaeology work. It's like planting trees for future generations to enjoy shade. You just need to follow what our ancestors left behind and find things one by one." "Well said, Guide Chun. I didn't expect someone so young to have such broad vision. You really opened our eyes," Li Guangming praised. Other members of the archaeology team also listened and showed thoughtful expressions. Some nodded in agreement. Within the team, opinions varied. Some wanted to study feng shui to find ancient tombs, while others thought it was superstitious and not worth believing. Hearing these words, some skeptics started to think more deeply. Chen Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Thank you, Teacher Li. I was just speaking casually." Li Guangming smiled. "What you said sounds casual, but it's clear. I wonder if there are other methods for tomb raiding." Chen Zixuan nodded. "There are two other styles, called moving mountains and controlling ridges. Moving mountains often involves monks who use special tools to dig tunnels. They are very skilled in martial arts. Their style is strange. They don't take anything from the tomb, as if they are searching for something else." Seeing everyone listening carefully, he continued, "The last style, controlling ridges, isn't very advanced. They mainly destroy the tombs, using explosives to up the chambers, then rush in like locusts to take everything. This style is related to their background. They are bandits." Professor Zhang and Professor Li had somehow come over and, after he finished speaking, couldn't help but ask, "Guide Chun, where did you learn all this?" Seeing them approach, Chen Zixuan stood up and explained, "Old Zhang, I learned this when I was young. Later, I burned all those books. Ah, what a pity. Professor Zhang understood. Over the years, many valuable things had been destroyed. He felt a pang of sadness just thinking about it. Professor Li nodded. If there are really a few traditional groups out there, and they haven't done anything wrong, bringing them into the archaeology team would be a big help. Chen Zixuan didn't expect to casually bluff some classmates into believing it all. But it wasn't a bad thing. At least it made them respect some things more. Items like the devouring jade pearl exist. Who knows if there are other mysterious objects in this world? In the evening, except for those on guard, everyone else returned to their tents to rest. Occasionally, the sound of wolves howling could be heard. On the other side, the tomb raiding team arrived at their destination. The leader, Mr. Liu, took out a compass to check the location and looked very happy. The position is correct. The big tomb is right here. Everyone heard this and cheered. Great. We've finally arrived. Mr. Liu put away the compass. We will rest here tonight and look for the entrance tomorrow morning. At this moment, 2 helicopters had already taken off, heading deep into Wulong Mountain. Mr. Liu lay inside his tent, feeling uneasy. He stepped outside to look around, but saw nothing unusual. Just as he was about to go back, he faintly heard a buzzing sound from afar. Did you hear that? The guard on duty listened carefully. Mr. Liu, it seems to be coming from far away. Could there really be vehicles in these remote mountains? Mr. Liu frowned. It was impossible for vehicles to go into these mountains. Could there be soldiers nearby? Thinking of this, his expression became serious. If that was true, they couldn't make a big fuss tomorrow. As the sound grew closer, his face changed drastically. Not good. Quickly put out the campfire. The guard also realized the danger and hurried to extinguish the fire. Mr. Liu called everyone out. Everyone, stay hidden and don't be seen. The helicopters approached closer and closer. Everyone held their breath, lying in the grass, watching the 2 planes flying overhead. The bright searchlights shone down, illuminating the dark forest like daytime. People below, listen up. Put down your weapons and surrender now. People below, listen up. Put down your weapons and surrender now. Mr. Liu, what should we do? They never expected that they would be exposed like this. Mr. Liu's face was grim. If they chose to surrender, they would definitely face a bad outcome. He clenched his teeth. Everyone, run for your lives. See you at our usual place. Then he turned and ran. Not far away was the forest. As long as they ran into it, it would be hard to find them in the vast mountains. It was now up to luck. The others saw this and scattered in different directions. Dada, seeing the people below not surrender but fleeing, the helicopter crew opened fire. This place is still quite open. Once you enter the jungle, the helicopter's role will disappear completely. If we want to catch these people, we can only go into the jungle to look for them. Old Liu watched his men fall one after another behind him and regretted not having more legs. He scrambled and crawled his way into the forest, glanced back, and, ignoring everything else, kept running further inside. 2 teams of soldiers got off the helicopter and started chasing the escapees. They are very good at jungle pursuits, following the trail deeper into the woods. As for the poisonous insects and wild animals in the mountains, they are no longer a concern. On the archaeological team's side, they received news early in the morning. Hearing that the group had been caught, they felt relieved. Chen Zixuan was impressed by how quickly the army responded to catch the tomb raiders. The King of Land Warfare is truly not just a title. Hey, only 2 days left. When the archaeological team starts working there, we won't have to worry about ourselves. We can search nearby. After breakfast, everyone continued their journey. Along the way, they could see footprints from previous travelers. Luckily, the group had already been caught. Otherwise, by the time they arrived, the opportunity would be gone. Guide Chun, tell us more about the different tomb raiding styles, Tian Zihao asked, hanging around him. Song Ting and the others were also very curious about this. Chen Zixuan smiled and shared stories about it, including strange creatures and mutations, which made everyone stare in surprise. The archaeologists ahead listened to him talk about strange and bizarre things inside the tombs, but they just smiled and didn't believe it. After all, they hadn't encountered any of those things. Chen Zixuan looked at a few archaeology students who seemed very convinced and thought to himself, are they being fooled? He cleared his throat and said, most of this comes from old legends. It might not be true. We should trust science. Song Ting looked at him with a resentful expression. After hearing what you said, I'm a bit afraid to go into the tombs now. Yeah, it's too scary. How can a dead person turn into a monster? It's probably all a lie. It's not scientific at all. Exactly, just for fun. Don't believe it too much. Chen Zixuan felt relieved inside. If he misled them, it would cause trouble. As he walked along, the Sin and Misfortune Eye pointed in several red directions, but unfortunately, he couldn't leave the group for long and had to give up. At noon, while others were eating and resting, he secretly took an 80-year-old ginseng and transplanted it into his space. Over the past 10 or 20 years, he also collected 5 more plants, which he planned to sell to the old men when he returned. The older ones were transplanted into his space to be devoured after 100 years. After another day of traveling, they finally arrived at their destination. At this time, there was still a 6-person team remaining because of previous events. To prevent other tomb raiding groups from appearing, the higher-ups ordered them to stay and protect the archaeological team. With 10 soldiers guarding, they could ensure safety. Seeing that he had no more tasks, Chen Zixuan started wandering around. He walked a few miles in one direction and suddenly saw a hint of purple. Excited, he quickly headed toward it. Running all the way, he found the destination on a mountain ahead. Without hesitation, he climbed up the mountain. At about 100 meters high, he grabbed onto a protrusion and quickly climbed up. At the top of the mountain, there was a stone tablet with no writing on it. Chen Zixuan sensed that a wooden box was embedded 2 meters below the stone tablet. He wondered how long it had been there, but the box showed no signs of decay. Inside the box was a seal, and hearing the voice in his mind, he felt amused. Knowing that what was inside could be devoured, he moved his mind and directly stored the box into his space. Instead of opening it immediately, he circled around the tombstone. Is it just for this seal? He muttered to himself. He turned back toward the camp and saw that it was aligned with the ancient tomb, both on the same horizontal line. The archaeological team was still studying there and hadn't found the entrance to the tomb. He immediately knew where the entrance was, thanks to the Sin and Misfortune Eye, which clearly marked the location. However, he didn't tell the team, because if asked, he wouldn't be able to explain. Seeing this situation, he guessed that the seal was probably related to the tomb's owner. There was nothing else on the mountaintop, so he climbed down and changed direction to continue searching. After circling around and finding nothing else, he checked the time. He wasn't in a hurry to devour the contents and decided to wait until night. He took out a few wild rabbits on the road and carried them back to the camp. The archaeological team was busy exploring everywhere, so no one paid attention to him. Chen Zixuan cleaned the rabbits, took out some seasonings, and sat by the campfire roasting them, watching the team discuss where the entrance might be. Professor Zhang smelled the aroma and smiled, saying, "Well, it's getting dark, and the craving is back. Let's eat first and keep searching tomorrow. Ha ha. With little Chen here, we haven't gone without meat on this whole trip." Professor Li also smiled. When Chen Zixuan saw them arrive, he divided the roasted rabbit meat among them and listened to their discussion without saying anything. Professor Li chuckled and said, "If only we had the skills to observe the stars and find the right spots, it wouldn't be so complicated." Everyone laughed. Li Guangming also agreed, asking, "Little Chen, what stars do they look at when they observe the sky and find the right spots?" Chen Zixuan shook his head and smiled. "I don't know. But the old books say the ancient people trusted feng shui the most. Maybe the brightest star in the sky points to the entrance." Professor Li looked up at the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, The others, curious, looked up as well. They saw the Big Dipper's handle at the very top, shining brightly, as if it was more luminous than usual. Li Guangming exclaimed in surprise, "There really is a bright star." Everyone smiled, not taking it seriously. That night, Chen Zixuan returned to his tent. After everyone had gone to rest, he entered the space. He took out the seal from the wooden box and saw it was made of high-quality jade, engraved with the words, "Received the mandate from heaven, wishing for eternal health." Chen Zixuan was stunned, thinking, could this be the imperial jade seal? It probably isn't, since it's not from an emperor's tomb. Thinking this, he felt relieved. A fake jade seal that absorbs a trace of earth energy, gaining 100 merit points, with a choice of 1 reward. He was curious about the voice in his mind. Another fake jade seal. Option 1. Randomly select a tomb location of an emperor. Option 2. Intimidation, only effective on underground creatures. Option 3. Tracking technique. Chen Zixuan didn't expect that this time, the reward would include hints, which had never happened before. He stroked his chin. He wasn't interested in tombs, but he was somewhat curious about the intimidation ability. Only effective on underground creatures. The scope involved here is quite broad. Animals living in the forest are definitely underground creatures. Nearby, the ancient tomb is also underground. I choose number 2. After selecting, a white light immediately surged into his body. He felt like something had been added inside him, but upon careful sensing, he found nothing. Chen Zixuan was puzzled. Just as he was trying to understand, a message flooded into his mind. Once he understood its purpose, he almost burst out laughing. Intimidation. Any underground creature seeing him would instinctively bow 3 points. As long as he didn't attack, they wouldn't dare to act up. In the future, even if monsters or ghosts appeared, they would be polite when they saw him. Also, that white light just now added special energy to his body. Even some spirits or souls could be affected. Of course, if he fought and couldn't win, he would have to accept his luck. This was interesting. For someone like him who loved peace, this reward was perfect. A good night's sleep. The next day, after breakfast, everyone continued their busy work. Chen Zixuan and Li Guangming said goodbye and headed into the mountains in one direction. Today, he planned to go farther. With his light skills, he could thoroughly search and gather resources. Li Guangming watched his back, thinking about what happened last night. Without thinking, he walked to a spot and used a probe to dig downward, watching the soil fall. His expression grew more and more excited. Chen Zixuan used silent snow step, moving like a ghost through the forest. The only sound was the wind caused by his incredible speed. Although his inner strength had been improved twice, it wasn't enough to support continuous use of his light skills. An hour and a half was almost his limit. So, every hour, he would enter his space to recover his inner strength. After restoring his strength in the space, he looked at the surrounding mountains and followed the directions to move forward. In that hour, he covered a distance equivalent to a day's journey for the archaeological team. Suddenly, Chen Zixuan's body stiffened. He heard the roars of tigers and bears ahead, and his face turned strange. He leapt onto a large tree, then jumped between trees, quickly seeing what was happening ahead. He saw a white tiger warning a bear on the opposite side. Chen Zixuan's eyes showed that the good stuff was in the cave behind the white tiger, but the bear was clearly reluctant to give up and was pacing back and forth across from him. Hee, I saw a white tiger let go before, and now I've met another one. It seems like luck is on my side, he thought, rubbing his chin. He wondered if a fight between the two would hurt the tiger's fur. But he couldn't wait any longer. Using light skills, he quickly jumped down from the big tree. When the tiger and the bear saw the unexpected visitor, they immediately roared in warning. Chen Zixuan was still in the tree and hadn't felt anything unusual. When he got closer, he was pleasantly surprised. This white tiger was much more powerful than the one he had seen before. Even the bear was over 2 meters tall, and this tiger was even more impressive than the one he had killed earlier. Without wasting time, he rushed over and put them into his space. Before they could react, they were trapped inside his space. Chen Zixuan didn't rush to deal with them right away. He carefully entered the cave. Although there was no sign of danger, he still didn't let his guard down. He walked about 10 meters inside, and the cave suddenly widened. Inside, there was a water pool, and a strange plant was growing alone by the water. Chen Zixuan looked around. There were no other animals here. The white tiger was probably guarding this plant. A voice echoed in his mind, saying, "Eat, eat." Chen Zixuan didn't know what it was, but since it could be swallowed, he didn't hesitate. Swallow. Seeing no change, he understood what was happening. He took out his tools and dug up the plant. It seems only I can harvest it, he thought. There were no surprises this time. After the plant disappeared, he quickly left the cave. The smell here was really bad. A system message appeared. Swallowed a low-level spiritual herb, Lingji grass. Gained 50 points of merit. You may choose one reward. Lingji grass? A low-level spiritual herb, Chen Zixuan thought. The options were 1. 10 spirit refining pills, can cure any disease. 2. 7-star soul locking needle. 3. Master-level medical skills. He considered the rewards carefully. They all seemed related to healing. The first and third options were easy to understand, but the second, the 7-star soul-locking needle, sounded like a special acupuncture technique. That needle technique seems more powerful. Since it's called locking the soul, maybe it's a life-saving method? He wondered, unsure which to choose. Spirit-restoring pill can cure all diseases, and this is very direct, but it seems useless if you're injured. Master-level medical skills are also very tempting. Based on the rewards, this mastery level should be quite impressive. Also, this swallowing jade pearl. Can't they give more hints? Chen Zixuan's mind moved, entering the space. He then took out paper and pen, wrote down 1, 2, 3, and threw 3 paper balls upward. This time, he didn't use his perception. He casually grabbed one and opened it. Inside, the paper ball had the number 2 written on it. That's fate. I choose 2. His mind grew heavy as a flood of acupuncture knowledge poured in, about the body's meridians and the functions of acupoints. A gentle energy also flowed into his body. This energy was very mild, and as soon as it entered, it began to merge with his internal force. His internal force, which was already flowing like a river, started to grow stronger again. It wasn't as vast as a raging river, but it was twice as strong as before. The 7-star soul-locking needle involves 7 needles, which must be used with internal force. Each needle consumes more internal force than the last. After a few hours, he fully absorbed the memory. Chen Zixuan looked at the set of gold needles that came with the book and couldn't help but examine them closely. These are really powerful needles. The 7-star soul-locking needle emphasizes the word lock. As he guessed, it's a set of life-saving needles. 1 star locks the qi. Even if the heart is pierced, it can keep the person alive for 1 more day. 2 star locks the pulse. It can keep someone alive for 2 days. 3 star locks the body. 4 star locks the essence. 5 star locks the soul. 6 star locks the spirit. And the final needle combines all 7 stars to lock the person's vital energy, spirit, and soul, keeping them alive for 7 days. This set works best on people who are frequently near death. For those with a limited lifespan, the effect is greatly reduced. Each needle can only extend life by 1 hour. This needle set is truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can only use up to the 3rd needle. I really wonder how powerful the creator of this needle technique is. Chen Zixuan felt his internal force grow even stronger. Even so, he could only use the 3rd needle. If he used the space's properties, he might manage the 4th. Because the entire process must be completed within 1 hour. If it takes longer, even the needles used afterward will have no effect. In ancient times, 1 hour was equivalent to 2 hours now. Inside the space, he had 20 hours, more than enough to recover his internal force. I carefully placed the golden needle and looked at the white tiger and the bear in the space, beginning to think. He couldn't forget the tiger's skin. And now, since it's not a protected animal, there's no need to worry about breaking the law. Should I carry it back today, so the archaeology team knows I hunted it? Or hide it secretly? This thing must be known by others. Otherwise, if it becomes a protected species in the future, it could cause trouble if someone reports it. I need to explain myself later, and I want people to believe me. Carry it back? If someone wants it, I'll just split the tiger bones and tiger whip. No one gets the tiger's skin. Deciding this, he left the space and flew quickly, stopping about 10 miles from the camp. He moved his mind, and the white tiger appeared outside. After being freed, it suddenly let out a loud, strong roar. It pounced at the human in front of it. Chen Zixuan bent down and threw a punch. The white tiger was knocked several meters into the air. This time, Chen Zixuan used his internal strength. Otherwise, his power might not have been enough to move the tiger. Then he kept attacking the tiger. The tiger's sad and angry howls could be heard from far away. Inside the archaeological camp, everyone suddenly heard the distant roar of the tiger, and they felt a bit nervous. Captain Wang listened and comforted everyone, saying, "Don't worry, the tiger is far from us. Even if it comes over, we don't need to be afraid with us here." Everyone immediately relaxed. Chen Zixuan practiced with the white tiger, feeling very satisfied with his strength. He moved his mind again, retracted the tiger into his space, and dealt with it inside. He didn't keep the bear, he left it for later. This tiger weighed at least 1,000 jin, about 500 kilograms. He tried to move it, but couldn't. Only by using his internal strength could he lift it. He found a big bag and stored most of the tiger meat in his space. It was good stuff. He planned to give it to Daniel and the others to try. He packed the tiger's skin and bones into the bag, along with some meat. Weighing about 100 jin, around 50 kilograms, it wouldn't cause any fuss. He carried the bag slowly and steadily toward the camp, feeling very happy. Feeling great, new flying skills. The archaeology team was busy at the camp. The entrance to the tomb had been cleared. Li Guangming looked happy and said, "It looks like we can go in tomorrow." Haha. Yes, who would have thought that a casual remark from Xiao Xian would save us so much time? Professor Zhang and the others were in a very good mood. Professor Li nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao Xian performed really well on this trip. We should apply for some extra support for him when we get back." Li Guangming looked at them and smiled. Xiao Xian found a lot of good things along the way. It's all worth it. Well, what he found is his. Old Li is right. We should still apply for support. Suddenly, there was a shout from afar. The group turned to look. They saw Chen Zixuan, dressed in torn clothes, and they were all surprised. They quickly gathered around him. "Guide Chen, what happened to you? Yeah, how did you get like this in just one day?" Professor Zhang also stepped forward with concern. "Xiao Xian, are you hurt?" Chen Zixuan put down his bag and smiled brightly. "Old Zhang, I'm fine. Thanks for your concern. I was just in a hurry, running in the forest, and accidentally tore my clothes." When everyone heard he was okay, they all relaxed. Li Guangming happily stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Xian, you've made a great contribution. Without you, we probably wouldn't have found the entrance so quickly." Chen Zixuan looked confused. "Haha. Yes, the stargazing techniques from those tomb raiding groups really have some value. We tried them today, and it worked." Chen Zixuan looked surprised. "Oh, I see. I was just talking casually." Song Ting looked at the big bag beside him and asked curiously, "Guide Chen, what kind of prey did you catch?" The others also looked at the bag on the ground. Chen Zixuan looked excited and said to everyone, "Haha, my wish has come true. I didn't expect it to be so lucky." He then opened the bag. Everyone in the camp, including the soldiers standing nearby, was stunned. They all opened their mouths wide in shock. In front of them was a complete white tiger pelt, including the tiger's head, even though they knew the tiger was already dead. But the presence of the king of beasts still made everyone feel awe. You actually killed a white tiger," Tian Zihao exclaimed, staring at him with wide eyes as if he had seen a ghost. His shout seemed to bring everyone's attention back. They all became excited and reached out to touch the tiger pelt. "Wow, a white tiger," Chen Zixuan proudly explained. "You guys didn't see it. I walked around outside and didn't find any valuable herbs. I just wanted to set a trap and catch some wild game. Then I heard the roar of a tiger and the howling of some bears. When I went closer, I saw a white tiger fighting with two bears. He was also exaggerating, trying to downplay his role, hoping to gain some benefit later. He looked excited, showing the pride typical of a young man. Afterward, he seemed a bit disappointed. It's a pity those two bears didn't die. Otherwise, I could have brought back all the tiger meat. In the end, I had to share most of the tiger meat with them. They were injured, or else they would have ruined the tiger's skin." Professor Zhang carefully examined him. People say experience makes a person clever, so he didn't believe him easily. But everyone has secrets, especially those who have been through a lot. It's better to stay modest. "Haha, Xiao Xian really is lucky. We even heard the tigers roar earlier, so it must be it. You brought back quite a bit of tiger meat. With this weather, we can't keep it for long. Why not let me buy some? Everyone can try it." He summarized the situation as just good luck. Some older people around also guessed it wasn't that simple, but this conclusion was the most reasonable. Chen Zixuan quickly waved his hand. "Old Zhang, you're embarrassing me. We're going to eat the tiger meat today. You said it yourself, we can't take it back." Professor Zhang smiled and nodded. "In that case, we won't be polite. Wow, we might get to taste tiger meat too. Yeah, I heard it's very nourishing. We're so lucky." Everyone around was happy. Today was a big shock, and since it was getting dark, the archaeological team decided to rest early. People started a fire and cooked food. Mostly, they grilled the tiger meat, which made everyone excited just thinking about it. At night, everyone split into groups to enjoy the dinner. Their eyes kept glancing at the young people sitting with the professors. Chen Zixuan watched Professor Li take out a bottle of Maotai, pouring it for him with a friendly smile. He immediately suspected something was up. He also guessed a little of the purpose, smiling as he looked at him. Old Li, with this, I really can't drink this wine. There is nothing I dare not drink. I have killed tigers before. Do you think I would be afraid of a glass of wine? Come, Xiao Xian, I toast you. Professor Li said, raising his glass without giving him a chance to refuse. Chen Zixuan looked on and could only clink his glass in response. Cheers. Professor Li smiled slyly, thinking that once he drank the wine, it would be hard for him to refuse later. This old tiger is a treasure, especially the wine made with tiger bones. For someone my age, it's like a special medicine. Over the years, I've been away a lot, and my joints hurt badly in winter. If I could take some home, it would be a blessing. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, Xiao Xian, I heard that tiger bones are very good. I'm getting old, and my body isn't as strong. I see this tiger is quite big. How about giving me 10 jin of tiger bones? Professor Zhang, who had been smiling and watching, suddenly got worried when he heard this. Wait, 10 jin? How can you say that? Xiao Xian, I only need 5 jin. Hey, old Zhang, aren't you listening? Xiao Xian and I are having a private talk. This wine is mine. Don't drink it. Professor Li tried to grab his cup. Why can't I drink? You used to drink a lot of mine. If you don't want me to drink, then spit out what you took before. The other members of the archaeological team turned their heads away, surprised to see this side of their usually serious professor. It was eye-opening for them. Chen Zixuan found the situation amusing and a bit funny. Old Zhang, old Li, don't ruin the good mood. I'll give 10 jin. If I don't come out with you guys, I wouldn't have met this white tiger. I want to share some with others too. Hearing this, the two men happily nodded. All right. We'll toast the tiger hunting hero. Yes. We're drinking. Xiao Xian is generous. Don't worry, when we get back, we'll trade. We didn't bring much money or tickets. Chen Zixuan smiled and clinked glasses with them. He didn't mention money because they weren't very close, and if he gave them something, their personalities probably wouldn't accept it anyway. Li Guangming and others also wanted some, but considering the high price of tiger bones and their limited funds, they could only eat more tiger meat instead. The next day, everyone was eating tiger meat porridge, still praising what happened yesterday. Today, Chen Zixuan did not go out. He started handling the tiger skin at the camp. Since the weather is hot, he needs to take good care of it. Also, since he deliberately exposed it, he can't put it back into the space. He simply treated the tiger skin and then hung it out to dry at the camp. He sat nearby, watching the archaeological team clear the entrance. Song Ting came over and looked at the drying tiger skin. Curious, she asked, didn't you feel scared when you saw them yesterday? Chen Zixuan nodded repeatedly. Of course I was scared. If I had met any of them alone, it would have been dangerous. Luckily, they were fighting each other, so I was the least threatening. Then why did you risk yourself by eating the bear meat? Aren't you afraid 2 blind bears might eat you? Hey, I only appeared because I saw they were badly hurt. At that time, they couldn't catch me anymore. So I threw the tiger meat to them. They just wanted the meat and didn't care about anything else. Song Ting looked surprised. Oh, I see. You're really clever. Chen Zixuan waved casually. It's just luck. I was lucky this time, but it might not happen again. We must stay alert in these mountains at all times. The archaeological team made progress. Now we can go in. Song Ting hurried over. The others in the archaeology team couldn't go down yet. They had to wait until it was safe below. A few soldiers escorted the team into the ancient tomb. Chen Zixuan had no right to go in. He could only sit in front of the tent, drinking tea and enjoying the sun. He lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. This time, they got about 50 pounds of tiger bones. They sold 10 pounds to 2 professors. He planned to ask the landlord and Uncle Chun if they wanted some. Especially Uncle Chun, since he didn't recommend himself and didn't have the chance to hunt white tigers. The rest he would keep for now: tiger whip, tiger gallbladder, and kidneys. He didn't need so much. He was already strong enough. Making ornaments from tiger teeth and claws was also a good idea. Such treasures in one body. By the way, I need the archaeological team to give me a certificate when I go back. This is proof that I hunted the tiger myself. Tian Zihao and the others came over, disappointed that they couldn't go into the tomb. Guide Chun, you said those 2 blind bears were injured. Why not take the chance to find them? Their paws are delicious. I heard that steamed bear paws can sell for hundreds of yuan. You speak so easily, but those are two blind bears, very dangerous. Exactly. If we had guns, maybe we could try. Chun Zishuan smiled and explained, animals are most alert when injured. Who knows where they ran off to? This is Tiger Ridge. If another tiger comes out, that would be a big problem. Tian Zihao stroked the white tiger pelt, looking very envious. Hey, if this was at home, it would be really impressive. Although the tiger is dead, its scent hasn't disappeared. Be careful not to be caught by other tigers. If you go to the bathroom and they smell you. Hearing this, Tian Zihao quickly retracted his hand, scared. Can they really find us? Chen Zishuan secretly chuckled but nodded seriously. Of course. Haven't you noticed how quiet the camp is tonight? Song Ting thought about it and agreed. Could it be related to the tiger? The others looked at him curiously. Yes, animals have a stronger sense of smell than humans. They can smell the white tiger and stay far away. He was also trying to trick them. Yesterday, he released the white tiger and made it roar loudly, scaring away all the nearby animals. It was because Tian Zihao's rude words annoyed him. He didn't want the other person to touch his tiger pelt, so he deliberately scared him more. Tian Zihao looked at him unhappily. Since you're not brave enough to come closer, what's the point of touching it? Chen Zishuan looked at him with a mischievous smile and nodded. This white tiger is very important. It's a male tiger. If a female tiger smells its scent and finds you. He didn't finish, just giving him a teasing look. Tian Zihao's face stiffened. The others saw this and burst out laughing. Song Ting laughed so hard she almost couldn't breathe, pointing at him. Ha. If a female tiger catches Tian Zihao, will he become her king? Suddenly, gunfire echoed in the tomb chamber. Everyone quickly stood up. The soldiers on guard in the camp immediately loaded their guns and prepared for alert. They all looked toward the entrance of the camp. No one dared to go inside because they didn't know what was happening inside. The gunfire stopped quickly, and everyone became even more nervous. A few minutes later, someone came out. Seeing Professor Zhang and the others, they hurried over to help them. Chen Zishuan watched as everyone safely came out, knowing that the danger inside was probably not high. Anyway, he didn't see any warning signs of danger. Professor Zhang, Professor Li, are you both okay? Yes. What happened inside? After everyone returned to the surface, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Zhang took a few deep breaths and explained, this is a Han Dynasty tomb. I didn't expect the guarding beast to still be alive. If it weren't for Captain Wang and the others, there could have been injuries or worse. How has it survived for over 2,000 years? Yes. What kind of guardian beast is this? Li Guangming, still feeling scared, said directly, there are many snakes down there, including a huge python. Captain Wang and the others shot some of them, but I don't know if there are more snakes that have bred. Professor Li also recovered and took a sip of water, looking at the tomb. There are often snakes in this tomb, but this one is about 5 or 6 meters long. I really don't know how it grew so big. Everyone was surprised. Suddenly, there was a noise inside the tomb, and everyone's expression changed. Captain Wang quickly shouted, snakes are coming out. Everyone stay back. The archaeological team hurried to move away. More than a dozen soldiers raised their guns to guard the front. Suddenly, a large number of snakes crawled out. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers immediately opened fire, shooting at the snakes. Fortunately, the entrance was small, and with so many guns, they could handle it. The snakes that came out kept getting bigger. They started at about 1 meter, then grew to 2 or 3 meters, and finally, a huge snake with a tongue sticking out appeared. Its body was like wearing armor, and bullets bounced off it. As it left the tomb, everyone at the camp gasped in shock. Chen Zishuan looked at the giant python. It hadn't fully emerged yet, but it was already about 7 or 8 meters long, and its head was more than a meter wide. The giant python kept flicking its tongue at its prey. Eat, eat. Chen Zishuan heard a voice in his mind and tried to say, devour. Seeing the python still lively and vigorous, he thought to himself, as expected, it seems he still needs to kill it. Captain Wang fired his gun at the giant python, but the bullets couldn't hurt it. He shouted, Professor, you all retreat first. Bullets won't work. Let's try with hand grenades. The giant python seemed angered and quickly charged out of the tomb, heading straight for the prey in front of it, ready to sweep everything away. Chen Zixuan saw that the snake was at least 20 meters long. If it swung its tail at them, the archaeologists wouldn't be able to dodge. Thinking quickly, he shouted, "Stop!" Everyone was startled by his sudden shout. Suddenly, with his loud call, the giant python and the other snakes that had come out stopped attacking. This scene surprised everyone and left them unsure of what to do. After shouting, Chen Zixuan realized that his intimidation ability was really effective. He felt more confident. But this giant python wasn't afraid of guns, so he wasn't sure he could kill it. He also didn't want to seem too extraordinary. Seeing the soldiers holding hand grenades, he had an idea. The giant python stared at the humans with big, cold eyes. Its body showed respect, and its head lowered to the ground without attacking. Everyone watched this in amazement, wondering how this young man could make the snakes stop, and it seemed the python was very respectful. Chen Zixuan walked over to Captain Wang and said, "While it hasn't attacked yet, you should find a chance to throw the grenade into its mouth. I don't believe it can survive that." Captain Wang suppressed his shock and quickly made a hand signal behind him. The other soldiers understood and began to retreat with the archaeologists to a safe distance. Seeing the big snake lying on the ground, Chen Zixuan didn't know what to do. Should he let it open its mouth and throw the grenade inside? Captain Wang saw everyone retreating from the camp and nodded at him. He had already realized that this young man was not simple. Did he find the ginseng and pray casually? Yesterday's white tiger confirmed his suspicion. If those didn't prove it, what explanation could there be for what was happening now? Chen Zixuan scratched his head and asked, "Captain Wang, I can run fast. Why don't you give me the grenade and teach me how to use it?" "No, that's too dangerous. You haven't practiced with it, and if you make a mistake, you'll get hurt," Wang replied. After speaking, he looked at the giant snake. This snake isn't afraid of bullets. Even if it explodes inside, it probably won't be a big problem. We just need to run faster. Chen Zixuan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, just in case it doesn't die from the explosion, you throw a few more." "No problem." After the two agreed, Chen Zixuan looked at the giant snake and said, "Stand up straight." To make sure it understood, he added a hand gesture pointing upward. The giant snake seemed to understand and immediately lifted its body a bit. "Good, open your mouth. I'll give you something tasty." Captain Wang, standing nearby, was watching so intently that his eyes twitched. Under his watch, the giant snake obediently opened its mouth. Chen Zixuan quickly signaled to Captain Wang. People in the distance watched nervously. This is incredible. We can actually communicate with animals." "Yes. How did he do that?" While they were talking, they saw the two people running toward them very fast. The giant snake didn't understand why this powerful person was running and just stared blankly. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the snake's belly. The once mighty snake let out a scream, and then its head fell heavily to the ground. Seeing it was dead, Chen Zixuan quickly said, "Hurry up and deal with the other snakes. If they run away, it will be trouble." A group of soldiers rushed forward and started fighting the other snakes. Fortunately, the explosion killed many of the snakes, and the rest were quickly shot down in a barrage of gunfire. Everyone looked relieved that it was finally safe. They sat on the ground, each person catching their breath, their backs soaked with cold sweat. Except for Chen Zixuan, absorbed a snake soul that draws power from the earth's veins, gaining 80 merit points. Choose one reward. 1. One chance to store rewards. 2. Dragon Inner Core can increase strength for 100 years. 3. Control over snakes. Hearing about the reward, he didn't rush to claim it. Instead, he quickly thought of a lie to cover up what had happened. Professor Zhang and Professor Li exchanged glances and helped each other to stand up. "All right, everyone, check yourselves carefully to see if anyone is hurt. Yes, those uninjured. Help clean up the camp." Hearing this, the others hesitated to ask questions and swallowed their words. Although everyone was very curious about what just happened, seeing the huge snake's head still made me feel a bit scared. Chen Zixuan didn't expect the two old men to be so understanding, which made him feel relieved. He quickly checked his tiger skin. Seeing that his tiger skin was fine, he also felt relieved. It was hard to get, and if it got damaged, he didn't know if he would have another chance. At this moment, he started thinking about which reward to choose. Is there a chance to store the reward? Could it be that after using it, I can save the reward for later when I need it? He thought that was probably the case. There are many kinds of rewards. What if one day there's a very tempting one that's hard to claim right away? Thinking of this, he looked at the last two options and reluctantly decided to give up. Although increasing his strength for 100 years and controlling snakes were very tempting, he decided to take a chance. He hoped his guess was right. I choose one. Suddenly, a feedback wave flooded into his mind. Chen Zixuan was happy inside. It was just as he thought. He could choose one reward to save and use later when needed. Everyone helped dig a big hole near the camp. They threw all the other snakes, except the giant python, into it. The python was too big. Even though it was cut in half, bringing it back was still valuable for research. The military would send a helicopter to take it away. Professor, let's take a break today. When support arrives, they will bring a flamethrower. Then we can go down and eliminate the danger completely before moving on. All right, you've all worked hard today. It's only right, and the biggest credit doesn't go to us, said Squad Leader Wang, glancing at the young man who was tidying up the tiger's skin. Professor Zhang smiled and nodded. This is a bit hard to explain. What just happened might have been a coincidence. You managed to throw the bomb into the snake's mouth and destroy the creature with your skills. We all saw it. Don't be modest. Professor Li agreed nearby, saying, Yes, Squad Leader Wang's contribution is clear. We will honestly report it. The rest might be just a coincidence. Who would believe it if we told others? Hearing their words, Squad Leader Wang immediately understood their meaning. But then he thought about it. It's true that it wouldn't be easy for others to believe this story. I didn't say much more. Anyway, I just reported everything honestly when I got back. The higher-ups would believe and use whichever report they found trustworthy. The helicopter arrived very quickly. The leading officer got off the plane and immediately noticed the white tiger fur. He couldn't help but glance at Chen Zixuan a few more times. When he saw the giant snake, he showed no surprise at all, as if he was used to seeing such things. The archaeologists felt admiration when they saw this. The soldiers are really different. Seeing such a big snake, they showed no emotion at all. Sergeant Wang and the other soldiers saluted. Hello, Commander. After Commander Zhang returned the salute, he stepped forward to shake hands with the two professors. Professors Zhang and Li, you must have been startled this time. I came to bring the giant snake back. This matter is sensitive and shouldn't be spread around. The other archaeologists need to be told to keep it secret. Don't worry, Commander Zhang. We understand. The archaeological team won't spread rumors. Commander Zhang nodded and signaled the other soldiers to start placing the giant snake into an iron box. This time, a large iron cabinet was brought in by the helicopter. The snake was too big to fit in a regular plane. Chen Zixuan secretly watched them. Seeing that he wasn't questioned, he felt relieved. He didn't want to be recruited into a special department. Those days were exhausting enough, and life was much easier now. When Commander Zhang heard Sergeant Wang's report, he was curious about the young man, but didn't pay much attention. Although this incident was strange, it could just be a coincidence. If this special recruitment was based on that, it wouldn't convince others. Moreover, he was a student at the Imperial University, and he might not even want to join the army. After the snake was packed up, they left by plane. Chen Zixuan watched the plane leave and finally relaxed. He lit a cigarette and sat outside the tent. Sergeant Wang and his team took a flamethrower and entered the tomb again. This time, they planned to clean it thoroughly. Professor Zhang gathered everyone and said seriously, what happened earlier must be kept secret. It involves national secrets and is a very serious matter. Everyone nodded solemnly. Chen Zixuan didn't care much. Keeping it secret was good, then no one would spread rumors. Everyone dispersed and went about their own tasks. Chen Zixuan sat down in front of the tent, took a sip of tea, and leisurely watched the archaeological team work busily. He mentally entered his space to check on the plants and animals inside. Seeing the tea trees sprouting new leaves made him happy. He controlled the harvesting of the tea leaves and placed them into the still space. Not bad. When I go back, I can find time to roast some tea. I will have good tea to enjoy. The tea trees in his space were now quite developed, enough for him to drink tea regularly in the future. There were no more dangers in the tomb chamber. After cleaning it up, the archaeological team entered again. Chen Zixuan carefully handled the white tiger pelt, then started his routine of early mornings and late nights. A few days of going out brought some gains, but not many. However, he discovered another benefit of his intimidation ability. The poisonous insects and ants in the mountains, all underground creatures, avoided him. This made him quite happy. Chen Zishuan sat by a mountain lake eating grilled meat, casually swatting a mosquito. I still can't prevent these mosquitoes. The mosquitoes in the mountains were as big as flies, which was very annoying. Suddenly, a red flash appeared in front of him. Curious, he turned to look at the lake surface. It's moving. He finished his grilled meat in a few bites, then stood up and walked to the lake to watch. The red glow slowly swam toward him. Still moving? Could it be a rare species? He saw the red glow moving back and forth about 10 meters away from him, which made him a bit puzzled. His space didn't have boats or anything similar, and the distance was far. Although he had light skills, he wasn't sure what was inside, so he decided to be cautious. Chen Zishuan thought for a moment, then threw some food about 2 meters away to see if it would attract whatever was in the water. When there was no reaction, he threw a piece of meat further out. This time, he threw it a bit farther. Hey, it's coming. Chen Zishuan's face lit up with excitement. He threw a small piece of meat again, watching closely. His curiosity grew about what it was. Suddenly, a round object about 2 meters in diameter floated to the surface with regular patterns on it. Wow, it's a big turtle. Its head is really large. After eating the meat, the turtle swam directly toward the shore, unafraid of the humans on land, and confidently climbed onto the bank. Chen Zishuan watched it climb ashore, then went to rest on a small raised rock nearby to sunbathe. He immediately realized that this place must be a frequent spot for it. He walked over and circled the turtle. He couldn't tell what species it was, but since it showed a red glow, it must be very valuable. Shaking his head, he thought he didn't need this thing. If he could swallow it, he wouldn't hesitate. Forget it, growing up hasn't been easy. I won't catch you. The big turtle opened its eyes to look at him, then closed them again. Chen Zishuan felt amused. After extinguishing the fire by the lake and covering it with dirt, he left the lakeside. He ran about 10 miles with a happy expression on his face. He headed in one direction and soon saw a building on a mountaintop from afar. Chomp chomp, a voice sounded in his mind. This time, even from so far away, I started to respond. Could it be that the more I swallow, the stronger the bead's sensing ability? There were about 2 or 3 miles left to reach the mountaintop. Chen Zishuan didn't think much more. Since it wasn't a bad thing, he kept moving quickly toward the big mountain. He ran up the man-made stone stairs, 10 steps at a time. In no time, he reached the top and saw a dilapidated temple. In front of the building was a field, long abandoned. Chen Zishuan looked around and then entered the temple. It wasn't large. On the altar was a stone statue of a Vajra, but the statues on either side were broken and unrecognizable. The voice in his mind kept ringing. Chen Zishuan looked at the stone statue. Could it be this? If I swallow it, will the Vajra dream and scold me? He clasped his hands in prayer. My apologies, my apologies. Suddenly, the stone statue disappeared. Swallowing a faith-powered statue gained 60 virtue points. Choose one reward. He didn't expect that even after so many years of abandonment, there was still faith power here. It seemed the place was once prosperous, but now it was remote. Who would come here? Chen Zishuan was puzzled. Option 1, Fortune and Misfortune Prediction, once daily. Option 2, 100 liters of spiritual spring water. Drink daily to avoid all illnesses. Option 3, Vajra Bell, can block one fatal injury. He was surprised that all 3 options were explained this time. Looks like swallowing the jade bead really enhanced my ability. Thinking about this reward, it seems pretty good. If I could predict good or bad luck every day, I wouldn't have to wander around aimlessly like now. I could choose the best times to go out. If I predict a very lucky day, I will definitely return with a full load. I wouldn't have to go out and find only a short-aged ginseng or some insignificant things like I did earlier. The spiritual spring water is almost enough, but it's too little. 100 liters won't last long. The Vajra Bell is also good. It can block a deadly, which is like having an extra life. Chen Zishuan thought carefully and decided to choose one. A surge of energy entered his mind, similar to when he gained the intimidation ability before. He felt like he had gained something more. A feedback came into his mind. The fortune-telling ability can be used to predict not only his own luck, but also others. It can only tell good or bad fortune, with 3 levels: small, medium, and large. There is also a middle level called normal, which means neither good luck nor disaster. After learning how to use it, Chen Zixuan couldn't help but try it on himself. Suddenly, the result of his prediction appeared in his mind. Today's reward is so good. It's a medium blessing. Shaking his head, he turned and headed down the mountain. It was getting late, and it was time to return to the camp and have dinner. He moved quickly through the forest using light skills. Song Ting was cleaning an ancient artifact, asking casually, "Guess what kind of prey Chun the guide will bring back today?" The day before yesterday, he caught a wild mountain goat. Today, he probably caught a few rabbits. I think so too. Recently, it's mostly been rabbits and wild chickens. He probably can't catch anything else. Tian Zihao carefully placed the cleaned antique aside and stretched lazily. He said casually, "It would be great if he could catch a bear or something. I really want to try bear paws." Li Guangming looked at them and joked, "You guys are spoiled now. In the past, when we went into the mountains, we always ate dry rations. We didn't eat meat here, and at home, we rarely had meat. Now you're picky." Hearing this, everyone fell silent and focused on their work. The archaeologists nearby also smiled. "Old Li, this time we really benefited from your school. If you hadn't brought Guide Chun, we wouldn't have had this luck." "Huh, that's true. If there's a chance in the future, you should bring Guide Chun again." Li Guangming also smiled and said, "Haha, it depends on the opportunity. Guide Chun is a student from the business department. It's summer vacation now, so he doesn't usually have a chance to come out." Leader Wang saw Chen Zixuan carrying a bag and said with a smile, "Guide Chun is back. Did you get anything new today?" "Hey, today I found 2 little wild boars. Luckily, there were no big pigs around. I took the chance to catch them and planned to roast piglets tonight." "Wow, that's great. Little wild boars are not light." He stepped forward to look. The bag held 2 cleaned piglets, each weighing about 30 to 40 pounds. People at the camp heard this and came over. They said, "Really, they're all cleaned up. Looks like we'll have good food tonight." "Yes, this time we can eat our fill." Chen Zixuan smiled and carried the piglets to the campfire. Leader Wang helped out nearby. The two skewered the wild boars and placed them over the fire. "I also brought some herbs to add flavor, so the wild pig will taste better," Chen Zixuan said while sprinkling seasonings. Leader Wang sat nearby and said, "With your skills, you won't go hungry anywhere. Hey, you rely on the mountains for food in the mountains and water for water. That's how it's been since ancient times. If I lived on the plains, I wouldn't have access to these." Chen Zixuan clapped his hands, took out a cigarette, and offered one. They lit up. Leader Wang took a deep breath and asked, "Have you ever thought about joining the military?" Hearing this, Chen Zixuan shook his head and said, "My family background isn't good. I can't go even if I want to. Now that I have a wife, I can't just leave her." Leader Wang nodded and said with a smile, "You're still young. I didn't expect you to be married. But if you really want to, there are still chances." Chen Zixuan took a puff of smoke and smiled wryly. "Before I got married, my wife always took care of me quietly. Both her parents and mine had passed away, so life was tough. She would often go hungry herself, but leave food for me. Back then, I was focused on studying and never thought about these things. It wasn't until last year, when I was accepted to university but then told I couldn't go, that I finally realized. My wife wasn't very pretty then. When we took our wedding photos, she washed off the makeup on her face, and I was stunned. I never knew she was so beautiful after knowing her for so many years." Captain Wang listened to his story and thought even more highly of this young man. No one is born knowing everything. Chen Zixuan changed the subject and asked with a smile, "Captain Wang, are you married?" "No, not yet. My family keeps urging me, but I don't have time. I'll think about it after I finish my service." The two sat chatting casually. That evening, everyone enjoyed a good meal. The 2 small pigs were completely eaten. Chen Zixuan lay in the tent and finally relaxed. Today, Captain Wang's questions probably meant orders from above, and someone would come to investigate the village. He told the truth, so he wasn't worried about being checked. "Ah, whatever. When there's a way, it will come," he said, turning to the side and falling asleep. Inside a military base, Commander Zhang reported to an elder. "Leader, just received news that Comrade Chen Zixuan's situation matches the investigation details, and he is very skilled. He once fought a group of troublemakers in a park in the capital, knocking down more than 10 of them." The elder nodded. "Being skilled is good, but it's not enough. We need to see if this is just luck or if he truly has some special ability. We should keep him under observation as a backup. Commander Zhang saluted and left. The elder continued reviewing other files, mostly about people with special skills. In the morning, Chen Zixuan finished breakfast and silently made a quick calculation. Nothing special. Forget it. I'll rest at the camp today. He boiled some water and sat outside the tent, sipping tea. Captain Wang came over with a friendly smile and sat down, sighing enviously. You're so relaxed. Chen Zixuan poured him a cup of tea. Well, the supplies here are quite valuable. I don't understand much about this, and if I go to help and end up causing trouble, it would be a problem. This is good. In a few days, everything here will be ready, and we can go back. That's great. It's been almost a month since we came out. After a few days of rest, school will start again. 2 soldiers carried a few wild chickens and walked over. Guide Chen, you caught another prey with your trap. We've restored it to its original state. As he spoke, one of the soldiers dropped a chicken, which immediately broke free, flapping its wings and flying in a certain direction. Chen Zixuan quickly shouted, "Stop!" The chicken didn't stop at all and soon disappeared into the distant forest. Sergeant Wang's eyes flickered, and he said irritably, "Can't even catch a chicken. Go catch 2 more and bring them back." "Sergeant, I thought it was exhausted after being caught in the trap all night." "I didn't expect it to run so fast," the soldier said with a look of grievance. Chen Zixuan smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Animals are like that. Give them a chance, and they disappear quickly. No worries, we still have 2. Around noon, I'll check the trap again. Maybe I'll catch another one." He thought to himself, that was close. It was really just instinct. Luckily, it was a chicken. If it had been an underground animal, it would have been exposed immediately. Now, it should be enough to dispel their suspicions, right? After sitting down, Sergeant Wang looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Sorry, they didn't handle such a small matter well." "Hey, it's nothing. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes," Chen Zixuan said with a smile, taking a sip from his teacup. Sergeant Wang chatted for a while longer and then left. Seeing him go into the tent, he guessed he was reporting back, and he smiled to himself. After some time cleaning up, the archaeological team finally sorted everything out. Seeing the helicopter take everything away, everyone relaxed. This mission is finally complete. Let's rest for a day, then start heading back. Everyone was happy. They were finally going home. Living in the mountains was too inconvenient. Forget about taking showers. It was especially hard for the female team members. They all wished they could fly back immediately. In the hot summer, they sweated every day and couldn't wash up. It was really hard to bear. It was their love for this work that helped them get through it. Song Ting and Lu Jia, another female archaeology student, were very excited. They hadn't showered for over a month, which they never would have imagined before. "Great. We can finally go back. Let's go see what delicious food Guide Chen has prepared today." Chen Zixuan was sitting outside the tent drinking tea. When he saw them coming, he casually greeted them. "You're still the best. We're all almost exhausted every day," Song Ting said as she sat down nearby. "I'm just trying not to cause trouble. If I break something, I can't afford to replace it," Chen Zixuan replied. Lu Jia smiled and said, "That might not be true. The ginseng you've dug up along the way could sell for quite a bit." "Ah, I'm just trying to make a living. Supporting my wife and kids costs a lot," Chen Zixuan said with a wave of his hand, pretending to be pitiful. "Yeah, you just like to complain about being poor. It's like we need to borrow money," Lu Jia teased. "Exactly. If money isn't enough, your wife must be a big spender," Lu Jia added with a smile. Chen Zixuan looked happy. "No, she doesn't like to spend money. She always wants me to take her shopping, so she's a little shopaholic." Song Ting looked at him and joked, "All right. If you say so, when we get back, I'll visit your home." "Yeah. Let's see if your little shopaholic is as beautiful as a fairy, making you so worried." Everyone had become very familiar with each other during this time, and joking around was common. A few boys, including Tian Zihao, also came over. "Finally going back. Now I understand how hard the archaeology team's work is. It's not so bad. If you go to the desert or Gobi Desert, that's real hardship. Working there for months on end. Just think about it." Chen Zixuan smiled. He remembered that in later internet comments, people admired the terracotta warrior's excavation as a very stable and desirable job. In the afternoon, everyone played cards and chatted. After intense work for a long period, They needed some rest and relaxation. Song Ting and Lu Jia came back to ask Chen Zixuan to tell them stories about the ancient tombs and the rice dumplings inside. Chen Zixuan looked at them helplessly. That's just legends and old stories. It might not be true. If you get scared and refuse to go into the tomb, it could delay your work, and I'd feel very guilty. Song Ting casually waved her hand and said, "It's okay. We're just listening to ghost stories. It might even help us practice our courage." Lu Jia nodded eagerly like a little chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes. We're very timid, so this is a good chance to practice. Seeing these two curious kids, I couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Chen Zixuan had no choice but to warn them. Remember, this is for practicing your courage. If you get scared and start crying, don't blame me. No blame, no blame. Just tell us quickly. You're so slow, Song Ting urged impatiently. All right. I hope you won't cry later, Chen Zixuan said, then took a sip from his teacup, thinking about what to say. Suddenly, he remembered the story from the ghost story book and had an idea. He cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice. The wood of the nine-headed tree grows in the dark and feeds on human blood and flesh. Song Ting and Lu Jia suddenly felt a little scared and couldn't help but lean closer together. The nine-headed snake cypress is a plant that grows in ancient tombs. It's also a very high-level tomb guardian. There's no record of its maximum growth limit. According to old legends, a 2,000-year-old snake cypress has been found. Its nutrients come from the tomb's gloomy energy, the accompanying spirits, and countless tomb raiders who entered over the years. Don't say any more. Lu Jia suddenly jumped up in fright and ran away. Although Song Ting was a bit scared, she thought she could handle it. But after Lu Jia's scare, she almost collapsed from fear and quickly ran back to the tent with a red face. Chen Zixuan looked proud as he took another sip of his tea, thinking to himself, "You little ones, I can handle you too." Then he put down his teacup and glanced at the spot where the two had just sat. He saw a puddle of water there and was also stunned. His expression suddenly turned strange. He picked up his teacup and went back into the tent. Over the next few days on the way back, Song Ting didn't dare to look at him and walked at the front. Chen Zixuan found it amusing, pretending not to notice anything. Every day, he still chatted and joked with everyone as if nothing had happened before. Until one day, when they reached the mountain and finished dinner, everyone was about to rest. The two of them came over again. Chen Zixuan looked at them and sat down in the tent. "Are you two not resting? Is there something wrong?" Lu Jia felt a bit shy and nudged Song Ting, signaling her to speak. Chen Zixuan looked even more strange. Tomorrow he would leave the mountain, so what could possibly happen now? Song Ting felt a little shy but showed no emotion on her face. "Guide Chen, we're leaving the mountain tomorrow, but we haven't showered in over a month. There's a small river near the camping site. Can you keep watch for us?" She felt very embarrassed as she said this. Hearing this, Chen Zixuan relaxed a bit and looked at them helplessly. "It's just a small thing. Do you really need to be so careful? Come on, I'll keep watch. I've checked that river, and it's safe. But don't go too far in. Just wash at the edge. I don't know what's really inside." Song Ting looked impatient. Got it. Let's go quickly. But if you dare to peek, we'll tell your wife." "Hey, my wife is as beautiful as a fairy. I don't need to peek at you. I'm just looking at her," Chen Zixuan said dismissively. They watched him leave, feeling angry and grinding their teeth. So annoying. "When we get back, we'll see how beautiful her fairy-like face really is. Yes. Make sure to invite me. I want to go too." Lu Jia nodded repeatedly. Lu Jia was only about 1.6 meters tall, but she had a curvy figure. She wasn't very pretty, but she was attractive in a steady way. Song Ting was even taller, about 1.7 meters. Her figure wasn't hot, but she looked pretty. She was also one of the top students at school. Being repeatedly criticized made her feel a bit stubborn. Fine. When we get back, we'll go find him." The three reached the riverbank. Chen Zixuan checked around and nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you over there. Don't go too far in. Just wash at the edge. Got it." "Why are you more nagging than a woman?" Song Ting felt annoyed but said bluntly. "Hey, if you keep talking to me like that, I won't leave. I'll watch you and see if you wash or not." Lu Jia blushed and whispered, "Guide Chen, don't be angry. We know you're honest. You wouldn't do such a thing." Yes. Lu Jia's words are nice. "Don't worry. With me here, even a little rabbit wouldn't peek." Song Ting couldn't help but laugh out loud, quickly covering her mouth. Chen Zixuan smiled quietly without saying anything. He walked to a large tree nearby and sat down, lighting a cigarette. He wasn't angry about what just happened. Girls are often like that. Anyway, he didn't do anything to them. It was just a casual act. And the fact that they let you come along shows they trust you. He lit a cigarette and listened to the distant sounds of water and laughter. He didn't turn to look around, just observing the surroundings carefully to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Hey, it's been over a month since I came out, and I really miss the big girl. Chen Zixuan took a deep breath of smoke and looked up at the moon in the sky. His thoughts drifted farther and farther away. Suddenly, a tiger's roar from afar pulled him back to reality. Brother Xian, are you okay? Song Ting's voice came. Hearing her address him, Chen Zixuan smiled. She was 2 years older than him. I'm fine. The distance is pretty far, don't worry. Song Ting didn't reply. When she called out earlier, she felt very shy. Everyone else was married, and she still called him so affectionately. How could she not feel embarrassed? Lu Jia didn't notice anything and patted her chest. It's good that you're okay. Let's wash up quickly. Oh, okay. Song Ting saw she hadn't noticed and quickly agreed. Chen Zixuan looked toward the direction of the voice, where it was dark. He was a bit stunned. This meant the tiger was within 5 miles. If he went over, it could be dangerous. Though not very strong, it still made him curious. Listening to the tiger's roar just now, there must have been a big fight over there. But since they were almost outside the area, what kind of fight could it be? It made him curious. Who cares? Anyway, today's fortune-telling was normal. Going there probably won't help. Song Ting and Lu Jia, hearing the occasional distant roars, felt a bit scared. They hurriedly washed up, changed into their pajamas, and came over. Let's go back quickly. The sounds seemed to be getting closer. Chen Zixuan stood up, noticing a few grapes swinging back and forth in front of him. He immediately turned away and said, Yes, let's head back to the camp. The two didn't notice they might be showing too much and carefully walked ahead. Chen Zixuan watched their figures and silently recited a calming spell. Having not been close to women for over a month, this sudden situation really disturbed his peace of mind. Phew, they really trust me. Wearing no underwear at all, as we approached the camp, I couldn't hold back and reminded everyone. Hey, everyone, please hold your changed clothes in front of your chest. When Song Ting and Lu Jia heard this, they looked down and immediately blushed. They quickly walked into the camp, holding their clothes close and not daring to look back. Chen Zixuan smiled and followed them inside. Squad leader Wang was standing in the camp, listening to the distant roar of wild animals. It was clear he was also worried about a beast attacking the camp. Seeing him return, someone asked, Is Guide Chen okay? Yes, he's fine. Squad leader Wang isn't resting yet. The sounds are coming closer and farther away. I'm worried too. You should rest now. We'll stay on watch. Tomorrow, we'll go down the mountain. I wonder what's out there that's attracting so many wild animals. Chen Zixuan nodded. It doesn't happen often, but it's not a big deal. I'll go rest now. Thanks for your hard work. It's our duty, nothing special, Squad leader Wang said with a smile, waving his hand. Sweet dreams. Although the wild animal roars echoed all night, they didn't come near the camp. By this afternoon, everyone was excited because they could finally go down the mountain. Song Ting and Lu Jia, carrying their bags, whispered to each other as they walked ahead. Li Guangming and Chen Zixuan strolled and chatted casually. This time, it's really thanks to you. When we get back, I'll apply for a subsidy for you. Teacher Li, you're too kind. I didn't do much. Honestly, it's you and squad leader Wang who worked hard. Haha, you're just too modest. If only you were in our archaeology department. Chen Zixuan smiled, but didn't reply. He wasn't interested in that. Although he had collected many antiques in his past life, he didn't really love them. They walked and stopped along the way until finally reaching the foot of the mountain at 6 o'clock in the evening. Seeing the waiting truck, everyone let out a long breath of relief. The month-long archaeological expedition was finally over. He had arranged to meet Professor Zhang tomorrow to pick up some things, and 2 groups of people got into their cars. Tian Zihao sat in the truck, looking excited. We're finally back. We should celebrate. Do you have time for lunch tomorrow? I'll treat everyone. Zihao, why are you so generous today? Yeah, treating us to a meal costs quite a bit. Song Ting looked at him with suspicion and said, I think you have other intentions besides just drinking. We don't dare to join easily. Exactly. There must be some purpose. With him being so stingy every day, he doesn't seem like someone who invites others, Lu Jia teased with a smile. Tian Zaheo didn't mind and grinned, saying, Guide Chen, do you have time tomorrow? My treat. Let's have a drink. Chen Zishuan shook his head and replied, No time. I haven't been home for so long. I need to spend time with my wife. Hey, spending time with your wife doesn't take long, just a meal or two. Seeing his enthusiasm, the others guessed what he was planning. They didn't say anything, just looked at them with amusement. It's more than just a meal. It's been over a month, and I've missed dozens of meals. So I won't bother you anymore. Eat well and enjoy yourselves. When Tian Zaheo saw he didn't agree, he made up his mind and looked at him sincerely. I apologize. I know I was a bit rude at first, but I changed later. You wouldn't refuse to be my friend because of that, would you, Tian Zaheo? If Brother Xian doesn't want to go, you're forcing him with guilt. Song Ting couldn't hold back and looked at him annoyed. Hey, you're everywhere, huh? Guilt tripping? I'm just admitting my mistake and apologizing. Chen Zishuan smiled and said, No need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I just don't like that kind of scene, so I have to say sorry. Seeing that his words didn't work, Tian Zaheo scratched his head, thinking about how to get him to come out. Once they get off the car, there won't be another chance. Chen Zishuan leaned back in the car seat, closing his eyes to rest. He guessed the other person's goal was probably tiger bone or ginseng. He didn't need those, but he definitely didn't want someone he disliked to get them. Tian Zaheo then said a lot of nice words. When Chen Zishuan didn't respond, he got a little annoyed. Not a big deal. Then forget it, he muttered and sat quietly. The car was very loud, so others didn't hear his muttering. But Chen Zishuan heard clearly. His hearing had improved several times, and any sound within 10 meters couldn't escape his ears. Although he heard it, he didn't say anything. The car entered the school. Everyone got out with their things. After saying goodbye to Li Guangming, Chen Zishuan headed out of the alley. At the entrance of the alley, Old Man Wang and others were sitting under a big tree, chatting and enjoying the shade. When they saw him carrying something, they quickly waved. Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Chen, Grandpa Zong. Everyone is here. Chen Shua saw him and asked with a smile, Just got back? Yes, I just got off the bus. I'm back now. I heard you had a good harvest this time. Chen Shua said happily. Yes, it was a big success. The elders are free, and tomorrow morning they'll come over for tea. We'll talk then. Hearing this, Chen Shua nodded repeatedly. Great, we'll come tomorrow morning. The others didn't know why he was so happy, but they figured it out once they went tomorrow, so they weren't in a hurry. Old Man Wang smiled and said, All right, you haven't been back for a long time. Go home and spend time with your wife. Okay, I'll head back now. Chen Zishuan smiled and walked into the alley. As soon as he entered the yard, he called out, Wife, Ernyo, I'm back. Brother-in-law is back. Qi Yinglian heard the voice and exclaimed, then hurried outside. Qi Yingxue also put down what she was doing and followed out. Brother-in-law, you finally came back. Qi Yinglian excitedly threw herself into his arms, bouncing happily. Haha, don't make trouble. I need to put my things inside first. Chen Zishuan put down his stuff and hugged his wife tightly. Wife, did you miss me? Brother Xian, we're all here. Haha, old married couple, still shy. Qi Yinglian looked excited and asked, Brother-in-law, don't just flirt. Did you bring anything good this time? There are so many good things. Don't be afraid later. Chen Zishuan loosened his wife and took out a white tiger skin from the bag. Both sisters were startled. Qi Yingxue stepped forward to touch the tiger's skin and asked in surprise, Could it be the same white tiger from last time? Of course not. This one is much bigger than the one we saw last time. Chen Zishuan put down the tiger skin and took out the processed tiger bones, tiger whip, and other items. This tiger bone isn't very useful to me. I'll leave some behind. I called Uncle Wang and the others to come tomorrow. If someone wants to buy it, I'll sell a bit to them. We'll keep the tiger skin ourselves. When we buy a house in the future, I'll display the tiger skin in the hall. Ma Yin stepped forward to help organize the items. Chen Zishuan then took out more than 10 short-aged ginseng plants. These were also found on the way. Uncle Wang and the others want some. We'll ask them about it tomorrow. Qi Yinglian watched her brother-in-law take out one item after another and couldn't help but tease him. Brother-in-law, you're doing archaeology, and you're also stocking up, Haha. Now you see how impressive I am. Hee hee. You're the best. Qi Yingxue touched the white tiger skin. Brother Xian, I'll deal with the tiger skin again tomorrow. All right, it's up to you. Chen Zixuan washed his hands nearby, took the tea Ma Yin handed him, and took a sip. Has everything been okay at home lately? Yes, very good. We chat at home every day. Ma Yin might be busy, so I can't help much. It's all my duty. The lady and miss are very kind to me. That's good. There's some tiger meat in the bag. We can cook it tonight. Yes, boss. I'll arrange it now. Ma Yin respectfully responded and went to the kitchen with the items. Qi Yingxue sat nearby. Brother Xian, you didn't encounter any danger this time, right? No, there were soldiers following us. Their guns weren't just for show, so there was no danger. Chen Zixuan told the truth. He really was safe. Qi Yinglian looked at the tiger whip and other items in the room and felt a bit disgusted. Brother-in-law, put that away quickly. It's so ugly. Chen Zixuan saw her and went over to put it into a bag. Oh, I didn't notice earlier. Qi Yingxue also smiled. Xiaolian, let's go see the kitchen. After saying that, Qi Yinglian turned back and clenched her small fist to remind him. Brother-in-law, from now on, call me Xiaolian. Ernyo sounds terrible. Haha. Ernyo has really grown up. But that name is nice. No, it sounds terrible. People will think I'm a country girl. I don't want that. Haha, alright. From now on, I'll call you Xiaolian. That's better. She proudly linked arms with her sister and walked out. Chen Zixuan took a sip of tea and looked around the house. Ah, it's still better at home. In recent years, not many houses have been sold, and some courtyard houses still have many residents living in them. Even if someone buys a house, they can't just kick out the people living there, which will cause ongoing trouble. He is no longer in a hurry. In a couple of years, many people plan to go abroad, so he will have plenty of houses to choose from then. That evening, whether because he ate tiger meat or because he hadn't seen anyone for days, Qi Yingxue was very enthusiastic. The two of them discussed life a few times in the room before finally falling asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Professor Zhang and Professor Li from the archaeology team came to the small courtyard with Chen Shua. When Chen Zixuan saw them, he warmly invited them into the study. Professor Zhang smiled and said, "We just happened to meet old Chen and the others today, so we came together. Hey, I haven't even had time to welcome you properly. I've already prepared everything," Chen Zixuan said, pointing to 2 bags. Professor Li happily took out a certificate and said, "Keep this." Chen Zixuan took the certificate happily, noticing that it was stamped not only by the archaeology team, but also by the local authorities. "Great, now I feel at ease." Old Man Wang asked curiously, "What is this?" Professor Zhang explained. Everyone was shocked to hear that Chen Zixuan had actually killed a white tiger. It was a solo hunt, and even if injured, it was still a tiger. Looking at the tiger bones, everyone wanted to exchange some. Chen Zixuan kept 10 jin of tiger bones for himself, and the others divided the remaining bones, each taking a little. The less mature ginseng was also sold, with 7 roots sold. After sending these items to the elders, Qi Yingxue happily counted the money and various tickets on the table. Seeing her excited about the small earnings, Chen Zixuan stepped forward and hugged her. "You look so happy. Hee hee. My man can make money, so of course I'm happy. You're so sweet-talking. I should reward you." "Oh, I can't take it anymore." Chen Zixuan took his wife and sister-in-law Ma Yin shopping at the store. At noon, they went to eat roast duck. This time, they didn't encounter any unpleasant women. "Brother Xian, eat more." "Okay, you all eat too." Some of Song Ting's archaeology classmates also went into the roast duck restaurant. "Tian Zihao, weren't you going to treat us? Are you feeling reluctant now? Who says I can't part with it?" "Everyone, help yourselves," Tian Zihu said confidently. Lu Jia giggled and said, "Then we won't hold back." The others looked happy too. Usually, they wouldn't be willing to spend so much on a meal, but today they didn't mind. "Hey, isn't that Guy Chun?" A boy pointed inside. Everyone looked and saw that it was indeed him. Song Ting saw the woman next to Chen Zixuan and was also surprised by her beauty. Lu Jia's eyes widened. "Wow, is that Brother Xian's wife? She's so pretty." Yesterday, Tian Zihu was rejected, and now seeing that Xian has such a beautiful wife, he felt even more jealous. "Humph, they don't like us. Instead of wasting time on us, they're with their wives." Song Ting shot him a displeased look and pulled Lu Jia to go over. Brother Xian, what a coincidence. Is this your sister-in-law? She's so beautiful. Qi Yingxue looked curiously at the newcomers and then at her own man. Chen Zixuan stood up when they arrived. Yes, this is my wife Qi Yingxue, my sister Qi Yinglian, and Ma Yin. He then introduced his wife to the two women. Song Ting looked at the two beautiful sisters and teased, sister-in-law and Yinglian are so pretty. No wonder Brother Xian always talks about you. Qi Yingxue smiled warmly. Song Ting and Lu Jia are very pretty too. Want to join us? Lu Jia glanced at the others in the distance and shook her head. Sister-in-law, our classmates are over there. Maybe another time, when we have free, we'll come visit you. Sure, you're always welcome. Seeing such beautiful women, Song Ting felt a bit insecure, and her confidence was quickly dampened. After hearing Lu Jia, she smiled and said goodbye, then returned to her classmates. Qi Yinglian asked with a smile, Brother-in-law, are these all from the archaeology team? Yes, they are from the university's archaeology department. This time, they went into the mountains with the team. I'm just here to look after them. Really? Is archaeology hard? They've been in the mountains so long. It must be inconvenient. Of course, it's tough. They can't even take a proper bath. In this hot weather, just thinking about it is miserable. Chen Zixuan nodded with a smile. At this moment, Tian Zihu was filled with jealousy. Thinking about how he was rejected yesterday, without even a second glance, made him angrier the more he thought about it. I really envy Guide Chen. He has such a beautiful wife. Anyone would be reluctant to part with her. Envy won't help. Guide Chen is talented. He hunts and gathers ginseng. He probably made a good amount of money this time. Hearing the boys' envy, Lu Jia teased, Haha, you guys should consider learning from him. Maybe one day you'll find your own ginseng. Well, maybe. I prefer archaeology, said Tian Zihao thoughtfully. After finding so many things, I bet the other person will sell them. If they sell to the government, the price won't be high. To get a good price, they'd have to sell to private buyers, which is risky and shady. He also learned that the other person was an orphan and new to the village. Relying on school subsidies, they couldn't support a wife. Plus, meals here aren't cheap, so they might have already sold some items. With this in mind, he smiled and said, Let's forget about that. It's been tough lately. Come on, let's have a drink together. After eating, Chen Zixuan and his friends left the restaurant and went to the park to row boats in the afternoon. While rowing, they occasionally collected some items into their space, but some could only be watched because the lake was too deep for them to reach. A few security officers went to the residential area next to Daida University. Old Wang and the others were drinking tea under a big tree at the entrance, curious when they saw the officers arrive. Old men, are you all here? Is Comrade Chen Zixuan living nearby? Yes, he rents my house. What's the matter? We received a report and came to investigate. Does he usually spend money extravagantly? They immediately understood what was happening. Probably a report from someone. Chen Shuhe looked at them annoyed. I know what you mean, but I can assure you, Xiao Xian definitely isn't involved in shady dealings. That's right. I can also testify. It's really annoying. Who's making trouble for no reason? The security officers, responsible for this area, knew these old men had status. They smiled and said, We also received a report. We have to investigate to give an explanation. They exchanged many things with Chen Zixuan. If counted, it was like a private sale, but the details didn't mention any money, so they definitely wouldn't reveal it. Now, when they saw the security officer, they were worried about being caught because of their youth. The security officer continued to ask, Old Wang, the house you rent out, based on the local prices, must be quite expensive for a year, right? Not for money. Why not for money? Old Wang, we're just doing our job. You can't make things difficult for us, Old Wang directly said, because Xiao Xian caught a bear in his hometown. I saw the bear pelt was good, so I traded the rent, a TV, and a washing machine for it. The bear pelt is still at my house. You can go see. Hearing this, the security officer knew it was easy to verify, and the other side wouldn't lie. That's how it is. Where does he live? We need to ask him face to face. He just came back yesterday. Today, he went shopping with his wife and hasn't returned. The security officer nodded. Then we'll wait a bit. In other places, they wouldn't be so polite when talking. Just as they finished speaking, a young man and 3 young women carrying things came back. Old Wang hurriedly shouted, Xiao Xian, these people received a report saying you are involved in illegal activities. I already told them about the bear pelt exchange for rent, TV, and washing machine. Old Wang, sorry for the trouble. Chen Zixuan quickly understood and said apologetically. The security officer looked at the young man and asked seriously, "Are you Chen Zixuan?" "Yes. I don't know who reported me or their purpose, but I can only say it's all slander." Kai Su and the others looked a bit nervous. Chen Zixuan gave them a reassuring look. The security officer looked serious. "Whether it's slander or not, we need to check your home." Chen Zixuan nodded. "Of course. I have evidence that it's all slander. Please follow me," he said, leading his wife forward. Seeing him so calm and confident, the security officers didn't let their guard down. They followed him into the alley. Old Wang and the others also followed. Their worries eased because Chen Zixuan was always steady, and what he just said probably wasn't just talk. The security officers entered the small courtyard and didn't search around on their own. Instead, they waited for him to produce evidence. Chen Zixuan came out of the study room and handed over a stack of receipts. The security guard took them and looked at them, showing a surprised expression. These were the tickets for selling bear gallbladder at the town recycling station. After counting, he found there were over 700 yuan. "I didn't expect you to be so capable at such a young age," he said. Chen Zixuan smiled and replied, "Our village is at the foot of the mountain, so we're naturally familiar with the mountains. It's just that I was lucky." Li Guangming, carrying his bag, had just left the school when he met Tian Zihao coming back from outside. "Teacher Li, are you going out?" "Yes, Zixuan received his subsidy, so I'm going to deliver it to him." Hearing this, Tian Zihao perked up immediately. "Teacher Li, I have nothing to do now. I'll go with you." Li Guangming didn't think much and nodded. "All right, let's go together." It wasn't far, just a few minutes to the neighboring residential area. Seeing many people in the alley, they also went over out of curiosity. "Why is Shaoli here?" Li Guangming didn't know what was happening and responded with a smile. "Old Chun, I'm here to deliver Zixuan's subsidy." "What's going on here?" The security guard in the yard heard the conversation outside, handed back the receipts, and asked, "Do you have any other income?" Chen Zixuan nodded and explained, "Oh, the archaeology team needs to go into the mountains. I know the area well, so I was asked to be a guide. That's all." Li Guangming listened to the explanation and frowned a little. He entered the yard and asked the security guards, "Is there some misunderstanding? We've been in the mountains for over a month. We only came back yesterday near sunset." "You're right. We received a report and came to investigate. It's now proven to be false accusations," they replied. Tian Zihao initially felt a bit proud, thinking he might catch them for illegal activities, but hearing this, he was stunned. His mind raced quickly, and he came up with an idea. He hurriedly said, "This is terrible. How could Guide Chin commit a crime? He can go into the mountains and find ginseng. We even found 5 wild ginseng plants this time, which are worth a lot of money. Plus, he killed a white tiger." The neighbors outside gasped in shock upon hearing this. Apart from Old Wang and a few others, no one nearby knew about this. The security guard also looked at the young man in surprise. He didn't expect that, despite his thin appearance, he had the skill to hunt tigers. Chen Zixuan looked at Tian Zihao and saw that his forehead was already turning black, and he sneered inwardly. The security officer turned and asked, "Comrade Chen Zixuan, is what he said true? Did you pick 5 ginseng plants and kill a white tiger this time?" "That's right. I don't think I need to report this, do I?" "Of course not. But can you show it to me?" Old Wang and the others looked a bit uncomfortable. They were experienced and wise, and although others might not notice, having gone through so much, they could tell what the student meant. "No problem. Wife, show the security officer." Kaingsa nodded. "Okay, I'll go get it." Hearing this, Tian Zihao's heart sank. Was he wrong about his guess? Kaingsu quickly brought out the 5 ginseng plants. Chen Zixuan then handed over the proof from the archaeological team. "This is proof of killing the white tiger, with the official stamp." The security officer looked at the proof and nodded. "No problem. Rest assured, we won't ignore the whistleblower." Old Wang looked serious. "You must not ignore the whistleblower. I will also call Xiao Zhang. If it's easy to slander good comrades, then there's no point in working. Just handle investigations every day. Yes, I will also call the officials to push this matter. I hope you won't let these bad guys go." Chen Shuha also looked serious as he spoke. The security officer suddenly felt the pressure. If he guessed correctly, Xiao Zhang might be a high-ranking officer in the police bureau. These elders were not simple. Don't worry, we definitely won't ignore the whistleblower. At this point, Tian Zihao's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his back. If this was found out, he was finished. But he still held on to hope, hoping they wouldn't find out. He didn't dare stay any longer and decided to go back and think of a plan. Teacher Li, I remembered I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Li Guangming nodded. Okay. Chen Zishuan cast a meaningful look at Tian Zihao. When no one was paying attention, he flicked his finger, and a strand of internal energy, like a silver needle, pierced into a point on the other person's waist muscle. The 7-star soul locking needle is not just for saving lives. Tian's I was only thinking about how not to get caught, and didn't notice the pain in his waist, just assuming he had been bitten by a mosquito. After the security guard left, the neighbors around whispered quietly, "Wow, they actually hunted a white tiger. Yes, this young man is a student at the capital university, and he has some skills." Chen Zishuan invited Li Guangming and Old Wang into the study. Ma Yin prepared tea for everyone and then stepped out. Teacher Li, thank you for coming. No trouble at all. People these days are really sneaky. Chen Shuha lit a cigarette and asked, "Was the person who just left your student?" Li Guangming nodded. "Yes, he's from the archaeology department. You know how it is, we only have a few students." Old Wang took a sip of tea and said meaningfully, "Sometimes, you need to check people's character carefully, especially in your field, since you deal with national treasures all the time." Chen Shuha was surprised and wondered why they suddenly mentioned this. He hadn't thought much about what Tianzai said earlier. He smiled and then took out an envelope. "Zishuan, this is your allowance for this time. I've added some extra rewards." "Well, I won't refuse then," he said, taking the envelope but not opening it right away. "No need to be polite. It's what you deserve." Li Guangming stood up. "Old Wang, Old Chen, I'll be leaving now. I still need to finish my work summary before heading back." "All right, go ahead." Chen Shuho waved his hand. Zishuan stood up to see them out, then returned to the study. Old Wang asked with a smile, "Do you have a problem with that classmate?" Zishuan shook his head blankly. "No, we're not close. We just went into the mountains together this time. He wasn't a naive person. If the other side wanted to harm him this time, he wouldn't let it go." Tianzai took a 3-wheeled vehicle straight home. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Dad, you have to save me." After Tian Wenjun finished, he slapped him hard. "Look at the trouble you've caused." He was very angry about his son's actions. Tian Zihao looked upset and said, "Dad, he's just a simple guy from the village. I invited him to eat, but he refused. I was just trying to make connections and bring back some tiger bones for you." "How dare you say that? This could have been easy. We could have gone there ourselves. With your experience this time, you should have been able to sell some tiger bones to us. Now, because of this, everyone can see you're hiding something." What should I do now, Dad?" Tian Wenjun paced around the room with his hands behind his back. "You're not that stupid. You should have called and reported it. Now, just pay some money to get him to stay away for a while. After that, act like nothing happened. Is that enough?" "Of course. If we can't find him now, it will be fine after a while. Hurry up and do it. If you're late, and they find him, no one can save you." That evening, after dinner, Shi Yingxue was washing her husband's feet and said, "Brother Xian, let's stop selling things from now on. If we're caught, it will be really bad." Chen Zishuan looked at her worried face and smiled to comfort her. "Don't worry, wife. We have enough money for a long time. We won't sell anything anymore. Actually, we didn't really sell before, just exchanged. Old Man Wang and the others are not simple. If this involves them, no one might dare to investigate." Shi Yingxue heard that and immediately relaxed. "That's good. Today was really scary. Hee. My wife, you did very well today. Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, I will support you. I won't let anything happen to you." Chen Zishuan lit a cigarette. He thought the security officers might not find the person, but he didn't mind. Anyway, the other side's future would be very exciting, and this was just the price of framing himself. If they still don't learn their lesson later, don't blame him. Life afterward was very peaceful, with nothing else happening. Tian Zihao felt completely at ease. Since they hadn't come for a long time, it meant the issue was over. In the morning, he woke up and looked at his younger brother, who looked tired and listless. He scratched his head and didn't pay much attention, thinking he was just too tired. Later, over time, my second brother became more and more unwell. He even stopped responding after doing things for a while, which made us all scared. Tian Wenjun heard his son's story and asked seriously, "Did you go to the alleyways again to hang out?" "Dad, that's not fair. I just came back from the mountains, and I've been worried all day. I didn't have the mood for anything. After things settled down, I realized something was wrong. Now I feel nothing at all." At this point, Tian Zihue looked full of despair. If he was really done for, he couldn't imagine what life would be like. He even felt like giving up. Tian Wenjun didn't want to delay, so he quickly took his son to see some old experts for a checkup. In the end, they even managed to find a famous traditional Chinese medicine master through connections. The doctor checked his pulse and asked about his condition. The old man shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't help. From what I see, there's no physical problem. It might be a mental issue. You should go back and look for the cause yourself." When Tian Wenjun heard that his son was not physically ill, he asked, "Old Lu, how can we treat this mental problem?" The old doctor sighed. "Mental issues need mental medicine. And this isn't uncommon. Some people get like this after being frightened. Usually, with time, they will recover slowly." Hearing this, Tian Zihue felt relieved. He thought it was just a scare this time, and as long as he recovered, it would be fine. At the same time, the 88th batch of new students arrived at the university in the capital city. Chen Zixuan still led his usual 2.1-line life every day. After lunch, he lay on a park bench, feeling a bit bored. Wang Chong and a few others came over. "Found you right here." Chen Zixuan just glanced casually at the three of them and continued enjoying the view of the lake. Chen Hai looked unhappy and said, "Zixuan, really? When you see us, you don't react at all. What reaction? You're not even pretty." "Hey, if we were pretty, we would come find you," Wang Hao said with a helpless look. Wang Chong sat down on the bench and squeezed in, saying, "Get up. Many people are applying to study abroad. Don't you have any ideas?" Chen Zixuan shook his head. "Nope." Chen Hai looked helpless and asked, "Why don't you react to anything?" "No, he probably just doesn't react to anything except pretty girls," Wang Hao corrected from the side. Wang Chong also teased, "I think you're right. You're totally obsessed with your wife, always coming home right after school." Chen Zixuan sat up, stretched lazily, and said, "Hey, don't be jealous of me. Complaining won't help. It's because you don't have a wife. Hey, you're so shameless." "Exactly. We came to tell you kindly, but you're still like this. Let's go. Since he's not interested, we'll apply instead." The group stood up, but seeing he still didn't respond, they all felt speechless. Wang Chong looked at him helplessly. "Are you really not interested? Going abroad is such a good opportunity, studying in a beautiful country." Chen Zixuan looked at the three of them and shrugged. "There are only a few spots. Are you guys more handsome or more knowledgeable? We're just ordinary people, not as good as others. Why bother joining in the fun?" "Wow, you're so discouraging." Wang Chong felt his mood drop. Although they knew the chances were slim, hearing it so bluntly was still harsh. Wang Hao leaned on the bench, looking hopeless. "Sai, sharing a room with you is the biggest regret of my life." Chen Hai nodded. "Yeah, not only are you lazy, but you also hurt our feelings." "That's so annoying." Chen Zixuan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said, "I just want you to see the reality early. If you're rejected later, you'll be too upset and it would be embarrassing." Wang Chong snatched a pack of cigarettes from him, took out a few, and kept the rest in his pocket. "Humph, consider this a little interest, a punishment for your bad words." Chen Zixuan didn't mind. He often teased them anyway, so they were already mentally strong. This year, the higher-ups decided to increase the number of international students to over 3,000. All schools could apply, and then it would be reviewed and approved. Knowledge, background, all are necessary. Chen Zixuan never thought about it seriously because he was an orphan. No matter what, he wouldn't be chosen. This program is meant for students to go abroad, learn new things, and return to serve the country. What if you never come back? Right now, studying abroad at your own expense isn't an option. It will be a few years before that is possible. Of course, the country isn't that stingy. Even if you don't return, it wouldn't be a big deal. As for his three roommates, there's no need to mention it. Many people are more knowledgeable than they are. It's better to stay honest here and graduate to find a job. Wang Hao took a puff of his cigarette, looking gloomy. "Anyway, applying won't hurt." Chen Hai said nearby, "Many people in our department have applied, including Lu Haiyan." Chen Zixuan, looking indifferent, said, "It's normal. Who doesn't have a dream? What if it comes true? Come on, you're really distracted by appearances. We apply and get a setback. Lu Haiyan applies, and maybe her dream comes true." Wang Chong looked at him with a resentful expression. "Stop slandering me. My brother has a wife." The three of them winced at that. Seeing they were mostly discouraged, Chun Zixuan stomped out his cigarette. "Opportunities to study abroad are available every year. If you really want to go, work hard. As long as you're better than others, your chances will definitely increase." After speaking, he turned and walked out of the park with his hands behind his back. Wang Hao stood up. "Zixuan is right. I need to focus on studying now. Yes, if we don't try, we'll have no chance at all." Wang Chong also looked motivated. Chen Hai watched them, then stood up. "Hey, our foreign language department probably has more opportunities. I'm going back to study." The two rushed over, hugging his neck and tickling him. "Zixuan, it's one thing to discourage us, but you even discouraged us." "Exactly, let's teach him a lesson." I'm sorry. "We should teach Zixuan a lesson." Wang Chong made a silly face. "Do you think we're fools? The martial arts club sees him and treats him like a big brother. Are we crazy to want to teach him a lesson?" In the classroom, everyone was discussing studying abroad. Chun Zixuan ignored them and found a corner to take out his book. Class monitor Chen Ling sat nearby, curious. "Did you apply?" "Apply for what?" Chen Ling immediately knew he probably didn't apply and leaned on the desk, saying to herself, "I applied. I want to learn new knowledge and return to serve my country. Good ambition, keep it up. I believe in you." She then continued reading her book. Seeing his attitude, Chun Ling felt a bit helpless and quietly asked, "Do you really not want to go?" Chun Zixuan shook his head and said, "I think things are fine now. If you want to go, I can try to help you. Maybe we can go to the United States together." Chun Zixuan looked at her and saw she was serious, with a hint of hope in her eyes. He didn't expect her to have a background. Most people wouldn't dare say that. He shook his head and said, "Thanks for your kindness, but I think I'll pass." Chen Ling turned away angrily and muttered, not recognizing a good person. Chun Zixuan smiled and kept reading without replying. The afternoon class was still about discussing some reform issues. He had been here for over half a year, but never spoke up. Not because he didn't care, but because he believed history would move in the right direction on its own. Chen Ling, annoyed, saw he was still indifferent and said directly, "Teacher, Chun Zixuan might have a different opinion." "Oh." Teacher Li Liang pushed his glasses and asked, "Where is Chun Zixuan?" All the classmates looked at him from the corner where he was reading. Since starting school, he rarely spoke, so everyone was curious. Now that the class monitor had called him out, they all wanted to see what would happen. Chen Ling looked at him proudly. Chun Zixuan felt a bit helpless. He put down his book and stood up. Teacher Li Liang saw him stand and asked with a smile, "Chun Zixuan, do you think the rural household contract responsibility system is progress or regression? Right now, across the country, most people are still working in collective farms to earn points. This spring, a high-ranking official from the southern province boldly proposed land contracting reform, which quickly spread nationwide. Many people thought it was a revival of capitalism or something similar. But at the core, it was because many officials were used to getting benefits without working hard. If all farms adopted land contracting, some officials would have to work in the fields, which they weren't used to after decades of luxury, so they would resist. As for the farmers' lives, some people just didn't care. Chun Zixuan organized his thoughts and said directly, "Actually, this is easy to understand. I come from a rural background, and many of you here have also lived in the countryside or are from rural areas." People all became very focused, watching him closely, eager to hear his words. The village works together. Based on a day's work, adult men earn 10 points, women earn 6 to 8 points, and children have 2 or 3 points. Everyone nodded, as they all knew this well. Chun Zixuan looked around at the crowd and asked seriously, "But there are some problems here. Many of you might have heard about this. Doing the same amount of work, whether it's good or bad, makes no difference. This leads to a lot of waste of labor and low productivity. If it's not your land, how much grain is produced has nothing to do with me." A classmate wearing glasses disagreed, saying, "How can labor be wasted? I spent 6 years working in the countryside. Every day, everyone works very hard. I think your words are a bit exaggerated. Yeah, I also went to the countryside. Although some people slack off, many work hard. How much grain is produced sometimes isn't something we can decide. A few other classmates also expressed disagreement. Chen Ling suddenly felt a bit regretful for causing trouble and looked at Chen Zixuan with some worry. Listening to everyone's comments, he didn't rush to reply but nodded thoughtfully. You all make good points. Of course, some people slack off while others work responsibly. Now tell me, are the responsible workers increasing, or are the slackers increasing? The few who had just spoken hesitated and looked a bit embarrassed. Chen Zixuan saw their expressions and continued. It seems you already have an answer. If things continue like this, I have a question. What will happen after 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, or even decades? The others also started to think about this question. That might not be so related to the system change. Since these problems exist, we can fix them through rules. If someone slacks off, we can deduct points or punish them in other ways. The problem can be solved. Chen Zixuan looked at the classmates who spoke and smiled. Your solution might seem to fix the problem on the surface, but haven't you heard? Wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. Chen Zixuan shook his head and looked at him. Every day, we need to clean the classroom. To prevent anyone from slacking off, I suggest adding a reporting system. If someone is caught slacking, they will lose 10 school credits. Why should that be fair? Chen Zixuan looked at the students who refused and asked with a smile, why are you protesting? Keeping the classroom clean and tidy is also for everyone's good learning environment, isn't it? The students who just opposed looked a bit embarrassed. Others chuckled softly. Chen Zixuan didn't press the issue further and showed a serious expression. I believe the household contract responsibility system has only benefits, no drawbacks. I have 3 main points. Everyone quickly took out their pens, ready to listen. After all, many people realized that if things didn't change, many problems would arise in the future. First, it greatly increases people's motivation. If you give enough to the country, keep enough for the collective, and the rest is yours, your achievements are directly linked to your own benefits. The classroom immediately filled with the sound of pens scribbling. No one spoke. Everyone was thinking carefully about his words. Second, farmers gain autonomy. They decide what to plant and how to do it. Third, it activates the rural market economy. As people's incomes increase, they will buy more daily goods, laying a foundation for local businesses. Wang Chang couldn't help but give him a big thumbs up. Li Liang looked at this somewhat unfamiliar student for the first time. Chen Zixuan, I really agree with your first point. It makes me feel very inspired. But I don't quite understand the second point. Teacher, please explain. At this moment, he was more relaxed. Since he had spoken, he wanted to clarify everything clearly. Li Liang nodded. If farmers decide what to plant themselves, could there be some uncertain problems? Chen Zixuan smiled and explained, there will only be good problems. Right now, the most important issue for the whole country is food. No matter what crops are grown, I can be sure of one thing, that it will definitely be grain. Everyone nodded in agreement. For example, in many places now, the higher authorities send down seeds for planting. If you plant sweet potatoes on this land, the yield will be very high, but if you plant wheat, the harvest will be smaller. There is no choice. People must follow the instructions. When people make their own decisions, they choose the crops that suit the land best. No matter what they plant, the main goal remains the same, to grow more food, so they won't go hungry anymore. After paying the grain, what's left is theirs. Naturally, the more they have, the better. Li Liang quickly wrote this down in his notebook. Everyone else also thought quietly. The classroom was very quiet, and no one spoke against it. Later, they continued discussing the benefits of the reform. No one said it was a step backward. After class, Chen Zixuan was called by the teacher to write an essay about his opinions. Although he didn't want to write it, he couldn't refuse. What does disagreement mean? He spent 2 days writing about the relationship between household responsibility systems and economic growth, then handed it in. The college dean read his essay and directly submitted it for review. In the meeting room, a group of elders sat together. This is an essay I think is very good. Everyone should take a look. When people saw the title, The Connection Between Household Responsibility and Economic Growth, they looked interested. The elder lit a cigarette and said to everyone, after reading this essay, it really opens your mind. We need reform. How should we reform? Where do we start? The people are our strength. Chen Zixuan knew nothing about this. He continued to be invisible every day. Li Liang found him holding a newspaper smiling happily as he handed it over. Take a look. Curious, Chen Zixuan took the paper and saw that his article was on the front page. Looking at the content, especially the comments at the bottom, he felt very excited. Your article has caused a big reaction. Chen Zixuan suppressed his excitement and humbly said, they are just some immature ideas. I didn't expect it to be reported. Li Liang smiled and said, if your ideas are still immature, I really don't know what maturity looks like. You clearly laid out the pros and cons, and anyone who reads it can see no flaws. You also pointed out the steps for implementation and the possible problems. This article is bound to cause a big stir. After speaking, he looked at the modest student and continued, you already know about studying abroad, right? But I haven't seen your application. Do you have other plans, or did you forget to apply? Chen Zixuan shook his head and said, I don't think I'm good enough. This rare opportunity should go to someone better, so I didn't apply. Li Liang smiled and said, you know it's a rare chance, so why not take it? It's a very good opportunity. I think staying in the country is fine, so I haven't thought about going abroad. Li Liang looked at his information and knew he was an orphan with some other issues. He didn't say anything and just nodded with a smile. All right, go to class. Chen Zixuan sighed in relief, responded, packed his newspaper into his bag, and went straight to the classroom. He really didn't want to go abroad, even if he had to pay for it himself in the future. Since he refused, it probably wouldn't be his concern anymore. Others who wanted to go couldn't, and he refused. It's not like they needed him. In a small courtyard, a young man in his 20s hurried inside. Young Master Wang, I found out for sure. A young man really killed a white tiger. I also checked with the police station, and a few days ago, someone reported him for illegal trading. He showed a proof that confirmed he was the one who killed the tiger. Inside, a young man in his 20s sat, smiling when he heard this. Did you find out more about the other person? Yes. His name is Chen Zixuan, a second-year student at the Imperial Capital University. He's from the countryside, an orphan, and already married. He rents a house near the school, living there with his wife and sister. By the way, his wife and sister are both very beautiful. Wang Xiaocong interrupted him impatiently. Shut up. I asked about the tiger skin. Why are you talking about his wife? With your small build, aren't you afraid they'll tear you apart? Wang Xiaocong didn't bother arguing and simply said, ask the other person. Say I am willing to pay a high price to buy that tiger skin. All right. If they know Wang Xiao wants it, they'll definitely give it to us. If it works out, I'll reward you handsomely. After school, Chen Zixuan carried his bag and left the school. Outside, a few young men sat on bicycles chatting casually. Ma Zi, that's him. A group of about 10 people rode their bikes and surrounded him. Chen Zixuan looked at them and asked, I don't think I know you, do I? Ma Zi looked at him proudly and said, you are Chen Zixuan. That's right. I heard you have a white tiger skin. Our young Master Wang is interested. If you're smart, just take it out. If young Master Wang is happy, he might give you some extra rewards. Chen Zixuan put away his smile, looked at him with a blank face, and said in a serious tone, a loyal follower should have the awareness of a loyal follower. Go back and tell your master I won't sell the tiger skin. After speaking, he bypassed a few people and walked forward. Matzi, it seems like he's calling you a loyal follower. F his grandma. Get on top of him. Matzi waved his hand, and a group of people threw down their bikes and rushed at him. Kid, I think you don't see the coffin without crying. Today, I'll teach you how to behave. Chen Zixuan looked at his disgusting expression and felt tired of it. He lifted his leg and kicked. Bang! Matzi was sent flying backward. Seeing this, the others grabbed sticks and started hitting him. Chen Zixuan was calm. He moved close to them, then used his palms to strike, hitting several of them with a series of loud slaps. None of them could stand against him. The guards at the entrance of the university ran out. When they got close and saw the dozen or so people lying on the ground groaning, they were stunned. Hey, you're pretty skilled. When we saw them surround you, we ran over here. It only took a moment, and we took care of them. Do you know them? Chen Zixuan looked at them and shook his head. I don't know these people. They came up wanting to buy my stuff. When I didn't sell, they started hitting me. Luckily, I learned some martial arts. Matzi didn't expect him to be so skilled. Now, he felt a sharp pain as if his intestines were broken. He wanted to run, but couldn't. The guards nodded and said, all right, daring to cause trouble at the university. We'll handle this. Okay, I'm going back now. The guards kicked the people on the ground and took them to the security office. Chen Zixuan went home. He didn't mention the incident. After dinner, he sat in his study, drinking tea. Since the white tiger skin wasn't kept secret, someone would come looking for it sooner or later. But he didn't expect such a bold person to show up so soon. Wang Xiaozong was surprised to hear that his younger brother had been caught by the university security department. Young Wang, that Chen Zixuan is very skilled. Motzi and the others were beaten by him, and now they can only try to find connections. Otherwise, they'll be detained for a few days. I told him to buy tiger skin. Why did it turn into a fight? His younger brother recounted what he saw. He had been watching from a distance and didn't step in, so he could still report back. Otherwise, he might have been detained in the security office. That Motzi really can't get things right. I asked him to buy something, not to rob. Wang Xiaozong was a bit angry after speaking. Forget it. I'll make some calls to find someone. What should we do next? Young Wang, the other side is a university student. If they refuse to sell, we can't do much. At this moment, a young man sitting nearby spoke up. I heard that in a few months, some students will go abroad to study. These university students are probably applying now. If we use that as a condition, it might work. Wang Xiaozong shook his head. I can't help him get abroad. That idea won't work. Hey, going abroad might not be possible, but if we hold back his application or remove his name, it's quite easy. Hearing this, Wang Xiaozong stroked his chin. That could work, but we should try to negotiate first. If they're not reasonable, we can threaten them with that later. Young Wang, leave it to me. I'll talk to them. All right, don't mess up this time. Don't worry, I'm not like Motzi. No brains to be so reckless. Kaingsu leaned into her boyfriend's arms, feeling a bit guilty. Brother Xian, am I really useless? I can't satisfy you. And after so long, there's still no news of a baby. Chen Zixuan patted her rounded and scolded her gently. Don't talk nonsense. With you here, I'm very satisfied. As for having a baby, it's up to fate. Sometimes, the more you want it, the less likely it is. Besides, we're still young. It's better to wait a couple of years. Brother Xian, are you really not angry? Kaingsu looked up at him. Of course I'm not. Want me to show you my heart, he teased. Even if I show you my heart, I'd still know you're joking. Haha, all right. Just don't overthink and go to sleep peacefully. Chen Zixuan studied all day at school. After class, he strolled out of the campus. A young man with a bright smile approached. My name is Heisey. I want to talk to you about the study abroad spots at your school. Do you have a moment? Chen Zixuan smiled inwardly. Was he trying to threaten me? Oh, what do you want to discuss? Go ahead. Heisey gave a thumbs up and then smiled. Young Master Wang is interested in your white tiger skin. If you agree, the money won't be a problem. Is that all? Hee yes. You probably know us. We might not succeed in good deeds, but bad ones are easy. We can just hold back your application, and your study abroad plans will be ruined. Is that all? Seeing the other person's calm expression, Heisey whispered warning. You better think carefully. If young Master Wang says no, forget about going abroad. Chen Zixuan chuckled inwardly. This is good. I didn't really want to go anyway. All right, tell young Master Wang that if he has any tricks, bring them on. I want to see if he can really do whatever he wants. He then headed straight home. Heisey was stunned, watching him walk away. He scratched his head and said, Hey, why is he so stubborn? Looks like I need to use some tricks. When young Master Wang heard about the rejection, his face darkened. No one showed him respect when his family was in trouble, and now that he's turned things around, they still ignore him. This is really unreasonable. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't see his place. In an office, a man in his 30s was organizing documents. The phone on the desk rang. I'm Wang Jia. Who's this? Cousin. It's me. Hey, Xiaozong. Why are you calling me? Wang Jia smiled as he listened, but when he heard the purpose, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly checked the list in his hand. The name wasn't there, so he felt relieved. Your matter is also my matter. Don't worry. I just got the list, and I'll remove his name right away. Xiaozong was pleased to hear this. Thanks, cousin. When you're free, I'll treat you to a big dinner. Haha, it's a deal. I'm free this weekend. All right, see you at 6 on the weekend. Wang Jia hung up, smiling proudly. Haha, they didn't even have the other person's name. I didn't do anything myself, and I still managed to fool old Mo. Not bad, not bad. Wang Xiaozong hung up the phone. The few followers in the room also heard the conversation and started to flatter him. Wang Xiao is so mighty. One call, and the name is crossed out. I'm really impressed. Wang Xiao is so powerful. If the other person finds out their name was crossed out, they'll probably cry and kneel to send over the tiger's skin. Listening to their praise, Wang Xiaozong's pride grew even more. 2 days later, Haizi returned to the entrance of the Imperial University. Chen Zixuan heard him and felt a bit speechless. You're making it sound like I want to go abroad so badly. After saying that, he turned and walked away. This time, Haizi was completely stunned. He raised his hand to call after him, but couldn't speak a word. He scratched his head. You don't even want the chance to go abroad? Who is this person? Wang Xiaozong was at Old Mo's place, sitting at a table with a group of people, chatting and laughing. Xiaozong, what did you do to offend you? This opportunity to go abroad is rare. Now, the other side will probably cry and kneel to give us the tiger's skin. Wang Jie took a sip of wine, a look of schadenfreude on his face, as if he had personally crossed out the name. Cousin, this kid has a white tiger skin. I was thinking of buying it. If you won't sell, I won't buy, and he even beat my people. I can't stand that. Wang Jie was surprised to hear this. White tiger skin. That's a good thing. Wang Xiaozong didn't say more about that. He raised his glass. Cousin, I toast you. This time, it's really thanks to you. Haha, we're family. You know the situation before. Sometimes, I really couldn't do anything. But what I can handle, I won't hold back. Wang Jie spoke confidently, and others at the table also raised their glasses in agreement. Haizi came to the restaurant feeling very down. Wang Xiaozong saw him and asked with a smile, how did it go? Did they agree? Xiaozong, they didn't even think about going abroad. When I mentioned it, they just said I was eager to leave. Then they left. Everyone at the table was stunned, showing expressions of disbelief. In this day and age, could there really be people who don't want to go abroad? Don't they know how good life overseas can be? Wang Jie, hearing this, realized that his own failure to act was now obvious. The brain quickly thought, and an idea came to mind. A look of disdain appeared on his face. This kid is quite tricky. If he doesn't want to go, why bother signing up? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaozong nodded in agreement. My cousin is right. It seems the other side doesn't want to back down. Seeing his cousin believe it, Wang Jie relaxed a bit and said, yes, this kid is a student at Capital University. It's normal for him to be a little proud. The next day, on the weekend, Chen Zixuan finished breakfast and brewed himself a cup of tea. He focused his mind and began today's fortune-telling. He shook his head, having understood this divination method well over time. A small auspicious sign means some gold, silver, jewelry, or antiques. Only a medium sign indicates a chance to get items that can be absorbed. It can only test good or bad luck, not whether a specific event will be fortunate or unfortunate. After taking a sip of tea, he thought about how funny Wang Xiao was. He even used the threat of a national quota to scare him. He originally didn't want to go, so he didn't mind if the other side played tricks. Xian, is Xiao at home? Hearing the call outside, he quickly went out. Master Wang, I am here. Please come in. Old Wang stood at the door with a friendly smile. Seeing him come out, he followed inside. He led him into the study, brewed a cup of tea, and set it down. Master Wang, have some tea. Old Wang responded with a smile and asked, Xian, I remember when you first arrived, you said you wanted to buy a house, right? Yes, I didn't know the situation back then, so I just said that. Later, I found out that buying and selling houses isn't allowed right now. That's true. There are no policies for that at the moment. But if both parties agree, they can privately write an agreement. When the time comes to buy or sell, they just need to show the agreement to handle the property registration. Chen Zixuan guessed that the other person might want to sell a house, pretending to be surprised. Oh, I see. Old Wang smiled and nodded. Yes, a good friend of mine. His family had some issues, and he's thinking of selling his house. If it were before, I would have just lent him money or bought the house. Now, I've already spent my money, so I wanted to ask if you have any ideas. Hearing this, Chen Zixuan realized he had guessed wrong. Old Wang and a few other elders had bought things from him many times. Although he had some extra money, it probably wasn't much anymore. Master Wang, what kind of house is it? If I like it, I can buy it. If I don't like the layout, I won't. Don't worry. If you don't like it, you won't buy it. His house is over by Hohai. In front, there are shops, and behind, there's a 2-entry courtyard with a small garden. The environment is excellent. Hearing this, Chen Zixuan was excited. That is a great place. Grandpa Wang, has the other side mentioned the price? Old Wang shook his head. If you're interested, you can discuss it right now. Sounds good. Maybe we can go see it today? It's the weekend, and I have classes tomorrow. All right. I have nothing to do, so I can take you to see it. Thanks, Grandpa Wang. Chen Zishuan told his wife and then followed him outside. Qi Yinglian still wanted to go, but Qi Yingxue held her back. You should stay at home and keep me company. If we really buy it, there's no rush to see it later. Okay, Qi Yinglian replied with a look of disappointment. The two took a tricycle to Hohai Commercial Street. Although called a commercial street, it's really just an alley with courtyards on both sides and some ancient buildings from the Ming Dynasty. It's still a bit quiet now, with only a few government shops open. Most other shops are closed tight. They walked to a shop. Chen Zishuan looked around outside. It was a two-story old building, like an ancient inn or restaurant from old times. Of course, the doors were shut, and the second floor was boarded up. Old Wang pointed at the shop and explained, "This used to be a tea house. You know what happened after that? We just got the house back. Let's go inside and take a look." He then walked to a large door nearby and knocked. An elderly man opened the door. Seeing him, he warmly welcomed them inside. "Old Wang, what brings you here? Come in quickly, we'll talk inside," Old Wang said, waving at Chen Zishuan. The three entered the courtyard. Old Wang smiled and introduced, "Old Zhang, this is Xiao Xian. He's my tenant. I heard you're selling the house, so I brought him to see it." The old man nodded gratefully. Thanks for the trouble. His house wasn't cheap. Since he brought someone here, it showed that this young man had some assets. Otherwise, with Old Wang's understanding, he wouldn't have brought someone over. The old man smiled and said, "Xiao Xian, you can call me Old Zhang or Zhang Lao. I'll show you around." "Old Zhang, you're being modest. Let's take a look first." The outer courtyard has a few rooms, about a dozen, with a spacious yard and a main hall for receiving guests. Passing through an archway, they entered the backyard. The yard is surrounded by a wooden corridor connecting various buildings, including the main house, side rooms, and others, totaling over 20 rooms. The yard covers about 500 square meters, with a fake mountain and pond in the center, though now it's broken. With some cleaning, it could be very beautiful. The three people walked along the corridor through a moon gate into the garden. At this time, there were no flowers or plants, only grains and vegetables. The owner looked at the garden with a regretful expression. "This place is about 5 acres. It used to be very beautiful, but later it was turned into a vegetable garden. I haven't changed it since I got it." Chen Zishuan looked around. The area was enclosed by walls, and in the distance was a lake. If restored, it would be a very nice place. There are over 40 rooms in the front and backyards, plus a 2-story shop. After a few years of tidying up, it could be a good place to spend time. Old Wang smiled and said, "Yes, it's a good place, but it's been neglected. Not many places have a courtyard this size." The owner also looked proud. "Yes, even some 3-courtyard houses aren't as big as mine. It connects directly to the back lake. If I clean up the garden and add a pavilion, it would be perfect for relaxing, enjoying tea, and sightseeing." Chen Zishuan didn't rush to respond. He smiled and said, "Old Zhang, let's go see the shop." The owner led them to the front yard, where they could directly enter the shop through a door. They opened it and went inside. "I haven't tidied this up either. The tables and chairs left from the tea house are still here, though they're broken. If you like, I can have someone clean it up." Chen Zishuan looked around. The first floor was about 300 square meters. He went upstairs via a wooden staircase. The second floor was the same size, but with small partitions around the edges. After leaving the second floor, there was a corridor about a meter wide, but now it's blocked by wooden boards, so the view isn't visible. The three left the shop, and the owner took them to a room in the front yard. Chen Zishuan smiled and asked, "Old Zhang, how much do you plan to sell this house for?" The homeowner became alert and thought for a moment before saying, "Xiao Xian, I was originally asking for 25,000, but since Old Wang brought you here, I won't lie. The house and the shop in front, 18,000 yuan. That price sounds high, but when you think about it carefully, it's not much. Right now, a single room in a big courtyard sells for 3 or 500 yuan. Here, there are over 40 rooms, a 5-acre garden, and a 2-story 600 square meter shop. When you add it all up, the price isn't too high. However, not many people can come up with this money now, at least not openly." Old Wang sat nearby drinking tea, nodded at the price, but didn't speak. After thinking, Chen Zishuan said happily, I'll take it at old Zhang's price. But what about the paperwork? The homeowner didn't expect this young man to be so straightforward and was very happy. He was reluctant to sell his ancestral home because it held many memories for him. But now, since the buyer was so willing, he felt much better. Xiao Xian, don't worry. I just got the house back, but some paperwork hasn't been signed yet. You can come with me as my nephew to sign. When it's done, the house will be yours with no other issues. Old Wang was surprised and said, Hey, old Zhang, you're good. Are you holding back on the paperwork just to wait for this? The homeowner also smiled bitterly and said, Well, it was just a coincidence. I didn't register it earlier because of some matters. My children were out of town and had some issues, so I sold the house directly. I plan to go there to retire and won't come back. Chen Zixuan was happy inside, not expecting to find such a good deal. It saved him a lot of trouble. Old Zhang, you and Old Wang can have some tea. I'll go get the money, and today we can finish the deal. Okay, Xiao Xian. Old Wang and I will wait here. The street is under my watch, so there won't be any problem. All right, I'll be back soon. Old Wang nodded with a smile. Good, be careful on the way. After Chen Zixuan left, the homeowner was curious and asked, Old Wang, whose kid is Xiao Xian? Such a big sum of money, and he just takes it. Xiao Xian is a student at the University of the capital. He's an orphan, but he's not simple. Hearing this, the homeowner was shocked, especially when he heard about hunting bears and white tigers. Unbelievable, truly a hero in his youth. Chen Zixuan rode his tricycle home. Qi Yingxue saw he was back and asked, Brother Xian, you're back so soon. Wife, I came to get the money. I looked at the house, and it's really nice. But it needs some cleaning. After I graduate, we'll move there. Once it's ready, you'll definitely like it. Qi Yinglian asked nearby, Brother-in-law, how good is it? Tell us. Chen Zixuan patted her head and said, Haha, it's a 2-entry courtyard with over 40 rooms. I haven't gone inside, but there's a garden outside the backyard of 5 acres, next to the back lake. In front, there's a 2-story shop covering 600 square meters. Hearing this, Qi Yingxue felt a bit worried. Brother Xian, isn't it too big? How much does it cost? Seeing his wife start to worry about money, he gently pinched her cute face. You little money lover, money isn't everything. It costs 18,000, but it's worth it. Just wait and count your money later. Qi Yinglian was surprised and covered her mouth. She didn't expect it to cost so much. Qi Yingxue felt a little worried but nodded obediently. If Brother Xian says it's worth it, then it is. I'll go get the money for you. Seeing his wife like this, Chen Zixuan couldn't help but smile. He didn't think it was bad that his wife was a bit frugal. He found her very cute. Brother-in-law, when will you take us to see it? Next week. Today, I'll handle the paperwork. We'll go see it next week when I have a day off. Qi Yingxue took the money and came out, looking distressed as she handed it over. Here, Brother Xian. Chen Zixuan couldn't help but pinch her cheek again. Haha, don't worry, wife. It will come back to you 100 or 1,000 times over. Brother Xian, you always tease me. How much did it cost? Hey, you don't trust me. I'll deal with you when I get back. Chen Zixuan joked with his wife for a bit, put the money in his bag, and then returned to the house by the back lake. The rest of the matter was simple. The house owner had a good relationship with the street director, so there was no trouble. They signed the agreement on the spot, and the property deed was processed immediately. Back at the house, with Old Wang's witness, they counted the money on the spot. Xian, I can clear out the house within 3 days. I'll deliver the keys to you then. Old Zhang, you can leave behind anything in the house that you don't want. I'll see if I can use it. If not, I'll sell it directly to the scrapyard. All right, I'll pack up my things today and clear out. After saying this, the homeowner turned and said, Old Wang, thank you so much. Once I finish packing, I'll leave. We can't gather today, but maybe next time we can meet again. Old Wang sighed and said, Take good care of yourself. Chen Zixuan felt quite happy. The property deed has been processed, so there shouldn't be any more problems. He didn't rush to check each room. Since the house was now his, he could look later after the other person left. After the two finished chatting, they left the house together with Old Wang. Old Wang smiled and said, Xian, I didn't expect you to be so brave. Then he's serious and warned, You must not tell anyone about this. Someone was jealous before and reported you once. Be careful of those young people. Chen Zixuan quickly nodded and said, Don't worry, Old Wang. I understand. Even if someone sees it, They'll think I inherited my uncle's house. That's good. This is a property that can be passed down. Just watch. In a few years, its value could multiply many times. Yes, you're right. Haha, you're smart. Even though I'm retired, I still have good judgment. Chen Zixuan also smiled. The two reached the intersection, stopped a tricycle, and headed back to their place. They greeted Chen Shuha at the intersection, parted ways with old Wang, and went home. Qi Yingxue looked at the property deed and was happy. Brother Xian, isn't it true that houses can't be bought or sold? How come you managed to get the deed? It's just a coincidence. The house was returned not long ago. I went with the inheritor to handle the paperwork, so they gave me the deed directly. I see. That's a relief. I was worried there might be other problems later. Chen Zixuan warned, don't tell anyone about this. Don't worry, I won't even tell the villagers. Qi Yingxue nodded with a smile. That's good. Keep it safe. I'm going to the study to drink tea, he said, then headed to the study. Ma Yin followed to make tea. After Chen Zixuan sat down, he ordered, notify Zhang Shan and Yo Chong. When the owner over there finishes packing tomorrow, they will return the keys. Let them guard the place from now on, and find someone to tidy up the house. Without supervision, it won't be safe. Yes, boss. I'll go inform them right away. He lit a cigarette and leaned back in his chair to take a puff. Xiao Ji is really lucky. He's doing well at home, and good things come to him easily. Then he started thinking about how to repair the house later. Today, he looked at the street layout there. It's similar to what he remembered from the future, mostly new houses and some courtyard houses with open doors, adding a few shops. If the world hasn't changed, there's no need to worry about privacy. He just needs to repair the house based on the current layout. He imagined some building methods from the future and started sketching ideas on paper. Zaheo, do you know Chen Zixuan from your school? Tian Zaheo, hearing his childhood friend, asked curiously, do I know him? Why do you ask? Haizi quickly said, good news. Come on, let's go find Wang Xiao. Tian Zaheo knew who Wang Xiao was, but he wasn't qualified to hang out with him. Hearing his childhood friend, he felt a bit surprised. Yeah, you'll find out when we get there. The two rode their bikes to the courtyard. Wang Xiao, this is my childhood friend Tian Zaheo. He's also a student at the Imperial Capital University. Wang Xiao, hello. Wang Xiao nodded lightly and said, sit down. Tian Zaheo sat a bit awkwardly nearby. Haizi asked, Zaheo, how much do you know about Chen Zixuan? I met him during the holiday. We followed an archaeological team into the mountains. He was the guide. On the way, he caught some wild ginseng and other game. He even hunted a white tiger, which shocked us all. Wang Xiao's eyes lit up and asked, he killed the white tiger himself? Tian Zaheo waved his hand dismissively. He was just lucky. He happened to come across a fight between a white tiger and two bears, and he took advantage of the situation. Wang Xiao nodded and said, I see. I was thinking of buying that tiger pelt. Do you have a way to do that? Just have Wang Xiao buy it directly from him. With your status, he wouldn't dare refuse. Haizi shook his head and said, of course I looked for him, but this guy is stubborn and doesn't care about opportunities to go abroad. Right now, I have no other way. Tian Ziyu scratched his head and asked, I haven't heard he's planning to go abroad. I heard from his roommates that they tried to persuade him to sign up, but he refused directly. Wang Xiaozong was surprised, and his expression changed. Haizi quietly asked, are you sure? Tian Ziyu shook his head and said, I did hear his roommate mention it, but I don't know if it's true. We're not in the same major, and I can't get involved in that. Wang Xiaozong's face turned slightly red, feeling like his cousin was playing him. He thought he had caught his opponent off guard, but he was the real fool. Haizi looked carefully at Wang Xiaozong and said, maybe I should check again. Tianzi didn't understand what was happening and asked curiously, what's going on with Wang Xiaozong? Haizi recounted what had happened earlier. Tianziu understood and shook his head. This is really hard to handle. You don't know? That Chen Zixuan is very proud. I tried to invite him to dinner before, but he refused, saying he needed to stay home with his wife. He also keeps a low profile at school, doesn't join group activities, and just goes to school and back home. He seems indifferent to everything. Last time, he reported the other person, but nothing happened, which made him anxious for days and even scared him so much he couldn't perform. He had already given up on revenge. They weren't enemies or rivals, and he just wanted to get better quickly. He thought his illness was just caused by fear, never considering other reasons. Wang Xiaozong took a deep breath and asked, "Is there no one close to him?" He had realized recently that direct confrontation wouldn't work. He had to find other ways. If the person was just an ordinary individual, he had plenty of methods to get what he wanted. Tianziu thought for a moment and shook his head. "I haven't heard of anyone close to him." "Wow, what kind of person is he?" Haizi said with disbelief. Wang Xiaozong also felt a headache coming on. He felt powerless. Tianzihu tried to suggest, "Maybe I should ask some classmates if they've talked to him. See if I can find out more." Haizi shook his head. "You already said there's no good relationship." He even refused Wang Xiao. So how could he give face to others? Wang Xiaozong extinguished his cigarette and asked, "If he hits the white tiger again in the future, and I tell him in advance, do you think he would sell me out?" Tianzihao fell silent, thinking to himself, "I just secretly reported him once. How dare he sell things?" But he said aloud, "That should work. He does have some skills. He even killed the bear blind." Haizi suddenly had an idea. "Wang Xiao, I have a way to deal with him." Both of them looked at him eagerly. "Spit it out quickly. If your plan works, I definitely won't forget your help." After class, Chen Zixuan packed up and headed out. Outside the classroom, Counselor Chen Shuheng was waiting and waved happily when he saw him. "Zixuan, Teacher Chen, is there something you want to see me about? Sorry to bother you. Let's go to the office and talk." Chen Zixuan was curious about what he wanted and followed him to the office. Chen Shuheng poured a glass of water, handed it over, and pointed to the chair with a smile. "Sit down." "Thank you, Teacher Chen." He took the water and sat down. Chen Shuheng looked at this student, feeling curious. Over the past few months, he had been like a transparent person, yet one article had caused a big stir everywhere. He really is a quiet storm. "Zixuan, I want to ask you why you haven't submitted your application for studying abroad yet." Chen Zixuan heard this again and felt a bit helpless. Does he have to apply to seem eager to go abroad? Thinking about it, he realized that even in decades, few people could resist the temptation of studying abroad. He shook his head and said, "Teacher Chen, I just don't want to waste my energy on things that are impossible." Chen Shuheng was surprised and asked with a smile, "How do you know it's impossible?" "Teacher Chen, I really don't care about studying abroad. You might think I'm arrogant, but that's just how I feel." "Zixuan, you're very resistant to going abroad. Can you tell me your true thoughts?" Seeing the counselor endlessly, I didn't feel upset. The counselor was kind, and I even wondered if it was because of that article. Maybe the school wanted me to go abroad for further study. After thinking for a moment, I spoke directly. "I'm not against going abroad. If I get the chance in the future, I will go see the world. But when it comes to studying, I prefer to stay in my own country. I believe our country will become very strong someday." Chen Shuheng looked seriously at the student and nodded. "I also believe that, but it takes more talented people to make it happen." Then he smiled and said, "I understand your thoughts. You can go back now." Chen Zixuan stood up. "Then I will go back." After leaving the office, he took a deep breath. He was too tired to go to the cafeteria, so he went straight to the park. He sat on a bench and took out a few meat buns from his bag to eat. The department head heard Chen Shuheng's report and nodded. "Yes, we should respect the students' own choices." After saying that, he picked up a pen and crossed out Chen Zixuan's name. The school has a lot of influence in recommending students. Some talented students, even if they haven't applied, are privately recommended if the school agrees. If approved, they will be promoted. Seeing this, Chen Shuheng felt a bit regretful inside. What a good opportunity it was. Lu Haiyan finished her meal and took a walk by the lake. Seeing someone lying on a bench, she looked carefully and smiled, then quickly walked over. "Zixuan, what are you doing here?" Chen Zixuan opened his eyes, saw her, and smiled as he sat up. "Nothing, just resting here for a while." Lu Haiyan sat nearby and asked, "How are Ying Xue and the others?" "Sorry for not visiting." "Hey, no need to be sorry. They stay at home all day. It's fine to visit them sometimes." Thinking about it, Chen Zixuan felt a bit guilty. Since they met on the train, it's been over half a year, and he hadn't invited them to his home. People in this era live simpler lives, and visits are rare. Even his roommates never felt comfortable enough to visit his home. Lu Haiyan smiled, brushed her hair behind her ear, and looked at the lake. "Our counselor asked me to focus on studying. I know the chance of studying abroad is slim now." Chen Zixuan lit a cigarette and took a puff. Studying peacefully is the right choice. Once you learn the knowledge, it becomes yours. Every year, there are opportunities to study abroad. As long as you keep trying, one day you'll succeed. Yes, I definitely won't give up. If I fail this time, it just means I need to work harder. I will strive even more. Lu Haiyan cheerfully spread her arms and made a gesture as if embracing the sky. Chen Zixuan looked at her and smiled. I believe in you. Lu Haiyan smiled sweetly at him and then asked, do you come here often? Not really. I just come when I have free time. It's quiet here, and I enjoy the scenery. It's a good place to relax. I'm really jealous of you guys. Chen Zixuan waved casually. There's nothing to be jealous about. We're all the same. Lu Haiyan shook her head and looked at him seriously. Actually, I envy Ying Xue and Xiaoyan more. Chen Zixuan looked at her and then turned to look at the lake, suddenly smiling. What are you laughing at? Just thinking about some past things. Tell me, Xiaoyan used to argue with me a lot. Back then, I couldn't do much. My hands couldn't lift or carry, and my big sister took care of me. After a while, Xiaoyan got really annoyed. Lu Haiyan was hearing this for the first time and also smiled. I didn't know you used to be so lazy. The two sat on a bench chatting. Lu Haiyan also shared some of her own stories. Chen Zixuan listened and started to smile. What are you laughing at now? Hee hee, I just find it funny that you're still a sword-wielding guard. Lu Haiyan rolled her eyes at him, then proudly tilted her head. Humph, those men are all no good. That's why I carry a sword with me. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll stab them. Chen Zixuan gave her a thumbs up. You're impressive. I definitely won't dare to mess with you in the future. Good to know. Otherwise, when a sword-wielding guard acts, there will be blood. She finished with a proud look and made a downward slash gesture. Then she also smiled. Leaning back in the chair, she turned and said, It's so nice. I suddenly feel so relaxed all over. Chen Zixuan looked at her and stood up with a smile. How about coming to my place for dinner this weekend? Are you inviting me to your house for dinner? Yes. The big girl and the others will definitely be very happy to see you. Lu Haiyan was very happy but a little shy. She whispered, Will it be too much trouble for you? Chen Zixuan shook his head. No trouble at all. It's settled then. I'll come to pick you up at 5 p.m. this weekend. Let's meet at the school gate. Go back to class now. Lu Haiyan looked at his back, a bright smile on her face. She stood up, jumped happily, and headed outside. Haizi sat confidently outside the school, smoking and looking toward the gate. He occasionally checked his watch. Chen Zixuan carried his bag and left the school on time. When he saw the other person, he didn't stop but continued walking home. Haizi quickly jogged over. Don't worry, I've been waiting for you all afternoon. Chen Zixuan stopped and looked at him. Is there something else? Hey, you're in a hurry. Well, I'll just be direct. Haizi tilted his head back. Business isn't just about profit. Friendship matters. Wang Xiao found out about what Ma Zi did last time and was very angry. To apologize, he decided to give you a chance to go abroad. Don't worry, this opportunity is rare, but it's nothing for Wang Xiao. Just consider it as making a friend. Chen Zixuan was stunned. Who came up with such a sneaky plan? Chen Zixuan kept a calm face, even as he saw the smug look in the other's eyes. He thought for a moment and casually waved his hand. Thanks for his kindness, but I'm not interested. Haizi felt even more proud and smiled warmly. Come on, don't refuse. Wang Xiao loves making friends. He knows this opportunity to go abroad is rare and very good for your future. It's already arranged. Just wait for the news. Chen Zixuan noticed a slight change in the other's pupils. Eyes are the window to the soul, and when someone lies or pretends, their eyes often show subtle signs. He also didn't believe the other could really get a spot. Now is a serious time for studying abroad, and how could they just squeeze him in? He spoke casually. Oh, if that's the case, I really should thank him. With my situation, I probably couldn't go otherwise. I'll wait for your news. He then watched the other's expression change. Haizi's heart skipped a beat. He looked carefully at the other person, but saw nothing on their face. He quickly started to think. They didn't have that ability. It was just his idea to trick the other person. If it worked, then everything would be settled. Now that he saw the other person didn't care at all, he felt uncertain. But he still decided to try again. Don't worry, our young Master Wang loves making friends. He could only get one spot, and I know your family has a wife and sister. Being apart for a few years might be good or bad. Chen Zixuan watched the other person's expression and finally relaxed. So it was just a trick on myself. I thought, if they really had that skill, they wouldn't be human. Feeling confident, he smiled and said, you don't need to worry about that. If we really get a spot this month, Giving him a tiger skin wouldn't matter. But I will decide the name, and I might not be the one to go. Then he turned and left. Heisey was stunned. Wow, you get to decide the name. How can you be so bold? He also scratched his head, wondering, did I overestimate myself? Chen Zixuan secretly chuckled. Now, how could they still argue? This plan definitely wouldn't work. For these second-generation rich kids, failing would mean losing face, and it would be harder to come back later to buy tiger skins. He went home feeling relaxed. Wife, I saw Lu Haiyan today. I invited her to come over for dinner this weekend. Qi Yingxue was happy to hear that. Great. She's been here alone. We should have invited her earlier. Chen Zixuan nodded. Yeah, I didn't think of that before. If I didn't invite her properly, she wouldn't feel comfortable coming. Hee. Actually, it's partly my fault. You study every day, so I didn't remind you. Oh, no need to blame anyone. Just treat her well this weekend. Qi Yinglian heard their conversation and came over. Brother-in-law, aren't we going to see the new house this weekend? Chen Zixuan explained with a smile. We'll go in the morning, so it won't delay anything. Wang Xiaocong, after hearing Heisey's report, looked speechless. What a terrible idea. If it doesn't work out, how can I stay in this circle? Heisey also felt a bit upset. Wang Xiao, I initially thought I scared him, but I didn't expect him to come up with this move. Still, I learned one thing, that there really is a quota. He will definitely change, since he said that. He probably won't go back on his word. Wang Xiaocong took a puff of his cigarette and looked at him irritably. You speak so easily. What he wants is a blank quota. Who can handle that? Heisey also sat quietly with his head down. Of course, he knew this was very difficult. But what could he do? He knew that the other person was completely unyielding. Now he was at a loss. Chen Zixuan finished dinner and went to the study. Ma Yin followed him in, bringing out some tea leaves to brew tea. Chen Zixuan smiled and took out a pack of tea leaves. Use this. If outsiders come, then use something else. Yes, boss. After brewing the tea, he placed it on the table. Boss, Zhang Shan and the others have already taken over the house. The original owner only took some of his belongings. All right, have them keep the place tidy. This weekend, I'll take Daniel and the others to have a look. Yes, boss. Chen Zixuan thought for a moment and took out 3 human skin masks, handing them over. Each of you one. You must not reveal your identities. Boss, I know what to do, Ma Yin said as she took the mask. Seeing there were no further instructions, she turned and left. Chen Zixuan sipped his tea and immediately felt energized. As expected of top-quality tea, he tasted it carefully again, a look of enjoyment on his face. This tea was from the best tea trees in the space. It was the first time he had brewed and drunk it after roasting. This tea was better than any he had tasted in his previous life. Although he hadn't tried the mother tree's tea, he had a feeling this tea was even better. Then he remembered today's test. Wait, today is medium luck, but I haven't encountered any good fortune. Could I need to look around more? Chen Zixuan stroked his chin and pondered. In the past month, whenever he tested for small luck, he sometimes encountered scrap collectors on his way home, who would buy antique porcelain from their tricycles. Like this time, when he tested for small luck with the house, old Wang came to show him the house. Medium luck was the first time he had ever predicted after gaining this ability. This indicated that a treasure capable of devouring might appear. It seems that from now on, I need to go out and explore more. After all, things that can be swallowed are not easily sent directly to us. Having a sip of tea, I also felt a bit regretful. In the future, I should avoid making predictions lightly. I will wait until the weekend or a holiday to do so. Knowing good results but not being able to get them is really frustrating. Suddenly, it was the weekend. Qi Yinglian was already eager to go. After breakfast, she urged Chen Zixuan to hurry and take them out. Qi Yingxue looked helpless and gently tapped her forehead. You are always so impatient. Not really. The sun is already high. There's nothing to do at home. Let's go see if my brother-in-law is fooling us. Chen Zixuan also found it amusing. All right, let's go. Great. Let's leave now. Ma Yin didn't come along. She wanted to stay and watch the house. They called 2 tricycles on the street. Qi Yinglian quickly spoke up. One is enough. I want to go with you. The 3-seater might be a bit crowded. You and your sister can take one. It's fine. Why waste that money? In the end, with Qi Yinglian's insistence, the 3 of them got on a tricycle. Chen Zixuan was in the middle, enjoying the envious and jealous looks from others along the way. He felt quite pleased. Zhang Shan stood at the door, saw them arrive, and quickly went forward to pay for the ride. "Hello, boss, madam, and young lady." Qi Yingxue and her sister looked at him curiously. Chen Zixuan smiled. "Let's go inside and talk." Then he led the two inside the house. Niu Chang was standing in the yard, respectfully greeting. "Hello, boss, madam, and young lady." Chen Zixuan introduced. "This is Zhang Shan and Niu Chang. I asked them to come see the house. Someone needs to watch over it." Qi Yingxue nodded with a smile. "I see." Qi Yinglian looked around. "Brother-in-law, this place doesn't look that great. We'll go inside to take a look. This place has been in used for a while, and it needs repairs at the back. Some wooden furniture is made from very good materials, all of which are rosewood. I checked all the rooms, but there was no treasure as I imagined. However, the study does have a secret room, but it was empty inside." Chen Zixuan took them to the garden and pointed inside. "Here, we will plant flowers and grass again. When the time comes, we will build a rockery and a pavilion. Over there is the back lake. It's nice to take a walk here and enjoy the scenery." "Brother Xian, isn't this place too big? There are only a few of us. Wouldn't it feel too empty to live here?" "Don't worry. Later, you can have more children, and it will be lively." "Brother Xian," Qi Yingxue shyly hit him. Qi Yinglian laughed nearby. "Haha. Yes, when the time comes, I will have more nephews and nieces, and I will play with them. You, girl, you're already of marriage age, but you still love to play. Hee hee, I won't get married. I just want to stay close to you guys." Chen Zixuan smiled and took Zhang Shan and others aside. "Is it comfortable here? Are you getting used to it?" Zhang Shan respectfully replied. "Don't worry, boss. The environment here is very good. No one has come by these days. We've secretly checked the nearby people and found no unstable factors. Good. Please find out if there are skilled artisans with good reputations. See how to repair this place, and have them make a drawing. Also, the garden must be designed beautifully." "Yes, boss. We will find out today and make sure everything is done well." Chen Zixuan nodded, walked around the garden with his hands behind his back, then opened the small garden gate and went out. There is another area below which is the lake. He looked back at the wall, feeling it was a bit unsightly. The outside scenery is very beautiful. The previous owner was afraid of thieves entering through here, but he was not afraid. "Later, tell the repair master to expand this wall. This area is also ours. The outside view is so good, we can't waste it." "Understood, boss. I will remember." Chen Zixuan took Qi Yingxue and her sister to see the shop in front. "Wife, in a few years, when we can do business, I will tidy this place up. It used to be a tea house. If there's a business we're interested in, we can open a shop. It will also help pass the time." Qi Yingxue smiled and said, "Brother Xian, we are just ordinary people. We can't open a shop, not now, but definitely later." They looked around and then went home with the two of them. Now they are used to eating the food cooked by Ma Yan, and they think it's better than restaurant food. They are also too lazy to eat outside. Lu Haiyan found a piece of clothing she usually didn't dare to wear. After dressing up, she carried her bag and went to the school gate. Chen Zixuan saw her come out so early and waved goodbye. "Zixuan, are you here early?" "No, I just arrived too. Let's go back. Big girl and the others are urging me to pick you up. Hee hee, it's been more than half a year since we saw each other. I wonder if Xiao Lian has grown taller." The two chatted casually as they walked along the road. At the intersection, they greeted a few old men and then returned to their place. Lu Haiyan saw where they lived and also felt a bit envious. When Qi Yingxue and her sister saw her arrive, they warmly went over and pulled her inside. Lu Haiyan didn't expect that after just over half a year, the girl who was as simple as herself had become more beautiful than city people. She suddenly felt a little insecure. "Haiyan, have some fruit. You look even prettier than before," Qi Yingxue said happily. "Yes, Haiyan, if we saw you on the street, we wouldn't even recognize you," her sister added. Lu Haiyan felt a bit shy. "Oh no, you are the pretty ones. You are more beautiful than those city girls. You've changed so much." Chen Zixuan sat nearby and noticed Lu Haiyan looked a bit uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, he understood. He smiled and said, "Wife, didn't you prepare a gift for Haiyan?" Qi Yingxue nodded happily. "Yes, Haiyan, come with me." Curious, Lu Haiyan followed inside. When she saw a new set of clothes hanging in the room, She also felt envious that Qi Yingxue married such a talented man. Her feelings were complicated. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she had a new piece of clothing. She couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Qi Yingxue picked it up and said, "Haiyan, try it on and see if it fits." Lu Haiyan quickly waved her hands. "I can't wear that. Why not? It's for you. Try it on and see." "She bought it for me?" Lu Haiyan looked surprised and pointed at herself. Qi Yingxue nodded with a smile. "Yes, it's for you." Lu Haiyan was completely stunned. Many people liked her for her beauty, but they all approached her with a purpose, so she was very cautious. However, Qi Yingxue and the others were different. They met on the train and both came from orphan backgrounds, which made her feel a natural closeness. Now, the other person suddenly gave her such a gift, and she was filled with warmth and gratitude. Looking at Qi Yingxue's sincere face, she suddenly didn't know how to speak. Qi Yinglian stepped forward and took her hand. "Sister Haiyan, don't just stand there, try it on quickly. My sister and I picked it out for you." Tears uncontrollably flowed down Lu Haiyan's face. Years of loneliness and frustration seemed to find an outlet, and she couldn't help but hug the two of them and cry. "Thank you." Qi Yingxue gently patted her back. "If you feel upset inside, just cry it out. It's okay to cry." Chen Zixuan sat outside drinking tea. When he heard the crying from inside, he didn't go in. Some feelings that have been bottled up for too long can easily cause problems. Lu Haiyan seemed strong on the outside, but inside she was very fragile. A single straw could break her. Now crying is actually a good thing. Lu Haiyan looked at herself in the mirror, hardly believing her eyes. Qi Yingxue looked at her tenderly. "You look really beautiful. This outfit suits you very well. Haiyan's sister looks so pretty. If you do your hair a bit, you'll be even more beautiful." Lu Haiyan shyly pulled at her friends. "You're the pretty ones. I look like a duckling." "Hee, that's not true. I heard from my brother-in-law that many people at school like you." "That's not true. Zixuan is just talking nonsense." Seeing her shy expression, Qi Yingxue also smiled. "Haha, let's go out and chat." Lu Haiyan nodded. "Okay, I'll change my clothes. They look so pretty just like that," Qi Yingxue said, pulling her out. Chen Zixuan saw them come out, and, seeing her change into a new outfit, smiled and said, "Hey, I almost didn't recognize you. Next weekend, let the big girl take you to get your hair done. When you go back to school, you'll definitely impress your classmates." Lu Haiyan rolled her eyes at him. "You're just teasing me. Yingxue and Xiao Lian are the pretty ones." She felt a little shy after saying that. Ma Yin came in politely and said, "Boss, madam, miss, dinner is ready." Qi Yingxue nodded. "Okay, let's eat first." Lu Haiyan was confused again, not expecting there to be servants at their home. When all the dishes were served, chicken, duck, fish, seafood, she was amazed. The living conditions are so good. Chen Zixuan chuckled and teased, "You don't know? My roommates almost got into trouble twice just trying to invite Haiyan to dinner." "Brother-in-law? What's going on?" Qi Yinglian asked curiously. Lu Haiyan blushed shyly. "Zixuan, stop joking." "Yingxue, Lian, don't listen to him." Seeing her face turn red, Qi Yinglian also smiled. "Haha, Haiyan is shy." Chen Zixuan didn't hold back. "I'm not joking. A gentle lady like you, a good match, and you're pretty, so you should be praised." Lu Haiyan held Qi Yingxue's hand and said, "Yingxue, you need to watch your man. I heard many girls at school like him." After dinner, Qi Yinglian took her to the study to show her the white tiger skin their brother-in-law had hunted. Lu Haiyan was shocked when she saw the white tiger skin. Qi Yinglian proudly talked about how impressive her brother-in-law was. Around 9 o'clock at night, Lu Haiyan reluctantly said goodbye and left. Walking back to school, she was smiling happily. "Today was so wonderful. Thank you, Zixuan." Chen Zixuan walked beside her, shaking his head. "No need to thank me. Come visit often. Yingxue and the others really like you." "Yes, I'll come often. Just don't mind if I bother you." Lu Haiyan, dressed in new clothes, was jumping happily. She didn't realize how long it had been since she felt this happy. Today, she felt the warmth of family. She could tell that Qi Yingxue and her sisters truly cared about her. As they neared the school, Lu Haiyan slowed down. "It's already here so soon. It's not far," he replied. Lu Haiyan rolled her eyes. "You usually seem good at talking, but I didn't expect you to be so slow sometimes." Chen Zixuan touched his nose. "I'm not wrong. Seeing it getting dark, Lu Haiyan boldly hugged him. Chen Zishuan was surprised. Lu Haiyan softly said, "Thank you. I will always remember today." Hearing her words, he smiled and patted her shoulder. "You gave me a scare. I thought something was wrong. Since we are friends, caring for each other is normal. Otherwise, we wouldn't be true friends." Lu Haiyan was reluctant to let go and looked up at him. "Although I feel guilty towards Xue, I can't help but like you. I will keep these feelings in my heart and not cause you trouble." After saying this, she forced herself to let go and quickly ran toward the school gate. Chen Zishuan watched her enter the school, shook his head with a smile, and turned to walk home. Kaixu saw him return and asked happily, "Did you send her back?" "Yes. She said thank you on the way and told us she would never forget this day. Haiyan is also a person with a tough life. I am just lucky to have met you." Chen Zishuan stepped forward and hugged her waist. "No, I am the lucky one to have met you, my girl." "Yuck. I'm going to pour you some foot wash," Kaixu said, happy to hear his sweet words. She wiped away tears from her eyes and happily left. At the school display board, students gathered around. "Hey, I'm not on the list. Neither am I." The students who saw their names shook their heads and left. Some who saw their names cheered excitedly and, under the envy of others, hurried away. Chen Zishuan was lying on a park lounge chair, smiling and asking, "Why didn't you check the list?" Lu Haiyan shook her head. "I'm sure I'm not on it. Why bother looking? Hee hee, your attitude is pretty good." Lu Haiyan patted him and pouted, a little unhappy. "You didn't even comfort me. Haha. What comfort do you need now? There's always next year." "Yes, there's always next year. I will definitely go out." Chen Zishuan rested his hands behind his head and sighed. "Sigh, the moon abroad isn't rounder than ours. Everyone just wants to go abroad. Humph, I want to learn advanced knowledge from abroad and come back to serve my country. Right, keep it up." Lu Haiyan rolled her eyes at his dismissive answer. "No wonder Wang Chong and the others say you're a wife-obsessed man. Besides your wife, you don't care about anything else." Chen Zishuan smiled proudly. "They say sour grapes when they can't get what they want. With such a beautiful wife, I must treat her well. What if she decides not to stay with me someday? Hee hee, it's good you know that. If you dare to treat Xue badly and she leaves, just see where you end up crying." Chen Zishuan sat up. "That won't happen. It's about time. I need to go back to class." Lu Haiyan smiled and stood up. The two of them walked out of the park. As Chen Zishuan reached the classroom, he saw Tian Zihao standing outside, looking at him curiously. "Guide Chen, you're finally back. I've been looking for you all afternoon. Did you need something?" Seeing others nearby, Tian Zihao lowered his voice. "Let's go somewhere private to talk." Curious about what Tian Zihao wanted, Chen Zishuan followed him to a corner. Tian Zihao looked around and then spoke softly. "Young Master Wang asked me to tell you that he set up a dinner outside the school tonight. He said your matter is settled." Chen Zishuan was surprised. "Wow, does he really have that much power?" Seeing that Chen Zishuan didn't speak, Tian Zihao kindly reminded him, "This young Master Wang is not simple. Now that you're a college student, it will be harder after graduation. Since he's helped you, you should be grateful. Maybe he's just testing you, or maybe he's a powerful friend." Chen Zishuan didn't expect him to give such sincere advice. Looking at him, he saw no arrogance, but genuine sincerity. His heart moved. Could it be that I should teach him a lesson, make him realize something, and improve his character? He nodded. "All right, I'll go after school." Tian Zihao sighed in relief. "Good. I'll head back now." As Tian Zihao turned to leave, Chen Zishuan thought for a moment. He snapped his fingers, and a small needle of internal energy shot into a spot on Tian Zihao's lower back. Tian Zihao felt a slight, but didn't pay much attention. He quickly walked toward the archaeology department. Chen Zishuan decided to give him a chance. If he dared to use tricks behind his back again, Chen would not hold back next time. Back in the classroom, he sat in a corner, took out a book, and started reading. But in his mind, he was thinking about young Master Wang. He had initially thought that since Wang hadn't disturbed him for so long, he had given up. But now, it seemed he had actually succeeded in handling the matter. "I underestimated the abilities of this second generation. Never mind, I will see how things go tonight." After school, Chen Zishuan strolled to a nearby restaurant outside the school. Haizi was waiting at the door. When he saw Chen Zishuan, he quickly waved and said, "Over here." Chen Zishuan nodded and walked over. "Hey, young Master Wang is inside. I'll take you to meet him." Haizi proudly led him inside. Young Master Wang Tsong was sitting alone in a private room. When he saw them enter, he stood up with a smile and said, "Haha, are you surprised?" Chen Zixuan looked at the white glow above his head and nodded. "Yes, I am a bit surprised." Wang Tsong observed him for a moment, then shook his head. "You really don't understand. You don't look strong, but you're so powerful. I thought you'd be a big, muscular man before I came." Hearing this, Chen Zixuan smiled gently. "I didn't expect young Master Wang to be so young. Hi, I'm Wang Kong. Just call me Xiao Tsong." We hit it off right away. "Sit down." He took out a cigarette and offered it. Chen Zixuan saw the legendary special cigarette, took it, lit it, and took a deep breath. He nodded. The taste is indeed different. It's just for show, really. It's about saving face." Heisey picked up a bottle of special liquor and poured drinks for both of them. Wang Tsong smiled warmly and asked, "What you said earlier, does it still count?" "Of course. I always keep my promises. If you succeed, I won't back down either." Wang Tsong happily patted his thigh and said directly, "The spot is already arranged. We leave next month. Give me your information, and I'll make the arrangements. When everyone is ready, you hand over the things to me." Chen Zixuan didn't expect Wang Tsong to be so straightforward. After thinking for a moment, he wrote down Lu Haiyan's information and handed it over. It's settled then. Wang Tsong took the note, looked at it, put it in his bag, and raised his glass. "Cheers. I toast you." They clinked glasses. Chen Zixuan finished his drink in one gulp, stood up, and said, "See you next month." Wang Tsong saw him leave, but didn't get upset. Although he was a second-generation heir, he was not stupid, not to mention the other person's skills and hunting tiger abilities. He also heard from his father about a piece of news. The land reform happening in the country was driven by an article from the other side. He also registered at the clinic above. When I heard the news, I was so shocked I broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, I didn't do anything. Otherwise, even my father wouldn't be able to save him. Heisey was a bit unhappy. Young Master Wang. This kid is too arrogant. Young Master Wang naturally wouldn't reveal what he knew and waved his hand casually. People with skills tend to be proud. We should get more familiar with them in the future. Chen Zixuan left the restaurant and walked home. I like the white tiger fur, but I said that first. Still, Lu Haiyan can now realize her dream. Whatever happens next depends on her. He wouldn't regret his words. If the other person really was arrogant, he had ways to deal with them. The key is, the other person isn't really a bad person and is quite polite, so he has no reason to fight. After dinner at home in the evening, Chen Zixuan was in his study, touching the white tiger fur on the side. There must be more in the mountains. Next time, I can't let this get out. Anyway, I have proof from the archaeological team and the government office. Who knows if it's the same one from before? Thinking this made him happy again. Then he remembered he should tell Daniel about it. Qi Yingxue heard that he used tiger fur to help Lu Haiyan get a study abroad spot. She lowered her head softly and asked, "Brother Xian, do you like Haiyan?" Chen Zixuan pulled her into his arms and explained with a smile, "What are you thinking? It's actually just a coincidence. Brother Xian, I don't mind. I actually want to find a sister to help. I'm too useless and always can't." "All right, Daniel, don't think like that. I only like you." Qi Yingxue looked at her man with deep affection, feeling sweet inside. She couldn't help but kiss him. "Brother Xian, you're the best. I really don't mind." Chen Zixuan hugged her and said with a smile, "Good, I believe you. But let me finish first." Then he told her what had happened. Qi Yingxue realized she had misunderstood and felt a bit embarrassed. "Brother Xian, I'm sorry. But Haiyan is really nice. When I saw her that day, I had some thoughts." Chen Zixuan was also amused by her. "Haha, Daniel is starting to look like a real wife. Gross. I'm going to fetch water and wash your feet," she said with a smile and went out. She quickly came in carrying water, washing her feet while asking, "Brother Xian, should you tell Haiyan about this?" Chen Zixuan thought for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it, I won't say anything. She might get too emotional and start crying." He chuckled. "You're so kind. She's all alone, probably doesn't have much money. I want to give her some, as she'll need it outside. Sweetheart, you're so kind, but we shouldn't spend our money on her." Qi Yingxue asked, "What should we do? If she goes out alone without money, it will be very hard for her." Chen Zixuan remembered there was some foreign currency in his space and said, "That tiger skin is only good for one person, which is a waste. I'll ask him to give some foreign currency, and I'll give it to you later. Okay. Remember to invite her over for dinner before she leaves. Got it. Lu Haiyan looked at her classmates going abroad to study. She felt a bit jealous, but remained eager to learn. After class, the counselor stopped her. Teacher, what's wrong? Lu Haiyan, I just received notice that you have a spot to study abroad in a beautiful country. She was stunned when she heard this. Teacher, weren't the spots already announced? How come? Seeing her surprised, the counselor whispered, I don't know all the details, but I heard the spot was directly given to you by the higher-ups. Although shocked, Lu Haiyan's face lit up with happiness. Thank you. Teacher, well, you should thank the person who helped you. You'll leave next month. We'll notify you in advance. That's all. I'm leaving now. Lu Haiyan was overwhelmed with joy. She never thought she could really go abroad to study. Curious, she wondered who helped her. She held her book and didn't even eat lunch, walking all the way to a bench by the lake to sit down. Her mind was full of thoughts about who might have helped her. Chen Zixuan strolled into the park, saw her lost in thought, and walked over with his hands behind his back. What are you thinking about? You look so distracted. Lu Haiyan turned around and, upon seeing him, excitedly rushed over. Zixuan, I can go study abroad now. She was eager to share her happiness with the person she liked. Although the two of them might not have a future together, thinking about their imminent separation, tears couldn't help but fall. Chen Zixuan was startled by her. When he heard her words, he also felt amused. He didn't expect her to be so quick. Feeling the coolness on his chest, he thought to himself, women are really delicate, they cry so easily. He teased her with a smile. You scared me. Studying abroad is just studying abroad. No need to get so emotional. Lu Haiyan wiped her tears and patted him. Really, can't you be like the hero in the novel? He replied jokingly. Let me tell you, novels are all fake. Your ideas are dangerous. Be careful, someone might take advantage of you, she snorted. Humph, I wouldn't be that stupid. Lu Haiyan rolled her eyes at him and couldn't help but hug his waist, listening to her strong heartbeat. Softly, she asked, Zixuan, I'm leaving. Will you miss me? Chen Zixuan shook his head. Why would I miss you? Hugging a pretty girl is more fun. Get up quickly, or someone will see and laugh at you, she said stubbornly. I'm not afraid. Today, the counselor said I should thank the person who helped me. I thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out who helped me because I don't know any important people. After saying that, she looked up. The most powerful person I know is you. Chen Zixuan looked at her loving eyes and showed a gentle expression, feeling a little moved. He knew he wasn't a perfect person, but he didn't want her to be sad either. Thinking of her, the impulse in his heart was suppressed. He patted her on her rounded hips and said, It's good that you know I'm impressive. Lu Haiyan's face turned red from the touch. She sat up shyly, lowered her head, and kept fidgeting with her hands. Seeing her settle down, Chen Zixuan felt relieved. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath to calm himself. Looking at her teasingly, he said, I didn't expect your touch to be so nice. If you jump on me again, I might have to hit you. Hearing his words, Lu Haiyan's earlier shyness disappeared. She said fiercely, You better watch out. I might go telling Xue. He chuckled. Haha, I'm not afraid. With a good man like me, Lu Haiyan will definitely believe in me. She then realized how thick-skinned he was. After some joking around, Chen Zixuan asked, Did you say when you're leaving? Yes, next month. We'll notify you in advance. Okay. Remember to visit home then, or Big Girl will be sad. Soon after, Lu Haiyan also became busy. Because she was going abroad to study, her paperwork and training were packed. Before long, it was late December. Wang Xiaozong was waiting outside the school. After school, Chen Zixuan saw him outside the gate, waved, and they went to the side. Zixuan, how are things? They leave in 3 days. Knowing the other was eager, he smiled and nodded. You're really anxious. Okay, let's go get it. Wang Xiaozong was very happy to hear that. Haha, I won't be polite. You don't know, I keep dreaming about that. My good brother, if you need anything, just ask me. I'll help as much as I can. Chen Zixuan smiled and led him and Haizi home. When Wang Xiaozong and Haizi saw the tiger's skin in the study, their eyes widened, and they couldn't help but reach out to touch it. It's perfect, not a single damage. You're amazing. Chen Zixuan patted the tiger head. Just good luck. Take it quickly. Wang Xiaozong seemed worried the other might change his mind, so he quickly took out a bag to pack it. Hey, I won't be polite. Here's my home phone. Contact me anytime if needed. Chen Zixuan took a piece of paper with his phone number and address, casually placed it on the table, and after sending them off, went back inside. Qi Yingxue asked, "Did you take it?" Chen Zixuan handed over a stack of US dollars. "Yes, here are $5,000. He used this as an excuse. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain the money to his wife. He didn't take all of it, too much to carry, and $5,000 was quite a lot. With the country's subsidy, it should be enough." Qi Yinglian looked at it curiously, her eyes full of wonder. "Sister-in-law, is this all $5,000? Chen Zixuan explained the denominations of the bills with a smile. Qi Yingxue looked a bit worried. "Brother Xian, with so much money, do you think it might be checked?" Chen Zixuan thought for a moment and shook his head. "Probably not. It's not that much. Yes, I bought her a coat, and I sewed it inside." "Okay, but remember to tell her." Lu Haiyan carried her bag and left the school. She was both excited and nervous because she was about to leave, unsure what life outside would be like. "Young Master Wang, this time everyone will envy us. This tiger skin is so impressive. When I saw it just now, I almost peed myself." Wang Xiaozong was also smiling. "When I get back, I'll find a nice table and put it in the living room." Yes, yes, seeing a white tiger lying there when you enter the house is so majestic. Curious, Lu Haiyan turned to look. She saw two young people talking as they walked, carrying a big bag. White tiger skin. Without thinking much, she quickly headed to Chen Zixuan's house. As soon as she arrived, she called out, "Yingxue, Xiaoyan, I'm here." Chen Zixuan didn't expect her to come at this time. He smiled and said, "Why are you here now?" Perfect timing for a meal. Qi Yingxue came out of the house and was happy to see her. "Haiyan, you're here? Come inside. I've been wanting to come for a while, but I didn't have time because of training." Qi Yinglian asked excitedly, "Haiyan, you're going abroad now. Are you excited? Suddenly having to leave? I feel a bit uneasy." The dishes were already prepared. They all sat down to eat and chat. Chen Zixuan nodded. "Feeling uneasy is normal. After some time, you'll get used to it. It's like going from your hometown to college. Even though you're happy, you still feel a little empty inside." "Yes, that's exactly how I feel." Lu Haiyan nodded repeatedly. Qi Yingxue helped her serve food. "Eat more, or you won't be able to enjoy hometown dishes once you leave." "Thanks, Yingxue. No need to thank me. Who knows how many years it will be before we see each other again. When you're outside, be sure to stay safe. I heard from Xinji that many places over there are quite chaotic." Qi Yingxue spoke patiently, like a big sister. Lu Haiyan felt a warm feeling inside. After eating, Chen Zixuan went to the study to drink tea. Lu Haiyan looked at a stack of money and couldn't believe her eyes. Qi Yingxue was sewing money into her coat in front of her. She put it on her, looked at her from front to back, and nodded with satisfaction. "Yes, it fits perfectly. Yingxue, poor family, rich road. When you go outside, you always need money. As a girl, you can't be without money. If you get the chance, right back." Lu Haiyan covered her mouth, tears falling down her face. At this moment, she truly didn't know how to express her feelings. Her heart was filled with guilt. She liked the man the other person loved, but she never intended to cause trouble. Now, she felt even more grateful for the kindness of the other person and thought that having such thoughts was wrong. She held back her tears and said, "Yingxue, I'm sorry. You're so beautiful and kind, and I can't help but like the man you love. Don't worry, I promise I won't think like that again. From now on, you are the most important person to me. I will repay your kindness." Qi Yinglian was shocked and opened her mouth wide, pointing at her without knowing what to say. Yingxue always wore a gentle smile. She turned and said, "Xiaoyan, we promised to talk quietly. Go outside and watch TV by yourself." "Oh." Qi Yinglian responded and went out. Chen Zixuan sat in the study, drinking tea, listening to the conversation in the bedroom. Although the room was well soundproofed, any noise within 10 meters couldn't escape his ears. "Ah, big girl is always so kind." Lu Haiyan pushed the door open, blushing. Zixuan, seeing her come in, he teased with a smile, "Your eyes are so swollen. You look like an egg. So ugly." Lu Haiyan's feelings of gratitude instantly disappeared. She pounced and punched his chest lightly. "You big bad guy, why are you always so flirtatious?" Chen Zixuan raised his hand and slapped her on her rounded buttocks. "Sit properly, or I'll call harassment." Her hips were hit, and Lu Haiyan was blushing intensely. Hearing his words, she was caught off guard. Chen Zixuan, you're so shameless. Haha. Okay, stop joking. Later, big girl will see you laugh. Lu Haiyan obediently sat down beside him, serious. I will come back as soon as I graduate. Yes, stay safe outside. Lihan opened her mouth, but still felt shy about telling Qing Shue what they had agreed upon. She tugged at her clothes and suddenly noticed that the tiger's skin on the table was gone. She pointed nearby and asked, "Did you put away the white tiger skin?" "Ah, yes I did. It was too scary outside." Chen Zixuan lit a cigarette for himself and changed the subject, asking, "Is there anything else you need to bring? If something's missing, I can help arrange it." Lihan had a faint feeling that the tiger's skin was related to the two people they just met. Hearing his question, she quickly shook her head. "No, everything is prepared for us. Nothing's missing. Sister Ingxue even gave me a lot of money. I know you arranged this." Seeing her expression, Chen Zixuan teased again. "Hey, Sister Ingxue calls you so affectionately. Say Brother Xian for me to hear." Although Lihan knew he was deliberately teasing her to ruin the mood, she still couldn't help but feel angry. She clenched her fists and looked at him fiercely. "When I return to my country, I will find you and get revenge. Goodbye." After saying that, she turned and left. Chen Zixuan watched her go out and took a deep drag of his cigarette. Tonight I must teach that girl a lesson. She didn't even ask for my opinion and made her own decisions. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance that night. Lihan didn't return to school. She proudly took Qi Yingxue to Qi Yinglian's room to stay for the night. Chen Zixuan could only stay alone in the empty room that evening. The next morning, class monitor Chen Ling stood on the school playground. When she saw the person she was waiting for arriving, she went to meet him. "Chen Zixuan, class monitor, what a lovely morning walk you're having." Chen Ling rolled her eyes and took a deep breath before saying, "I'm leaving." Chen Zixuan put away his playful expression and nodded seriously. "All right, have a safe trip. Take good care of yourself abroad." Chen Ling smiled happily. "Yes, I will. You too. I'll write to you," Chen Ling said with a sweet smile before turning toward the dormitory. Chen Zixuan watched her distant figure for a long time, then carried his bag and headed to the classroom building. He was just a passerby in her life. After a few years, seeing the outside world's beauty, it was not an exaggeration to say they had become strangers. Unfortunately, he underestimated the other person's determination. Soon, it was winter vacation time. Qi Yingxue packed her clean clothes into 2 large bags. Chen Zixuan looked a bit helpless and said, "Are you really going to move the house back? We'll be back after the new year, so you don't need so many clothes. It's not many, just clothes for the 3 of us." "Why are you bringing out the old clothes again?" Qi Yingxue explained with a smile. "We just came out. If we dress too fancy, the villagers might think strange things. As long as we look the same as before, they won't have other ideas." Chen Zixuan gave a thumbs up and said, "My wife is so smart. I didn't think of that. I just thought of this." "You're busy with important things." Qi Yinglian came in, pouting her lips. "Sister, I'm not used to wearing the old clothes again. Xiaolian, don't change them. The old clothes are too small now," Chen Zixuan said from the side. Qi Yingxue also smiled and said, "Yes, they are too small now. Xiaolian has grown quite a bit." Just as Qi Yinglian was smiling, she heard her sister's words behind her and immediately pouted again. "Xiaolian, just wear my clothes. It's only a few days. Just bear with it. All right then, after the new year, we'll be back soon." Qi Yingxue comforted her sister like a caring older sister. Ma Yin came back from outside and took out 3 train tickets. "Boss, the tickets are bought." Chen Zixuan looked at the 3 sleeper train tickets and nodded with satisfaction. "Good. You stay home and watch the house. Don't worry, boss. I will take good care of it." Chen Zixuan put the tickets away and stood up. "Daniel, you all pack up at home. I'll go check on the house. Sister-in-law, I'll go with you." Qi Yinglian immediately linked her arm with him, wanting to go together. Qi Yingxue smiled and pulled her back. "Don't try to run. Just help me pack." "Sis, I've almost finished packing. It's okay if I don't go. You little girl. Your brother-in-law is busy with work. Why are you following? Be good." Chen Zixuan looked at her disappointed face, smiled, and rubbed her head. "When I come back, I'll buy you candied hawthorns. Sis-in-law, I want to eat 2 skewers. No problem. I'm leaving now." Old Man Wang sat under the tree at the street corner, drinking tea. When he saw someone coming out, he smiled and asked, Xiaoxian, when will you go back to your hometown? Grandpa Wang, I'll leave early tomorrow morning. I'll come back after the new year. Have you bought your train ticket? Do you need any help? Yes, I've bought it. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. That's good. Go ahead and get busy, all right? I'm leaving now. Chen Zishuan arrived at the street, waved to call a tricycle, and went straight to the Hui house. In recent months, the house has been undergoing some renovations, but it will take more than a year to finish everything. The rooms are being remodeled to include bathrooms and showers, and heating systems are also being planned. Most of the courtyard houses are tall, with some rooms over 5 meters high, enough to be turned into 2 floors. Boss, you're here, Zhang Shan and Niu Chong greeted respectfully. Chen Zishuan said as he walked. Yes, I'll be going back home for the new year tomorrow. I came to see you all. Boss, everything here is normal. The sewer pipes in the yard have been laid. The inside rooms will have to wait until after the new year. The garden has been leveled and planned. Once spring comes, we'll start construction. Wang Xiaocong sat proudly at home. He had filled the inside of a white tiger skin and placed it on a long table against the wall, looking like a mighty white tiger sleeping. Inside the house, a group of men and women were gathered, looking at the white tiger. Xiaocong, it's been a while. You've got quite something. Where did you get this? This white tiger isn't common, and it's even bigger than a regular tiger. Wang Xiaocong leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs proudly, and said, Of course I caught it in the mountains. You guys don't know how fierce that tiger was. Its roar almost deafened me. I shot it several times with my pistol, hitting it in the eyes, and it was gone after a few hits. The people inside the house looked surprised. You shot it? Really? No way, I don't believe it. You're definitely bragging. Yeah. If you show us the other parts, I'll believe it. Several people entered from outside. The young man in front spoke rudely. You're so scared you wouldn't even dare to hunt a tiger. You'd probably your pants just seeing one. Wang Xiaocong saw the newcomers and stood up. Li Biao, why are you here? Stay somewhere safe. Hey, this isn't some dangerous place. I can come here if I want, Li Biao replied without showing respect. He walked to look at the tiger skin. He sneered. You're trying to hunt a tiger, but it's not even injured. Why don't you go fly to the sky? They had disliked each other since childhood. Their families were rivals, so whenever they met, they argued. Li Biao, what does it matter how Xiaocong does things? If you're so capable, go get your own tiger skin, someone said. Yeah, talking is easy. Who can't do that? Others added. They were all similar in status, so they could hang out together. Wang Xiaocong's friends also supported him. Li Biao looked at them with contempt. White tigers are rare. Let's compare something else. Compare what? Wang Xiaocong asked directly. Let's see who can catch more valuable prey in a month. The one with the most valuable catch wins. Are you in? I know you're scared, so if you refuse, I won't blame you. He used provocation, acting confident he would win. Xiaocong, he's clearly prepared. Let's ignore him, someone said. Yeah, this guy probably isn't serious. Maybe he's setting a trap, another added. Li Biao lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. If you're scared, just say so. No need for excuses. Wang Xiaocong couldn't stand his arrogance. He said firmly, let's do it. I want to see what you can really bring. All right, since it's a bet, we need stakes. Do you dare to bet this tiger skin? Li Biao challenged. Everyone saw that this kid was after the white tiger skin. Maybe he already had a catch ready, just waiting to win the bet. Wang Xiaocong also understood, but if he backed down now, he'd look weak. You're really calculating. I'll put up the white tiger skin. What will you bet? He asked. Li Biao felt proud. He tilted his head back. A brand new imported Santana 2000. The people around gasped. They knew this car well. As the first car imported into the country, it was very desirable. The Santana 2000 was introduced to the country in October this year, but it is almost impossible for ordinary people to buy one. However, the second-generation owners have ways, but the high price discourages them. The price is set at 80,000 yuan, plus various taxes, making it cost around 160,000 yuan. Even if they use connections, they would need to spend nearly 100,000 yuan, which they cannot afford. Of course, even if they had the money, they wouldn't dare to buy it, because where would the money come from? It wouldn't make sense. Wang Xiaocong looked surprised and asked, Can you really afford it? Don't worry about that. I have a way to get it, Li Biao said casually. A few young men pulled Wang Xiaocong aside. I think this guy isn't trustworthy. If he loses and doesn't admit it, what can we do? Yeah, at most we can embarrass him a little, without hurting him badly. Yes, we should be careful. Wang Xiaocong understood, but the car was too tempting. If he drove it around, it would be very impressive. Li Biao secretly smiled and thought, fool. He'll see the consequences soon enough. Whether he wins or loses this time, it benefits him. Xiaocong, stay calm, someone advised. Wang Xiaocong whispered, let's make a written agreement and invite some witnesses. I want to see if he dares to cheat. That's a good idea, but are you confident you'll win? Wang Xiaocong wasn't sure, but he showed a confident smile and said, don't worry, trust me. After discussing, he went back and said, the bet is fine, but I don't trust your character. Tomorrow morning, I'll invite some people from the circle to witness. We'll put it in writing. Are you daring enough? Li Biao didn't expect this kid to become smarter, but he looked at the white tiger skin and nodded. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow morning. After saying that, he left. At worst, he would only win the white tiger skin, which would be enough to make him regret it. Wang Xiaocong couldn't sit still anymore and decided to seek help immediately. He made up a reason to ask his friends to help call people, then rode his bicycle out. Chen Zixuan left some money for Zhang Shan and bought a few candied hawthorns on the way back home on a tricycle. As soon as he entered the house, he heard shouting outside. I'll go check it out. He said a quick goodbye and left, opening the door to see Wang Xiaocong. He looked at him curiously. Why are you here? Hey, the new year is coming soon. I was worried you'd go back home, so I came early to see you. Chen Zixuan saw the bag hanging on his car and shook his head skeptically. You must be up to something. Hey, nothing much. Just visiting. I even sneaked you some good cigarettes and 2 bottles of fine wine from my house. If you don't want them, I'll take them back, he said, showing off the cigarettes. Chen Zixuan took the bag easily. Inside were special cigarettes and good wine, which made him happy. You're so polite. Come in. Although Wang Xiaocong felt a bit guilty, he knew he was here for help. He parked his bike in the yard and followed him to the study. Chen Zixuan was generous and brewed 2 cups of good tea. Just so you know, I don't have a white tiger pelt. Huh, I know. Those are rare. If they were easy to find, they wouldn't be special. Wang Xiaocong chuckled, then looked a bit angry. Zixuan, I have a rival. He's always against me. Today, he even tried to steal a white tiger pelt. I can't stand that, so I decided to teach him a lesson. Chen Zixuan looked at him and pushed the cigarettes and wine back. If it's about fighting, you should ask someone else. Hey, no, I don't need you to fight. I can handle it myself. It's something else. He rubbed his hands together. He bet me with the imported Santana 2000. I tell you, that car is really cool. It just came to our country this year. If I get one, it would be a real status symbol. Chen Zixuan looked at him with a blank expression, feeling a bit speechless. Such a simple kid. Wang Xiaocong kept talking, but noticed the other person's eyes looked strange. He scratched his head. What's with that look? Did I say something wrong? Chen Zixuan shook his head helplessly. You didn't notice anything wrong? Wang Xiaocong thought about today's events carefully, then shook his head confused. No, nothing's wrong. You know, if you told your dad about this, he might give you a hard time. It's just a bet. Why make such a big deal out of it? Chen Zixuan saw that he still didn't understand, so he decided to speak directly because of the good things he brought. He said, think about it. Who has driven the imported car that entered the country this year? Wang Xiaocong shook his head. Since no one has driven it yet, winning would make me look better. Come on. You're so naive. No one else has it, only you? Don't you think that makes you too noticeable? This car costs over 100,000. Where did you get so much money? Wang Xiaocong thought carefully and realized the truth. His face darkened. That is scheming against me. He then shook his head again. No, wait. The stuff was his loss to me. If I get into trouble, he can't run away. Chen Zixuan took a sip of tea. I guess he has 2 plans. One is to target you, deliberately lose to you, and when you're investigated, he acts innocent. If that doesn't work, he might just give you a fake badge. That's not possible. With so many people watching, can he really pretend to be clueless? You're still too young. The people in the capital only see you driving that car. They don't know how it came to you. If someone with a mind stirs things up, sending in letter after letter of complaints, how do you think the authorities will handle it? Wang Xiaocong thought about the consequences and shivered. Many people are struggling just to survive. If he drives around in a luxury car, will people feel happy? Maybe, to calm public anger, they might even target his family. Seeing him scared, Chun Zishuan took out a cigarette and handed it over. After lighting his own, he continued, "In the future, if something happens outside, don't be foolish and rush in. If you don't understand something, go home and talk about it. In your family, a small mistake can lead to disaster." Wang Xiaozong nodded repeatedly. "Brother Xian, you're really like my older brother. If it weren't for you, I would have fallen into his trap. One mistake, and my family could be in trouble. Good that you understand. I didn't give you this for nothing." He happily put the cigarettes and alcohol into his desk drawer. "Hey, if you like it, I can get you more in the future." After saying this, Wang Xiaozong still felt a bit unwilling. "Brother Xian, we can't just let this go. I want to make him lose face. About that prey." You see, Chun Zishuan took a puff of his cigarette, thinking about the space and a bear-like creature that was quite large. Since the other person mentioned a bet, there might be some new surprises involved. Well, catching a bear is definitely doable, but the rest depends on luck. The mountains are so big, we might not find anything. Hearing this, Wang Xiaozong felt relieved. "Brother Xian, about that kid, I think catching a few wild wolves should be enough. A bear is probably enough." Chun Zishuan shook his head. "Not necessarily. You've had that tiger skin for over a month, and they wouldn't be unaware of it. If they're causing trouble now, it means they've got something good. So what should we do?" "That's a tough question." Wang Xiaozong was so anxious he started pacing around the room. Suddenly, he remembered his father's words, and his eyes lit up. He tentatively said, "2 special cigarettes." Chun Zishuan waved his hand. "Ah, it's not about the cigarettes. 3 special cigarettes and a box of special liquor." Chun Zishuan suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Wang Xiaozong was so scared he quickly took a few steps back. "Xiaozong, I just like being your brother. Don't worry, I'll go back to my hometown tomorrow and come back within a month. I promise to catch you a tiger." Wang Xiaozong let out a breath and then looked excited. "Brother Xian, I'm counting on you. Don't worry, I've got this," Chun Zishuan said confidently. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. After laughing, Wang Xiaozong picked up his tea and took a sip. Just as he was about to speak, he froze. He looked at Chun Zishuan, then at his tea cup, and took another sip. His face showed surprise. "Brother Xian, what kind of tea is this?" Seeing his expression, Chun Zishuan felt proud inside but kept a calm face. "Oh, just some wild mountain tea." "Wow, I secretly drank my grandfather's tea once. It was from the mother tree, and it's not as good as yours. You must have tasted it wrong. Wild mountain tea can't compare to tea from the mother tree." "No, Brother Xian, I don't mind how much wild tea there is. I want some. You said it's mountain tea, and harvesting it is hard. I don't have any extra." Wang Xiaozong scratched his head, thinking it made sense. Such good tea must be hard to pick. "Ah, what a pity. If I could get some tea leaves for my grandfather, I bet I could trade them for a few cigarettes and a box of wine." Chun Zishuan calmly sipped his tea. Anyway, he already had 1 cigarette and 2 bottles of wine. After the new year, he would receive 3 more packs and a box of wine, enough for a while. When these are almost gone, he could exchange them for some tea leaves again. That would be good too. "Brother Xian, I won't stay here anymore. I need to hurry and make arrangements. After the new year, my younger brother is waiting for your news. Don't worry, I will definitely be back before the 15th. Wang Xiaozong finished his tea in one gulp and stood up. "All right, I'm leaving now. Please give my regards to my sister-in-law. I won't bother you anymore." Chun Zishuan watched him happily ride away on his bicycle. He closed the door and, with a smile, returned to his study. Qi Yingxue came in and asked, "Brother Xian, why did he come again?" "Hee, this kid is pretty good. He knows the new year is coming, so he brought me some gifts." Seeing her man happy, she also smiled. "Aren't you worried he might have bad intentions? Just giving you some gifts makes him so happy." Chun Zishuan hugged her and sat on his lap. "Hey, I didn't really want it, but he's so generous. I feel a bit embarrassed to refuse." Qi Yingxue happily leaned on his chest. "Hey, we haven't gone back home in a year. I wonder how things are there." "Don't worry, everything will be fine. The day after tomorrow, we'll be at the village. Just pack up and we'll be there." Wang Xiaozong headed back to his parents' house. When he heard his mother say his father was at home, he hurried to the study. "Child, slow down." Wang Zhinshan looked at his son rushing in and scolded him with a bit of annoyance. "You're grown up now, but still so impatient. Did you forget how to be calm?" "Dad, I have something to talk to you about." The next morning, Chun Zishuan left the house with his wife and sister-in-law. Ma Yin had arranged everything carefully, hiring a driver and waiting at the intersection with a tricycle. This was also the busiest time at the train station. Fortunately, they had sleeper tickets, so they didn't have to squeeze with others in the carriage. Under his strong protection, his wife and sister-in-law were like in a vacuum zone, safe and comfortable. Once they entered the sleeper carriage, they finally relaxed. Kai Yinglian lay on the bed and said, "Finally, we're here. Having my brother-in-law protect us is so good. It's scary to see those people being pushed away. Hee, it's the new year. Many people are going home now, so this is probably the busiest time," Qi Yingxue said as she took off her padded coat and set it aside. Chen Zixuan put down his bag and took out the breakfast prepared earlier by Ma Yin, placing it on the table. "Come on, have breakfast first. I'm really hungry." Qi Yinglian quickly got up. Until the train left, no new passengers came into their room, so they had some peace and quiet. After eating, Chen Zixuan took out a teapot, added some tea leaves, and went outside to pour hot water for the water supply worker. Seeing that even the corridor outside was crowded with people, he felt very relieved. Back in the room, he smiled and said, "Luckily, Ma Yin prepared well. She bought a sleeper, and even the corridor outside is full of people. Ma Yin is very capable. When we go back for the new year, we should give her a raise. Family matters are decided by the wife," Qi Yingxue said with a sweet smile. "Yes, from now on, everyone in the family should listen to me. Of course, listen to your wife and enjoy good food and drinks." Qi Yingxue also smiled and said, "You're the only one who talks like that." Qi Yinglian, lying on the bed with a mischievous look, looked at the two of them and said, "Be careful, there are kids nearby. You're already 18, still a kid? Aren't you shy?" "Hee, I'm not shy at all." Chen Zixuan took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Xiao Yin, I brought some snacks in my bag for you. Go get them yourself." "Yay, brother-in-law is the best." Qi Yinglian immediately jumped off the bed and rummaged through her bag. Qi Yingxue smiled and said, "Just spoil her. She's always mischievous. Hee, we only have one sister. Who else should I spoil if not her?" Qi Yinglian took out some candied fruit and happily sat next to Chen Zixuan. "Oomph, brother-in-law is the best. Let me feed you. Open your mouth." "Ah." Qi Yingxue pretended to be unhappy. "I usually spoil you for nothing. Hee, sister, I'll feed you too. Come on, open your mouth." Qi Yinglian quickly went over to flatter her. Chen Zixuan watched the two sisters chatting and enjoying the scenery, smiling as he sat on the bed, slowly sipping his tea. His mind was also planning what to do after returning home. Since he promised Wang Xiaocong to get a tiger, he definitely planned to go and catch a few to keep in the space. He had already handled over 10,000 wild chickens and rabbits in the space, so he needed some fierce animals to share the burden. Keeping animals took up too much space, so catching a few tigers would solve the problem of meat supply and also provide valuable resources from hunting tigers. Multiple benefits in one move. The journey went smoothly without any problems. The sisters, Qi Yingxue and Qi Yinglian, each held an arm around Chen Zixuan, and the three of them followed the crowd out of the station. At Taiping County train station, it was very lively outside. "Wow, we're finally back," Qi Yinglian cheered happily. Chen Zixuan, with his arms held by them and carrying two big bags, was grateful for his strong physique, or he wouldn't have managed. "All right, let's go to the front to catch a bus," he said. They went to a nearby bus station, which was also crowded. Chen Zixuan bought tickets and led the two to a bus heading back to Baiqiao town. After about an hour of bumpy ride, they finally arrived in the town. Having not been back for a year, seeing the familiar town made him feel like a traveler returning home. Chen Zixuan looked happily at the two and said, "We're home." Qi Yingxue was also very happy, looking at the familiar streets with a relaxed expression. At the entrance of Shitugu village, some elders and women from the village were gathered, chatting casually. "Hey, isn't that Xiao Xian and the others?" Others saw them and stood up to look. "Wow, it really is them. Come on, the college students are back," a woman called out to the village. When Chen Zixuan and the others approached, they quickly greeted everyone. Chen Dage, Wang Dage, Huayani. The sisters Qi Yingxue also happily greeted everyone. "Xiao Xian, Denyo, Ernyo, are you on holiday? Coming back for the new year? How's college, Xiao Xian? Denyo, you just went out for a year, and you look even more beautiful. Your skin looks great. Ernyo, you've changed so much, so pretty. I need to find you a good match quickly." Chen Zixuan exchanged greetings with them. Seeing his wife and sister-in-law being praised, they felt a bit shy. So they quickly said, "We haven't been back for a year. Let's go home and get ready." "Yes, yes, go get ready quickly, or we won't have a place to stay tonight." The team leader, several squad leaders, and village officials all arrived, greeting each other warmly. Chen Zixuan walked from the village entrance into the village, smoking as he went. The sisters Qi and Xue took out candies to share with the children. As they returned, villagers quickly started talking and sharing their thoughts. A group of women gathered together, chatting. "Wow, big cities really nurture people. Look at the two girls, they're so pretty. Yes, their skin is smooth and bright. They look different from us here in the village." Chen Zixuan looked at his home. He hadn't been back in a year. The yard and roof were covered with snow and leaves. Inside the house, everything was dusty and messy. "Wife, Xiaolian, wait a moment before tidying up. I'll gather some firewood and start the fire first." "Brother Xian, I'll help you." "No need. There should still be some firewood in the shed. I'll be right back." He went to the shed, saw some dry wood left, and carried a bundle into the house. After lighting the fire, he grabbed a broom and started cleaning the roof. He worked quickly, sweeping and using his space ability to clear debris. Soon, the roof was clean. Then he did the same in the yard, taking about half an hour to tidy everything up so it didn't look too unusual. Seeing how fast he was, Qi and Xue asked, "Brother Xian, why don't you warm up first before tidying? There's still plenty of time." "Hey, I've already cleaned outside. I'll help you with the house." "Really? Wow, Brother Xian, you're amazing." "Haha, I've always been good at this. You know that." Annoyed, she said, "You're so lazy, not doing anything proper all day." Seeing his wife blush again, he couldn't help but smile. He took out the bedding and hung it in the yard. It hadn't been used in a year, so it needed to be aired out before it could be used. The neighbor's younger sister watched him work so efficiently and praised him with a smile. "Xian is still so capable. Do you want me to come help you tidy up?" "Thanks, sister-in-law. We're almost done." "Haha, don't hesitate to ask if you need help." The three of them worked together. By around 5 p.m., everything was cleaned up. Chen Zixuan looked at his refreshed home and let out a deep breath. "Tomorrow, we'll go clean another house." Kaingsa brought in a clean towel and said, "All right, Brother Xian, let me help you wipe your face." She gently wiped the dust off her husband's face with a tender expression. Chen Zixuan enjoyed his wife's gentle care. "Big girl, what do you want to eat tonight?" "I'm going to the neighbor's place later to exchange some grains. We'll have a simple meal tonight." "How can it be simple? You take the money and buy some grains. I'll go to the mountain and come back quickly." Kaingsa nodded with a smile. "Okay, you must be back in an hour, no matter if you catch any game or not." "Got it." Chen Zixuan saluted playfully. Kainglian, standing nearby, also laughed happily. "Brother-in-law, don't go out looking like a lone ranger." "Definitely not." Luckily, it was already dark and everyone in the village had gone home to cook dinner. Otherwise, meeting people would mean a lot of small talk. After going up the mountain and walking around to check that no one was nearby, she took out a wild rabbit and a wild chicken from her space and carried them down the mountain. Kainglian watched her brother-in-law bring back the game and looked excited. "Wow, brother-in-law, you're amazing. Haha. Are you going to say I'm a lone ranger this time?" "Hee hee, I didn't say that. You must have heard wrong." Kaingsa smiled and took the prey. "Brother Xian, take a rest. I'll stew these later." Sitting on a chair, she sighed. "It's still more comfortable at home." "I don't think so." Hearing Nyonyo's words, she looked at her curiously. Kainglian pouted unhappily. "The older women in the village will definitely try to set me up with someone." Chen Zixuan also chuckled happily and said, "Don't worry. As long as little Lian isn't satisfied, I won't let him come into this house." "Yes, brother-in-law, you promised." "Don't worry, it's all on me." Kaingsu smiled quietly, saying nothing, and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. That night, Chen Zixuan opened a bottle of special liquor, poured himself a glass, took a sip, and nodded in approval. He cut a piece of meat and praised his wife's cooking skills. Kainglian, holding the rabbit meat, nodded repeatedly. "Our wild rabbits here are still the tastiest." This wild rabbit was caught from the nearby mountain and had been drinking from the spring in her space for a long time, so its flavor was much better than wild ones. He also didn't know when the animals and grains raised in the space started to taste better. "Big girl, tomorrow after I help you clean up that house, I'll take a walk around the village. I haven't been back in a year, so I want to say hello. Yes, that's right. The place is easy to tidy up. Xiao Lian and I can handle it. No need. I'll clean the roof and yard, and you just wipe down the inside. Everyone in the village was talking about their return. By the way, have you noticed if Big Girl is pregnant? Who cares about that? You women are always so nosy. You don't understand. It's been a year since they got married, and they don't have a child yet. Maybe there's a health issue. Could that be? Why not? Erhua got married a little later than them, and she's about to have her baby. Many women in the village were discussing this, but some people didn't pay much attention, since many couples don't have children after a year of marriage, so it's not a big deal. The next day, after breakfast, Chun Zixuan, his wife, and his younger sister-in-law took tools and went to their old house. The house was a bit old and worn out. Chun Zixuan first cleaned the roof and yard, then looked around. Wife, when I visit Uncle Captain's house later, I'll ask him to find someone to repair it next spring. Qi Yingxue looked at the place they grew up in and felt some attachment. Okay, let's fix it up then. All right, you two start tidying the inside. I'll go for a walk. Chun Zixuan handed out candies to villagers along the way, giving a piece to women and children he met. Just one piece per person. First, he visited Secretary Wang Jianjun's house. He used to be the team leader, now he's the secretary. They exchanged greetings, and he left after giving him a cigarette. Next was Team 2 leader Zhang Ligua. Xian, come in. Zhang Ligua was very happy to see him. Don't leave at noon. Let's have a drink together. Uncle, I have something to do later. I don't want to trouble you and Auntie. I didn't bring much back this time. Just a pack of cigarettes, he said, placing a pack of cigarettes on the table. Zhang Ligua looked at it and quickly pushed it back. What are you doing, kid? Take it back. Uncle, you don't need to be so polite. If it weren't for your care before, I might not have grown up so well. This time, Zhang Ligua didn't refuse again and sighed. Hey, you're doing well now. How many days will you stay this time? After the new year, I'll go back. After saying that, he took out 100 yuan and placed it on the table. Uncle, Danyo's old house is too broken. When spring comes, you can find someone to fix it. We won't be here to take care of it, so please take some extra money for the labor. If it's not enough, send a telegram to my school, and I'll send more money back. Hearing this, Zhang Ligua nodded. Yes, it needs fixing. If someone lives there regularly, it's fine, but if it's empty, it's not good. These funds won't be enough. Just give me the money, and when you return, I'll give you the rest. Chun Zixuan sat for a while longer and politely declined to stay for dinner. Then he visited other village officials and elders. He left some small gifts at each house, just a token of kindness. On the way, he smoked a cigarette. It had been a year since he last came back, and he made sure to follow proper manners. A group of people was chatting happily when he arrived, and they greeted him warmly. A quick-tongued woman asked, Xiao Xian, you and Danyo have been married for a year now. Why is there no news yet? You don't understand, woman. Xiao Xian is now a university student. Whether he has children early or late doesn't matter. University students? Well, marriage is about passing on the family line. Others around also started talking. Many couples don't have children after a year. Besides, Xiao Xian is busy studying most of the time. Exactly, Xiao Xian, don't listen to that gossiping woman. Chun Zixuan smiled and nodded. We just got married. Having children isn't urgent. School work is still heavy. If we have a child, Danyo can take care of herself, and I'm worried about that. After speaking, he looked at the woman who first spoke and grinned mischievously. Sister Inhua, I heard you and Brother Zhuzi have been married for a few years without children. How did you feel back then? Tell me. Everyone around started laughing. The quick-tongued woman's face stiffened. She had been married for years without children and had been the subject of many rumors. Hearing the laughter, she turned and ran back home. Villagers are like that. They love to gossip. If they just got married, it's fine, but if after a few years there are still no children, the whole village would probably be talking about it. He didn't mind, but if this news reached his wife's ears, she would definitely be upset again. If there are no more children later, I might just not come back and move the family grave. Thinking this, he headed back to the old house of Danyo and the others. Qi Yingxue and Qi Yinglian had finished tidying up the house. Seeing him return, they smiled and asked, Brother Xian, everything is ready here. Shall we go back? Okay, I've already arranged it. Once the spring team leader is available, he will find someone to help with the move. the three of them walked home together. When the villagers saw Daniel and Ernio, they all praised how beautiful they looked. When they arrived home, Chen Zishuan thought for a moment and decided to visit the town tomorrow. He also planned to visit Shun Ziyuan, the director of the Revolutionary Committee. No matter what, he should visit since they cared a lot about his college plans. The next day, Shun Zishuan went to the town's commune. After asking around, he found out that Shun Ziyuan had been promoted to deputy secretary of the county. So he gave up the idea of visiting him in the county and decided not to go. He went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some daily necessities and food, then carried everything back to the village. Qi Yingxue saw him return so quickly and asked curiously, "Brother Xian, why so soon?" "Well, Director Xin got promoted to deputy secretary at the county office. I didn't go." "Is that so? Then maybe you should find time to visit the county. Now that you're back, it's only proper to go." Shun Zishuan waved his hand. "It's okay, they won't mind." Thinking that the other person's promotion was probably related to the previous matter, he figured they were even now. Otherwise, it was quite a leap from the Commune Revolutionary Committee director to deputy secretary at the county office. He took the teacup his wife handed him and took a sip. "Wife, I plan to go into the mountains tomorrow. I'll probably be back in the evening. I haven't been back in a year. I want to check if those hidden spots have been discovered." Qi Yingxue heard he was only going for a day and didn't stop him. "All right, the mountain is full of snow now, so be careful. Don't worry. You don't know my skills. I'll take this time to gather the medicinal herbs inside." Shun Zishuan smiled. With his speed, he could travel several hundred miles in a day. Exploring one direction each day, he believed he could find the tiger's den, and maybe he'd discover other good prey too. This afternoon, they didn't go out. The three of them sat on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, playing poker. "Brother-in-law, you're winning again." "I give up," Qi Yinglian said, her face covered with paper slips, lying on the bed and acting stubborn. Shun Zishuan held a slip of paper and grinned mischievously. "Hee, I won't play anymore. Let's see who wins after I stick these." Don't come over." "Sister, help me quickly." Qi Yingxue laughed so hard she almost couldn't breathe, helping her sister deal with her brother-in-law. After some fun, Shun Zishuan's face was covered with paper slips. "Hey, wife, why are you pushing your elbow out like that?" "Hee, because she's my real sister." "Well, she's also my real wife." Qi Yingxue watched them arguing and kept giggling behind her hand. The next morning, before dawn, Shun Zishuan left the house. He headed straight to the mountain edge. It was still early, and there was no one on the road. Once in the mountain, he checked his luck. Good fortune. Using light skills, he flew deeper into the mountain. He went about 10 miles in, but found no clues, so he knew there was probably nothing on the outside. As he went further in, he finally received a hint. Shun Zishuan followed the red indicator to a cave. Isn't this where the Baihu family used to live? There was no danger warning, so he carefully entered. The smell inside the cave was very bad. Holding his breath, he walked about 20 meters to the deepest part. He saw 3 large wooden chests stacked in the corner. Looking around, there were no signs of animals living nearby, so he moved toward the corner. "Hey, I let the Baihu family go before, and I didn't come in to check." 2 chests contained large silver ingots, and 1 had gold bars, quite a lot. For Chen Zishuan, it was just average. He already had plenty of gold. After storing the items in his space, he checked around again. Finding nothing else, he turned and left the cave. It seems that after I warned them, the Baihu family moved away. He didn't rest and continued along the route deeper into the mountain. From a distance, he heard wolves howling. More than half an hour later, a purple flash appeared in front of him. They're here." Chen Zishuan followed the indicated path, moving carefully until he reached a cliff. He peeked down and saw it was about 300 to 400 meters deep, blocked by the tree canopy, so he couldn't see what was below. Without hesitation, he jumped down directly. The fall was very fast, and the wind roared past his ears. When he was a few meters from the treetops, he quickly slipped into the space, then reappeared outside. He lightly touched the treetops with his toes and floated gently to the ground. This was another use he discovered for the space. Below the cliff, many small animals watched the person falling from the sky. They stopped and looked, but they were not afraid and did not run away. Chen Zishuan looked around. The valley below was full of birdsong and flowers, which made him feel happy. He thought, I didn't expect there to be such a peaceful place deep in the mountains. It seemed no one had been here for a long time, so the animals were not afraid of people and played freely. The valley was between two tall mountains, about 200 meters wide. The length was still unknown. More and more voices echoed in his mind. Eat, eat. Chen Zishuan took out a shovel and stepped back. About 30 meters away, he saw a lonely 8-leaf plant standing there. Seeing its round, thick root and the fallen leaves on the ground, he became excited. He quickly moved forward, ignoring the voices in his mind, and carefully sensed the plant below. This must be the oldest ginseng I've ever seen. This time, he dug very carefully because the roots underneath were nearly 2 meters long and very complicated. It took him 2 hours to finally extract the ginseng. Chen Zishuan looked at this large ginseng. It might be 1,000 years old. Eat, eat. Hearing the voice in his mind, he felt a bit conflicted. Let's finish exploring first. He moved his thoughts and stored the ginseng in the space. Then he took his shovel and went to a nearby spot where there was more ginseng. With such a big king ginseng, there must be its children around. Following the hints, he became more excited and kept transplanting the ginseng he dug out into his space. He also planted ginseng seeds in the original spot. He wasn't interested in ginseng less than 100 years old anymore. He left them to grow here. After a few hours, he finished exploring this area. He moved his thoughts and entered the space. First, he filled his stomach, then looked at the 7 ginseng plants in front of him. The ones less than 100 years old had either been moved into his space or left in the valley to grow. Now, all 7 are over 100 years old. One is the largest, and he suspects it is 1,000 years old. The other 3 are also noticeably larger than the previous 100-year-old ginsengs. Since the merit points from devouring the 100-year-old ginseng are already decreasing, maybe I should try devouring the 4 largest ones? Chen Zishuan selected one from the 4 biggest, setting aside the others. Devour a ginseng with 573 years of medicinal age, gain 30 merit points, and choose one reward. Options: 1. $1 million in this world's currency. 2. Master-level painting skills, including various national painting techniques. 3. Comprehensive guide to plants and herbs. Information on all plants and medicinal herbs on the planet. Wow, this one is over 500 years old. The largest one must be definitely over 1,000 years old. Chen Zishuan looked excitedly at the remaining 3 ginsengs. Removing the one he believed was 1,000 years old, the remaining ages were still quite long. He heard a prompt in his mind. He pondered which reward to choose. He didn't need money. Between the master-level painting skills and the comprehensive guide to plants and herbs, the first seems better. He has the Sin and Misfortune Eye and the Devouring Jade Pearl, so he can see through any good item. In that case, information about plants isn't very important. I choose option 2. Chen Zishuan felt his head suddenly heavy as a large amount of painting knowledge flooded into his mind, constantly playing out in his consciousness. It was truly comprehensive, ancient, modern, Western, all painting techniques that have appeared on this planet. After absorbing all this knowledge, he felt his mind become calmer. He couldn't help but take out a pencil and quickly sketch on a piece of paper. Half an hour later, a beautiful landscape of a valley appeared on the paper. The painting used ink wash and sketching techniques. Although it had no colors, the black and white tones brought the valley to life. Impressive. Probably no one on this planet knows more about painting than I do. He stood up to stretch. He carefully stored the other ginsengs, waiting until after exploring the valley to decide whether to devour them. He left the space and continued exploring. The valley was full of medicinal herbs. He no longer cared much for these, as he had already planted 2 acres of herbs in the space, which served as his main source of income. Chen Zishuan heard what sounded like the cooing of a pigeon and curiously moved forward. A few birds with brown-gray feathers and short feather crests on their heads were searching for food in the grass. What is this? Chen Zishuan searched his memory. Brown-gray feathers, a short crest on the head, and brown and white feathers on the throat. His eyes lit up. He quickly estimated the distance between himself and the birds, then pushed off the ground with force and shot forward with a whoosh. Immediately, several small birds on the grass were caught and stored in his space. These birds are called flower-tailed grouse, also known as pine grouse, and have a popular nickname. Flying dragon. During the Qing dynasty, they were offered as tribute to the emperor and were called annual tribute birds. The meat of the flying dragon is delicious. People often say, meat of the dragon in the sky, donkey meat on the ground, and this dragon meat refers to the flying dragon. They are small in size, each weighing less than a pound, and usually live in groups of several. This time, he caught 7 of them, 3 females and 4 males. Chen Zixuan was very happy. He had only eaten flying dragons once in his previous life. Later, they were protected animals and no longer available to eat. Of course, there were also poachers. He remembered that flying dragons in the deep mountains were nearly extinct at that time. Good, I'll take good care of these. That way, I'll have a steady supply of flying dragons in the future. A tiger roar came from far away. Chen Zixuan's eyes brightened. Haha, today's really a big harvest. Without hesitation, he activated his light skills and flew toward the valley ahead. For miles away, by a lake, a fierce battle was taking place. A tall silver wolf king stood on a mountain foot, issuing commands to the wolf pack below. More than 40 wild wolves surrounded 3 old tigers, constantly looking for chances to attack. A mighty white tiger kept swatting and biting at the attacking wolves, though it was also injured. It knocked away one wolf and then leapt out of the wolf pack's encirclement, rushing straight toward the silver wolf king. Immediately, a dozen wolves chased after it. The other wolves continued to attack the remaining 2 mother tigers. At this moment, the mother tigers were uninjured. They protected the mountain cave behind them, roaring angrily and fiercely fighting off the attacking wolves. Eating. Chen Zixuan was standing on a large tree branch, watching the distant battle and feeling happy. Hey, I've met the white tiger family again, and this silver wolf king is quite special. Previously, encountering the white tiger didn't trigger the devouring jade pearl, but now it did, indicating this wolf king must have eaten something good and undergone a mutation. Not only its silver fur, but also its impressive size, comparable to the white tiger, shows it's extraordinary. Wolves usually don't dare to challenge tigers, but now they are attacking, which shows the wolf king is very confident. As I guessed, the wolf king is not at a disadvantage at all. Chen Zixuan quickly flew over and charged at them. He didn't want to damage the wolf king's fur during the fight, and since he had a connection with this white tiger, he decided to help them this time. The fighting sides immediately retreated, alertly watching this unexpected visitor. The white tiger's eyes showed a hint of human-like thought, then it let out a low growl, as if greeting or asking for help. Chen Zixuan smiled and said, Haha, we meet again. The silver wolf king looked at the human with caution. He had a bad feeling and secretly gathered energy, then suddenly turned and ran into the mountains. Chen Zixuan was pleased. There was no way he would let it escape. He leapt into the air. Although the wolf king was very fast, his agility was also good. In an instant, he caught up and used his mind to pull the wolf king into his space. The white tiger's eyes widened as it looked at the disappearing wolf king and then at the human. For a moment, it was confused about what was happening. The other wild wolves saw their leader disappear and, no longer attacking the mother tiger, scattered and ran away. Chen Zixuan ignored the fleeing wolves and looked at the white tiger and the 2 mother tigers with a smile. You guys are good at finding places, but unlucky this time. Since you're still so loving, I'll help you this time. We'll meet again. After saying that, he flew off toward the unexplored valley ahead. The white tiger watched him leave and let out a roar. Seeing that the human really left without stopping, it hung its head in disappointment and went to the mother tiger. Seeing her mate return safely, the 2 mother tigers rubbed against him. 2 small tigers, one white and one black, ran out of the cave. They knew there was no longer any danger and happily ran out. The white tiger growled softly at them, then nudged them with its head. It looked in the direction where the human had left, then reluctantly led them back to the cave. Chen Zixuan finished exploring the valley and found nothing valuable, so he entered his space. Looking at the imprisoned silver wolf king, he sighed. So beautiful, but unfortunately, I can't keep it. Due to the space's time ratio, the wolf king would die of old age in less than 2 years, so it was better to deal with it now. With a thought, the wolf king was instantly disassembled. Its fur shimmered with a silver glow in the sunlight, which he liked very much. If anyone dares to compete with me for this again, I will destroy them, He placed the wolf fang and tiger tooth together, thinking about making jewelry, but hadn't acted yet. He didn't know how to do it now, so he decided to ask someone knowledgeable later. The wolf skin was stored in the quiet space, to be processed when he took it out later. Eat, eat. The voice in his mind sounded again. Devoured a fragment of the mutated Wolf King's soul, gaining 70 merit points. You can choose one reward. Chen Zixuan eagerly awaited his reward this time. 1. 1 million pounds in world currency. 2. Increased chance of producing spiritual herbs in the space by 1 in 10,000. 3. 1 demon pill, which can boost one's strength for 60 years. Hearing this, Chen Zixuan didn't need to think much. Option 2. A 1 in 10,000 chance of producing spiritual herbs was valuable. Those herbs could also be devoured. Right now, the space only produced money, and he wasn't short of money. Suddenly, a golden light shot into the space. Qi Yinglian sat at home, looking unhappy. Sister, ignore that gossiping woman. She's just jealous of us. Many people in the village get married each year but don't have children. Qi Yingxue smiled. Yes, I won't get angry with her. We should stay away from people like that. Humph, if my husband were here, I would definitely teach her a lesson. Forget it. The neighbors have already scolded her for us. We won't be here long, so why bother with her? Qi Yinglian nodded. All right. I wonder how my husband is doing in the mountains today. He always wants to go into the mountains. Now that he's back, he probably won't stay long. Actually, I don't care much about how life is. I just hope we all stay safe and healthy. Qi Yingxue, with a gentle smile. Big sister, don't worry. Brother-in-law is so capable, he definitely won't get into trouble. Yes, I believe in him too. All right, let's go prepare dinner. Qi Yingxue watched her sister run out to gather firewood, sighing softly. At this moment, she felt a bit bitter inside. Her stomach hadn't moved in so long. She was already anxious. Thinking about how kind her husband is to her, she felt even more guilty. Chen Zixuan reached the foot of the mountain, took out a bag of herbs, slung it over his shoulder, placed a long wooden box into his bag, and also took out 2 roasted wild chickens. He happily headed toward the village. It was just getting dark. Some villagers in the yard, chopping firewood, saw him and greeted him with smiles. Xiaoshuan, you just got back and went into the mountains? Yeah, the city expenses are too high. I need to find more things to exchange at the recycling station for money. Wow, are those all herbs you're carrying? Hey, not that many. There are some other things too. I knew it. Chen Zixuan walked all the way home. Wife, Xiaoyan, I'm back. Brother-in-law is back. Qi Yingxue and her sister came out to greet him. Seeing him carrying a bag of things, they both stepped forward to help. No need, I can handle it. Here, this is for you. I caught it while gathering herbs today, and I roasted it along the way. Wow, roasted wild chicken, still warm. Qi Yinglian happily took the food. Qi Yingxue looked at him tenderly. Brother Xiaoshuan, put it down quickly. I'll get some hot water. You wash up first. All right, I'll go inside now. Chen Zixuan put the herbs into the storage room, patted himself, and went back into the house. Seeing the wooden box in his bag, Qi Yinglian was curious. Brother-in-law, what's that? That's something good. I'll tell you after I wash up, he said, taking the basin of water from the girl and washing himself. Qi Yingxue held a towel, saw that he finished washing, and handed it over. Brother Xiaoshuan, wipe your face. I can do it myself. Chen Zixuan wiped his face and hands, then put down the towel, closed the door of the room, and pulled the 2 women into the inner room. Seeing how secretive he was, they also became curious. Under the curious gazes of the 2, Chen Zixuan opened the wooden box. Seeing a ginseng inside, he was also surprised and opened his mouth wide. Brother Xian, this is even bigger than the last one. Qi Yinglian quickly covered her mouth to stop herself from exclaiming and looked at the humanoid ginseng, tentatively asking, Brother-in-law, could this be 100-year-old ginseng? Chen Zixuan snapped his fingers. Xiaolian, you're so clever. Yes, this is 100-year-old ginseng. After the surprise, Qi Yingxue became nervous. Brother Xian, this ginseng looks quite old. Where did you find it? Could someone come looking for it? Hearing this, Qi Yinglian also became a bit anxious. Such a valuable item. If someone finds out, it could be trouble. Chen Zixuan saw their nervousness and smiled to comfort them. Don't worry. I found it in a cave. There are some broken porcelain pieces inside, which look quite old. Only this one is well preserved, so I brought it back. Could it be hidden by ancient people? Qi Yingshue's eyes lit up. Chen Zishuan nodded. Yes, I think so. The items inside don't look modern. Qi Yinglian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, brother-in-law, we're going to be rich. Seeing her excited, Chen Zishuan also smiled and patted her head. Yes, when we get back to the capital, I'll sell it. It should fetch at least 60 or 70,000 yuan. That's amazing. Qi Yingxue watched her sister so excited and felt happy. Brother Xian, put it away quickly. If others find out, it could be trouble. Okay, I'll hide it. Chen Zishuan took it and went out, then turned around and stored it in his space. Qi Yinglian was still very excited. Sister, brother-in-law is so lucky. Every time he goes into the mountains, he finds such big treasures. Hee, your brother-in-law must be hungry. Let's eat first. Chen Zishuan sat cross-legged on the kong, poured himself a glass of wine, and looked at the two with a smile. Since I've been spending a lot lately, I don't need to worry about future expenses this time. Qi Yingxue tore off a chicken leg and handed it over. Yes, Brother Xian, you're amazing. Have a chicken leg. Hee, okay. One each for us. Xiaolian, you can have two. Brother-in-law works so hard. You have two, and my sister and I will each have one. In the evening, Chen Zishuan lay in bed holding his wife. Qi Yingxue softly said, Brother Xian, I'm okay, silly wife. I've been in the mountains all day. You must be tired. Today, you win. Let's sleep. Qi Yingxue reached out and grabbed his hand. She knew her husband cared about her, and her heart felt very happy. Leaning into her husband's arms, she softly asked, Why are you so good to me? Chen Zishuan gently pinched her pretty face. Then why did you used to go hungry just to bring me food? I didn't think much about it. I just wanted to be nice to you. And back then, you were always reading. How could I let you go hungry? Chen Zishuan held his wife tightly. Yes, I only want to be good to you now, and also to little Lian. So, you should be happy every day. If anything happens, you can tell me. As long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer. Qi Yingxue answered softly and turned over to lie on top of him. Outside, the weather was changing. Large snowflakes fell quickly, covering the mountain village with a white blanket. In the morning, Chen Zishuan looked at the thick snow outside and started cleaning with his tools. When Qi Yingxue and her sister got up and came out, he had already finished tidying up. Wow, when did it snow? I didn't even notice, she said. Hee, you were sleeping so soundly. How would you know it was snowing? Chen Zishuan looked at the two of them and smiled. Big girl, I'll go clean the old house. I'll come back and have breakfast later. Okay, Brother Xian. Be careful, don't worry. Next door, the young wife saw the big girl and her sister go inside and quickly ran after them. Xiao Xian. Yes, sister-in-law. What's wrong? The young wife from next door whispered. Xiao Xian. Yesterday Wang Lan, the wife from Dashan, said that big girl hasn't had children after a year of marriage. Maybe she has health problems. She scolded us, but she didn't think about what kind of person she is. Now she's causing trouble. Chen Zishuan listened and felt a bit angry. Thanks, sister-in-law. Yesterday, I found signs of wild boars in the mountains. I set a trap. I'll check it again today. If I catch anything, I'll share some with you. Ah, we're neighbors. It's nothing. Besides, we don't like Wang Lan much. She's always showing off. No matter what, the big girl usually doesn't talk much. Without your help, she would have been very upset. Chen Zishuan chatted with her for a while and then took his tools to the old house. Dashan lives next door to the old house where the big girl and others stay. Wang Lan used to flirt with him often and wasn't very proper. He didn't expect her to come looking for trouble. Without giving her a lesson, that wouldn't do. He arrived at the old house and started cleaning. Dashan saw him and felt a bit awkward. He had heard about what happened yesterday. Although he scolded his wife, he didn't know what to say now. Wang Lan had no such awareness. She cheerfully shouted, Zishuan is really capable, but the big girl isn't very good. Yesterday, Chen Zishuan flicked his finger, and a small needle of energy directly pierced her neck acupoint. Wang Lan was just talking happily, but suddenly she couldn't speak and her face started to twist. Dashan was about to scold her, but saw her face and eyes twisting. He quickly stepped forward and asked, Wife, what's wrong? Some neighbors came out to shovel snow. Seeing this, someone shouted, Dashan, your wife had a. Hurry and take her to the hospital. Yes, I was like this. Go to the hospital quickly. Wang Lan made muffled sounds, but couldn't speak. Her body was fine, but she couldn't control her face. Hey, this seems different. Yeah, she can still move her body. Dashin also dropped what he was holding and took his wife outside. I told you many times not to say everything. Now you're getting your punishment, he said as he walked. Some women watching from afar also started to smile. Hee, she deserves it. Wang Lan's words were too harsh. This is her punishment. Exactly. She was talking about the big girl. Xiao Xian is like a star from heaven. Wang Lan must be getting her comeuppance. Hearing this, people suddenly felt it made sense. The women who had been gossiping about having children earlier were now too scared to say anything. Everyone praised the big girl and her family. Chen Zixuan finished cleaning the house, nodded to everyone, and went straight home. If anyone dared to talk about the children in front of his wife again, there would be consequences. No one believed they would dare to do it again. Old man Mo sat in his yard, listening to people's conversations. He looked at Chen Zixuan's back, and his eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. Big girl, Wang Lan, the wife from Dashin, just now looked crooked and couldn't speak clearly. As soon as Chen Zixuan entered the yard, he called out. Qi Yinglian quickly ran out. Brother-in-law, where is she? I'll go see her and tell her to stop being rude. Hee. Dashin took her to see a doctor. The neighbors nearby also came out to see what was happening. Xian, what's going on? Yeah, tell us. Chen Zixu happily explained what had just happened. Just that. Do you think she can still say those bad things now? Qi Yingxue looked at her husband with shining eyes. She believed this was definitely her husband's doing. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? She just spoke badly about someone yesterday, and today she got sick. She didn't know how her husband managed it, but that didn't matter. She gently went over and took her husband's hand. Brother Xian, dinner is ready. Let's eat first. Okay, let's eat. Chen Zixuan saw his wife happy and smiled in response. The neighbors, seeing their good relationship, also smiled kindly and went back to their own homes. Big girl, yesterday I found traces of wild boars and set a trap. I'll go check it out today. He'll be back before dark. Qi Yingxue nodded with a smile. Yes, I'll wait for you at home. News quickly spread through the village that Wang Lan had offended the star of literature and arts and had faced consequences. At first, some people didn't believe it, but after hearing the details, they were convinced. They said that her husband was present when she was accused of having a problem, and before she finished speaking, she got sick. It was too coincidental. In this mountain village, people have many legends about the mountains. Unlike other places that break old customs and superstitions, the people here believe deeply in these stories. When Dashin and Wang Lan returned, everyone went to ask about her condition. Dashin, what did the doctor say? Yeah. What kind of illness is it? The doctor couldn't find anything wrong. My wife, besides her eyes being crooked and her mouth slanted, can't speak clearly. Other than that, she's fine. Wow, it really was a consequence. Wang Lan listened to the people's words and angrily pointed her finger, making a woo-woo sound. The people around burst into laughter. Ha, she deserves it. Now she won't be able to say anything. Wang Lan was so angry she couldn't breathe and suddenly fainted. The people nearby were startled and quickly dispersed, each returning home. Dashin pinched her forehead and slapped her face, finally waking her up. Hey, it's better if you can't talk anymore. That way, you won't offend anyone every day. Hearing her husband's words, Wang Lan felt very wronged and started crying, woo-woo. Her eyes were crooked and her mouth was twisted. She used to be pretty, but now she looked very ugly. Dashin used to like that his wife was beautiful and always tolerated her. Now that she looked so bad, he was annoyed and slapped her again. Stop crying and go home to cry. Chen Zixuan didn't know what was happening in the village. At this moment, he was deep in the mountains, following the guidance to search for treasures. Today's divination was only slightly lucky. After eating in the space, he saw a few wild boars lazily sleeping there. He chose a female pig weighing about 300 jin and dealt with it directly. He didn't plan to explore further. He left the space, used light skills, and headed toward the village. Lao Min carefully closed the door at home, then dug out a small wooden box from under the bed. Inside, there was a sheepskin scroll and a small porcelain bottle. He unrolled the sheepskin scroll and looked at the map on it, his eyes shining with excitement. It seems Xiao Xian is a person with good luck. Once he's ready, I will bring him along. Maybe it will increase our chances of success. He whispered this, then rolled up the map and put it back. He was not worried at all that Chen Zishuan would refuse. As soon as Chen Zishuan entered the village, he caused a big stir again. Wow, such a big wild boar. Xiao Xian, did you catch this? Of course. If Xiao Xian didn't catch it, he wouldn't be able to bring it back. Xiao Xian, you're really talented. Yes, he's good at studying and often manages to hunt game. That wild boar probably weighs over 300 jin. Chen Zishuan pulled a wooden frame with a wild boar placed on it. Thanks to the thick snow, he easily dragged it into the village. Seeing the villagers gather around, he stopped and said, "Yesterday, I found signs of a wild boar in the mountains. I set a trap, and today I checked it. Wow, the boar is already weak and not moving much. Luckily, I found it early. If it had died completely, the meat wouldn't be good to eat." He smiled and explained to everyone, then called out, "Later, everyone come to my house. We'll share the meat." The villagers were very happy to hear that. In this mountain village, it's common to share the meat of big game. If someone doesn't want to share, they can hide the meat, and no one will complain. But if they bring the meat back openly and don't share, people will have opinions. Zhang Ligua, wearing a thick coat, came over and saw the wild boar, smiling happily. "Xian, you're really something. Our village hasn't caught a wild boar all year, and you come back with such a big one." "Uncle, it's just luck," Chen Zishuan replied. A group of people followed him home. Chen Zishuan told his wife and then started dividing the meat on a stone table in the yard with a knife. Zhang Ligua and a few village officials helped. The accountant even brought a scale, weighing the meat carefully, about a jin, half a kilogram, for each family, just right. Seeing the pig's internal organs, Chen Zishuan said, "Uncle, why don't we stew these today? Add more cabbage so everyone can enjoy a hot meal. Xian, you can take these home. It's cold now, and the meat will keep," someone said. "Yes, Xian, we've already got enough meat." "That's enough," others agreed. "Right, with this meat and the pork from the New Year's slaughter, we can have a good feast for the holiday," the villagers said happily. Chen Zishuan insisted, and they decided to stew all the meat. There was a large stove in the village dedicated to boiling meat, with 3 big pots on it. The children sat nearby, waiting and sniffing the delicious smell, saliva dripping. The villagers chatted and laughed happily, like celebrating the new year, with smiles everywhere. Chen Zishuan, along with Wang Jianjun and Zhang Ligua, sat inside the house drinking tea. Wang Jianjun took a puff of his cigarette and sighed. "If Xian hadn't been right here in front of us all the time, I'd almost think someone replaced him." "Haha, who says not? Suddenly, I just grew up." Zhang Ligua also laughed. Chen Zishuan smiled. He wasn't replaced. It was just that his future self had taken his place. "Xian, I heard the commune meeting mentioned that some places outside are starting to develop village products. Do you think there's anything we can do here?" "Yes, Xian, you're in college and have a good mind. Give us some ideas." Chen Zishuan thought for a moment. "Our village has little farmland. After the household responsibility system, each family can't farm more than 2 acres. People rely on gathering medicinal herbs from the mountains to supplement their income. But over the years, if they don't go deep into the mountains, the harvests are getting smaller and income is decreasing year by year." Seeing a group of officials looking at him expectantly, he began to think carefully. Relying on the mountains for resources, as the saying goes, we should find ways from here too. Wang Jianjun looked at him with anticipation. "Xian, tell us more in detail." "Yes, the resources around the mountain are decreasing. We depend on the medicinal herbs that grow each year. Some families gather here and there, but it doesn't make much money." Chen Zishuan nodded. "The scenery here is still very beautiful. Although it's too early to develop tourism now, protecting it early is definitely the right choice. In the coming decades, with these beautiful mountains, many tourists will come. Villagers can set up guest houses and live comfortably." After thinking it through, he stood up and took out a notebook from the side, drawing on it with a pen. Zhang Ligua leaned over to look and asked curiously, "Is this the scoop mouth not far from our village?" "Yes, uncle. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one exit leading to our village. The terrain at the exit is wide and flat, with no high mountains. If we develop this area, it could bring very good benefits." Wang Jianjun pondered for a moment and shook his head. Although the vegetation there is lush, the bottom is full of rocks. Growing crops there wouldn't work. Exactly, Xian. Over the years, people have been catching everything there, and you can't even find a rabbit's fur anymore. The others nodded in agreement. Chun Zishuan smiled and said, although we can't grow grains here, the vegetation is lush, and the area is quite large, about dozens of acres. We could raise thousands of chickens. The surrounding smooth mountain walls mean no worries about large animals coming in. Zhang Ligua listened and asked with some concern, raising thousands of chickens will cost a lot of money, and how many people would be needed to take care of them? Yes, and with such a big area, feeding them could be tricky. Wang Lijun thought for a moment and patted his thigh. That's a good idea. Seeing that others didn't quite understand, he explained further. Think about the shape of the spoon's mouth. Since the vegetation is dense, the chickens can find seeds and insects on their own. If that's not enough, we just need to occasionally feed them some grain. Usually, only 2 or 3 people would need to carry hunting guns to scare away eagles. He became more excited as he spoke. If 1 chicken sells for 3 yuan, then 1,000 chickens would bring in 3,000 yuan. If we raise a few thousand more and sell them once a year, each family could earn more than they do now. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If it worked out like that, it really had potential. Their village has over 100 households. If they earn more than 10,000 yuan a year, each family could get over 100 yuan, quite a good amount. Chen Zishuan nodded with a smile. Yes, and free-range chicken meat is better. Once we scale up, we could even talk to some restaurants, and the price might go higher. Great. No wonder you're a college student. Yeah, no one else thought of this before. Xiao Xian really helped us this time. Zhang Ligua also looked excited. Then he saw some drawings in the notebook and asked curiously, Xiao Xian, what are these drawings of? Wang Lijun and the others leaned over to look, but they couldn't tell what the shapes were at first. Chun Zishuan pointed to the map and explained, this area is on the outskirts of the mountains, not far from the village. It's a main spot where villagers gather herbs, but it hasn't been used much before. It just relies on seeds that naturally fall and grow each year. Zhang Ligua's eyes brightened. Xiao Xian, do you mean we should scatter more medicinal herb seeds here? Exactly. This place is big enough. Just scatter the seeds, and they will grow naturally. After the autumn harvest, we can gather them all at once. That night, the village was filled with laughter, like celebrating a big festival. Because not only does he provide meat and vegetables, Secretary Wang Jianjun also announced Chen Zishuan's idea for helping the village get richer. After explaining, the villagers became very excited. This concerns everyone's benefits, allowing each family to earn money every year. According to predictions, each household could get a few hundred yuan annually. How could they not be happy? Although there are some risks involved, for them, it just means more people to help watch over things. They believe that as long as everyone works together, this plan will succeed. Chen Zishuan watched the excited villagers leave and smiled as he went back inside. Qi Yingxue looked at him with admiration. Brother Xian, you're amazing. Everyone is praising you. Yes, brother-in-law, people see you as a hero, Qi Yinglian said happily. Chen Zishuan smiled. I've heard so many compliments today that my ears feel like they've got calluses. Okay, you too, tidy up. I'll go deliver some meat to the neighbors. When I come back, we'll eat. Qi Yingxue knew he was helping the neighbors by delivering the meat, and she felt very touched. Yes, brother Xian, we'll wait for you to eat. Chen Zishuan gently touched her face, picked up the prepared meat, and went out. Qi Yinglian looked at her brother-in-law's back with admiration, a rare blush appearing on her face. The next day, right after breakfast, Wang Jianjun and a group of village officials arrived. Xian, we didn't disturb your meal, did we? No. Uncle, come in. I'll pour you some tea. Zhang Ligua quickly waved his hand. Xian, don't bother. Today, we just want to visit the place you mentioned. Chen Zishuan knew they couldn't wait any longer and nodded with a smile. All right, I'll get my clothes. Let's go now. The group first went to Shaozikou. The trees here are sparse, mostly grass and bushes, but now they are covered with snow. Xian, do we need to build some chicken coops here? Otherwise, it could be troublesome in winter. Good, just a simple setup is enough. Don't get too close to the mountain wall, build further away. Chen Zishuan explained some important points to watch out for. Actually, they could have thought of these themselves, but because they still felt unsure and lacked confidence, he pointed them out. Then he took them up the mountain and explained everything again. The group returned to the village together. The rest of the work was up to them now, and Chen Zixuan didn't interfere anymore. That evening, Zhang Ligua came to their house again. "Uncle, why are you here? Come in quickly." Chen Zixuan led him to the living room nearby and offered him a cigarette. Zhang Ligua lit the cigarette and smiled, saying, "Xian, we discussed today, and since it was your idea, you get 10% of the benefits. The rest will be divided among everyone." Because this was a village-wide effort, and it involved many people, sharing the rewards fairly was important. Hearing he would get 10%, Chen Zixuan quickly waved his hands. "Uncle, that's not right. I didn't do much. I shouldn't take anything." He only gave ideas as a way to thank the village, and he wasn't short of money anyway. "Don't say you didn't do much. You did the biggest part, and we were thinking of giving you more shares. Without your idea, we wouldn't have known what to do. We only decided on 10% after considering the impact. Just don't think it's too little, Uncle. Even though I came up with the idea, it's still uncertain if it will work. It's too early to say. If everyone can make money, I'll be happy." Zhang Ligua looked at him and smiled. "Haha, we've thought this through carefully. It will definitely work. We can start with fewer chickens at first because it costs a lot of money. Raising medicinal herbs is easier. Every family has seeds. After spring planting, we'll send people to sow seeds. After the harvest in autumn, we'll see the results. When we have money, next year we can buy more chicks. Big chickens and little chickens are easy to raise." Chen Zixuan nodded. "Yes, Uncle. You're right. This is a long-term project. Doing it separately is the safest. It also takes time to get familiar with the process. Once we have a good start, the rest will be easier. We think the same. So it's settled. I won't delay your rest. I'll go now." Chen Zixuan stood up to stop him, but he didn't give him a chance. He left the house directly and headed outside. Watching him walk away, Chen Zixuan shook his head. "Forget it. When the time comes to split the money, I will contribute a bit more to help repair the village roads." Kangsu watched him go back inside and asked what was going on. Hearing her husband's words, she nodded. "Brother Xian, you're right. We don't need the money now. After we split it, we can donate some to help repair the village. You're right, wife. Let's go to bed. Brother Xian, keep your voice down." And once again, a peaceful night passed. With the new year approaching in just a few days, Chen Zixuan started going out early and returning late. For 6 or 7 days, he was collecting herbs in the mountains, finding some old medicinal plants, and discovering a few bags of silver coins and copper coins. There wasn't much else of value. Now, he really wasn't interested in these things anymore. He originally thought that with the cursed eye, skill hinting that he could see within 5 miles, entering the mountains should be safe and successful. But after these days, he realized that no matter how strong his skills were, luck was still very important. There's one last direction to check. If I don't find anything, I'll have to search even farther. Thinking this, Chen Zixuan activated his internal energy and quickly flew into the deep mountains. When he heard sounds ahead, he was instantly happy. Following the guidance of the cursed eye, he moved quickly toward the source. He stood on a large tree and saw 2 big and 3 small tigers eating a wild mountain goat. Finally found them, he pushed off the ground with force, shooting out like an arrow. The tigers, busy enjoying their meal, suddenly saw someone flying toward them and froze in surprise. They didn't move immediately, just stared at the approaching figure. Perhaps they were curious why this person could fly without wings. Seeing their stunned expressions, Chen Zixuan felt amused. When he got closer, the 2 big tigers reacted and lunged at him. He watched the charging tigers without worry, simply thinking and then pulling them into his space. Inside his space, he created a 5-acre area and transferred some wild rabbits, pheasants, and wild boars. The 2 big tigers looked confused, while the 3 small tigers happily pounced on the surrounding rabbits, seeming completely unbothered by the change of environment. Chen Zixuan was pleased. He then transferred 1 male tiger elsewhere and dealt with it. The mother tiger saw her mate was gone and immediately started searching everywhere. An invisible barrier kept them confined within a 5-acre area. After trying to break through several times, she gave up and found her cubs, staying close to protect them. Chen Zixuan looked at his space and shook his head. The place is still too small. It's a pity I haven't found any treasures with spiritual energy lately. After observing the few tigers for a while and seeing everything was fine, he left his space and headed toward the village. The task was done. He didn't plan to go into the mountains again. He had explored hundreds of miles around and stored all valuable items in his space. In the imperial capital, at Wang Xiaozong's courtyard, Haizi reported nearby, "Young Master Wang, I found out that Li Biao received a leopard pelt from a hunter. He's hiding it well. If I didn't know so many people, I wouldn't have figured it out." Wang Xiaozong stroked his chin. "A leopard pelt? This kid really has a good plan. Did you find out about the car?" "Yes, I did. It turns out his aunt works at the Foreign Trade Bureau. Getting a car for her is just a matter of asking." "His aunt? I didn't know that." Haizi explained with a smile. "Not many people know, young Master Wang. His aunt was recently found and brought back. She's been assigned to the Foreign Trade Bureau." Wang Xiaozong looked surprised. This wasn't new. Many people had been separated over the years. "Young Master Wang, why don't you want a car? It would be so impressive." "You don't understand. That kid is trying to set me up. There isn't a single car in the entire imperial capital. If I drive one out, what will people think? Will the higher-ups forgive me?" Haizi thought about it carefully and nodded. "That kid is really clever." He also looked worried. "Young Master Wang, he got a leopard pelt. How are we supposed to handle this?" Wang Xiaozong smiled confidently. So what if it's a leopard pelt? Just wait and see." Haizi scratched his head, unsure of what plans the other side had. But he didn't ask further. A subordinate should have his own awareness. If he wants you to know something, he will tell you. If he doesn't want you to know, asking is just being rude. The new year of 1979 passed peacefully. Soon, it was time to return to the city. Shi Yingxue finished packing her clothes and put the bedding back into the wardrobe. "Brother Xian, let's go." "Okay, let's go back." Chen Zixuan carried 2 big bags and led her friends out. They still sat in Uncle Ma's carriage. Villagers waved goodbye at the village entrance. Everything was just like last year. They got off the train at the station. Chen Zixuan took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it over. "Uncle Ma, thank you for your hard work. Be careful on your way back. You're such a polite kid." "All right, I'm leaving," he said, flicking the whip and driving the carriage away. Chen Zixuan used her student ID to buy 3 sleeper tickets smoothly and helped the 2 girls onto the train. Once inside the sleeper compartment, the 3 of them sighed in relief. Qi Yinglian took off her padded jacket and stretched. Finally on the train. There are so many people. Chen Zixuan put down her bag, took off her coat, and took out some snacks and sunflower seeds to put on the table. "We left early this time. If we had left a few days later, there would have been even more people." She then took out a teapot and added some tea leaves. "Sit down and rest for a bit. I'll go get some hot water." She found the water server and poured a glass of water. Just as she was about to go back, she was distracted by a woman holding a child. The woman was wearing a scarf over her head, with a nervous look in her eyes, glancing outside the window from time to time. If that was all, it wouldn't be so strange, but the dark black hair on her head, like ink, made him furrow his brows. After observing for a while in the corridor, he turned and headed toward the dining car. 2 trained security officers were resting there. Chen Zixuan walked straight over. "Comrades, I noticed a woman holding a child in the carriage who looks suspicious. I suspect she might be a human trafficker." An older security officer immediately stood up. "Comrade, you can't just accuse someone like that." A younger officer nearby looked excited. "Sir, let's go check her out. Checking is fine, but if we have no evidence, how do we handle it?" The older officer said irritably. Chen Zixuan took out her student ID. "I'm a student at Imperial Capital University. I'm not just talking nonsense." She really looks suspicious, always sneaking glances outside or at the station entrance, as if she's afraid someone is after her. And the child in her arms is sleeping soundly in this noisy carriage. The train officer took the student's ID, looked at it, and immediately believed most of it. He then looked serious and handed the ID back, saying, "All right, you show us the way later." Chen Zixuan led them toward the train car, pointing to a corner. "Okay, leave the rest to us." After saying that, the train officer and his apprentice moved forward. The woman holding the child saw the officer, and her tense expression quickly disappeared. The veteran officer kept watching her and noticed the fleeting look. He became more confident. Even if this woman wasn't a human trafficker, she was definitely up to something. "Hello, officer. I need to check your ticket." The woman reluctantly took out her ticket, muttering unhappily, "I've already been checked once, and now I have to do it again." Looking at the location, the officer smiled and asked, "You're traveling alone with the child. Why isn't your family here with you?" While speaking, the officer glanced at the sleeping child in her arms. The child was sleeping very soundly, unaffected by the noise around. Although babies sleep a lot, they usually move a little. But this child was completely still. The woman felt nervous but kept her composure and said, "My husband is busy with work. I can only bring the child to my parents' house." "Oh, I see. How old is your child? Boy or girl? Why do you ask that?" she replied, tightening her hold on the child. Other passengers around sensed something was wrong and looked at them. The veteran officer's face grew serious. "Please answer my questions." Meanwhile, a young officer stood on the other side, blocking the woman's escape route. Realizing she was caught, the woman started crying and shouting, trying to gain sympathy and take the chance to run when the train started moving. "Everyone, look. The police are bullying a single mother. I just took a train, and now I'm being questioned. This is so unfair." Some passengers nearby, confused, started to speak up. "Yes, it's hard enough for a woman with a child. Why are you still bothering her?" "Exactly. Look at how small the child is. What if you scare the kid? Children this young are very easy to frighten." The veteran police officer was not easily swayed. Now he was 100% sure the woman was suspicious. With such a loud commotion, the child showed no reaction. If everything was fine, then it was truly strange. "Everyone, quiet down." With such a loud noise, the child didn't react at all. "Isn't that strange?" "Yeah, you're right," a nearby passenger quickly agreed. "Exactly, I saw it too." The woman was crying and shouting, but she didn't wake the child. There must be something wrong. Could she be a human trafficker? The older police officer took advantage of the woman's panic to quickly grab the child. Seeing the child was still alive, he felt relieved. The woman tried to resist, but everyone around was blocking her, so she couldn't escape. The young police officer immediately took out handcuffs and cuffed the woman. Chun Zixuan watched from the corridor, relieved when he saw nothing unusual. He was about to step in at a critical moment. Adults can handle it, but if a baby fell, it would be very serious. Chun Zixuan was drinking tea and chatting casually with his wife and sister-in-law. Knock, knock, knock. The police officers and train conductor knocked and entered. "Comrade Chun Zixuan, we owe you thanks. Without you, that human trafficker might have taken the child," the older police officer said eagerly as he entered. Kaing Su and her sister didn't know what had happened. They stood up and watched quietly. Chun Zixuan quickly stood up. "I didn't do much. It was just a coincidence I saw it. I was worried about falsely accusing someone, but luckily, I was right." The train conductor smiled and nodded. "Comrade Chun Zixuan, you don't need to be modest. I will report this truthfully. You're different from others. Most didn't notice anything, but you saw it right away. Hey, I can't take all the credit. It's mainly thanks to the police officer's hard work. This woman probably isn't new to this. You should question her carefully." The veteran police officer smiled. "This woman is very tight-lipped, but we've contacted the authorities. Someone will take her for questioning at the next stop. She won't escape." "That's good." After exchanging a few more words, they left. Kaing Su asked curiously, "Brother Xian, what's going on?" "Oh, I just want to get water and saw a strange woman." After getting in the car, she looked around cautiously. Also, the child she was holding was very quiet, which made me suspicious, so I went to find the police officer riding with us. Qi Yinglian heard this and was very angry. These human traffickers are so cruel. The child is so young, and they even drugged him. What if something goes wrong? Yes, the child's parents must be very worried. Chun Zixuan took a sip of tea and sighed. "There's nothing we can do about it. It's all because of money. If the child was sold to a good family, it would be fine. But if some dishonest people bought him, then..." He stopped there and shook his head. Both of them understood what he meant. For a moment, the room was quite silent. Seeing the atmosphere was not good, Chun Zixuan quickly changed the subject and told some funny stories, making both of them laugh happily. The next morning, the train arrived smoothly at the capital city station. The three of them took a tricycle home. Ma Yin saw them return and happily helped carry their bags. "Boss, madam, miss, you're back. You must be tired after the trip. I'll go prepare the meal now." "Okay. Has everything been all right at home these days?" "Boss, young Master Wang came by yesterday. When he saw you weren't home, he left. He said he'd come again in a few days." Chun Zixuan nodded. "Got it. I understand." Qi Yinglian happily ran back to her room. "Finally back. I want to take a shower and change into new clothes." This girl has been looking forward to coming back and wearing new clothes. Hee hee, girls love to look nice. You should go take a shower and change too. Yes, Brother Xian, I'll go wash up, Qi Yingxue said with a smile and went back to her room. Chen Zixuan went to the study, brewed himself a cup of tea, then took out a bag from the space. Inside was a well-prepared tiger pelt. The few tigers in the space had already adapted to life there. Although their space was small, they had enough food and drink. They ate different animals, wild chickens, rabbits, boars, goats, and spotted deer, living very comfortably. Sitting in a chair, he moved his mind, and a 1,000-year-old ginseng appeared on the table. During the days before the new year, he had been searching the mountains for tigers but hadn't rushed to devour them. Now that he was back, he couldn't help but wonder what reward he would get this time. Eating. I consumed a low-level spiritual herb from 1028 years ago and gained 100 points of merit. I can choose one reward. It's been 1,000 years, after all. Does that mean a ginseng becomes a low-level spiritual herb only after 1,000 years? Then I heard a voice in my mind, and I felt happy. I could choose from 1. Rejuvenation pill, quickly restore internal energy. 2. Upgrade sin and disaster eye, increase friend relationship view. 3. 10 dead soldiers. I chose option 2. There was no real hesitation. Suddenly, a cool feeling shot into my mind. I felt my brain clear up quickly. The feeling came fast and went just as quickly, disappearing in a few minutes. Chen Zixuan looked out the window, feeling the world seemed clearer. Last time, it took over an hour to upgrade. This time, it was so fast. The new name after upgrading is Insightful Eye, which allows me to see anyone's friendliness level. The score from 0 to 100 shows the relationship. Negative numbers show unfriendly feelings, up to -100. 0 to 25 is normal. 25 to 50 is average. 50 to 75 is friendly. 75 to 99 is close. 100 means the person trusts you completely, even risking their life for you. Negative numbers mean hostility increases as the value gets lower, with -100 meaning total enmity. Chen Zixuan sipped his tea, smiling happily. This skill is so useful. I can tell if someone is a friend or a foe at a glance. Qi Yingxue finished tidying up and came to the study. Brother Xian, lunch is ready. Let's go eat. Chen Zixuan looked at her 100-point score, smiled, and stood up, hugging her and giving her a kiss. Okay, let's eat. Qi Yingxue looked sweet and said, don't tease me. Let's eat first. Haha, we'll play later tonight. Qi Yinglian, already changed into new clothes, sat happily at the dining table. Sister-in-law, hurry up and eat. I'm so hungry. Seeing her 99 points, Chen Zixuan smiled and ruffled her hair. Can't let you go hungry. Let's eat. Annoying, I just fixed my hair and now it's messy again. Haha, it's not messy at all. You look beautiful. Ma Yan didn't need to look. Her loyalty was 100%, always showing on her head. Kai Yinglian was eating her meal and suggested, brother-in-law, isn't there a temple fair in the city these days? How about we go see it tomorrow? Of course, that sounds good. Let's rest this afternoon, and tomorrow we can go explore. Chen Zixuan and the other three reached the street corner and saw Zhang Shan and Niu Chong walking casually by the side of the street. Knowing it was arranged by Ma Yan, they said nothing and simply got into a tricycle. Zhang Shan and Niu Chong saw them leave and also called a tricycle to follow. The temple fair was lively and bustling, with stalls everywhere along the street, and many people queuing early in the morning to burn incense. Chen Zixuan was being led by two beautiful women, one on each side, which made many people envy him. Some young people, seeing how pretty Qi Yingxue and the others were, couldn't help but move closer. Zhang Shan and Niu Chong walked casually beside them, secretly dealing with some unruly people. All of this was done very discreetly, without anyone noticing. Qi Yingxue held her brother-in-law's arm with one hand and a candied hawthorn stick with the other, skipping happily along the way. Brother-in-law, try this, it's very sweet. I won't eat it. You've already had some. Brother-in-law, do you dislike me? You just found out? I really dislike you. Listening to their playful banter, Qi Yingxue couldn't help but laugh. Chen Zixuan was joking with his sister-in-law as they followed the crowd to the front of the big temple. Eating. Hearing the voice in his mind, he was pleased, not expecting to have an unexpected gain today. But after following the guidance to the main hall, he felt a bit bitter. Looking at the statues of Buddha ahead, he silently recited, Amitabha, but still didn't dare to swallow. Jade Pearl, can you please stop being so unreliable? If I swallow this, it will definitely become the greatest unsolved mystery of modern times. He didn't care whether swallowing Jade Pearl understood or not, and was silently complaining inside. In front of so many worshippers, if the Buddha statues suddenly disappeared, it would cause a huge commotion. Everyone coming to the temple street today would surely be investigated, and their secrets would be exposed. Along the way, he saw no fewer than 100 plainclothes officers, not to mention countless others hidden among the crowd. He was sure that most of the intelligence agencies were involved. He had once drunk with a prominent person in his past life. That person once said that after the founding of the country, during many years, especially in some events in the imperial capital, the ratio of guards to civilians was as high as 1 to 2. What does this mean? It means 1 guard for every 2 people, and all of them carried guns. Today, it's not so extreme, and he doesn't dare to cause trouble. Chen Zixuan looked at the Buddha statues with envy. These are all merits. He thought to himself, maybe I can sneak in tonight and take some. Brother Xian, I'm going to burn some incense. Okay, I'll watch here. Qi Yingxue sincerely burned incense in front of a Buddha statue. Qi Yinglian looked around and said, Brother-in-law, there's another courtyard over there. Let's go check it out later. All right, after your sister finishes burning incense, we'll go. Qi Yingxue stood up, bowed again, then turned to her man and took his arm. Brother Xian, let's go. Okay, let's go see that place. Chen Zixuan smiled and led the 2 of them further inside. Captain, who is that kid? Why is he so arrogant? A young man whispered to a middle-aged man. Don't envy him. That's his wife and sister-in-law. Hey, he's really not holding back. Men and women shouldn't be so close. I think you're just jealous because you can't get it. Look at his age. Mind your own business. All right, I'll go now. Chen Zixuan and the others entered a courtyard, surrounded by many rooms, with monks walking around. Qi Yinglian saw a big tree in the middle of the courtyard, with many red strings hanging from it. Brother-in-law, let's also hang a red string. An old monk came out of a meditation room, clasped his hands in prayer, and walked straight toward them. Amitabha, 3 benefactors, greetings. The sisters Qi Yingxue looked at the visitor curiously, but also politely clasped their hands in prayer and returned the greeting. Chen Zixuan observed that the monk's head had no color at all. His favorability was about 70. Although he wondered why there was no color, now wasn't the time to think about it. He smiled and asked, Master, what can I learn from you? There were many tourists around, and seeing this scene, they were curious and couldn't help but listen. A familiar tourist whispered, This is the temple's abbot, Master Jingyuan. I didn't expect him to come out. Is Master Jingyuan really powerful? The top figures in the imperial city can't even meet him. Do you think he's impressive? The old monk didn't pay attention to the surrounding people's talk. He showed a peaceful smile and said, Today, a distinguished guest has come to the temple. I must personally welcome them. Chen Zixuan looked curious and asked, A distinguished guest? I'm just an ordinary person. How can I be called a guest? The old monk chuckled and said, You have crossed the gate of death, and your fate has become extraordinary. From now on, your path will be smooth, and your blessings are deep and unfathomable. You truly deserve to be called a guest. After saying this, he looked at Qi Yingxue with a compassionate expression and said, The loneliness of the past has brought us together in this life. Like a phoenix reborn, you will be very prosperous and wealthy. Chen Zixuan's heart moved. He didn't expect this old monk to have such spiritual power. Qi Yingxue clasped her hands in respect and bowed. The old monk quickly stepped aside and said, I am not worthy of a gift from the lady benefactor. After that, he clasped his hands in a greeting and turned to walk toward the meditation room. Seeing the monk leave, Qi Yinglian hurriedly called out, Old monk, you haven't finished talking to me. Haha, the lady benefactor already has the greatest blessings. No need to say more, the old monk said cheerfully without stopping. Hearing this, Qi Yinglian puffed up her chest proudly and said, Humph, that's more like it. Seeing her sister like this, Qi Yingxue also smiled and said, You little girl, you're getting more and more mischievous. Chen Zixuan looked at the old monk's back and smiled. All right, let's go. The 2 continued to hold his arms happily and walked out. The visitors in the courtyard watched the three leave, each feeling envious. Qi Yingxue kept thinking about what the old monk said and felt a bit confused. But she didn't think much about it. Being able to stay with the person she loved in this life was enough. Chen Zixuan left the temple and thought to himself, the old monk's words are quite nice. Tonight, I won't just stay here. Chomp. Hey, I just came out and found something good. Seeing a street vendor nearby, he led the others over. Young comrade, take a look. If you like anything, it's all from my family. Let's trade. Chen Zixuan looked and saw some books and a mechanical box. Brother-in-law, is there anything interesting? Little Lotus, don't bother your sister-in-law, Qi Yingxue said with a smile to her sister. Kai Yinglian did not speak again and quietly stood to the side. Chen Zixuan looked at a few books, all ancient texts, with nothing new or interesting inside. How much do you sell this box for? The stall owner happily pointed with one finger. 10 jin of nationwide grain coupons. Chen Zixuan shook his head. That's too expensive. If it's 5 jin, I'll take it. The stall owner was pleased. He was also making a big offer, even willing to sell for 5 jin of local grain coupons. He was happy to hear the other person would accept with nationwide coupons and quickly nodded. All right, deal. He handed over a 5 jin grain coupon, and Ma Yin stepped forward to pick up the box. Kai Yinglian asked as they walked, Brother-in-law, what is this box used for? Hee, this is an ancient mechanical box. I thought it looked interesting, so I bought it to play with. Mechanical box? Does it have a secret inside? Of course. Ancient craftsmen were very skillful. If you don't know how to open it, using force might damage what's inside. Chen Zixuan explained some things about the mechanical box as they walked. Wow, Zixuan, you're really something. We didn't dare to recognize you just now. Wang Chong ran over from afar. Seeing him arrive, Chen Zixuan smiled and asked, You came to play too? Wang Chong was dazzled by the two beautiful women beside him and shouted, Zixuan, which one is my sister-in-law? Introduce her to me. Kaingsu and her sister also covered their mouths and giggled, thinking this person was quite funny. Chen Zixuan introduced, This is my college roommate, Wang Chong. Then he pointed to his wife. This is my wife, Kaingsu, and this is my sister, Kai Yinglian. Wang Chong showed a surprised expression. Hello, sister-in-law and sister. My name is Wang Chong. No wonder Zixuan was in such a hurry to go home after school. Now I finally understand. Kaingsu smiled and said, Hello, Wang Chong. Zixuan often talks about you. He says we're not very nice and usually tease us. A few young men and women approached. When the boys saw Kaingsu and her sister, their eyes flashed with admiration, but they quickly looked away shyly, stealing glances with their peripheral vision. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw Chen Zixuan, and then she noticed two women who made both of them feel excited. Suddenly, she lost her confidence. Chen Zixuan saw he still had friends and smiled, saying, All right, we're done here. We won't bother you guys anymore. Wang Chong didn't want to leave his friends behind, so he nodded and said, Okay, see you at school in a few days. All right, we're leaving. Chen Zixuan smiled and kept walking outside. Wang Chong's friendliness level was at 80, which meant they were good friends. Xiangzi, is that your classmate? Yeah, so bold. Just walking around the city so openly? Wang Chong looked a bit jealous and said, If I had such a beautiful girlfriend, I'd be even more confident than Zixuan. Wow, you're really shameless. Exactly, I can't even imagine that. When Qi Yinglian got home, she smiled and said, Brother-in-law, your classmate and his friends looked so silly just now. Chen Zixuan rubbed her head and deliberately messed up her hair. That's because you're all so pretty. Hey, you messed up my hair again. I'm going to fight you, Qi Yinglian said. Then she pounced on him. Qi Yingxue hung up her coat, watched them play around, and also smiled. All you do is cause trouble every day. Big sister, it's all your fault. Brother-in-law always messes up my hair. After playing for a while, Chen Zixuan went to his study. He looked at the mechanical box on the desk, sensed it, and immediately the entire structure appeared in his mind. There was a hidden compartment at the bottom of the box, inside which was a wooden plaque. He moved his mind and took out the wooden plaque. The plaque looked quite ordinary, with a talisman carved on it. Although he didn't know how long it had been there, it felt sturdy and clean. This should be a kind of peace talisman. A voice kept echoing in his mind. Chen Zixuan didn't hesitate anymore and said, Devour. Suddenly, the wooden plaque disappeared. devoured a faint spiritual energy talisman to stabilize the house, increasing the small broken world. Immediately, the space expanded outward. It was originally a small cultivated land world, and now a forest appeared. Not bad, about 15 acres added. Then he moved his mind again, transferring the tiger and other animals into the forest. The flying dragon was separated into a 2-acre forest area, where he'd be eaten by the tiger before he even had a chance to eat. Other animals are allowed to move freely. Tigers can't eat all the food, so this way they also have a place to play. Otherwise, after a long time, they would all become fat tigers. He brewed a cup of tea and sat in a chair, thinking about the old monk he met today. Why doesn't his head show good or evil signs? He also seemed to have been dead once. Maybe because he has spiritual power, it doesn't show good or evil, or perhaps he can't see those signs because he lacks spiritual power. He thought this might be the reason. This world is not simple. Then he chuckled at himself. Having been reborn and devoured so many things, it's no wonder things are complicated. Otherwise, where would all the spiritual energy or earth energy come from? Haizi rode his bicycle to Wang Xiaocong's small courtyard. Xiaocong, that Chen Zixuan is back. I saw him today at the temple fair, out having fun with his wife. Wang Xiaocong's face lit up. Great, I'll go find him now. He was about to leave, but suddenly remembered he hadn't taken something. He went back inside, packed his things into a bag, and then left with them. He believed the other person had already taken back their things, so he decided to bring some cigarettes and alcohol directly, saving another trip. Chen Zixuan finished lunch and sat in his study, drinking tea. When he heard a knock at the door, he went outside. Seeing Ma Yin come out, he waved her back into the room. He opened the door to see Wang Xiaocong and Haizi. He smiled and invited them in. Haha, I came here the day before yesterday too, but you weren't home. When I heard you were back, I came right away. The three of them entered the study. Chen Zixuan saw Haizi put down a bag, knowing it contained cigarettes and alcohol. He pointed to a large bag in the corner. The stuff is in there. Take a look. Wang Xiaocong, excited, went over and opened the bag. He saw a tiger head and was immediately startled. Wow, you should have kept the tiger head hidden. That's pretty scary. Chen Zixuan looked at him casually. It's just tiger skin. What's there to be afraid of? Hey, I don't have your skill in hunting tigers. Haizi helped take out the tiger's skin. Wang Xiaocong looked very happy. Haha, perfect. Too perfect. I wonder if Li Biao's leopard skin can beat mine. Chen Zixuan took a sip of tea and put down his cup. Don't go around telling others about this, or they might hold a grudge against me. After Wang Xiaocong finished speaking, he chuckled and said, Don't worry, I will say I went into the mountains for a few days tomorrow, and a few days later, I will say I caught something myself. All right, do as you like. Chen Zixuan looked at his friendliness level, which was at 85, and then glanced at Haizi nearby, whose friendliness was only 60. Haizi's friendliness was normal. He didn't expect Wang Xiaocong's to be quite high, even 5 points higher than classmate Wang Chong's. They had only interacted a few times. Wang Xiaocong took out cigarettes and alcohol, saying, Hey, you're not a good friend if you don't even offer a cup of tea. Chen Zixuan smiled and stood up. All right, I'll brew you a cup. He then prepared 2 cups of tea. Wang Xiaocong eagerly tasted it and nodded repeatedly. No mistake, better than my grandfather's tea. Haizi initially didn't think much of it, but hearing this, he almost sat down suddenly. Wang Xiaocong waved his hand dismissively. If I give it to you, just drink it. Look at your lack of ambition. Haizi couldn't help but feel a shiver inside. Wang Xiao's grandfather was a remarkable person, and this tea was better than that of the other. Who exactly was this young man he had looked down on all along? Thinking of this, his gaze towards Chen Zixuan became much more respectful. Wang Xiaocong took out a cigarette, threw it over, and lit one himself. Zixuan, are you selling that tiger bone or not? I want to take some back to make wine for my grandfather. Chen Zixuan waved his hand and took out a large bag from the space, which was actually stored there. Here, it's on me. No point in talking about selling. Hey, that's generous. Wang Xiaocong opened the bag and looked inside, surprised. You gave me all this? Chen Zixuan looked casual and said, Yeah, I don't need this. If you like it, take it. Wang Xiaocong shook his head. No, if it were just a little, I wouldn't be polite, but this is too much. This set could sell for a few thousand yuan easily. After saying that, He scratched his head. I don't have any more cigarettes or alcohol right now. I need to think about what to trade with you. Seeing his friendliness level rise another 2 points to 87, Chun Zishuan nodded secretly. After a few interactions, he considered the other person to be a decent person to be friends with. He quietly reminded him, Young Master Wang, you can remember this favor. If young Master Chun needs help in the future, you can return the favor then. At this moment, he also used a respectful title, not understanding the other person's background. Young Master Wang Tsung listened and thought it made sense. He nodded seriously and said, Zixian, consider this a big favor. With your skills, you probably don't lack money. I really can't think of anything else. If you ever need my help, just say the word. All right, I got it, Chen Zishuan replied with a smile. The two stayed for a while, drank a cup of tea, then happily left with their things. Chen Zishuan closed the big door and returned to his study. He directly stored the special cigarettes and alcohol on the ground into his space. After thinking for a moment, he took out a few bottles of wine and placed them in a nearby cabinet. At Wang Xiaocong's courtyard, over 100 people gathered. Some sat inside, others chatted in the yard. Hey, I wonder who will win between young Master Wang and young Master Li? Who cares who wins? We're just here to watch the fun. Haha, that's true. But don't let them hear you, or if you lose, they'll come after you. What can they do if they hear? If they have the guts, they can come find me at the railway department. They really think we're easy to bully. Yeah, the railway department is impressive. Nowadays, the railway department is quite powerful, with law enforcement, courts, and other agencies, almost like another government office. And outside, they are even more formidable. Xiaocong, do you think you have a chance this time? Yeah, that guy is tricky. Don't get caught off guard. Wang Xiaocong sat confidently in his chair, waving his hand dismissively. Don't worry. I went into the mountains for a week, and it wasn't for nothing. I met an old hunter and traded for a good item. Oh, that's good. You're really something, staying in the mountains so long. Can't be helped. I originally planned to gather some things, but I wandered around for several days. In this freezing snow, I didn't encounter any decent prey. Luckily, I didn't come back empty-handed. Wang Xiaocong told a lie with a calm face and a steady heart, fooling everyone in the room into being stunned. Here they come. Someone outside saw Li Biao and his group and hurried back to shout. The people in the yard quickly made way, all curious about what was inside their bags. Li Biao walked in proudly, threw the bag onto the ground. Brother Lu, sorry to keep you waiting. A man in his 30s smiled and waved his hand. It's not late. The time is just right. Since everyone is here, let's start, Brother Lu said. What I say goes, so you must listen. I have no problem with that. I just don't know if young Master Wang is ready. After saying this, Li Biao looked at him provocatively. Young Master Wang stood up. Since I dare to compete in my own house, I won't be nervous. See, the white tiger skin is right here, untouched. If I win, you take it. If not, I won't mind. Well said. Young Master Wang, people outside cheered. Li Biao looked around, thinking maybe the other person really had something good. He quickly started planning. The host, Lu Yao, also nodded and smiled. All right, are you ready with your bet? Li Biao sneered confidently. Don't worry, Brother Lu. I'm ready. It's a pity some people are just cowards and don't dare to bet on my car. Some people inside frowned. They didn't know Li Biao's plans before, but once their elders found out, they understood his malicious intentions. Now, many had already distanced themselves from him mentally. Only Li Biao, thinking he was clever, remained unaware. When young Master Wang heard him mention the car, he didn't get angry. Instead, he waved his hand casually. I like the car, but you're just a small-minded person. If I win, I won't want your car. I think it's dirty. You. Li Biao's face darkened, then he quickly forced a smile. Just talking bravely. If I lose, don't cry over the white tiger skin. Young Master Wang shook his head casually. I'm a generous person. I know you'll lose, so you can change your bet. If you lose, just shout I surrender 3 times. From now on, when you see me, you'll step back. Do you dare to accept this bet? Li Biao's face looked grim. He gritted his teeth and glared at him. Young Master Wang, I have plenty of money and many good things. Why should I change just because you say so? Because my white tiger skin is more valuable. It's something you can't buy even if you have money. If you're capable, buy one yourself. Seeing him get so angry, Young Master Wang felt proud. He thought, he's trying to trick me. I'll make him furious. Lu Yao looked at them with a smile. Seeing that things were almost settled, he said, since this is a bet with objects, don't change the stakes easily. But this time, Xiao Tsong really lost out. A house isn't as valuable as a tiger's skin. Don't worry, Brother Lu. I'm usually generous, so losing a little doesn't matter. Li Biao felt deep resentment. Good people are always used by others. Fine, I'll win this time and see how you cry. Since you're eager to lose, I'll make it happen for you. After saying that, he crouched down and took something out of his bag. Everyone watched closely. People outside pressed their heads against the door, trying to see inside. Wow, a golden leopard. Inside, people also exclaimed in surprise when they saw the item. Li Biao looked proud as he said to everyone, nice, a full-grown golden leopard. I wonder if your item is good enough? Impressive. This kid really planned ahead, and even got a leopard skin. Yeah, unless Wang Xiao pulls out a tiger skin, there's no chance of winning. Tigers are hard to catch. I think we're in trouble. In recent years, the mountains outside the imperial city had been cleared dozens of times by the army and militia within hundreds of kilometers. Because wild boars and tigers often came down from the mountains, injuring many people, they started going in regularly to clear them out. Li Biao was very proud, but when he saw that his rival was completely unfazed, he felt a sudden pang of worry. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Xiaotsong clapped with a smile on his face. Good plan, but it's a pity. This time, your leopard skin will stay with me. Everyone immediately became excited, watching him, waiting for him to show his catch. Hai Zi, bring the item here. Hai Zi ran out holding a tiger skin. It's really a tiger skin. Everyone was impressed. Although they all had some power at home, such things weren't easy to find. Who are you, unable to accept defeat? Lu Yao frowned. Li Biao, if you're not satisfied, I can help you buy a house instead. Hearing this, Li Biao felt nervous and quickly explained, cursing himself for being rude. Brother Lu, I didn't mean it that way. The golden panther is rare too, and I have some panther bones. With those, I can at least match a tiger's skin. Although he was arrogant, he didn't dare offend Lu Yao easily. If the story got out, many people would come to take their house. Since the other person was chosen to lead, it meant they had a higher status than them. Wang Xiaotsong smiled slightly. Coincidentally, I have a full set of tiger treasures. Today, Brother Lu and the others are here, and I was planning to share some with everyone. Hai Zi quickly ran inside and brought out a dozen bags, opening them one by one. Inside were tiger bones, tiger whips, and other tiger treasures. Li Biao clenched his fists in anger, realizing he had lost this time. You're quite something. I accept my defeat. Here's the house deed and paperwork. Let's go. After saying that, he threw down the items and turned to leave. He had lost face this time. Staying would only make him more humiliated. A few young men who followed him felt awkward, unsure whether to stay or go. In the end, they gritted their teeth and followed. They had been walking close, but now they suddenly betrayed him. They might not be accepted in other circles either. Wang Xiaotsong watched him leave, especially noticing a flicker of dissatisfaction on Lu Yao's face, and felt even more proud. Trying to scheme against me? This time, I've offended everyone in the circle. Let's see how you survive later. He didn't forget to mock him. Haha, this guy has no patience. I even prepared a set of tiger bones for him, but now I can save it. Lu Yao patted his shoulder. You really have a way with this. Ah, it's just luck. Brother Lu, this one's for you. Say hello to Grandpa Lu and Uncle Lu for me. All right, I won't be polite. I'll make sure to bring the items over. Wang Xiaotsong then divided the other prepared bags among a few friends inside. The others could only watch. They didn't have enough status. Don't be disappointed, everyone. That's all there is. Later, I'll soak some wine with the tiger bones, and everyone will get a share. Hearing this, everyone responded happily. Thanks, Wang Xiaotsong. Master Wang is very generous. Being able to share some tiger bone wine is also good. Chen Zixuan rested at home for a few days. When he heard that the house was being tidied up again, he went straight over. Boss, this is Master Wang. Wang Baohua also smiled and greeted him. Hello, sir. Don't worry, my apprentices are skilled. I promise this place will be beautifully done. Thank you, Master Wang. I appreciate it. It's nothing. It's my duty. After that, Wang Baohua continued. Sir, the ground won't be dug for a while. I'll first have my men tidy up the house, and the garden will also be organized. When spring comes, we'll start planting. Chen Zixuan nodded. Are the plants easy to find? No problem. I've already arranged it. When the time comes, we'll transplant some here. The garden isn't big, so it won't take many plants. Chen Zixuan didn't ask where they would transplant the plants. Since he said so, it must be fine. He looked around and saw workers repairing carvings on the house. Some damaged pieces were removed. Then skilled artisans carved new ones from wood and replaced them. Their craftsmanship was very skilled. Master Wang, there are many damaged pieces of furniture in the storeroom. The wood is rosewood. Take a look and see if there's enough to make a set of study room furniture. If not, you can buy wood or old items to use. Wang Bao nodded. Sir, I've checked those. A set should be enough. The furniture in each room is easy to handle. We don't need to worry about the wood. But for the master bedroom and the reception room, I think we should use some good pieces. Yes, you're right. Let's pick the best ones. The main thing is that they look coordinated. Got it. Don't worry, I will arrange everything properly. Wang Baoguo was happy. This was a big deal, and he had to pay attention. Chen Zixuan saw there was nothing else to do and left directly. Now, on the street, you can see many young people wearing sunglasses and bell-bottom pants, walking around proudly. It's common to see men and women holding hands or chatting on the street or by the roadside. Outside shops, many people are watching foreign movies on TV, especially some intimate scenes, which make a group of young people stare with wide eyes. When passing by the hospital, he saw many people gathered outside. Chen Zixuan was also curious. Hearing the people's comments, he said directly, Master, wait a moment. I want to go see what's happening. Okay, I'll wait here for you. The tricycle driver replied kindly with a smile. Chen Zixuan walked over and saw a boy, about 13 or 14 years old, kneeling on the ground. Dear uncles, aunts, and brothers, my mother is inside waiting for surgery. We need 100 yuan. Please, kind people, help us. Chen Zixuan looked at the boy with a thoughtful expression. This person looks familiar. I think I've seen him before in my past life. For a moment, he couldn't remember who the boy was. This young man is also having a hard time. The old man didn't bring much money, so I'll give him 50 cents. The people around still had kind hearts. They gave some money, small amounts like a few cents or dimes. The boy kept thanking everyone. Chen Zixuan thought for a moment and took out 100 yuan, handing it to the boy. The boy saw the stack of money handed to him and was stunned. He reached out to take it, but was speechless for a moment. Not only the boy, but even the people around were surprised. They didn't expect this young man to be so generous. Chen Zixuan turned and walked toward the tricycle. Master, let's go. The boy watched him leave in the car, then suddenly reacted and shouted, Big brother, thank you. I will pay you back someday. He then bowed his head several times loudly. He stood up and returned the money he had just received from the kind-hearted people. Grandpa, here's your 50 cents. The money from the big brother just now is enough for my mother's surgery. Thank you. Uncle, thank you. Here's your. People saw that the boy returned the money exactly as it was given to him. An old man watching the boy run into the hospital also sighed and said, This kid is impressive. Yes, if he had taken the money and left, no one would say anything. But he returned the excess money. Didn't you notice? This child has a good memory. He just returned all the money given by everyone, without missing a cent. Really? I thought he only remembered mine. Chen Zixuan got off at the street corner. He still couldn't remember who the boy was and didn't think about it anymore. He just thought he had done a good deed. Old Wang and his friends sat at the alley entrance, chatting. When they saw him return, they smiled and waved. Xian has come back. Yes, today the elders didn't play chess. Old Wang waved his hand. Those bad chess players, they cheat when they play. Hey, that old guy, I don't know who keeps regretting their moves. Exactly, and they say we're the ones being untrustworthy. You're the most mischievous. Chen Zixuan also smiled. These old men are just playful. Chen Shuha asked with a smile. This time you went back home. Did you find anything good? Not really. I just collected some herbs to sell at the recycling station nearby. Chen Zixuan and the others chatted happily, then cheerfully headed home. He took out 80,000 yuan from his space and put it in his bag. Big girl, I'm back. Xian, are you tired? I'll make you some tea. Qi Yingxue greeted happily. I'm not tired. Here, keep this for me, he said, handing her the bag. Qi Yingxue took it curiously and saw it was full of money. She was surprised and whispered, Brother Xian, did you sell the ginseng? Chen Zixuan nodded with a smile. Yes, but I didn't get a receipt this time. Just know I did. Okay, I got it. I'll put it away, Qi Yingxue said happily, carrying the bag into the house. Seeing her like a little money lover, Chen Zixuan also smiled and turned to the study. He hung his coat on the rack, and suddenly, a response came from the space in his mind. He didn't expect a spiritual medicine to be born so quickly. Chen Zixuan's face lit up with joy. Hearing footsteps, he didn't rush to check. Qi Yingxue came in carrying a cup of tea. Brother Xian, tea. Chen Zixuan playfully pulled her into his arms. Wife, have you become more beautiful? Not at all, Qi Yingxue blushed. They had been married for a long time, but she still often felt shy, which he found amusing. Hey, I definitely think so. Come, give me a kiss. Qi Yingxue was kissed, but worried her husband might tease her again, so she quickly stood up. Annoying. I'm going to prepare dinner with Ma Yan, she said, then ran out. Chen Zixuan also smiled. Ah, big girl is so cute. He smiled and listened to the three of them in the kitchen, then went directly into the space. In the medicinal garden where ginseng is grown, a strange, unknown plant has sprouted. Eat, eat. Chen Zixuan excitedly pulls out the plant. Haha, I don't care what it is. I'll just eat it, consuming a low-level spiritual medicine to nourish the mind, gaining 50 virtue points, with a choice of one reward. 1. 10 spiritual recovery pills, restore energy and cure mental illnesses. 2. Whitewashing assets, legal and safe, no one will investigate. 3. Master-level calligraphy. After hearing the rewards, he hesitates. This time, the rewards are not as good as before. Looks like my luck isn't great today. He thinks the pills are not very useful, and he doesn't need the asset whitewashing now. His official assets can be checked easily, with proof from the recycling station and some elders, so there's no problem. Forget it, I'll choose number 3. It's a master-level skill, after all. In a hospital corridor, a young boy with red eyes looks anxiously at the operating room. A nurse comes out. The boy quickly steps forward. Nurse, how is my mom? She's still in surgery. Please wait patiently, she says and quickly leaves. The boy, afraid to delay the surgery, doesn't ask again. He sits on the ground helplessly. More than an hour later, the door of the operating room opens. The doctor in charge comes out, shakes his head. Though he feels sorry, he says, Child, we've done our best. The patient's condition has been too long untreated. Tears suddenly flow from the boy's eyes, but he doesn't make a sound. He looks at his mother covered with a white cloth on the bed. He walks forward, lifts the cloth, and sees his mother lying peacefully. The doctors and nurses around feel sad. Some emotional nurses can't help but cry. They all know this boy. His family depends only on him and his mother, living a hard life. Even the surgery costs were donated by kind-hearted people. Now he's so young, and he's left alone. Everyone feels sympathy. One nurse takes 5 yuan from her pocket and puts it in the boy's pocket. Others also take out money and give it to him. Child, be brave. Rest in peace, and take good care of your mother, the doctor says with a sigh and leaves. Ji Yinglian looked at her brother-in-law with admiration as he painted in the study. Chen Zixuan was painting a picture of their hometown village. The people in the painting looked very real, and the beautiful scenery seemed to be right in front of her. Wow, brother-in-law, your painting is so good. That's our home and the big mountain nearby. Ji Yinglian cheered happily when her brother-in-law finished the painting. Ji Yingxue leaned over to look at the picture, her face full of pride. Her husband was truly talented. Brother Xian, your painting is really wonderful. I've never seen you paint before. Chen Zixuan put down his brush and looked at the painting with satisfaction. Haha, I didn't have a good idea before, but today I was in the mood and just sketched this. Ji Yinglian stepped forward and took his arm. Brother-in-law, I love it so much. Can I have it as a gift? Haha, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Great. Brother-in-law, can you write a poem too? Like on TV shows. Chen Zixuan looked at the painting, thought for a moment, then picked up his brush and started writing. A few strokes, spring mountains, ink not yet dry. To you, I gift this embroidered screen. Don't mind the roughness of my brushwork. Within, mist and clouds protect the cold year. Finally, he added a signature. Although Ji Yinglian didn't understand calligraphy or painting, seeing her brother-in-law's work, she knew it was very good. When she saw the final name, she smiled. Haha, Mountain Hermit. What a strange name. Chen Zishuan picked up a towel and wiped his hands. It's a nice name, meaning it's made by a simple person. Hee hee. You're not really a hermit, Ji Yinglian said happily, leaning in front of the painting. Ji Yingxue looked at her husband with loving eyes. Brother Xian, you're the most talented. I think your work is better than those famous artists. Ha! My wife has good taste. Ji Yinglian carefully checked that the ink was dry, then took the painting to the side and rolled it up after making sure everything was fine. Brother-in-law, sister, I want to frame it and hang it in my room. Ji Yingxue saw her sister so happy and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll go with you. Chen Zishuan picked up his tea and took a sip. Ma Yin knows the place. Let her come with us. I don't want you to go alone. All right, Brother Xian, you drink some tea. We'll go first. Chen Zishuan washed his wife's back and then used his divination skills. He rarely uses this skill now. Occasionally, he helps others with it because he is stuck in the imperial city and cannot leave. If he predicts a good or very good fortune, he doesn't dare to wander around freely, so he can only feel restless and eager. The Qi sisters, Ying Xue and Ying Lian, arrived at an old shop in Qianmen, led by Ma Yan. As soon as they entered, they smelled the scent of ink. On a long desk, there were writing brushes, ink stones, and rolls of rice paper. Several framed calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls. The shopkeeper, seeing the customers, greeted warmly. What would you like, ladies? Ying Lian looked around curiously. Ying Xue smiled and asked, Can you frame calligraphy and paintings here? Yes, we are a 100-year-old shop with master craftsmen. The framed works on the wall are finished pieces. Please wait a moment. I will call the shop owner, said the clerk, turning to go inside. Ying Xue approached the counter and looked at the writing supplies on the table. She thought that Brother Xian still didn't have a decent set, so she planned to buy one. An old man came out, saw the three, and greeted them warmly. With his sharp eyes, he immediately noticed that the two young women had elegant manners, while the other young girl was clearly a servant following behind. I am the shop owner. Do you have calligraphy or paintings to be framed? Ying Lian handed over a scroll and asked. Yes, we brought this. How long will it take to frame it? Certainly. Let me take a look. The shop owner carefully unrolled the scroll. Upon seeing the artwork, he was surprised. He quickly took out reading glasses, put them on, and examined it closely, feeling excited. Whose work is this? I haven't seen such a fine piece in decades. Then, noticing the signature, he looked thoughtful. Shan Yi Xianren, he also checked for a seal, but found none. Curious about which master created this. Ying Lian, hearing this, showed a proud smile. Ying Xue said with a smile, It was obtained by chance. The shop owner sniffed the ink aroma, looked up at them, and knew she wasn't telling the truth. The ink was still wet, clearly freshly made. However, he didn't press further. He looked at the painting with admiration. The ink flows smoothly, with clear layers. The whole piece is lively and full of spirit. The characters are small, but full of life and detail. The brushwork combines the boldness of the northern style with the elegance of the southern style. The most impressive part is the peaceful and distant feeling it gives. Truly a masterpiece that will be treasured forever. Then he looked at the poem and praised it even more. The brush moves like a dragon and snake, with strong strokes that seem to go through the paper. The structure is strict but lively. Such a beautiful painting, a wonderful poem, and elegant calligraphy. Qi Yinglian's eyes smiled like crescent moons. Is it really that good? The shopkeeper nodded. I've seen many paintings in my decades of work, and this one is the best. Haha, sister, did you hear that? Brother-in-law is amazing. Qi Yinglian happily linked arms with her sister. Qi Yingxue felt a bit helpless. Her sister was quick to speak, but she said nothing more. Shopkeeper, how many days will it take to frame it? The shopkeeper's eyes widened. Is what this young lady said true? Of course. I saw my brother-in-law paint it myself. I want it now. Tell me, how long will it take to frame? This young lady, if you're willing to give up the painting, I'll buy it for 100 yuan. How about that? Qi Yinglian was a little unhappy. You, shopkeeper, are really annoying. We came to frame it. No one is selling the painting. Yes, I apologize. Rest assured, young ladies. I will finish framing it in 3 days. Please leave your address, and I will deliver it myself. That's more like it. Qi Yingxue saw her sister about to speak and quickly interrupted. Little Lian, don't be rude. Then she apologized. Sorry, shopkeeper. I apologize for my sister. No need to deliver it. She can come to pick it up in 3 days. She pointed to Ma Yin beside her. The shopkeeper looked a bit disappointed. He had hoped to find out who this master was, but now his plan was foiled. He nodded. All right. To make up for it, I won't charge for framing this time. Please send a message to help me pass on the word. If you have any paintings to sell in the future, come to Jingma Pavilion. Qi Yingxue smiled and nodded. I will pass the message, but I will still pay for the framing. Also, I want to buy a set of writing brushes and ink stones. Please help me choose a good one. No problem. I will definitely help you pick the best set. Chen Zixuan was drinking wine, listening to his sister-in-law excitedly talking nonstop. Brother-in-law, didn't you see that shopkeeper? I was laughing so hard. He wanted to buy it for 100 yuan. Humph, such a small amount of money, and he thinks he can buy it. Truly disrespectful. Qi Yingxue shook her head helplessly. You girl, didn't you notice that the shopkeeper was praising us? He was just trying to get us to say who painted it. Qi Yinglian stuck out her tongue playfully and giggled. He praised my brother-in-law. I couldn't help but respond. Next time, I won't say anything. Chen Zixuan put down his wine cup. The offer of 100 yuan was really high. Now, buying famous calligraphy and paintings from shops costs more than that. Xianji, the shopkeeper, said that set of writing tools is the best in the store. I don't really understand these things. If they don't work well for you, I can go buy another. No need, it's good. I like it very much. Thank you, dear. You're welcome, as long as you like it. Qi Yingxue said happily as she helped him serve food. Qi Yinglian smiled sweetly. Brother-in-law, can you draw another portrait of me? Chen Zixuan nodded. Of course. Great. I'll get ready, and you can draw me later. Why do you need to prepare anything? Chen Zixuan asked curiously. Of course I do. What if you draw a bad picture of me? Qi Yingxue chuckled. Xianji, you don't know her. She's clever and lively. Let her handle it herself. Chen Zixuan smiled, but said nothing. After finishing dinner, he went to the study to drink tea. He used his mind to check the space and saw that 2 high-quality ginseng plants were growing very well. Some of the transplanted ginseng was nearly 100 years old. Wait a bit longer. There will be a big harvest soon. Boss, there's a hut just ahead in the alley. I saw 2 women go in. They are incredibly beautiful. I watched them enter the alley. A short man with a mischievous look in his eyes nodded and said, Good. If everything goes smoothly tonight, I'll let you try something new. Thank you, boss. Hearing that his boss wanted him to try something new, he was very excited. Such beautiful women. He had never seen anything like them before. They looked even more stunning than stars on TV. Qi Yingxue fell into a deep sleep after several attacks. Chen Zixuan also felt a bit helpless. Sigh. As my strength increases, it seems that aspect is getting stronger too. Thinking about improving the big girl's health, but he had no way to do it. All his skills were taught to him, so he couldn't really teach others. Even if he could practice, relying only on his own steady training, it would take a very long time. He got up and went to the bathroom, then suddenly heard some noise outside. Ma Yin also came out. Chen Zixuan nodded and went straight to the study. Chen Zixuan sat in the study smoking. Not long after, Ma Yin came in carrying 2 people. One was a short man with dark hair, clearly involved in bad deeds. Boss, it's them. The short man's face was very pale, realizing he had made a big mistake. He quickly knelt and begged, Sir, we didn't mean any harm. We just wanted to steal some money to spend. Please forgive us. Ma Yin placed a bamboo tube and a bottle of medicine on the table. Boss, this is a sleeping drug. This person didn't tell the truth. Chen Zixuan looked calmly at the 2, flicked his fingers, and several needle-shaped internal energy points pierced their pressure points and near their hearts. The 2 kneeling on the ground suddenly felt extremely itchy all over. They wanted to beg for mercy but couldn't make a sound. Ma Yin held them still, preventing any movement. Under this torture, in less than a minute, they revealed everything. Chen Zixuan raised his hand and killed them both. Absorbed 2 evil spirit souls, gained 15 merit points, choose 1 reward. He didn't expect these 2 to give so many merit points. Most likely, the short man contributed the most. 1. 150,000 in this world's currency. 2. 1 loyal guard. 3. 100 illusion darts. Can instantly stun any creature within 5 meters, lasting 5 hours. Hearing the rewards, Chen Zixuan moved his mind. I'll choose option 2. A young woman with average looks and tall stature appeared inside the small world. Chen Zixuan looked at Ma Yin beside him. Go back to your room first. Come back in 10 minutes. Yes, boss. Although she was his loyal guard, he didn't want her to know about some unusual things. With a thought, the two corpses disappeared from the room, and he summoned the loyal guard he had just received. Greetings, master. The change in environment did not surprise the woman at all. As soon as she appeared, she immediately knelt and paid her respects. Get up. There are no strict rules here. Just call me boss from now on. Chen Zixuan picked up his ID card from the table and handed over some money. Keep this. I will have someone take you to another house later. You and Zhang Shan will guard there. We will notify you if anything happens. Yes, boss. Xiaoling understands what to do. Chen Zixuan nodded. When Ma Yin came in and saw there was another person in the room, she was not surprised at all. It was clear they knew each other. Take Xiaoling to our other house. With their skills, they could easily avoid patrols on the road. After arranging everything, she got up and went back to the bedroom. Brother-in-law, do I look good in this? Xiao Yinglian was wearing a spaghetti-strap dress, her fair skin shining in the sunlight. Her legs were straight and close together, with no gaps, and her impressive chest was eye-catching. Chen Zixuan looked at his little sister-in-law and admired her. Her looks and figure were just as good as the older girls. They really were sisters. He took his coat and draped it over her. You look nice, but it's so cold now. Are you worried about catching a cold? Xiao Yinglian felt warm and happy inside. She shyly tugged at the corner of her dress. As long as you like it. After saying that, she suddenly felt shy and quickly changed the subject. Brother-in-law, it looks better when I draw like this. Why don't I go to my room to draw? It's warmer there. Chen Zixuan's heart trembled. Hearing her words, he shook his head and smiled. No need. I already remember how you looked just now. You go change your clothes. I'll draw here. Xiao Yingxue came in carrying fruit, looking a bit helpless. This girl, when you really get sick, you'll see how uncomfortable you feel. I won't get sick. I'm just wearing brother-in-law's coat, Xiao Yinglian said with a smile. I'll wait here for you. What if you forget how I look or draw me wrong? Chen Zixuan nodded. All right, just sit by the stove. Xiao Yingxue put down the fruit and pulled her sister to sit beside her. Xiao Yinglian looked at her brother-in-law drawing with admiration. Watching his focused expression, she was momentarily captivated. Kai Yingxu noticed her sister's expression and thought, this is probably the best arrangement. Thinking this, she pulled her sister into her arms. Kai Yinglian rested her head on her sister's shoulder and watched the man painting with fixed attention. More than half an hour later, Chen Zixuan put down his brush and looked at his work with satisfaction. All done. Let's see if you like it. Kai Yinglian hurried over, nodded happily, and said, yes, it's beautiful. Thank you, brother-in-law. Afterward, she couldn't help but kiss his face. Chen Zixuan wiped his face with a bit of annoyance. So dirty. You got my face all wet. Kai Yinglian was initially shy about her boldness, but hearing this, she immediately stopped. It's not dirty at all. You're so mean. I just wanted to kiss, she said, leaning in to kiss his face again. Chen Zixuan quickly dodged, muttering complaints. Kai Yingxu covered her mouth and giggled. Haha. She saw that her husband was deliberately teasing, and with his cleverness, he could easily see Kai Yinglian's feelings. After the fun, Kai Yinglian happily ran back to her room, holding her drawing. Only the couple remained in the study. Kai Yingxu sat nearby and said with a smile, I'm a bit worried about Kai Yinglian. What if she meets a bad man in the future? Chen Zixuan lit a cigarette and comforted her. Don't worry. I'll make sure to check people thoroughly. If anyone dares to hurt her, I'll teach him a lesson. But she's curious about everything and so beautiful. What if someone tricks her? There are many young people on the street, just hanging around. I really worry. If those young people dare to bother Kai Yinglian, I'll deal with them, he said, shaking his head. Kids grow up someday. As long as we're here, just let her be happy. Kai Yingxu saw her husband pretending not to understand, feeling happy, but also a bit bitter. Brother Xian, I feel like I'm becoming useless. I want to find someone to share the burden, she said, her face turning red. Chen Zixuan looked at her, extinguished his cigarette, and gently pulled her into his arms, making her sit on his lap. Big girl, don't think too much. In this life, I just want to be with you. Kai Yingxu leaned against his chest and said, It's really good to have you. Then, she looked up at her husband with a stubborn expression and said, You have to listen to me about family matters, or I'll be angry. Chen Zishuan looked at his cute wife and couldn't help but kiss her. Humph, you want to compete for power with your husband? Just wait. I'll teach you a lesson. He then started tickling her. Hee hee, brother Xian, it's ticklish. Stop joking, I was wrong. Soon, the school holiday ended. Chen Zishuan returned to his simple routine of going to school and studying. There were more international students with blonde hair and blue eyes at school. Many classmates talked with them, practicing their language skills. Chen Zishuan didn't care much about these foreigners. He spent his days attending classes, reading, or relaxing in the park. After class, the counselor, Chen Shuheng, found him. Zishuan, you have 2 international letters. After thanking him, Chen Zishuan took the letters, sent by Lu Haiyan and Chen Ling. He walked to the park and sat down at their usual spot. He read both letters. They mostly talked about their school life and asked about his situation. Haha, it seems life abroad is pretty good. He put the letters away, took a lunchbox from his bag containing meat buns, and started eating on the bench. In a normal house in Baqiao Town, Pingping County. At this moment, Lao Min from Shitugu village sat in the main seat, smoking. 2 men sat in front of him, one tall and one short. The tall man was in his 20s, strong and hearty, with a kind smile on his face. The shorter man was around 40, and from his back, he looked like a young boy of 11 or 12. Lao Min looked at the shorter man and asked, "How have the brothers been these years?" Prince Lu Suanpan had an incident last year. He took a group to Wulong Mountain, but a nearby archaeological team also found their trail. The army surrounded them, and none escaped. Lao Min's face darkened with a hint of anger. That deserves to die? Did he reveal any other secrets? No, I never told him that location. He doesn't know anything. The shorter man quickly replied. Humph, if he dares to mess with my plans, I'll send his family to join him. The tall and short men looked at each other with fear. The short man quickly spoke. Your Highness, I heard some news. When the archaeology team entered the mountains, a university student named Chen Zishuan from your village was with them. They say he's a guide. Old man rubbed his chin. Did you find out anything else? Yes. I heard he found a lot of ginseng. Also, he was lucky enough to hunt a white tiger. Old man's eyes lit up, and he became more certain that this person was very lucky. He started planning in his mind. This time, he must have him follow. How many people do we have now? Your Highness, we currently have 25 brothers. I've also secretly contacted 30 more, all top-notch fighters. Just give the order, and we can go into the mountains anytime. Old men nodded with satisfaction. Good, but we need to bring one more person. This matter is very important. Chen Zishuan was sitting in the classroom reading a book. Wang Chong moved closer. Zishuan, there's a dance tonight at school. Do you want to go and have some fun? Haha. You really don't care about anything outside the books, just reading all day. Chen Zishuan ignored him and kept reading. Wang Chong shook his head helplessly. Are you trying to finish all the books in the library? You can't remember everything that fast. At this moment, Song Ting and Lu Jia from the archaeology department came outside the classroom, curious, and looked inside. Lu Jia happily pointed to the corner. There they are. The students in the classroom looked up when they heard the noise. Seeing 2 girls at the door, both pretty, they couldn't help but glance a little longer. Wang Chong looked a bit jealous. Are they here for you again? Chen Zishuan packed his book into his bag and left the classroom. Why are you here? Song Ting looked at him happily. Nothing much. We're free today, so we came to see you. Yeah, it's been so long. You should come visit us sometimes. Instead, we always have to come to you, Lu Jia said with a smile. You're archaeology students, so busy. How can I bother you? Just an excuse. Exactly. The 3 left the teaching building and strolled towards the park, chatting along the way. Song Ting teased with a jealous smile. Haha, now everyone knows you're a wife-obsessed guy. After class, you rush home. Chen Zishuan looked at her proudly and said, What's wrong with being a wife fan? We have a good relationship. Lu Jia smiled and said, You're really thick-skinned. I heard my mentor say that there might be another archaeological trip into the mountains, and maybe you'll be the guide. Song Ting looked at him with anticipation. Chen Zishuan touched his nose and said, You guys haven't had enough yet? No showers for a month. It's hot, and there are mosquitoes and bugs. Hey, don't say that. Lu Jia quickly covered her ears. Song Ting looked proud and tilted her head up. What's there to be afraid of? I have you. A hint of blush appeared on her face, but she quickly returned to normal. Chen Zixuan looked at her and smiled as he took out some milk candies and handed them to both of them. They happily took the candies. Lu Jia ate her candy and whispered, "But I heard my mentor say that this place is quite far away, and it might take several months to go back and forth." Chen Zixuan took them to a bench by the lake and sat down. "That long? I probably won't be allowed to go with you." The school definitely wouldn't agree. Song Ting smiled and looked at him. "If you want to go, the school will probably be fine with it." Chen Zixuan shook his head. "I don't want to go. Spending months in the mountains is too hard. You two shouldn't go either. There might be some danger. There are soldiers following us on the way, so it shouldn't be dangerous," Song Ting said casually. Lu Jia thought about what happened last time and pulled her aside. "You forgot what happened last time. We should stay at school." She remembered the last incident and felt scared. Chen Zixuan didn't want to go either. If something really happened and he revealed his abilities, he wouldn't be able to live peacefully afterward. Thinking of last time, Song Ting's face turned pale. "Let's not talk about that. Zixuan, we found a good place. Do you have time this weekend? We'll take you there." "What good place?" Lu Jia happily said. "It's a tea house. The building and interior are preserved from the Qing dynasty. Many old items are there, and the owner is very beautiful and friendly." "Really? Where is it?" Song Ting giggled. "Haha, if you want to go, we can take you. Meet us at the school gate at 8 a.m. this weekend." "Yes, we'll take you there." Lu Jia also looked at him with a smile. "Huh, still playing hide and seek with me? Fine, see you this weekend." "All right, it's settled. We're leaving now." Song Ting stood up happily, pulling Lu Jia along as they left together. Chen Zixuan smiled and shook his head. He had a strange feeling when he heard them say they were going into the mountains. It was a sudden, uneasy feeling. Chen Zixuan looked at his wife and said, "My school friends invited me to a tea house this weekend. Let's go out and take a walk together." Qi Yingxue brewed some tea and brought it over. "We won't be going. You've met them before, the archaeology students Song Ting and Lu Jia." Qi Yingxue remembered the two girls she saw at the roast duck shop and shook her head with a smile. "No, I won't go. They might feel uncomfortable." "Why?" "Because my wife is so beautiful." "Hee hee. You just like to flatter me." Chen Zixuan smiled and pulled her into his arms. "I'm the most honest person. I don't tell lies." Qi Yinglian peeked in, looking mischievous. "Sister, maybe I should follow my brother-in-law and watch over him to prevent him from making mistakes." Qi Yingxue looked at her mischievous sister and covered her mouth, laughing. "You little girl, don't cause trouble. Your brother-in-law is out with his friends. If you follow him, you'll be uncomfortable." "Hee hee, just joking. I'm going to watch TV." Chen Zixuan watched his little sister-in-law leave and said with a smile, "If Xiaoyan wants to go, let her. There's nothing wrong with it. This girl is getting more and more unpredictable. If she follows, who knows what might happen. Let her stay at home with me." After saying that, Qi Yingxue suddenly felt nauseous, covering her mouth, and ran outside. "Big girl, what's wrong?" Chen Zixuan quickly followed. Qi Yinglian and Ma Yan also hurried over to help pat her back. Chen Zixuan looked at his wife with concern, worried she might have an upset stomach. Ma Yan spoke up at this moment. "Boss, is the lady pregnant?" Hearing this, Chen Zixuan's face stiffened first, then broke into joy. "Pregnant?" He then slapped his forehead. "Hey, I didn't think of that. Big girl, how long has it been?" Qi Yingxue patted her chest, nervously touching her stomach. "Xian, brother Xian, I haven't had it before. Today is the first time. I suddenly feel a bit nauseous." Chen Zixuan stepped forward and hugged her, looking excited. He said, "Big girl, let's go to the hospital now to check." Yes, sister, let's go to the hospital to check." Qi Yinglian also looked excited. Her sister hadn't had children yet, and she could feel her sister's unhappiness. If she was really pregnant, she could finally relax. Ma Yan quickly ran out to find a car. Chen Zixuan took out a coat and helped his wife put it on. The three of them locked the door and headed outside. Although it was nighttime, there was still a doctor on duty at the hospital. An old traditional Chinese doctor gently pressed 3 fingers on Qi Yingxue's wrist, frowning occasionally. Chen Zixuan looked very nervous too. Qi Yinglian was even more nervous than her sister, holding her hands tightly. For a moment, she didn't dare to breathe. After a long while, the old doctor smiled and said, "The pulse is deep and smooth, like a rolling bead. The energy and blood between the wrist and the forearm are strong, like spring streams breaking ice. According to traditional Chinese medicine, this indicates pregnancy. If my judgment is correct, you should be about 2 months pregnant. Chen Zixuan was very happy. Thank you, doctor. Please check if my wife's body has any problems or if she needs any health supplements. Qi Yingxue was also very happy now, holding her husband's arm tightly. She finally felt relieved. The doctor smiled and shook his head. This lady is very healthy. Just remember to rest well and avoid strenuous activities. If there are any issues later, you can come back anytime. Chen Zixuan excitedly kissed his wife. Great. I'm going to have a son. Qi Yingshue's face instantly turned red. Brother Xian, we're still at the hospital. Haha, sister. This is wonderful. I'm going to be an aunt soon. Let's go home. Chen Zixuan carefully helped his wife outside. Brother Xian, I'm fine. Don't be so nervous, she said. How can I not be nervous? You're the family treasure now. I have to take good care of you, he replied. Qi Yingxue felt very sweet inside, allowing her husband to support her as they left. They went straight home. Chen Zixuan still felt a little uneasy and turned to say, Ma Yin, ask Xiaoling to come over too. You need to take good care of your wife. Okay, boss, I'll go right now, Ma Yin replied happily and went out. Qi Yingxue smiled and asked, Brother Xian, who is Xiaoling? Oh, that house is under repair, but Zhang Shan and the others are there. I'm worried they might be too careless, so Ma Yin, who is a friend of mine, is staying there just in case. Is that so? What will happen when she arrives there? I'm fine, and Xiao Lian is also there. It's okay. Nothing is more important than your safety right now. Qi Yinglian smiled happily and said, Sister, I want to sleep with you tonight. Don't let my brother-in-law stay. Chen Zixuan quickly agreed. Yes, let Xiao Lian stay with you tonight. If anything happens, just call me. This was the most dangerous time, and he couldn't be careless. Qi Yingxue touched her belly and looked a bit shy. It's not that serious. Women in the village with big bellies still go out to work. We're not in the village, so we should take good care of ourselves. Xiao Ling and the others arrived very quickly. Greetings, madam and young lady. Qi Yingxue looked at her and said gently, Hello, Xiaoling. There are no strict rules at home. Just treat it like your own house. Yes, madam, I will remember that. I will serve you well. Chen Zixuan looked at the time and smiled. Go and help the madam wash up and rest early. Okay, boss. I'll go boil some water. Seeing Xiao Ling and Qi Yinglian helping the big girl to the room, he happily headed to the study. Then he entered the space and excitedly started punching. The powerful sound of breaking the air echoed inside. He hadn't felt so free and happy punching in a long time. Without holding back his strength, his movements were so fast they seemed to create illusions. Having lived 2 lives, he finally had his own child, a child with the big girl. How could he not be excited? After venting in the space for a while and taking a shower, he left the space. In the next 2 days, Chen Zixuan's smile never left his face. Wang Chong watched him read and kept smiling, feeling very curious. After holding it in for 2 days, he finally couldn't help himself. Seeing Chen Zixuan grab his bag and prepare to leave, he hurriedly followed. Zixuan, did you have some good news? I haven't seen your face without a smile these days. Really? I didn't notice. Is there more? Just ask other classmates. Your smile these days is almost as long as it was over a year ago. Chen Zixuan shook his head. Nothing special. Just thinking of something happy. He didn't want to tell anyone about his wife's pregnancy yet, as he didn't want to be disturbed now. Wang Chong looked at him with suspicion. You're keeping it a secret? I don't know what you're up to. Chen Zixuan waved his hand. I'm leaving now. See you next week. Wang Chong scratched his head, watched him walk away, and shook his head as he headed back to the dorm. When Chen Zixuan got home, he couldn't help but go over to listen to his wife's belly. Qi Yingxue looked at him and smiled. It's only been a short while. What can you hear? Hey, of course I can hear something. Hee hee, you're just teasing me. Go wash your hands. Dinner is ready. All right, I'll go right now. Chen Zixuan saluted, hung up his coat, and went to wash his hands. Qi Yingxue was amused by his playful behavior and laughed again. Since learning she was pregnant, she felt completely different. She touched her belly, and her smile grew even sweeter. Qi Yinglian watched her brother-in-law keep helping her sister serve food, pouting as she handed her bowl over. Humph, you're not paying attention to me anymore. Chen Zixuan looked at her adorable expression and smiled as he served her a piece of meat. You're the big treasure of the family. How can we ignore you? Eat more meat. Hee hee, that's more like it. Qi Yingxue also smiled happily and helped her sister serve food. Brother Xian, when the baby is born, let's take a family photo. We'll go take one this week, and then every month after that. So our son will know how hard it was for his mom to carry him for 10 months. Hee hee, I don't want that. When the belly gets big, it looks ugly. It's not ugly. Tomorrow, let my yin buy a camera so we can take pictures ourselves. It's troublesome to go out with a big belly and run into trouble. Qi Yinglian clapped happily. That's a good idea. After dinner, Xiao Ling and the others took care of the big girl to wash up, and Chun Zishuan went to the study. He brewed himself a cup of tea. Qi Yinglian pushed the door open and happily sat down. Brother-in-law, do you want to call the village and tell them? Chun Zishuan looked at her curiously. Tell them what? Of course, about my sister's pregnancy. Let those gossiping women know. Qi Yinglian said angrily. Hee hee. Okay, I'll call tomorrow and ask about the old house repairs. Qi Yinglian smiled and nodded. Then she thought for a moment and said, Brother-in-law, my sister just had a baby, so she probably can't travel by train. What should we do for the new year this year? Chun Zishuan smiled and gently ruffled her hair. You're quite thoughtful, little girl. I hadn't thought about that. Yuck, you're messing up my hair. I want to tickle you. She then bypassed the table and pounced on him. All right, I was wrong. I won't mess with your hair. Please forgive me, brave girl. Hee hee, that's better. After laughing, Qi Yinglian leaned into Chun Zishuan's arms and softly said, Brother-in-law, you've really changed. I can't see the irresponsible person you used to be. Hearing this, Chun Zishuan sighed a little. In the past, when he went to Dan Nyo's house for dinner, Nyo often teased him. But he couldn't blame her. After all, he was quite unreliable back then. He didn't feel grateful for others' help and accepted it without guilt. I was immature before, making you and your sisters suffer so much. From now on, I want you to be as happy as you are now. I believe you, Qi Yinglian said, kissing his face, then happily ran outside. That girl. Chun Zishuan took out a cigarette and lit one. Just now, Qi Yinglian reminded him that this year, Danyo definitely shouldn't take the baby back home. Although they could take a sleeper train, the weather there was cold, and if anything went wrong on the way, it would be troublesome. Yes, I'll go back myself when the time comes, pay respects to the ancestors, and then come back immediately. That's settled. Anyway, there's plenty of time. I'll talk to Danyo about it later. The next morning, after class, Chun Zishuan went to the phone room to make a call. Wang Jianjun and the other village officials had just finished a meeting. When they heard the phone ring, they went over to answer. This is Shito Village. I am Wang Jianjun. Uncle, it's me, Zishuan. Wang Jianjun was happy to hear this. Xiaoshuan, are you doing well at school? I'm good. I just finished class and wanted to ask how things are in the village. Haha, everything is fine. Now, more than 100 chicken chicks have been released into the spoon-shaped pond, and the medicinal seeds have all been sown. People are taking turns watching over them every day. Chun Zishuan listened happily and said, That's good. Danyu just found out she's 2 months pregnant. She probably can't come back with us this year. I'll ask about the money for repairing the old house. That's great news. You must take good care of Danyu. I know about the house. Ligua has found someone to fix it. I'll ask him to talk to you. Ligua heard this and took the phone. Xiaoxian, we're just tidying up the house. It will be ready in a few days. The money is enough, and we even have some left. Danyu is pregnant, so she needs to rest well after the baby is born. Don't let her run around. That's good to hear. Uncle, I remember. I'll let her stay here to take care of the baby. I'll go back after paying respects to our ancestors, and then come back. Yes, that's good. Don't worry, I will take care of the house. Uncle, that's all for now. I won't keep you from eating. All right, if anything comes up, call the village. That's it. Ligua chuckled and hung up. Haha, now those who talk behind our backs have nothing to say. Those gossiping women just like to talk behind people's backs. Other village officials also nodded and smiled. News of Danyu's pregnancy spread through the village in less than a day. The women who previously said she couldn't get pregnant also had nothing to say. In the afternoon, after class, Chun Zishuan packed his bag and headed outside. He saw Song Ting and Lu Jia outside the school building. Brother Xian, class is over. Chun Zishuan looked at them and smiled, nodding. What are you two doing? Song Ting, with her hands behind her back, smiled and said, Just here to remind you not to forget that tomorrow is the weekend. Yeah, you won't forget, right? Lu Jia also looked at him with a smile. I haven't forgotten, but I might not be able to go tomorrow. Chen Zishuan looked at them with some apology and explained, there are some things at home. I can't be sure right now. Maybe next time. Hearing this, Song Ting quickly asked, what happened at home? Do you need our help? Yeah. What's going on? Lu Jia looked at him with concern. Chen Zishuan waved his hand with a smile. It's nothing bad. Don't worry. Song Ting saw he wouldn't speak and pouted. If you won't say anything, fine. Tomorrow morning, we'll wait for you at the door. If you don't come within half an hour, we won't wait anymore. After saying that, she pulled Lu Jia and left. Watching the two leave, she smiled and continued walking outside. Right now, no one was more important than the big girl. When they got home, the meal was already prepared. Qi Yingshuo gently took the bag and said, Brother Xian, it's time to eat. I can do it myself. In the future, don't wait for me. You can start eating first. It's okay, it's not late. Chen Zishuan washed his hands and sat down, saying, I called the village today. Uncle Ligua said the house is almost ready. He's watching over it, so we can rest assured. When I heard you were pregnant, he also told me to take good care of you. Hearing this, Qi Yingshuo felt warm inside and nodded happily. That's good. Qi Yinglian winked playfully at her brother-in-law. Chen Zishuan smiled, knowing that his little sister-in-law hadn't told her sister about this. After dinner, the three sat together watching TV. Qi Yinglian munched on sunflower seeds and asked, Brother-in-law, are you going out tomorrow since it's the weekend? Oh no, I won't go. There's nothing much to do. I'll stay home with you guys. Qi Yingshuo leaned on him and said with a smile, That won't do. My classmates made plans. Chen Zishuan waved his hand casually. I saw them today. I said I'd go when I have the chance. Brother Xian, it's risky for two girls to go out alone. Girls are shy, and if they invite you out and you refuse, it might embarrass them. There are so many people at home. I won't get into trouble. Chen Zishuan looked at his wife, thought about it, and nodded. All right, I'll be back before noon. Qi Yingshuo looked at him with a smile. If you're going out with your classmates, you should treat them to lunch. Hey, I'm your husband. Isn't that too generous of me? Hee hee, Brother Xian, you're so excellent. I should be generous too. You're usually smart, but when it comes to women, you get confused. I really wonder if you're doing it on purpose. All right, I'll listen to you. Just don't run around the house. Kai Yinglian ran back to her room, took out a camera, and captured their sweet moments together. You're such a funny girl. Hee hee, since you two look so happy, I had to take some pictures. Ma Yin bought a camera, and Kai Yinglian quickly liked it. She learned how to use it and kept taking photos of them. Chen Zishuan smiled and said, I'll make a list later and ask Ma Yin to buy the things. When she comes back, I'll teach them how to develop photos, so they won't need to go outside. Brother-in-law, you know how to develop photos? That's great. I want to learn too. Kai Yinglian happily stepped forward and hugged him. Sure, I'll teach you when the time comes. Chen Zishuan took out a pen and paper and started writing on a notebook, Developer Solution, Stop Bath. After finishing, he handed the list to Ma Yin. They could handle these things easily. The next morning, outside the school gate, Song Ting was standing there, looking around. Lu Jia glanced at her watch. It's almost time. I wonder if they'll come. Humph, if they don't come, we'll just go play by ourselves. Hee hee. You say that nicely. I think you're almost like a statue waiting for someone. Song Ting blushed and retorted, You're the same. Look at how fancy you're dressed today. Lu Jia covered her mouth and giggled. Of course, you have to dress pretty when you go out. Humph, I can't argue with you. I'm not talking to you anymore. As they argued, Chen Zishuan approached. Xianji, over here. Chen Zishuan smiled and walked over. Been waiting long? No, we just arrived, Song Ting replied happily. Lu Jia giggled and said, Yeah, only half an hour early. That's not true, Song Ting quickly defended. Chen Zishuan smiled and looked at how beautifully they were dressed today. He praised, Wow, you look so pretty today. People might think you're going on a date. Hee hee, you have to help us check, okay? Lu Jia covered her mouth and giggled. Song Ting looked a bit helpless. Why are you so shameless? Hee hee, just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Let's go now, Lu Jia said, linking arms with her friend and walking into the street. Chen Zishuan also found it a bit funny. Liuli Factory is a well-known place in the imperial capital. It started in the Qing dynasty, when scholars taking exams in Beijing gathered there. They sold books, calligraphy supplies, paintings, and exchanged them for money to live on. Over time, the cultural atmosphere grew stronger. Shops selling antiques, paintings, and writing supplies began to appear. Song Ting pointed to a tea house. Brother Xian, he's there. Let's go over. Chen Zixuan looked at the busy street, with many young and old people. Most of the young people were just wandering around. The three entered the tea house. The waiter greeted warmly. Welcome, please come inside. Song Ting said directly. We're going to the second floor. All right, follow me. The waiter smiled and led them upstairs. Chen Zixuan looked around as they went up to the second floor and sat by the window. Song Ting asked with a smile, Brother Xian, what tea would you like? Chen Zixuan took out money and handed it to the waiter. Bring us a pot of Longjing tea and some snacks. Got it. I'll bring it right away. The waiter took the money and left. Brother Xian, we brought you here. Of course, we paid. Yes, today we are treating you. Lu Jia nodded in agreement. Chen Zixuan smiled and waved his hand. It's not much money. Besides, how can a beautiful girl pay? Song Ting blushed and said, What are you talking about? Lu Jia covered her mouth and giggled. Haha. No wonder Brother Xian found such a beautiful wife. He's so sweet-tongued. Haha. Just knowing that is enough. Men who want a good wife should be good with words. Song Ting rolled her eyes. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned and say everything. Haha. Brother Xian is so funny. I didn't notice before. Lu Jia laughed happily. Hearing the noise downstairs, Song Ting happily said, Sister Li is here. Just then, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam came upstairs. Chen Zixuan nodded secretly in approval. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a curvy figure and a charming presence. A stunning woman with a graceful demeanor. Song Ting stood up to greet her. Sister Li, we're back again. The woman saw them and smiled as she walked over. Xiao Ting, Xiao Jia, you're here again. After saying that, she looked at Chen Zixuan and asked with a sweet smile. Oh, today you brought your boyfriend. Lu Jia smiled and waved her hand. This is our classmate. Brother Xian is already married, so Sister Li, don't say anything nonsense. Song Ting happily introduced. This is our classmate Chen Zixuan. He's off today and came to hang out with us. Brother Xian, this is Sister Li, the owner of this tea house. Li Shiyun's eyes sparkled as she looked at the young man in front of her. Sorry about that. I misunderstood just now. I'm Li Shiyun. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Sister Li. Chen Zixuan nodded. Sister Li, you're as beautiful as Song Ting and the others said. Li Shiyun covered her mouth and giggled. Haha, little brother Zixuan, your words are so sweet. Thank you for the compliment, sister. Seeing how handsome and elegant this young man was, it naturally made her feel good. Now that he spoke so naturally and sincerely, her good impression of him increased by another point. Moreover, his eyes were clear and bright. When he looked at her, there was no annoying or unpleasant expression. The waiter brought over some tea and snacks. Song Ting smiled and said, Sister Li, why don't you sit with us for a while? Sure, as long as you don't mind me bothering you. Li Shiyun replied happily and sat down. Of course not, Song Ting said with a smile, pouring tea for everyone. Li Shiyun chatted with the two women, but her eyes kept watching the man sitting nearby drinking tea. Chen Zixuan sat quietly, listening to their conversation. He subtly used his divination skills, trying to sense something. He felt a bit helpless. Today was probably another day of just observing, unable to find any treasures. Several young women dressed in traditional costumes came onto the stage on the second floor, bringing with them gushings, pipa, and other ancient musical instruments. Beautiful melodies filled the tea house. People walking on the street, attracted by the music, started to come inside. The once somewhat empty tea house quickly became lively. Chen Zixuan nodded slightly. The shop hadn't yet returned to private ownership. Most managers were assigned by the local authorities. The fact that the business was doing well indicated that the manager sent here was quite capable. A young woman in her 20s, petite and with a sweet appearance, went upstairs directly toward their direction. Boss Li, you're hiding away again. Haha, Manager Fong, you're the manager here, but I am not. You should treat me as a guest, Li Shiyun said with a charming smile. The woman rolled her eyes. I'm the manager, but anyone who sees you would just call you boss. Li Shiyun smiled and stood up to introduce everyone. Zixuan, Xiao Ting, Xiao Jia, let me introduce you. This is Fong Min, the supply manager of the tea house. Fong Min nodded with a smile. Hello, I've heard from Lily that you are talented students from the Imperial Capital University. Welcome back, Song Ting politely responded. Manager Fong, you're too kind. We also like the environment here. Chun Zishuan nodded in agreement. Li Shiyun smiled and said, if you need anything later, just let us know. We'll be on our way now. After they left, the three of them sat down again. Song Ting turned and smiled. Xian Ge, isn't she very pretty? Chen Zishuan also found it amusing and teased. So, Song Ting, you like beautiful women? Lu Jia had just taken a sip of tea and almost burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth. Song Ting blushed and patted him. Why do you say everything? Be careful, someone might hear. Hee hee. You made me laugh. But Xian Ge is right. Xiao Ting just likes pretty girls. Yeah, especially someone like you. Tonight, I might just eat you up, Song Ting joked, pretending to threaten her while hugging her. Chen Zishuan took a sip of tea and saw a bald man with a few others walking into the tea house, striding confidently. The waiter nodded politely to greet them. The bald man looked around and sat down at an empty table. Bring a pot of Longjing tea and a plate of sunflower seeds. Sure, coming right up. A few young men nearby watched the women performing on stage and chuckled mischievously. Master Lu, the women here are different. Their figures are better than those in the alley. You're just a small fry. You can't even pick a good wife. Always going for broken flowers and wilted grass. Get lost. You're no better. The surrounding customers frowned at their rude talk, but no one dared to offend them. Chen Zishuan looked on and shook his head. With so many young people returning to the city, the streets were becoming more chaotic. People like the bald man would only become more common in the future. The performance on stage ended, and the actors were preparing to leave with their belongings. The bald man slammed the table and said, What do you mean? I just arrived, and you're not performing anymore. Are you looking down on me? The actor looked at him with a fierce expression, which made him a little scared. The waiter explained, Comrade, there will be more performances later. The actors also need rest. Humph. I only know that as soon as I arrived, they stopped performing. This is disrespect. If they don't perform another act, I won't do any business here today. Fong Min heard the noise and came out of the office to go downstairs. Manager Fong, this comrade wants the actors to perform another piece. Fong Min looked at the bald man and immediately knew he wasn't a good person, especially because of the group of men around him, all smiling lewdly at her. Her face turned cold. She directly said, Call the security office and tell them there's trouble. Then she turned around and walked back, too lazy to look at these people. The bald man touched his head and said, Oh, so this is how you do business. We pay to come here for tea, not to be insulted. You can't even take suggestions? Humph, you don't need to tell me that. Either leave now or wait to talk to the security officers. The bald man nodded. All right, I hope you won't cry later. Then he stood up and walked out. His followers all smirked and looked at Fong Min, then followed him out. Song Ting watched the bad guys leave and said with a smile, Brother Xian, these people don't look good. I didn't expect Manager Fong to be so capable. Yeah, that's how you deal with these kinds of people. Lu Jia nodded in agreement. Chen Zishuan shook his head and took a sip of tea. This isn't so simple. Those people behind will probably come back to cause trouble. Song Ting looked doubtful. Aren't they afraid of being caught by the security officers? Exactly, Brother Xian. The security won't just ignore this. Chen Zishuan put down his tea, looked at the two young men, and said with a smile, Troublemakers don't always have to shout and smash things. Song Ting shook her head. Are there other ways? Of course. For example, one person takes a table, orders the cheapest tea, and sits all day. If this happens every day, what do you think will happen here? Lu Jia thought for a moment. It seems like that. Song Ting looked a little worried. Won't Sisterly get into trouble? As they were talking, more than 10 young people came in outside. As soon as they entered, they spread out quickly. Regardless of whether there were people at the tables, they sat down directly, one foot on a stool, looking at the other customers with a mischievous smile. Many customers also didn't want to provoke these troublemakers and started to leave. The waiter saw this and hurriedly went upstairs to call the owner. Li Xian was in the office talking with Fong Min. Hearing the waiter, she said, Looks like trouble is coming. Fong Min looked unhappy. I'll call the security office. I don't believe they can get away with this. She then stood up to make the call. Two young men went upstairs and saw Song Ting and the others. Their eyes lit up, and they walked over with a friendly smile. Hey, all the seats are full. Let's sit at this table. Sure, just squeeze in a little, said another young man with a mischievous grin. Song Ting replied impatiently. There are empty tables over there. He. No, I didn't see any. I think this spot looks pretty good, he said, walking over.